Chapter 313. Oh. Inside Mesectet, Ozymandias, seated on a golden throne, raised an eyebrow with a hint of interest on his face. So, this is Lancer of Black, Vlad too? Quite fascinating, but that gesture, is it a provocation? He simply wants to draw our attention to himself. Nearby, Karna said in a calm tone. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, another pharaoh. Ozymandias leaned on the throne's armrest, supporting his head with his hand, a slight curve appearing on his lips. Although he's an enemy, I appreciate such valor. In that case, let me personally test the weight of his determination. He pressed his hand downward slightly, and scorching golden magical energy surged forth, rendering the entire flying ship a radiant golden hue, emitting infinite light and heat, like a slowly rising sun. Just as Mesectet was about to unleash its firepower on the ground, several arrows suddenly soared into the air, precisely hitting Mesectet at speed surpassing sound. Boom! 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 Thick smoke filled the air as several deafening roars echoed. Ordinary arrows unleashed a power akin to anti-aircraft guns, violently shaking the entire ship and leaving several terrifying holes. Seeing this, the face of Ozymandias instantly darkened, while his eyes brimmed with clear anger. Mesectet was his royal mount, a symbol of his pharaoh status, but now it was damaged to an extent akin to a direct insult to his face. He was Ozymandias, the greatest king in Egyptian history, the king of all kings whom even the gods bowed to in acknowledgement. Anyone disrespectful to his royal mount had no fate other than death. He shifted his gaze toward a towering figure on a small hill, resembling an iron tower. Ah, so it's you, Archer of Black, Ozymandias smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. What a small world this was. This man had taken down the sphinxes he summoned before. Now, fate had brought them face to face again on the battlefield. Maybe it was fate playing its hand. I'll leave Lancer of Black to you, another pharaoh. Ozymandias raised his chin a bit. I'm about to teach this so-called small fry a lesson. Don't underestimate him. According to the priest, Archer of Black might be the legendary Greek hero, Heracles. If you belittle him, you might pay a hefty price, Karna reminded while turning toward the exit of Mesectet. And lastly, I'm not a pharaoh. Heh, a Greek hero. Ozymandias chuckled coldly, watching Heracles bend his bow once again. There's no room for heroes in the presence of the Supreme King of Kings. He waved his hand downward, and the scorching light covering the surface of Mesectet turned into countless raindrops of light, pouring down. Boom! 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 In an instant, the land around Heracles was completely covered, explosive sounds echoed successively, and the wave of air swept away an entire layer of ground. Ha 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 ha! Understand now. This is the glory of a pharaoh, violators, there's only one outcome for you, death. However, at that moment, 9 dragon heads suddenly tore through the black smoke with a roar. These were dragon-shaped arrows of light, each radiating a pressure akin to that of divine beasts as if determined to pierce the sky, whistling toward the golden ship. Sensing the terrifying power within these arrows, even Ozymandias couldn't help but narrow his eyes. By my command, no arrow shall approach Mesectet. Ozymandias quickly declared with a stern tone. His imperial privilege activated, and an invisible power quickly spread, instantly acting on the 9 arrows, forcefully changing their direction and avoiding Mesectet. But in the next moment, these 9 dragon-shaped arrows, as if having a life of their own, actually turned back again. From different angles, they finally hit Mesectet. Boom! 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 Each dragon-shaped arrow possessed a terrifying power comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The explosions created intense flashes and powerful flames, a terrifying mushroom cloud slowly rising, and the whole battlefield momentarily froze. Heh, Archer, no wonder, Vlad showed a faint smile on his face as he saw this scene. You'd better not be too happy yet, Lancer of Black. A sudden voice and a ball of fire suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the ground in front of Vlad. Bathed in the scorching flames was none other than Karna, appearing like a god descended. Our rider is not inferior to yours at all. Hearing that statement, Vlad raised an eyebrow, about to say something, when a deep and majestic voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Well done, the great hero of Greece. I underestimated you before, my apologies. As compensation, witness the glory of my unparalleled power that even the sun cannot match. Look on my works, ye mighty. And kneel before me. The sun descends here, in our unlimited brilliance. Ramesseum Tentiris. An indescribable amount of magical energy instantly gathered and a violent scorching wind swept the land. In the gaze of countless eyes, a massive pyramid materialized in the void and descended upon the earth. Its scale far exceeded all existing pyramids, leaving all those who witnessed it in awe. Hey, hey! Are you kidding me? How many noble phantasms does that guy have? Well, he is the greatest pharaoh of ancient Egypt, summoning pyramids is only natural, Roche shrugged. That thing is more than just a pyramid. Darnik spoke gravely as he looked at the pyramid towering like a mountain. Ozymandias built many temples in his lifetime and declared all temples exist for this body, past, present, and future. In other words, that temple is essentially a combined structure of temples he built. Like the Great Dendra Temple Complex and the Great Karnak Temple Complex. That noble phantasm manifests as the radiance of Pharaoh Ramesses II in the form of a noble phantasm, Fiore, in a wheelchair, added. So, in a way, it can be seen as a reality marble, although we don't know its specific effects, entering it casually might trigger some troublesome negative effects. But it doesn't look like something you can easily break from the outside, right? Calls massaged his temples, somewhat troubled. I think breaking this noble phantasm might be even harder than dealing with the one up there in the sky. Fiore pursed her lips slightly, her gaze involuntarily falling on the 3 crimson command spells on her hand. On the other side, Vlad looked at the enormous pyramid, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Though he had anticipated that Rider of Red would be a powerful opponent, his power still exceeded his imagination. If this were just an ordinary Holy Grail war, and Rider of Red possessed such power, he could easily bring the war to an end in a blink of an eye with little effort. Chapter 314. Are you afraid? Karna's calm voice suddenly resounded. Facing such an opponent, it's only natural to feel afraid, Vlad admitted honestly, nodding slightly. Then, do you want to surrender? Karna asked seriously. Impossible, Vlad's lips curled slightly. This is my homeland, behind me are my people, and by my side are my comrades, even if it's for them, I will never surrender, on top of that, I will make you invaders pay a heavy price. He raised the black spear in his hand, pointing it straight at Karna's face, and declared with authority. I am Lancer of Black, Vlad II, the Count of Wallachia, invaders of my homeland, prepare for your death. In the instant after his words fell, countless pitch-black iron stakes shot up from the ground, aiming straight for Karna's head. Swish! 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 The terrifying number made Karna's scalp tingle. Seems like the quantity of your noble phantasm is a bit unusual. Karna swung his spear like a tornado, shattering all the iron stakes. This is the will of a ruler protecting his country, Vlad thrust his spear into the ground. Let these ugly dragon-tooth warriors be buried in the wilderness. Swish! 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 The earth roared like waves as numerous iron stakes assaulted Karna from all directions. Each iron stake wasn't particularly fast, and their destructive power wasn't high, but in the face of overwhelming numbers, these were merely inconsequential. Even as the Son of God, Karna wouldn't willingly clash head-on with such a massive quantity of iron stakes. His eyes narrowed slightly, bent his body, then, with a step, soared into the sky. If standing on the ground would be attacked by iron stakes, he just needed to fly to the sky. What a pity, there is no land that is not this king's territory. Vlad looked up at Karna, a faint cold smile on his lips. As long as it's on my land, no one can escape my rule, whether in the sky or on earth. He raised his hand, and all the iron stakes instantly extended, charging toward Karna in the sky like giant pillars. Karna raised an eyebrow and magical energy quickly spewed out from his body like blazing flames. With the help of the recoil, he dodged the iron stakes. You can't escape. Vlad waved his hand again and more iron stakes tore through the earth, flying toward Karna in unison. Inside the fortress of Millennia, Darnik, watching this scene, couldn't help but exhale in relief. Indeed, as he expected, their lancer was not inferior to the enemy's lancer. Although in terms of status, Vlad couldn't match Karna as the Son of God, relying on the personal skill known as demonic defender of the state to gain control over specific regions by tapping into the ley line, Vlad could almost bridge the gap. Demonic defender of the state allowed Vlad to designate certain regions as his territory in advance, granting him combat assistance equivalent to Berserker's A-rank MAD enhancement within his territory. Additionally, he could unleash his anti-army noble phantasm, Kazikli Bey, within the said territory. Combined with the fact that Romania was Vlad's homeland, maximizing the effects of the demonic defender of the state. The consumption of the iron stakes reached a staggering 2,000, and the damage continued to accumulate, ensuring he held his ground even against the Son of God. For this Holy Grail war, Darnik had prepared almost everything. Countless iron stakes extended from the ground to the sky, resembling a forest forged from steel. The chilling light sent shivers down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. With the iron stakes accumulating, Karna's maneuverability decreased. Unlike Vlad, Karna didn't have magical energy support from the Igmillenia's homunculi. After Medea was defeated, he couldn't replenish his magical energy anytime and anywhere like before. Although Karna was relatively conservative in magical energy consumption compared to the other golden heroes. Being an extraordinary servant, it was still a considerable drain for an ordinary mage to supply magical energy to maintain his divine spear and armor. From every perspective, Karna couldn't compete with Vlad in an attrition battle. Therefore, he had to adopt more aggressive tactics. Realizing this, Karna immediately changed direction, diving towards Vlad like a fireball, his divine spear aimed directly at the latter's forehead. Want to go head-to-head, huh? Despite facing the scorching heat, Vlad's expression remained indifferent. He casually raised his hand. Good call, but Lancer of Red, don't underestimate this king. After saying that, black iron stakes surged forward like a torrent, piling up in front of him, creating an incredibly sturdy steel shield that blocked Karna's divine spear. At the same time, Vlad tightened his grip on his hand. Now is the time for execution. Like a dark cloud covering the sky, the iron stakes instantly plunged downward. Simultaneously, more stakes emerged from the ground, trapping Karna from all sides, completely sealing off any escape routes. Pierce, Vlad's mouth curled up slightly. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying that he anticipated didn't occur. The black iron stakes couldn't even penetrate Karna's skin, they were all blocked by the golden armor fused with his body. Is that the legendary golden armor personally bestowed upon you by sun god Surya? A powerful noble phantasm indeed. Despite not achieving the expected results, Vlad remained undeterred. A legendary child of the god was not an opponent easily taken down, after all. Your noble phantasm is also impressive, Karna said casually. Impeccable in both offense and defense, coupled with this quantity, it's indeed a tricky situation. Although I appreciate your praise, let me remind you, Vlad's mouth curved into a mysterious smile. My noble phantasm is not just limited to the external manifestations you see. As Vlad spoke, Karna suddenly felt a strange sensation inside his body, as if something was expanding inside him, rigid, cold, and sharp. Poochie. 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 Dozens of iron stakes suddenly pierced out of Karna's body, tearing through his flesh and blood. His horrifying and grotesque sight resembled a demon in hell enduring torture. Chapter 3:15. Poochie. 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 Dozens of iron stakes suddenly pierced out of Karna's body, tearing through his flesh and blood. His horrifying and grotesque sight resembled a demon in hell enduring torture. How is it? Vlad lifted his chin slightly. His Khazikli Bey, besides accumulating damage, had a special ability. If his spear hit the enemy even once, and as long as they were within his territory, it would cause stakes to be created from within the enemy's body and pierce them from the inside out. Karna's noble phantasm Kavacha and Kundala boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities, reducing all attacks to 1/10 of their original power. However, its sole weakness was an inability to defend against internal attacks. I see, Lancer of Black, it seems you are a ruthless king, these stakes are both a demonstration and a source of fear for you. Even though his body got pierced, Karna's tone remained calm. To protect one's territory and country, it doesn't matter how bloody and terrifying the methods are, is that the meaning behind your noble phantasm? So what? Vlad's eyes narrowed slightly. Times have changed, Lancer of Black, now, you have no subordinates to command. Perhaps a ruler should be lofty, but a ruler without followers is useless. Lancer of Black, this is your miscalculation. I am a heroic spirit even facing a country as my enemy won't frighten me. Karna's tone remained unchanged. Oh. Is that so? Vlad smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, they were filled only with chilling coldness. Facing my country alone doesn't matter to you? You are indeed a son of God, truly arrogant, but your arrogance is quite displeasing to me, so let death be the punishment I give to you. He charged toward Karna with his spear in hand and countless black iron stakes flowed like a tide. The battlefield was entirely filled with stakes, dominating all the land. Challenging a ruler who led a country with one's own strength was nothing but wishful thinking. However, for Karna, being surrounded like this was a situation he was all too familiar with. Ding! As if completely unaffected by the iron stakes, he casually blocked Vlad's spear with his own spear. Vlad's eyes showed a hint of surprise, this was a scene he had never witnessed before. Someone who could continue moving even when their entire body was pierced by his stakes was a testament to extremely strong willpower. However, what astonished him even more was yet to come. "Oh Agni, burn me." Intense flames instantly engulfed Karna's body, relentlessly burning and reducing the iron stakes within him to ash. Bathed in the fire, Karna appeared like a god descended from the heavens. Seeing this, Vlad furrowed his brows slightly, raising his hand once more, and sent countless iron stakes raining down. Unfortunately, the one he wanted to defeat was the embodiment of flames, the son of sun god Surya. Cloaked in golden armor and wielding a god-slaying spear, Karna, driven by his mother's sorrowful wish, possessed a golden armor and a golden earring, known as Kavacha and Kundala. Combined with inheriting the blood of sun god Surya, these were just half of the tales associated with his existence. Karna's mightiest weapon was his willpower, a resilient spirit and heart. Despite enduring numerous hardships, he remained a hero who didn't blame anyone for his many misfortunes. Even with extraordinary gifts, he never considered himself special. Not arrogant, not conceited, he lived a life tirelessly upholding his father's name from birth until his fall, just a hero striving not to shame his father's name. Thus, even with iron stakes piercing his organs, nerves torn, enduring the pain brought by the stakes, he could still calmly wield his spear, employing an unimaginable brute force, enduring the flames circulating within his body to burn away the stakes. This was the will of a man named Karna, fearless and unyielding. Even against an entire country, he would not choose to retreat. PSSTT. Flames gracefully danced around Karna's body, and beneath their cleansing embrace, it seemed as though all sins were thoroughly buried. "Let's end this, Lancer of Black." Stepping forward amid the flames, Karna's magical energy swirling around his spear, unleashed an immensely powerful magical energy fluctuation. Brahmastra Kundala. Whoosh! The long spear transformed into a shooting star, releasing destructive light akin to an avalanche. Rumble! The ground instantly shattered, and the terrifying heat melted all iron stakes hidden underground into molten metal. "Damn it! Ha!" Vlad roared, gathering all the stakes before him into an immensely thick shield. Yet, against the power of the god-slaying spear, this level of defense was merely a slightly troublesome obstacle. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the spear pierced through the stake defense, charging toward Vlad unhindered. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, like a small nuclear explosion. Rumble! The horrifying mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion instantly cleared all dragon-tooth warriors and Avisprin's golems within 100 meters, leaving numerous limbs and debris in its wake. Amidst the rolling smoke, a spear shot out. Karna extended his hand, catching the spear, and looked toward the center of the explosion with a slight frown. As the thick smoke dispersed, at the explosion's epicenter, there was nothing left except a crater over 10 meters deep. But he knew he hadn't killed Lancer of Black, as he felt a powerful magical energy fluctuation just moments ago. "Command spell, huh," Karna muttered softly. Inside the fortress of Millennia, the radiance of light particles flowed and converged, and the figure of Vlad appeared. "Ha!" Vlad tilted his head back, exhaling slowly, then nodded at Darnik beside him. "Well done, Darnik." "It's my duty," Darnik slightly bowed. Since Ryder had revealed the true identity of Lancer of Red to them, Darnik had been vigilant of this son of God. It was because of this vigilance that he dared to pull Vlad back at the moment Karna launched his noble phantasm. Using that noble phantasm should be quite a drain for Lancer of Red. Darnik turned to the battlefield projection on the side, where the figure of Karna stood out. However, compared to the majestic appearance he had before, the flames swirling around this son of God had dimmed considerably. "This might be our chance, my king." "Leave the rest to me," Vlad's lips curled slightly. Thanks to the magical energy supplement from the Millennia's homunculi, he had fully recovered to his peak state. Unless Lancer of Red had some hidden cards, this time he could easily take Lancer of Red down. Just as he was about to return to the battlefield, Vlad suddenly noticed that the floating fortress, which had been motionless in the high sky, was slowly starting to move. "It seems they can't hold back any longer," Darnik squinted his eyes. "No matter, those who are prepared are not only them," Vlad said calmly. The moment his words fell. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Chapter 316. Amidst the crisp sound of a dragon's roar, rising high into the sky, the once dim battlefield grew even darker, as if plunging into a lightless abyss. Without a word, everyone lifted their heads to witness a massive black dragon soaring in the sky, its ancient and solemn figure resembling a mountain. Its wings, vast enough to blot out the sky, emitted an indescribable aura of terror. Atop the black dragon's head, a man with black hair and eyes, clad in silver armor, stood calmly with crossed arms. His expression remained calm, radiating a sense of stability as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens. "Finally showed up, huh?" Semiramis, seated high on the throne inside the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, observed the dragon of despair in front of her. A faint smirk quickly appeared on her delicate face. Humph, just a mere lizard, behave and kneel. With a snap of her fingers, 11 large black panels around 20 meters in size surrounding the Hanging Gardens of Babylon automatically aligned in front. After a brief charge, a dazzling light burst forth, and luminous beams roared, tearing through the air toward Nidhogg. These black panels were part of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon's automated defense mechanism, known as the Tiamtamomo, inspired by the Babylonian Earth Mother goddess Tiamat and the 11 monsters she gave birth to. The name alone hinted at the terrifying power of these black panels, with each luminescent beam equivalent to the impact of a falling meteor. Moreover, under the influence of Medea's temple, these beams were further enhanced, almost reaching the level of an anti-army noble phantasm with each shot. The glaring light made Nidhogg squint her eyes slightly. Even with her formidable body strength, enduring 11 anti-army noble phantasms would come at a cost. No worries, just leave it to me. As Gobta's gentle voice echoed, Nidhogg immediately dismissed any thoughts of evasion, choosing to stay in place. Regardless of the situation, she would unconditionally trust this man. Humph, ignorant. Seeing this scene, Semiramis sneered. Gobta, with an indifferent gaze, observed the incoming barrage of light beams. His palm opened slowly, revealing a deep red sphere with symmetrical carved patterns floating. Star of Eden, Command of Eden, maximum output. The deep red sphere floated forward, forming an enormous barrier that collided head-on with the 11 luminescent beams. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as if the entire sky collapsed. The shockwaves dispersed all clouds within a 300-meter radius, revealing a dazzling and beautiful starry galaxy. Crack! On the Star of Eden's surface, small cracks appeared. Bearing the burden of enduring 11 anti-army noble phantasms was not a small feat for it. Of course, if it were the original, facing 11 anti-army noble phantasms or even an anti-country noble phantasm, would be like a walk in the park. Nevertheless, Gobta was already content with this outcome. Unleashing a magecraft of this caliber continuously was impossible for Semiramis. Star of Eden had bought him a precious buffer of time. Now, it was time for them to launch their counterattack. A white lance with a black handle materialized in Gobta's hands. With the influx of immense magical energy, the lily pattern on the lance blossomed into a dazzling radiance. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. Whoosh! Like a colossal pillar reaching into the sky, a white light beam surged forward, as if aiming to pierce through everything, charging toward the floating fortress in the sky. You think you can just invade my gardens on your own? Stop dreaming. Semiramis frowned, raised her hand, and with a wave, 12 EX-rank magic circles appeared around the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, releasing extremely destructive beams to confront the white light beam head-on. On my own. Who told you I'm alone? In Nidhogg's pitch-black eyes flashed a cold gleam. Her ferocious dragon mouth opened, and endless black flames surged like a torrent, instantly engulfing those 12 magical light beams from the magic circles. With no magical beams to obstruct it, Abyss Flower's white light beam continued forward, targeting the central control room of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Seeing this, Semiramis's eyes revealed a hint of fear as she instinctively blocked the white light beam with 11 black panels in front of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Boom! The white light beam continued to surge forward, tearing the first black panel into pieces with an overwhelming momentum, then pressing on until half of the black panels were destroyed before gradually dissipating. Damn it! Semiramis completely lost her usual elegance, her face twisted as she crushed the armrests of her throne. She never expected that her invincible gardens would face such a heavy blow from the very beginning. Although it didn't end in a single strike, Gobta was undeterred. With half of the black panels gone, the power of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon had been significantly weakened. Relying on Star of Eden's protection, they could effortlessly destroy the remaining panels. As long as they destroyed the 11 black panels of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and the 12 EX-rank magic circles of Semiramis, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon would be nothing more than an ordinary fortress. The balance of victory had already started tipping in their favor. Clang! A silver dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, swung down vertically from above. Though Mordred used Claren to block the strike, the terrifying power still sent her flying a considerable distance. Damn it, how thick is your armor? Mordred grumbled. Her armor mostly shattered while Siegfried across from her had only suffered minor injuries so far. You're about to lose, Siegfried said seriously. Due to the advantage in compatibility and the formidable defense brought by armor of Fafnir, he didn't find it too challenging to face Saber of Red. He even had spare energy to observe the situation of other battles. Currently, Rider of Black had a certain degree of advantage against the floating fortress, while Archer of Black, although struggling a bit, managed to hold off Rider of Red. Lancer of Black had returned to the battlefield, clashing with Lancer of Red again. The latter, due to the previous Noble Phantasm release, was now struggling with a shortage of magical energy, barely holding his ground against Lancer of Black. With the floating fortress restrained, Assassin of Red also couldn't spare extra energy to create more Dragon Tooth warriors. On the other hand, their side took the initiative by relying on their golem's own healing ability. From all perspectives, their side held an absolute advantage, while the opposing side struggled. If this battle continued, the final victors would undoubtedly be them, the Black Faction. Chapter 317. Arg. Seriously, what does it have to do with me? I'm not on their side anyway. Mordred scoffed and pursed her lips as she saw Siegfried's attention shift to other battles. How's it going, Saber? Did you win? Kairi, watching the battle between Siegfried and Mordred from afar, quickly noticed that something was off with her condition and promptly contacted her through their master-servant contract. No biggie, an opponent of this degree is not a problem for me, just trust me, Master, Mordred grinned, her magical sword spewing crimson thunder. Boom! With a deafening roar, she shot out like a cannonball. I am fated to become a king after all. Siegfried furrowed his brows slightly and turned his head to the approaching Mordred. Normally, she should have sensed the power of his armor. Instead of looking for an opening opportunistically, she charged head-on instead, which was akin to walking into a death trap. What is Saber of Red thinking? Though he had his doubts, the experienced Siegfried wouldn't hesitate over such matters. He quickly assumed his stance and gripped his sword tightly, preparing to skillfully sever her head. Watch this! Mordred yelled, unexpectedly throwing her sword directly at him. Whoosh! Siegfried's pupils contracted, instinctively raising his sword to deflect the incoming sword. However, this move left a wide opening in front of him. I will teach you a lesson, Saber of Black. Mordred, surrounded by crimson thunder, ruthlessly kicked Siegfried in the stomach. Bang! With Mordred's strength, Siegfried felt like being hit head-on by a heavy truck. Boom! Siegfried flew backward, crushing all the golems and the Dragon Tooth warriors along the way into pieces. Mordred caught her falling sword with a casual smile. Remember this, there are no rules in a fight. Is this even okay? I've never seen a saber throw their own sword to attack. Well, Master, that just shows your lack of experience. Mordred grinned carelessly, then turned her gaze toward Siegfried, who was getting back on his feet not far away. Looks like normal attacks won't do much, Master, I'm going to use my Noble Phantasm. Alright, I trust you, I'll be ready to support you with my command spells at any time. Ha! I take back what I said before, Master, you're actually quite reliable. Terrifying and powerful magical energy quickly emanated from her sword and a torrent of deep crimson thunder soared into the sky as if painting the entire world with an ocean of lightning. Master! Siegfried exclaimed and raised his sword with a serious expression. His armor of Fafnir could negate any attack of B rank and below, but the noble phantasm that Saber of Red was about to unleash would undoubtedly be A rank or higher. Even with the defense of his armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. But if he used his noble phantasm, it would mean revealing his true name completely, which meant the weakness on his back would probably get exposed. Go, Saber, bring me victory. Gords declared without hesitation. Siegfried's lips curved into a slight smile as he raised Balmung high. Rest assured, Master, I will absolutely present you with the final victory. The true ether from the Age of Gods soon gushed out, and a column of terrifying magical energy soared into the sky as the bluish light on Balmung seemed to lead the entire world to its ultimate end. This is the evil sword that destroyed my father. Clarent Blood Arthur. The evil dragon shall fall, and the world will reach its sunset, I will bring you down Balmung. Both sabers declared their noble phantasms and swung down their swords with all their might. Boom! The thunderous clash between the crimson thunder and the bluish column of light made it seem as if mountains were collapsing. Rumble! The earth shook and cracked, a storm of catastrophic proportions swept across more than half the battlefield. Both the Dragon Tooth warriors and the golems, in the face of this terrifying power, were left powerless and instantly torn into powder, leaving no trace behind. The intense commotion caused by the two sabers naturally caught Gobta's attention in the sky. Observing the crimson thunder, his brow couldn't help but slightly furrow. It seems to be Momo, should we? Nidhogg's voice echoed in his ears. Gobta pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'll handle it, you keep dealing with this floating fortress. Alright, Nidhogg nodded. By now, almost all 11 black panels of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon had been dealt with. Although there were still 12 EX rank magic circles remaining, they were not enough to pose a significant threat to her. Are you, fucking kidding me? Mordred panted heavily, leaning on her sword, almost kneeling on the ground, with most of her armor shattered. Her gaze was fixed on Siegfried across from her. Although his armor had also nearly shattered, his aura had not weakened much and still exuded strong pressure. Damn it, I'll definitely take you down. Mordred gritted her teeth, standing up despite the pain coursing through her body. Oi! Don't be stubborn, Saber, you can't win against him this time, retreat first. No. I won't have another chance next time. Even as proud as she was, she had to admit that she was not a match for Saber of Black in front of her. If she couldn't finish him off in one go this time, she would have no chance at all. Hurry, Saber. We must not let Saber of Red escape. Yes, master. Siegfried took a deep breath and charged forward with his dragon-slaying sword, intending to behead Mordred. However. Swish. Boom. A white lance descended from the sky, piercing straight into the ground, perfectly blocking the path between Mordred and Siegfried. Have you two fought enough? Gobta spoke calmly as he landed on the ground and picked up Abyss Flower, his imposing gaze swept over both sabers. Now, both of you, stop this at once. Chapter 318. Rider? Siegfried quickly halted his charge, looking at Gobta with confusion, and couldn't fathom why he would show up at this moment. Mordred also stopped her step as she glanced at Gobta with mixed emotions. TCH. She spat lightly and turned her head away. Leave this to me, Saber, you go support Archer, Gobta calmly stated. Hearing that, Siegfried hesitated. Though somewhat reserved, he wasn't foolish. He could handle the already weakened Saber of Red alone just fine, yet Ryder suddenly interfering at this moment seemed off to him. Master, what should I do? Unable to decide, Siegfried sought guidance from his master. Well, Gords hesitated. Just do as Ryder says, Darnik suddenly chimed in. Currently, Ryder's importance outweighed Saber's. It wasn't wise to pick a fight over such a trivial matter. Hearing Darnik, Gords breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to strain relations with Ryder. After all, Ryder had healed Sieg's body before, so he felt some gratitude toward Ryder. Saber, do as Ryder says. Receiving the command from his master, Siegfried nodded silently and sheathed Balmung. However, before leaving, he hesitated for a moment before turning to Mordred. You are a powerful opponent, I enjoyed this fight and hope for another chance to face you. Next time you won't be so lucky, Mordred shot back. As Siegfried gradually moved away, Gobta shifted his gaze to Mordred, rubbing his temples with a hint of a headache. Though mentally prepared, seeing this troublemaker on the battlefield still brought a wave of exhaustion to him. Hey, what's with that look? Under Gobta's scrutiny, Mordred felt oddly guilty, as if facing her mother, Morgan, from childhood. To reassure herself, she raised her voice a bit. I'm a servant too, okay? Isn't it normal for me to be here? Didn't you already leave the Red faction? Gobta sighed. I'm not helping them, Mordred rolled her eyes. I just want a good fight with someone. I don't care about your reasons. Observing Mordred's worn-out armor, Gobta frowned. Now, go back and rest. If I see you on the battlefield again, I'll... Pausing for a moment, Gobta's stern expression turned threatening. I'll spank you. Mordred blinked, then blushed slightly, embarrassed. Why you can't be so excessive. Even if you're King Arthur, we have no relationship, and I'm also a rebel. Rebel, what? Crap. Startled, Mordred instinctively covered her butt cheeks and took a few steps back. Even in her prime, she might not have been a match for him, let alone in her current condition. If she were publicly spanked, her majestic reputation would be ruined. Seeing the effectiveness of his threat, Gobta strangely felt a sense of accomplishment as if he were a proud father. It turned out that disciplining a troublemaker child was quite satisfying. It feels like accidentally opening the door to a new world. After thinking like that, Gobta cleared his throat, rearranged his expression, and made a calm expression. Stay here and don't cause any more trouble for me, okay? With that, he wrote a rune in the air and returned to the battlefield in the sky. Watching his retreating figure, Mordred stomped the ground like an annoyed child, creating one deep pit after another. Damn it all. Who does he think he is? He didn't even take care of me and raise me. What gives him the right? Kyrie, who stood nearby, stayed silent with arms crossed. After spending some time together, he understood Mordred's temper quite well. Despite her seemingly resentful demeanor, she wasn't actually that angry. Maybe it was because she finally got the attention of King Arthur. Boom! A colossal blue beam, over 10 meters in diameter, crashed from the top of the dazzling pyramid to the ground. The devastating impact created a massive charred crater, and countless silver arcs, like snakes, leaped in all directions, covering the land within 100 meters. It was the Dendra electric bulb. Ozymandias's super long-distance attack utilizing the artillery situated at his main temple that appeared like a massive electric ball. It was said to be as powerful as a solar flare, capable of destroying a city in one shot and effortlessly vaporizing a naval fleet. Utilizing his agility, Heracles managed to escape the arc's coverage. Besides their considerable destructive power, these arcs also had a paralyzing effect. Once entangled, it was akin to becoming a sitting duck. Despite him having the fur of the Nemean lion, which could protect him from any kind of weapon created by humans, this electric ball wasn't made by humans. It was a manifestation of divinity, an attack even he couldn't immunize against. In a way, Ozymandias was precisely the type of opponent Heracles struggled to deal with. In a direct one-on-one situation, Heracles, with his peerless skills and powerful noble phantasms, could easily overpower most servants. However, now Ozymandias sat safely inside his temple, leisurely attacking him with the Dendra electric bulb, rendering him unable to use his powerful skills at all. It was a dire situation. Heracles drew his obsidian long bow, and 9 dragon-shaped arrows quickly shot out, colliding with the incoming blue beam, and creating visible shockwaves. Boom! With this brief buffer, Heracles stepped on the ground, displaying an agility that didn't fit his towering body, and dashed toward the pyramid akin to lightning. Oh! Are you challenging me head-on? Ozymandias, seated on his throne, raised an intrigued eyebrow and displayed a mysterious smile on his lips. Well, for your earnest efforts, I'll grant you this opportunity, but... He curved a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth. Hope you won't regret your decision. Without any hindrance, Heracles smoothly entered Ozymandias's temple. However, at that moment, the top of his head suddenly darkened as a massive claw abruptly descended from the sky. Heracles narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and swiftly smashed upward with his bare fist. Bang! A deafening impact echoed as the attacker, a massive sphinx, was sent flying, shattering the nearby steps upon landing. Heracles turned to see the sphinx attacking him and realized its appearance was far from ordinary. This sphinx was much larger than its kin, displaying not the typical sandstone gray but a deep blue like the galaxy, adorned with golden decorations and wings, exuding an inexplicable sense of nobility. Cosmosphinx. Heracles muttered softly, revealing the true identity of the sphinx before him. Chapter 319. Cosmosphinx. Heracles muttered softly, revealing the true identity of the sphinx before him. Just like every group has its leader, the sphinx also had its own, known as Cosmosphinx. It surpassed ordinary dragons, almost on par with top-tier divine beasts like great dragons. If Heracles were just an ordinary servant, the sphinx's attack moments ago would probably have wiped him out completely. Meanwhile, Cosmosphinx shook its head, rising to face him again. Though it lacked facial features, anyone could sense its intense anger. Roar! Cosmosphinx roared, and its golden wings behind it suddenly flapped, unleashing a fierce wind accompanied by raging flames, charging toward Heracles. Heracles stood firm, facing Cosmosphinx head-on. The violent wind and flames ruthlessly battered him, but left no trace of injury, nor did it halt his steps. Similar to Siegfried's armor of Fafnir, Heracles' god hand transformed his body into resilient armor, immune to any attack of B rank and below. In the blink of an eye, Heracles closed in on Cosmosphinx. His massive longbow transformed into a rough-hewn axe sword, his colossal body brushing through the air. Amidst the roaring wind, he swung the weapon toward Cosmosphinx's head without mercy. 9 lives shooting the 100 heads. The enormous axe sword descended from above, striking Cosmosphinx's head with unparalleled almighty power. It created a series of dazzling afterimages, generating visible shockwaves. Boom! 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 After 9 consecutive strikes, Heracles finally ceased his attack, landing on the ground with a lingering bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Meanwhile, Cosmosphinx in front of him had long lost its vitality, its body smashed into a complete mess, showing no traces of its former majestic appearance. Ha! Heracles exhaled slowly, lifting his axe sword, and continued toward the depths of the temple. To deal with my pet so violently, you're quite a barbarian, Greek hero, Ozymandias remarked as he lounged casually on his throne. But this is far from enough. Whoosh! A sharp wind suddenly attacked from behind, causing Heracles' pupils to instinctively contract. Boom! A tremendous force struck him, sending him flying, smashing into a nearby wall, shattering it into pieces, and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Heracles reappeared, frowning as he saw Cosmosphinx, which had somehow restored its original form. Immortality? No, just a fake version of it, limited only to this temple. Due to the immortality previously bestowed upon him by his mentor, Chiron, Heracles was no stranger to this kind of power. Naturally, he quickly identified the flaw in this immortality. Since killing you in this temple won't have any effect. Heracles clenched his fist, charging toward Cosmosphinx, who seemed to sense something, and relentlessly unleashed various long-range attacks to hinder him, but none had any effect. Then settles it outside. He charged at it like a bull, crashing into its legs with incredible force, propelling it toward the temple gate. Realizing the impending danger, Cosmosphinx roared and vibrated its wings. As long as it left the ground, this man couldn't touch it. No escaping. Heracles grabbed its legs, muscles bulging like rocks on his arms. Swish. With a burst of incredible strength, he forcefully pulled it down. It's over. Heracles roared, lifting Cosmosphinx's legs and throwing its massive body, over 10 meters tall, into the sky. As the embodiment of the sky god Horus, the sky should have been the Sphinx's most familiar domain. However, all that filled Cosmosphinx's heart at this moment was endless fear. Without the sanctuary of the temple, it meant it could no longer resurrect. Goodbye. Heracles drew his obsidian longbow, unleashing 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads in arrow form. 9 scorching dragon-shaped arrows shot out like meteors, crashing into Cosmosphinx's body without mercy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and before it could even scream, Cosmosphinx's body completely dissipated. Once Heracles confirmed the complete dissipation of Cosmosphinx's aura, he didn't pause for a moment. He quickly turned and returned to the temple, heading deeper inside. With his agility, it took him less than a minute to reach the center of the temple. It was a spacious area equivalent to about 2 football fields, not at all dim even without lights. Never expected you'd actually find your way here, O Greek hero. Ozymandias sat high on his throne, looking down at Heracles. Indeed, the surprises you bring me just keep increasing. It's over, Rider of Red. Heracles raised his longbow, aiming at Ozymandias on the throne. At this distance, he was absolutely confident in piercing through Rider of Red's head. Oh, come on, don't be in such a hurry. Ozymandias slowly curled a smile. The real show is just about to begin. Hearing that, Heracles furrowed his eyebrows. Achilles. Without warning, a piercing roar suddenly echoed, like demons howling in hell. Achilles. With a blood-curdling, ghostly howl, a figure suddenly dashed out from the corner. Fists shrouded in icy armor, carried a fierce wind as they charged toward Heracles. Heracles narrowed his eyes, slightly lowering his body. Channeling all his strength into his right arm, he unleashed a plain yet powerful straight punch. Whoosh! The air distorted slightly as the punch surged forward. Boom! The 2 fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force, akin to a small nuclear explosion, sending visible shockwaves rippling out. Rumble! The powerful recoil forced both parties to retreat 10 meters each. It was an obvious draw, but considering one of them was the melee invincible Heracles, the result itself was surprising enough. Even more surprising was that the opponent holding their ground against the legendary Greek hero was a woman. She wore armor that barely covered the essential parts, revealing well-defined muscles. Despite exuding a savage aura reminiscent of prehistoric beasts, her breathtaking beauty, akin to a goddess, couldn't be concealed. It's you. Heracles straightened his body, calmly locking eyes with a familiar face before him. Penthesilea. Penthesilea, the queen who led the Amazons and the daughter of the Greek god of war, Ares. After Hector's death, she led the Amazon army to join the war as the ally of the Trojans and ultimately met her end at the hands of Achilles. Heracles and Penthesilea had crossed paths before. In an attempt to obtain war god's military sash from Hippolyta, Heracles found himself in conflict with the Amazons due to the meddling of Hera. It was during that time he fought Penthesilea and ultimately won. But out of respect for her being Hippolyta's sister, he didn't take her life. Who could have thought that, after endless years, they would once again meet on this Holy Grail war? Chapter 320. Didn't expect that someone with a beauty rivaling the goddesses would end up like this. Heracles remarked while stretching his fingers, slowly drawing the bowstring of his obsidian longbow. Is it because of Achilles? Beauty and Achilles. These 2 words triggered sore points in Penthesilea's mind, causing her sanity to evaporate instantly. The degree of mad enhancement within her deepened once again. Her eyes were filled with endless madness, and an infinite killing intent erupted, resembling both a primal beast and a vengeful ghost. Achilles! She roared to the sky, charging forward like a wild beast on all fours, her berserk strength leaving deep craters in the ground. Since you're in so much pain, Heracles' gaze remained unchanged, calmly releasing the bowstring. I'll be the one to grant you release. Swish! An arrow, as powerful as a sniper rifle, shot out, precisely piercing Penthesilea's shoulder. She stumbled slightly, but without slowing down, continued charging toward Heracles like a savage beast. By now, her mind had been completely dominated by madness. Regardless of how severe the injuries, she felt no pain. Before tearing apart the Achilles in front of her, she wouldn't halt her assault. Achilles! Her thunderous roar echoed through the temple as a visible mist of blood lingered around her. It was the blood of the god of war flowing within her, now fully awakened with her killing intent soaring to its peak. The ancient power had been completely unleashed. Under the influence of the god of war's blood, Penthesilea's speed skyrocketed once again. Whoosh! Like lightning, she dashed toward Heracles, her clawed arms swinging with a barely perceptible blur. Ding! The claws collided with Heracles' skin, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of clashes between iron. Despite Penthesilea's ferocious attack, it couldn't penetrate the defenses of his god hand. It's over, Heracles declared solemnly. The obsidian longbow in his hand transformed again into an axe sword, and the massive weapon, accompanied by a sharp wind, ruthlessly smashed into Penthesilea's body. Boom! Under such a terrifying impact, Penthesilea's endurance seemed as fragile as paper. She uncontrollably flew backward, smashing the walls into pieces. Unlike Heracles' monstrous defense, Penthesilea couldn't withstand his attack at all. His axe sword left a monstrous, grotesque wound, almost splitting her body in half. Crimson blood flowed out from her body like a winding river. Facing such a dreadful injury, she lay powerless in a pile of rubble, her vitality dissipating like a candle in the wind. It was as if history repeated itself. She once again lost to Heracles. The blood of the god of war granted her a powerful status and strength, but everything crumbled under the iron fist of Heracles. Damn it, if only I could have more power, Penthesilea muttered in a daze. Oi, this can't be the end, can it? I haven't had my fill yet, you know. Ozymandias spoke while smirking playfully as he sat on the throne. Snap! In the next moment, he snapped his fingers. This isn't Greece, until Osiris gives the nod, not even Hades can snatch anyone from me. Ancient and mysterious powers quickly rippled through. The blood flowing out of Penthesilea's body retraced its path, closing her massive wound at a visible pace. In just a few breaths, she was fully restored to her peak condition. As Ozymandias' greatest noble phantasm, the great temple complex known as Ramesseum Tentyris was more than just an imposing pyramid. Aside from the dendroelectric bulb, comparable to ancient divine power, the temple housed numerous heat-sand sphinxes and stone lion beasts. He and his followers, being part of the legend of the immortal pharaoh, couldn't be killed within the temple. Moreover, as the amalgamation of all Egyptian temples, Ramesseum Tentyris naturally gathered the power of Egyptian gods. Inside the temple, Ozymandias was the supreme god-king, capable of freely harnessing the power of all Egyptian gods. Penthesilea's revival was the result of Ozymandias using the power of Osiris. He pulled her back from the brink of death, returning her to the realm of the living. In a sense, Ramesseum Tentyris could be considered a perfect noble phantasm. There were no flaws in offense or defense. Until the temple disappeared, Ozymandias was an invincible being. If not for the desire to witness a good show, he would have killed Heracles the moment he stepped into the temple. Beautiful battles, of course, need a give and take to make them interesting. If it's just getting beat up from one side, it's a bit too dull, don't you think? Ozymandias spoke with crossed legs and a hand supporting his cheek, appearing as leisurely as a spectator in a coliseum enjoying two wild beasts fighting in the arena. Oh well, let's consider it as adding a bit of spice to the show. Get ready, Berserker, this is a gift from me to you. Snap! He snapped his fingers casually, and three ancient and mysterious powers rose, merging successively into Penthesilea's body. In the name of Seth, I grant you the immense power to support heaven and earth. In the name of Horus, I grant you the swift speed to gallop through the sky. In the name of Osiris, I grant you an inexhaustible body. Ahh! Penthesilea roared toward the sky, her aura skyrocketing like a rocket, and her divinity continuously increasing, as if a true goddess of war had descended upon the world. Her gaze was locked onto Heracles, and in an instant, she appeared in front of him. Swish! The claw on her right hand mercilessly swung down. Poochie! Crimson blood slid down as three deep wounds instantly appeared on Heracles' chest. Under Ozymandias's influence, the current Penthesilea had reached a truly extraordinary level of strength, easily breaking through Heracles' defense. Though injured, Heracles' expression remained unchanged. Taking advantage of Penthesilea getting close, he seized her hands, gripping her wrist joints, and with a sudden burst of strength, executed a ruthless shoulder throw. This was the comprehensive combat technique, pankration, that he had learned from his mentor, Chiron, a perfect blend of boxing and wrestling. He had used this technique to kill the Nemean lion, a creature impervious to conventional weapons. Boom! Penthesilea, in a head-over-heels position, was smashed into the ground. Cracks spread several meters around, proving that Heracles had shown no mercy, solely hell-bent on killing her. Yet, despite being supposed to have a broken neck and dead, her vitality showed no signs of decline. Boom! Penthesilea kicked Heracles in the chest, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away. With a powerful push, she freed her head from the earth's restraints, stood up, and stared directly at him with eyes filled with killing intent and madness. Heracles touched the wounds on his chest, observing the blood on his fingertips, his expression still unchanged. It seemed like this would be a tough battle. Chapter 321. 3 hours had passed since the fierce confrontation between the Black faction and the Red faction. The sky had transitioned from dim twilight to deep black night, yet the battle on the battlefield remained intense. Both sides had truly ignited the flames of war, giving off an unmistakable impression of a fight to the death. On the main battlefield swarming with the dragon-tooth warriors and golems, there was a figure that seemed somewhat out of place. A girl wearing a white wedding dress with metallic horns on her head, wielding a disproportionately large round hammer, was continuously pounding on countless dragon-tooth warriors. In this bizarre and chaotic Holy Grail war, Frankenstein felt a bit awkward. Despite possessing the mad enhancement of Berserker class, her strength was comparatively weak among the servants participating in this war. Whether she joined the fray or not, her impact on the battle remained minimal, rendering it impossible for her to influence the overall situation. As a result, Vlad decided to assign her to deal with the dragon-tooth warriors. After all, the round hammer she wielded, known as Bridal Chest, was a noble phantasm capable of continuously absorbing the surrounding magical energy to replenish her own magical energy, achieving an effect close to a perpetual motion machine. This made her well suited for prolonged battles. However, just as Frankenstein meticulously pounded on the dragon-tooth warriors, she caught a glimpse of a suspicious figure swiftly darting through the midst of the dragon-tooth warriors. When she turned her head, the figure had already disappeared into the woods. Frankenstein tilted her head. The speed of that figure didn't seem like that of an ordinary human, but there was no servant's aura on them. Could it be a mage? But a mage showing up at a time like this can only mean a master, right? If you encounter any enemy master, find a way to take him out. Recalling the order given by the man with a terrifyingly pale and eerie complexion, Frankenstein's gaze immediately becomes resolute. She continued to swing her hammer, smashing through the dragon-tooth warriors along the way, relentlessly chasing after the mysterious figure. Servants were servants after all. Although Frankenstein's agility wasn't outstanding, it had already far surpassed the maximum speed of ordinary humans. In just a few breaths, she covered a distance of several hundred meters and rushed into the woods. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the mysterious figure had stopped and turned to face her. "It seems you're my opponent, Frankenstein, a pitiful monster born from humanity's pursuit of ideals. You were supposed to be a turning point, but the world abandoned you." The mysterious figure spoke with a gentle smile. It was none other than Kotomine Shiro. Frankenstein immediately halted her steps, lowered her posture, and growled softly. How did this man know my true name? Even her master, Kulz, was surprised when he saw her for the first time. It was not without reason, since Frankenstein was commonly known to be male, a massive figure with a robust body. It shouldn't be easy to deduce her identity based on appearances alone. Did he know me before this? No, that's highly unlikely. She was born in an era shrouded in mystery, barely qualifying as a recognizable time. The number of human heroes born during the same period as her was not many, and even if there were, she had never encountered them. Then, who leaked my true name? Are you pondering something? Impressive. Despite being a berserker, you can still maintain such a clear mind. It's truly incredible. Shiro said with an innocent smile, reaching out his hand toward Frankenstein. You know, I know a lot about you and understand you really well. That's why. How about joining me? Gur. Frankenstein growled with caution, picking up broken twigs at her feet and tossing them toward Shiro. Looks like it didn't work out, huh? Shiro sighed lightly, swiftly throwing 4 long and slender rapier-like swords, known as black keys, from between his fingers toward her. Swinging her hammer, Frankenstein smashed the oncoming black keys. Cling! Clang. Cling. Clang. Although her appearance seemed delicate, she charged toward Shiro like a tank, reducing the distance between them to less than 10 meters. Impressive. Shiro praised with a casual expression, irritating Frankenstein even more. Just wait until I smash your face with my hammer. Let's see if you can keep that carefree attitude. Frankenstein thought with anger. However, at that moment, she saw him suddenly clench his palm and declare something. I announce set. Frankenstein's heart trembled as she instinctively swung her hammer, rotating her body 360 degrees. Cling. Clang. Cling. Clang. The black keys, initially knocked away, unexpectedly flew back. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been injured. Too bad, Shiro shook his head regretfully. Is he talking to himself, or is he referring to me? As she thought like that, Frankenstein quickly shook off those unimportant thoughts and charged forward, unable to endure prolonged complex thinking. Well, looks like I need to be a little serious. Shiro raised his hand high, and a weapon with boundless magical energy materialized. Frankenstein halted her charge, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment as they locked onto the slender katana stored in its iron sheath. With such massive magical energy in the katana, it undoubtedly revealed itself as a noble phantasm. This weapon was specially prepared for me by Castor. I hope it performs well, or else I won't be able to find anyone to return it to. Shiro joked, flashed a smile, dashed forward, and swiftly pulled the katana from its sheath. Instantly appearing in front of Frankenstein, Shiro lowered his stance and made a quick slash forward. Splurt. Caught off guard, Frankenstein's chest was immediately cut open, a gash appeared, and vibrant blood stained her pure white wedding dress with crimson traces. Chapter 322. Ugh. Frankenstein covered her wound and took a few steps back. The fact that she was injured made her realize that the weapon in Shiro's hand was indeed extraordinary. In this world of ordinary humans, there were not many weapons that could harm a servant. Well, looks like it's quite effective, Shiro said with a smirk. Seeing his annoying smile, Frankenstein's anger surged again. Arg! She roared like a beast, charging forward, wielding her menacing round hammer straight at Shiro's head. Simple and direct, truly fitting for a berserker, Shiro remarked, effortlessly jumping back and easily avoiding the hammer's attack. Boom! The hammer struck the ground with undiminished force, causing a loud boom. Dust billowed up, completely obscuring Shiro's view. What? A sudden chill rose in his heart. Shiro instinctively raised his katana to block in front of him. Ding! The crisp sound of metal striking echoed as the menacing round hammer pierced through the dust, heading straight for his head. Boom! The terrifying impact sent him flying until he crashed into a sturdy tree, finally stopping his momentum. Cough! Cough! Shiro knelt on the ground and propped himself up with his katana. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking toward Frankenstein not far away. A wry smile appeared on his face. So, this is the power to break through everything? It really is an unreasonable way to fight. Humph. Frankenstein lifted her chin triumphantly, finally making this annoying man pay a price. Shiro rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The current situation was not favorable for their side. Lancer, with an insufficient magical energy supply, was struggling against Lancer of Black. Assassin and her hanging gardens of Babylon were entangled by the Black Dragon. The rebellious Saber had already retreated, and although Rider and Berserker had managed to suppress Archer of Black, they couldn't defeat him in a short time. Moreover, Saber of Black also heading toward Rider's temple, and with the addition of this Servant of Black, the situation might change again and worsen. According to the plan they discussed earlier, they needed to give Archer at least an hour. But considering the current situation, could they really hold on until then? Fufufu, it seems like your situation isn't going too well, Father Kotomine. With a seductive and affectionate laugh, a tall nun emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees. Miss Szechuan. Shiro opened his mouth in surprise. Why are you here? I'm here to convey Archer's message. Her side is proceeding smoothly, and she should accomplish her objective in about half an hour, Kiera said with a subtle smile. Is that so? Shiro sighed in relief. If it was only half an hour, it should be manageable and wouldn't be a problem. Archer. Objective? Frankenstein caught the keywords and immediately became alert. Could there be some other plot by the Red faction? She quickly turned her gaze to Kiera. From the conversation earlier, this strange woman should be Archer of Red's master. If she could eliminate her here, it wouldn't matter what Archer of Red was up to. Having made her decision, Frankenstein roared like a beast, raising her menacing round hammer and charging toward Kiera like a chariot. Era? Are you targeting me now? Kiera tilted her head slightly, a seductive smile appearing on her lips. You know, that's not Godadal. Meanwhile, inside Ozymandias' temple, Ramesseum Tentiris. Poochie. Bang! Penthesilea's sharp and hooked claws pierced through Heracles' heart, while at the same time, his sandbag-sized fist slammed fiercely into her face. With Heracles' A-rank strength, combined with his pancratian fighting technique, Penthesilea's head almost collapsed as her body flew like a cannonball, crashing into the nearby wall. Boom! It was a blow capable of shattering a dragon, yet she quickly stood up again as if nothing had happened. Apart from a bruise on her face, there was almost no visible injury. Her eyes were still filled with rage and bloodlust. Heracles lowered his head, watching the rapidly healing wound on his heart, his brows slightly furrowed. This is the fourth life. As a daughter of the god of war, Penthesilea's combat talents were exceptional. Before, he could suppress her due to the advantage in his parameters and noble phantasms however. After receiving Ozymandias' blessing, her combat power skyrocketed, making it quite challenging for him to handle her. If it weren't for the 11 additional lives granted by his god hand, he might have already died by now. Even so, he had already used up 3 resurrection chances. In other words, Penthesilea had killed him 3 times. Of course, he gained something too. During the battle, he inflicted 18 fatal blows on her. Though she stood up unscathed each time, he could clearly feel the diminishing power of Ozymandias' blessing. According to his combat experience, he only needed to sacrifice 3 more lives to permanently end her. However, the crucial point was that he wasn't facing only Penthesilea now. Heracles glanced at the man seated on the throne. That man was the true threat. If he wasted too many resurrection chances on Penthesilea, facing Ozymandias would make victory seem very bleak. Heracles clenched his fist, feeling a hint of helplessness for the first time. If only he had the complete version of God Hand, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Currently, God Hand only provided immunity to all attacks of B rank and lower and 11 resurrection chances. In its complete version. Aside from resurrection and damage immunity, it could also adapt to attacks and grant resistance to the said attack as a third effect. This effect would allow him to ignore the same type of attack after experiencing it once. For example, if he suffered a fire attack, his fire resistance would increase, making him resistant to it after resurrection. No matter how powerful the attack that killed him was, it wouldn't work again after his resurrection. In addition, another incomplete noble phantasm of his, King's Order, should, in its complete version, also include an effect that came from his mentor, Chiron, who offered him his immortality. If that effect were available, his situation right now would be much better. Unfortunately, whether due to balance reasons or because those effects were too overpowered, he didn't obtain any of them. However, if his master was willing to use her command spells as payment, he might be able to unlock one of those effects. But since this temple was essentially a reality marble, Heracles couldn't contact his master from the moment he stepped in. Chapter 323. What's wrong, O Greek hero? Are you hesitating? This doesn't seem like your style at all. Ozymandias looked down at Heracles with a playful smirk on his face. In your legend, you transcended all impossibilities to become a great hero, yet now, you can't overcome this little difficulty. Without warning, Ozymandias' expression turned cold and his eyes narrowed. If that's the case, you are truly a disappointing hero. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke with a sense of authority. Come on, Berserker, this king has set the stage for your revenge, now, unleash your wrath to your heart's content. Aitich. Penthesilea roared like a wild beast, eyes fixed fiercely on Heracles, filled with killing intent and madness. She knew, despite emitting a similar kind of aura in some aspects. The man in front of her wasn't really Achilles who once humiliated her. But even so, she couldn't forgive the one who killed her people, the one who forced her sister to give up her sash in humiliation. Unforgivable. Intolerable. Absolutely no forgiveness. Only with fresh blood could her tribe reclaim their dignity. It's time for you to pay for your actions, Heracles. The immense magical energy converged like a storm toward Penthesilea's body. The blood mist surrounding her instantly thickened, resembling a turbulent sea of blood. Die on my rage, hero. Penthesilea covered her arm with bright clawed brilliance, carrying a furious rage and murderous intent as she charged toward Heracles. Like a prehistoric beast emerging from the savage wilderness, ready to tear everything in front of her into shreds. This feeling, it's a noble phantasm. Watching Penthesilea charging toward him, Heracles' face couldn't help but stiffen slightly. If this attack hit him, he would lose at least 2 or more lives. Just as he was about to unleash his noble phantasm, another immense magical energy suddenly rose. The evil dragon shall fall, and the world will reach its sunset, I will bring you down Bamung. Like the end of the world, a luminous blue light beam descended from the sky, directly slashing down toward Penthesilea. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to take the hit. Boom! Ahich! Penthesilea roared in desperation, claws and sword beams clashed, creating a fierce magical energy storm that ravaged the surroundings into a barren wasteland. Unfortunately, she fell slightly short this time due to a lack of preparation. The sword beam, containing the concept of end, nearly tore her in half. Luckily, at the crucial moment, the blessing of Osiris from Ozymandias once again came into play, pulling her back from the brink of death. However, this time, she didn't fully recover as before. A deep and lasting sword scar remained on her right arm. Sorry archer, I'm late. Siegfried stood in front of Heracles, wielding his long silver sword, with the lingering traces of magical energy fluctuation surrounding him. Heracles looked at Siegfried with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He naturally knew the true identity of the silver-haired figure before him. Siegfried, the hero who slew the evil dragon, Fafnir, constantly strives to fulfill the wishes of people like a moving wish-granting machine, only to be stabbed in the back by his best friend, hitting his only vulnerability, his heart. Yet now, Siegfried had turned his back to him. Was this Siegfried's trust in him? Heracles, who had been betrayed by someone he trusted the most, knew how difficult it was to trust again after such an experience. Well done, Heracles sighed, approaching Siegfried. Let's fight together, my friend. Phew, finally caught up. In the fortress of Millennia, Gords remarked and wiped his sweating forehead. Although uncertain about the situation inside the pyramid, he could sense that Saber had just unleashed his noble phantasm, undoubtedly indicating he had arrived at Archer's side. Fiore, sitting in a wheelchair nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief, releasing the tension in her clenched fists. Darnik stood by the French windows, watching the intense battle on the battlefield, a slight smile playing on his lips. The situation was now clear. Their side had an absolute advantage. As long as there were no surprises, victory was undoubtedly theirs, the Black faction. With the help of the Holy Grail, he could finally achieve all his wishes, obsessions, and successes. With the Grail, he could continue his family, free from the stigma of the Mages Association. Your bloodline is tainted, at most, it can only last for a few more generations. Even at the age of 80, Darnik still vividly remembered the cold tone of the Mages Association's people when they uttered those words to him. For that short sentence, he lost everything: his comrades, his confessions of love, the woman who should have been his partner, and even the pride of being a mage, all trampled under the feet of the Mages Association. But it didn't matter. All of that became the driving force behind his efforts. Silently accumulating power for 70 years, now was the time to turn all those efforts into results. All he had to do now was prepare everything: resources and environment, for the glory of the Ig Millennia, for the future generations. From now on, the Ig Millennia would surpass the Mages Association and would become a superpower in the world, transcending the rules of the world of magecraft. They would be the ones to set the rules, not the Mages Association. At this moment, Darnik felt as if a heavy stone pressing on his heart had finally lifted. After the release of his obsession, his mood became much more relaxed and had a broader perspective. However, as he still reveled in his thoughts, "Ugh!" Calls suddenly groaned, dropping to one knee, both hands tightly clutching his chest, cold sweat covering his forehead. "Calls, what's wrong?" Fiore was startled by her brother's sudden distress, while the rest looked at him with surprise and concern. "Berserker." Calls gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. "She's in trouble." Chapter 324. Jean stood still on the hill, silently gazing at the distant battlefield shrouded in smoke. Looking back now, she always felt there was always a sense of something's not right from the very beginning. The grand spectacle of 7 servants against 7 servants in a fierce battle was indeed an emergency situation that called for the presence of ruler. But she was certain that the purpose bestowed upon her by the Holy Grail was definitely not for this Holy Grail war. Something was urging her in her heart, more of a sense of crisis than a sense of duty. An inevitable change was happening. At the sight of the enormous floating fortress, her inner restlessness immediately reached its peak. What could it be? What was off? Jean racked her brain to find clues but came up empty-handed. The decisive battle between the Black faction and the Red faction was about to begin. From a ruler's perspective, it didn't matter which faction won, as long as a valid and proper wish was made for the Holy Grail, it didn't really matter. At first, she wasn't concerned about this because masters from both factions were mages. Mages, though people who deviated from human ethics, wouldn't make wishes of extreme malice. Their wishes always revolved around reaching the swirl of the root or other wishes related to magecraft. Whatever it was, their wishes were almost always reasonable. However, when the red faction attacked the black faction, it raised her suspicions. It was easy to understand when Darnik from the black faction attempted to sway her to join his faction, as it was indeed a move that could increase the chances of winning the Holy Grail War if she sided with his faction. However, the red faction was different. Jean couldn't fathom why they wanted to kill her as soon as she arrived, considering the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. What was their true purpose? Boom. 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 On the vast grassy plains, homunculi, golems, and dragon-tooth warriors were locked in a grim struggle, performing a tragic spectacle. The earth was a mess, filled with craters as if struck by meteorites. Jean surveyed the desolate battlefield, focusing on the fortress floating in the sky, the pitch-black dragon, and the giant pyramid towering on the ground. Even though the Holy Grail War had been held several times, occurrences like these were exceptionally rare. Yet, in this Holy Grail War, 3 extremely strong noble phantasms appeared in one go, putting immense pressure on her as a ruler. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling lingered in her heart. She instinctively turned her gaze toward a small grove beside the battlefield. What was there? She didn't know. However, since the revelation had conveyed guidance to her, all she needed to do was follow it. It's time. Jean gripped her holy flag and quickly charged toward the battlefield. A massive number of dragon-tooth warriors immediately changed direction, rushing toward her, ignoring their ongoing battles with the homunculi and golems, focusing solely on her as their target. As I thought. Seeing this development, Jean waved her flag, smashing the dragon-tooth warriors blocking her path into pieces. While the ruler's role dictated avoiding actions that could significantly influence the Holy Grail War's outcome, facing a hostile faction left her with no choice but to stick to survival principles. Accompanied by sharp roars tearing through the battlefield, Jean rushed toward her destination in haste. However, not only her, Gobta also felt a sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss with this Holy Grail War. From the current situation, it was evident that the Red faction's actions had already suffered a setback and their defeat was just a matter of time. The number of their dragon-tooth warriors was rapidly decreasing, and the situations of their servants weren't optimistic either. Continuing this war would lead them to nothing but devastating defeat. In such circumstances, a timely retreat for damage control and further planning would be the wisest choice. However, the Red faction showed no intention of retreating. Nidhogg had already overcome the 11 black panels of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and the 12 EX rank magic circles of Semiramis. Yet, the nearly torn apart Hanging Gardens of Babylon still stubbornly resisted, displaying an almost undying determination. Could it be that Amakusa Shiro Tokisada had foreseen this situation and decided to go all out? Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, such a scenario was possible, but based on his understanding of a man named Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, he wouldn't act so recklessly. Since a while ago, an unsettling feeling always lingered in his mind, as if he had overlooked something crucial. However, when he tried to recall it, he found nothing. What had he overlooked? As Gobta pondered silently, an urgent voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Rider, can you spare a moment now?" "Gourds." Gobta raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" Since Selenite had already been knocked out, he had formed a simple magical contract with Gourds to maintain communication. "It's Berserker, she's in trouble," Gourds urgently explained. "According to calls, Berserker's current condition is not right, and there's a risk of going missing at any moment." "Frankenstein in trouble?" Gobta paused for a moment. With everyone from both factions fully engaged in the war, who could pose a threat to her? Gobta furrowed his brows slightly before asking. "Why hasn't Calls used his command spell to summon her back?" "He did, but it had no effect." Gourds exclaimed and sighed. "Calls has used 2 command spells already, but for some reason, Berserker seems to be facing something unusual, the command spells just don't seem to work." Hearing that, Gobta's expression immediately turned serious. Command spells should have an absolute effect on servants. Except for noble phantasms with special effects like Ozymandias's Ramesseum Tentiris or the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, there was hardly anything that could hinder command spells. What could Frankenstein be up against? "Tell me Berserker's location." After learning where Frankenstein currently was, Gobta entrusted the task to Nidhogg, instructing her to continue dealing with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. He then leaped down from the sky and landed on the ground. Is that, Jean?" Watching the French saint wielding her holy flag on the battlefield, Gobta hesitated for a moment. In the end, he abandoned the idea of approaching her for a talk and rushed toward a small grove without stopping. A strange premonition lingered in his heart. The crisis that had suddenly befallen Frankenstein was likely closely related to the unsettling feeling entwined in his heart. Therefore, he had to find her as quickly as possible. Chapter 325. As Gobta stepped into the small grove, he sensed a servant's aura, unmistakably berserker of black, Frankenstein. He immediately dashed toward the source of the aura and soon spotted a girl in a white wedding dress, wielding a menacing massive round hammer in the center of the grove. Gobta's eyes showed a hint of confusion. However, cautious as he was, Gobta didn't approach her and simply called out to her from a safe distance. "Berserker." Hearing his voice, the girl shivered slightly and turned toward him. Observing the silent Frankenstein, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Without making it obvious, he took a few steps backward. His instincts told him that something wasn't quite right with her. Gurehich. Suddenly, Frankenstein let out a wild roar without any warning, emanating a fierce killing intent, and swung the massive hammer as she charged toward him. As I thought. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly, wielding Abyss Flower to parry Frankenstein's hammer. Ding! Simultaneously, golden spears with chains flew out from behind him, securely binding her. Gur! Ag, ugh! Even though Frankenstein was like a perpetual motion machine, she had no room for resistance against the binding power of the Oath of Judah. After a brief struggle, she finally fell silent. Gobta rubbed his chin thoughtfully, observing Frankenstein very carefully. He didn't sense any sort of magecraft on her, which meant that the sudden madness probably originated from something within her mind. "Alright, let me see what's going on with you." With a casual wave, a crimson feather slowly descended from the void, casting a red glow over Frankenstein's eyes, immediately rendering them dull and lifeless. Is this her mental world? It's quite spacious. Utilizing the power of Feng Huangdown, Gobta submerged a thread of his consciousness into Frankenstein's mental world. It was even more massive than he had imagined, meaning that not much had left an impression on her mind throughout her life. But considering her experiences, it was normal. However, it was precisely this emptiness that allowed him to effortlessly locate the source of her madness. Deep within Frankenstein's mental world, a mysterious vortex was slowly spinning. It was filled with endless chaos and abyssal depths that even Feng Huangdown's power couldn't penetrate. Nevertheless, a strong sense of impending danger warned him that whatever lurked inside was far from harmless. As long as I destroy this thing, she should return to normal. Now that he had found the anomaly's source, Gobta didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed the power of Feng Huangdown. Swish! The crimson feather instantly transformed into a sharp divine sword, piercing straight into the center of the mysterious vortex. After a moment, the chaos and abyssal depths gradually vanished, and the vortex stopped spinning. This should be enough. Just as Gobta was about to disperse his strand of consciousness to observe Frankenstein's situation, he suddenly noticed that the mysterious vortex began to spin again. It even expanded several times in an instant and erupted with a tremendous suction force, directly pulling his consciousness into it. Ah ah! Joy joy! Love love! As he fell into the vortex, echoes of sweet and fragrant whispers, like those of a lover, echoed in his ears. Just listening to these voices, his mind involuntarily conjured up vivid and beautiful scenes. Despite having no physical form, he felt as if countless soft hands were gently caressing his body, teasing the strongest desires deep within him. Gradually, Gobta's consciousness became blurred. He didn't want to think anymore, he just wanted to follow these voices, release all his desires, renew his life, and find liberation, until he reached the pure land of bliss. This was something he had never considered. Although he frequently used the Abyss Flower among his divine keys, when it came to the most effective one, he would undoubtedly choose Feng Huangdown without hesitation. While lacking powerful attack capabilities, Feng Huangdown's supportive abilities were top-notch among all divine keys. Whenever he used Feng Huangdown, there was hardly anything he couldn't solve in the field of the mind, mental, or consciousness. It was these experiences that filled him with confidence in Feng Huangdown, but he had never imagined that even with Feng Huangdown in hand, he would be suppressed in the mental world that should be its forte. However, this time he underestimated it. This vortex was essentially a manifestation of an incomplete authority of some beast, and he had unknowingly stepped into someone's carefully prepared trap. If this continued, he would soon be completely engulfed in this hell of bliss, both physically and mentally melting away, disappearing from this world. However, at this moment, another inexplicable power suddenly awakened within him. A pure and immaculate radiance penetrated his consciousness as if salvation itself were imminent in the face of impending doom. Clearly, this pure and immaculate radiance originated from the Savior and helped him resist the vortex's influence. During this brief gap, Gobta's consciousness finally regained some clarity. Realizing his current dangerous situation, he immediately severed the connection with his strand of consciousness inside Frankenstein's mental world. However, he now found that the power of the vortex had already invaded his consciousness. If he didn't expel it soon, he would end up in a situation similar to Frankenstein's, or even worse. Without hesitation, Gupta immediately activated Feng Huang down to its maximum output, suppressing the power of the vortex with the help of pure and immaculate radiance from the Savior. Gur! A ferocious roar suddenly echoed in his ears. Gupta struggled to regain some focus, only to find that Frankenstein, who had been bound by Oath of Judah, had somehow freed herself and was slowly approaching him with her hammer. Due to the vortex's influence earlier, Feng Huang down and Oath of Judah lost control, providing Frankenstein with the opportunity to break free. Ah! Frankenstein roared like a wild beast, devoid of clarity, with only boundless rage in her eyes as she stared at Gupta. Whoosh! She swung her hammer mercilessly toward his head. Ding! Gupta, unable to muster enough focus, could only barely defend against the blow with Abyss Flower. The terrifying impact shook his wrist, making it slightly numb, almost causing Abyss Flower to be shaken off from his hand. Not giving up, Frankenstein lifted her hammer again and smashed it toward his chest. Bang! This time, Gupta had no strength left to counterattack. Boom! 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 He was sent flying like a projectile, smashing through several trees along the way, breaking them into two. Cough! As Gupta coughed, crimson fresh blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain made him momentarily lose focus as the vortex seized the opportunity to counterattack, further corrupting his consciousness. Facing external and internal threats, Gupta found himself in the most dangerous situation he had ever encountered in his entire life. At this moment, he felt like walking on a tightrope over a deep abyss, where even a gust of wind could send him plummeting. In such a critical situation, he couldn't even spare a thought to think of a way out. As soon as he lost concentration, the vortex's power would relentlessly corrupt his consciousness, like a pack of wild dogs. Ah! Frankenstein raised her hammer again, and a surging magical energy quickly gathered. Yellow arcs danced frenziedly on her hammer, creating one scorched pit after another in the surrounding land. Frankenstein's noble phantasm, blasted tree. Countless yellow arcs, like electricity, splintered from the hammer, resembling a frenzy of serpents and dragons as they roared toward Gupta and turned all nearby trees into charred remnants. "Oh Lord, I beg of you." In the nick of time, a slender figure suddenly stood in front of Gupta. Clad in an armored dress, hands tightly gripping a holy flag adorned with the emblem of a fleur-de-lis, her dignified face exuded a sacred aura. Her commanding voice echoed through the air. "Grant me the strength to protect those precious to me. Luminosite Eternelle." A bright yet gentle radiance emanated from the holy flag, swallowing all the electricity radiance in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Great, I finally caught up. Before Jean could even exhale in relief, however, Frankenstein roared angrily, emanating even more colossal magical energy. What's going on? Her magical energy capacity shouldn't allow for consecutive noble phantasm releases. She was well aware of Berserker of Black's ability to recover magical energy with her noble phantasm, but releasing it twice in such a short time seemed impossible. However, unknown to her. Due to Kulza's two previous command spells, Frankenstein's body was now brimming with a massive amount of magical energy. Without considering the side effects of noble phantasm, she could even perform a 3-time consecutive release. Should I use my command spells? Jean's face revealed a conflicted expression. Intervening to protect Rider of Black from the previous attack was already pushing the boundaries of her stance as ruler. If she used a command spell, even she would feel uneasy about her decision. "Oh Lord, please tell me what to do." In the end, Jean prayed to God for the answer. Chapter 326. Jean's dilemma didn't last long. Roar. When she heard a resounding dragon roar overhead, she knew she wouldn't have to intervene anymore. A colossal shadow descended from the sky, and Nidhogg's pitch-black dragon eyes fixated on Frankenstein with uncontrollable rage and cold gaze. Whoosh! Her massive body plunged downward, and the intense air pressure brought by her body sent the entire forest into disarray. Sensing the impending danger, Frankenstein hastily adjusted the direction of her noble phantasm, raising her hammer toward the sky. Countless yellow arcs of electricity surged out, resembling a lush forest from a distance. Despite its grandeur, Blasted Tree as a B-rank anti-army noble phantasm was useless against Nidhogg, whose parameters had reached godly ranks. The electrical arcs couldn't even penetrate her defenses and were effortlessly crushed by her claws. Ah! Frankenstein retreated in fear, but it was already too late. Nidhogg raised her colossal dragon claw and mercilessly swatted Frankenstein down. Boom! Like a meteor crashing to the ground, the terrifying force made the entire earth tremble slightly. When Nidhogg lifted her claw, Frankenstein had been thoroughly pounded into the ground, her vitality feeble like a flickering candle. Confirming Frankenstein's inability to continue the fight, Nidhogg turned her attention to Jean standing beside Gobta. Please calm down, I bear no ill will toward Mr. Ryder, Jean hurriedly explained. Stay away from him, Nidhogg's deep voice rumbled. Jean hesitated for a moment, then quickly took a few steps back, creating distance between herself and Gobta. Nidhogg moved forward, using her massive dragon body to shield Gobta. Her black eyes were filled with intense vigilance and wariness. As Gobta's summoned beast, Nidhogg shared a close connection with him that surpassed both body and soul. It was this connection that allowed her to swiftly sense his trouble and come to his aid. She could keenly feel that Gobta was in a dangerous situation, and any disturbance could have severe consequences for him. Therefore, she was determined to ensure that no one, whoever it may be, would be allowed to approach him. Era Nidhogg, the dragon of despair that once brought Ragnarok, truly lives up to its reputation. Just looking at it makes one feel powerless, no wonder even the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is no match for it. On a hill not far from the small grove, Seshuan Kiera, dressed in her usual nun outfit, remarked while gazing at the colossal body of Nidhogg, then turned to the nearby Kotomine Shiro with a smile. Don't you think so, Father Kotomine? Shiro didn't directly answer her question. Instead, he silently took out a dagger and aimed it at the back of her neck. What is the meaning of this, I wonder? Kiera tilted her head, showing no sign of panic, instead showing a gentle smile on her delicate face. Tell me, Seshuan Kiera, what's your true origin? Shiro stared intensely at the woman before him, whose entire being exuded a sacred aura. If there were any sudden movements from her, he would not hesitate to sever her head. From the beginning, he felt something was amiss. Originally, he was supposed to be the only one appointed by the Holy Church to participate in this Holy Grail War. Yet, out of nowhere, a Japanese nun named Seshuan Kiera appeared. This was highly unusual, considering the Holy Church's usual cautiousness. Driven by curiosity, he asked his Japanese cousin to investigate information about this nun, and the result sent shivers down his spine. I've checked it thoroughly, there's no Shingen Tachikawa Iten school in Japan. And there's no woman named Seshuan Kiera either. The Holy Church also didn't dispatch anyone other than me for this Holy Grail War. Who the hell are you? Shiro exclaimed, his tone solemn. It wasn't just about a fabricated identity. What truly bothered him was how this woman managed to sneak and join the Holy Grail War unnoticed. That was the most unbelievable part. Moreover, he had witnessed Kiera do nothing, yet Berserker of Black suddenly froze as if possessed. This mysterious nun's mysterious methods heightened his wariness. To think Father Kotomine would get so worked up over a little thing, Kiera sighed. I don't consider this a little thing, Shiro narrowed his eyes slightly. But Father Kotomine, isn't your goal the Holy Grail? Kiera tilted her head. As long as I ensure we get the Holy Grail to fulfill your wish, my background shouldn't matter to you, right? After all, for now, we're allies, aren't we? Hearing that, Shiro lowered his head slightly, falling into silence. Seeing this, Kiera gracefully approached him, moving close to his ear. With a seductive and sweet voice, she began to whisper. Do you know why I chose you, Father Kotomine? Our goals align because your wish is my wish. Time flowed smoothly, and after 10 minutes, Gobta finally opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. Ha, at last, it's resolved. He rubbed his temples wearily. The vortex was far more powerful than he had anticipated. If it weren't for Feng Huangdown, he might have succumbed long ago. Mr. Ryder, are you, okay now? Jean asked cautiously. Yeah, I'm in much better shape now, thanks for your help, Jean. Gobta nodded toward her and then looked up at the towering dragon. You too, Nid. As long as you're okay, Nidhogg shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with warmth. Just got lucky, that's all, Gobta chuckled and opened his palm, revealing a vibrant and multicolored feather hovering above it. Despite being in the middle of the night, it refracted various splendid hues, reflecting the purest and most corrupt desires hidden deep within all living beings. Contained within it was the mysterious power of the vortex that attacked his consciousness. Honestly, Gobta had rarely seen such a potent and terrifying mental power. Even heroic spirits couldn't withstand the corruption of this power. The so-called unyielding will, forged through 1,000 trials, would easily crumble in the face of this power. Unless one possessed a noble phantasm like him, with a powerful mental power like Feng Huangdown, the inevitable outcome would be drowning in endless desires, completely melting into a blissful yet distorted world. Chapter 327. What is this power exactly? Is it a noble phantasm or some kind of unknown powerful magecraft? Where does it come from? Gobta furrowed his brow, looking at the vibrant and multicolored feather, pondering. Before this, he had never thought that the Red faction would have such a powerful trump card. If that's the case, why haven't they unleashed this power on the battlefield? What is their purpose in hiding this power? Gobta shifted his gaze to Frankenstein lying in a deep pit not far away. Perhaps now, only she could provide some insight. Gobta walked to Frankenstein's side, squatting down and gazing at the barely conscious girl with a complex expression. Just now, Nidhogg, in a fit of rage, had completely slammed Frankenstein down with her dragon claw, leaving no room for mercy and shattering Frankenstein's Saint Graph. In this situation, not only Gobta but even if Jean were willing to use her command spells, she would be powerless to change the outcome. It was more accurate to say that Frankenstein's ability to persist until now without dissipating was already quite extraordinary. Frankenstein weakly raised her hand, muttering incoherent words. I understand. Gobta calmed her down and gently held her hand. It was soft and warm, devoid of the coldness of an artificial body. It's not your fault, you were just manipulated by someone. Hearing that, Frankenstein finally breathed a sigh of relief, managing a faint smile, then murmured something incomprehensible to him. Gobta listened attentively and nodded afterward. Don't worry, I'll convey it to him. Thank you. Uttering those last words with difficulty, Frankenstein finally closed her eyes with a satisfied smile on her lips as her body turned into a faint glimmer, gradually dissipating into light particles. Berserker of Black, Frankenstein, exited the stage. Watching the light particles slowly fade away like fireflies, Jean couldn't help but show a hint of complexity in her eyes. She turned her head to Gobta, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't resist asking. What did she say in the end? I don't know, Gobta shook his head. Hearing that unexpected answer, Jean was slightly surprised. But, aren't you? Even though I don't know, I can guess, roughly. Gobta's tone sounded somewhat melancholic as he looked at the fading light particles. After all, she is someone known as Frankenstein. Is that so? Jean lowered her head slightly. No need to show that expression, Gobta said calmly. She doesn't hold any resentment toward you, rather, you prevented her from committing another tragedy. Jean was momentarily stunned and a slightly relieved expression finally appeared on her face. Alright, we should head back, the war isn't over yet, and I still need Tome. Gobta was about to get up when he suddenly noticed something near the spot where Frankenstein had been. If it weren't for the night vision granted by his black dragon body, he might have overlooked it. Upon closer inspection, he found a string of English letters written in the soil. Archer of Red. Archer of Red, wait a sec, Archer of Red. In that instant, the uneasy feeling lingering in Gobta's mind finally dissipated, giving him a profound realization. Indeed, since this all-out war started, Archer of Red had not appeared at all, and strangely, he never thought or realized the absence of Archer of Red. Moreover, he had planned to investigate Archer of Red's identity after returning from Cygasora before, but at some point, he completely forgot about it, as if invisible hands had wiped all information regarding Archer of Red from his mind. Something fishy was going on. Huh? Archer of Red? Jean also noticed the English letters and read them, her face expressing surprise and confusion. She scratched her head, confused. Strange, Archer of Red shouldn't have been eliminated yet, why couldn't I remember Archer of Red just now? Hearing her words, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. To confirm his suspicions, he turned to Nidhogg. Nid, do you remember Archer from the Red faction? Of course, I do, Nidhogg replied naturally. She was present when Mordred came into conflict with Archer of Red. She couldn't forget someone who dared to attack her daughter. Have you noticed Archer of Red not showing up at all since the battle started? Gobta asked, squinting his eyes. Well, now that you mention it. Nidhogg mumbled, her eyes mirroring Jean's confusion. Indeed, she intended to avenge her daughter, but why couldn't she remember this matter at all? Watching the two's confused reactions, Gobta's expression gradually turned grave. Until this moment, he finally confirmed his previous speculation. The problem wasn't just as almost everyone had forgotten the existence of Archer of Red. Common sense told him that this wasn't a normal phenomenon. The only explanation for such a widespread impact was that Archer of Red had somehow used noble phantasm, causing this phenomenon. Gobta remembered Heracles mentioning before that Archer of Red was a goddess who seemed to possess some special disguising ability, making it impossible even for him to discern her true identity. Back then, Gobta thought it was just some personal skill. Now, it seemed that this disguising ability might be a noble phantasm. What was the pinnacle of disguise? It was not changing appearance to divert attention, it was directly erasing one's existence. Clearly, this was an extraordinary noble phantasm, affecting even ruler Jean with her EX-rank magic resistance, who fell victim to it unknowingly, proving its terror. That being said, what was the purpose of Archer of Red using this kind of noble phantasm? What was she planning to do by hiding her existence? Huh? Is that thing starting to move? Gobta, instinctively following her gaze, noticed that the once destroyed Hanging Gardens of Babylon was slowly moving. From the trajectory, it didn't seem like a retreat but a shift toward a specific location. That place is. Gobta followed the Hanging Gardens of Babylon's path and locked his gaze onto. Fortress of Millennia. Was the target of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon the Fortress of Millennia? Is Assassin of Red planning to do a suicide attack? Jean covered her mouth in astonishment. Gobta frowned slightly, connecting the dots between the unusual refusal of the Red faction to retreat despite being at a disadvantage and the sudden disappearance of Archer of Red. A thought struck him like lightning, causing his eyes to widen at once. No, it's not a suicide attack, her goal is. The Greater Grail. Chapter 328. 1 hour ago. In the underground factory of Fortress of Millennia, Avisbrand stood like a statue on the stone floor, watching as his golems were assembled successfully on the production line, then continuously deployed onto the battlefield. As the creator of a thaumaturgical system known as Kabbalah, Avisbrand wasn't adept at direct combat but a great golem creator. As long as provided with enough time and resources, he could continuously create golems, making him a true strategic servant. He held a deep love for his creations. To eliminate the suffering of his people and lead the world to a true paradise, he devoted all his efforts to creating a legendary ultimate golem, a copy of the primordial human, Adam, known as Golem Keter Mokath. However, even for a mage of extraordinary talent, there were limits. Until the end, as he approached the end of his life, he didn't manage to complete this ultimate golem. Fortunately, fate had other plans for him. Perhaps due to the intense wish he possessed or the attention of the world, he became a heroic spirit after death, gaining the chance to complete his ultimate golem. Given this opportunity, he couldn't let it slip away. Even if it was just a glimpse, seeing Golem Keter Mokath completed would be enough for him. Bang! 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 Unexpected sounds suddenly echoed from behind Avisbrand. Avisbrand instinctively turned around to see that the homunculus guards, meant to protect him, lying in a pool of blood. He fell silent for a moment, then looked ahead into a pitch-black shadow. Ah, I see, is it because the front lines are in a tough spot, so you people trying to gain an advantage through other means, like silently getting rid of me, the one who can produce golems? You've got it all wrong. A voice, gender indistinct, came from the shadow. Firstly, our situation isn't as dire as you think, what you see now is just the surface. Secondly, I didn't come here to kill you, I just want to talk. I don't think this is the way to talk, Avisbrand retorted, glancing at the several dead homunculi on the ground. The bounded field of the Fortress of Millennia was built by him and Darnik together. He could even sense a fly entering. How did this mysterious servant manage to get in? Fufu, just to avoid unnecessary trouble, after all, I took a risk coming in. The shadow, or rather, Archer of Red, chuckled lightly, her indistinct voice became soft and delicate like the tinkling of silver bells. Obviously, a female voice. So, Caster of Black, Avisbrand, are you willing to join the Red faction? After those words fell from her lips, the scene instantly plunged into an eerie silence. After a moment, Avisbrand casually spoke up. In other words, if I refuse, are you planning to settle things right here? Who knows? Archer of Red chuckled. But, can you tell me why you refuse? Isn't it obvious? Avisbrand gestured towards the distant battlefield. Your faction's best servant, Lancer, is held up by our Lancer, while the floating fortress of Assassin is also suppressed by our Rider. The only advantage you have is your Rider, but I knew that maintaining that kind of noble phantasm consumes a staggering amount of magical energy, he can't hold out for long. Once his noble phantasm fades, you'll lose any hope of winning. That's why I said, what you see is just merely the surface, Archer of Red remarked. Rather than ambiguous words, I prefer to believe in what my eyes see, at least that's the truth, Avisbrand retorted calmly. Alright, let's go with your flow then, Archer of Red casually remarked. Even if we really lose, so what? After this war, there will be an internal struggle in your faction. Do you think you've won after defeating our faction? Can your wish be fulfilled if that happens? It doesn't matter, my wish is merely to complete my noble phantasm, while the ownership of the Holy Grail has nothing to do with me, Avisbrand said, unchanged in tone. Fufu, if that's the case, you should join us even more, no? Archer of Red chuckled. I don't think joining your side that is bound to lose is a wise choice, Avisbrand disagreed. But have you ever thought that if the Black faction wins, your noble phantasm won't be necessary anymore. Archer of Red's tone was subtle. Hearing that, Avisprin clenched his fists. No, Lancer has promised me, as long as we can defeat the Red faction, he'll hand over that homunculus. Do you naively believe what he said? Archer of Red's words hit Avisprin's heart like a heavy hammer, momentarily halting his breath. Your noble phantasm is your faction's trump card, tipping the scales of this war in their favor. But as your faction approaches victory, remember, once your faction wins, your allies will become enemies. Do you truly believe they'll give you a chance to complete your noble phantasm then? She spoke at a leisurely pace, each word echoing like ripples in Avisprin's heart. No one's buying your story about not wanting the Holy Grail. When it comes to real interests, those so-called promises are worthless, especially for those high and mighty hypocrites in your faction. They see scheming and deceit as just tools to get what they want. Once my faction falls, they'll come after you first because you're the weakest, while at the same time, you and your golems are also the most troublesome, so no sensible master would keep you around, don't you agree? Enough. Avisprin suddenly roared, interrupting her speech. Okay, have you made up your mind then? Archer of Red chuckled. It's too early to decide. Avisprin took a few deep breaths, then turned his head away silently. My noble phantasm still needs an exceptional mage as a core. Even if I join you, my noble phantasm won't be complete. That's not a problem, I can get you a mage right now, Archer of Red casually remarked. Humph, naive, Avisprin sneered. My ultimate golem is God's miracle based on the primordial human, Adam, not just anyone is qualified to be its core. Then, what about a servant? Archer of Red inquired. Don't joke around. Avisprin retorted. I created Adam to guide the entire world to the ultimate paradise. To cleanse the world of its sins. A servant's nature prevents them from staying in this world for long. If they were to disappear, Adam's core would also vanish with them. Doing so would be completely meaningless. In truth, using servants as mere magical energy supplements for Golem Keter Mocketh would pose no problem. However, such an act would deviate entirely from its intended purpose, resulting in nothing more than possessing a momentarily powerful weapon, a blasphemous act that Avisprin could never tolerate. Ha, my goodness, you're really quite a pain to deal with, aren't you? Archer of Red sighed helplessly. Can't be a normal mage, can't be a servant, then let's go with your master. What did you say? Avisprin was completely dumbfounded. Although the temperature in the underground factory wasn't low, he couldn't feel any warmth, only an endless chill. I said, let your master act as the core, Archer of Red said calmly. There's nothing strange about this, right? The core for your noble phantasm has to be most compatible with you, which means your master. Besides him, is there anyone more suitable for the role of the core? But that child respects me, he likes golems, he even calls me teacher, Avisprin stuttered, his thoughts wandering. Images of the golden-haired boy's pure smile and his excited discussions about golems filled his mind, along with the sparkling brilliance in the boy's eyes. The world knew Avisprin as a famous golem expert. But they didn't know he pursued golem research out of disgust and disappointment with humanity. Unlike those hypocritical people, the cold earth and stones made him feel the true nature of the world. But that child was different. His smile had no impurities, his passion was genuine, and his respect for him came from the heart. I can't, Avisprin said with hesitation. Face reality. Archer of Red's voice echoed in his ears like a devil's temptation. Being a mage means not being bound by petty human morality. Using any means for your goals. Giving up your deepest dreams for a fleeting moment of beauty will leave you with nothing in the end. Only when you firmly grasp your own destiny do you have a chance to carve out your own path. Now, it's time to shed that facade of yours and reveal your true self, Caster of Black. Chapter 329. 20 minutes ago. As Nidhogg's claw shattered Frankenstein's St. Graf, Calls, who waited for news inside the Fortress of Millennia, shuddered, his face instantly paling. Fiore, being quick to notice her brother's distress, hastily inquired. What's wrong, Calls? Did something happen? Hearing the question, a bitter smile appeared on Calls' lips, his gaze dimmed. Berserker, died. The hall fell into sudden silence. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, disbelief evident in their eyes. No one had expected that, despite having the upper hand in this Holy Grail war, they would lose a servant first, especially considering Berserker's robust endurance in prolonged combat, which played a crucial role in the overall strategy. Her withdrawal was a significant blow to the Black faction. It's alright, with Caster at our disposal, our frontline combat capabilities won't decline much. Once Ryder is free, dealing with these dragon-tooth warriors will be a piece of cake. Darnik breathed deeply and consoled everyone, containing the shock and confusion caused by Frankenstein's unexpected demise. As the head and leader of Ig Millennia, he couldn't afford to let chaos ensue at such a crucial moment. Mentioning Castor, Roche's face immediately displayed a proud expression, as if saying now you finally know how powerful my teacher is. Cut it out, what's there to be proud of? My saber drove their saber away right from the start. Calls, Fiore looked at her brother with a worried expression, witnessing him in such a distressed state for the first time. I'm fine, big sister, Calls forced a faint smile. I'm just a bit tired, I want to go rest for a while. Don't worry, Calls, Darnik patted Calls on the shoulder. I promise, whoever killed your servant will pay for it. Calls nodded silently, turning away and walking toward the exit of the hall, his figure exuded a lonely and desolate aura. Fiore gazed at his retreating back with mixed emotions. Tempted to reach out and stop him several times but ultimately choosing silence. She understood her brother's temperament well. In times like these, letting him be alone for a while was the best choice. Is that servant really that important to him? Gords muttered under his breath. Well, you know, a servant is like our best buddy. If anything happened to my teacher, I'd probably feel just as bad, or even worse, Roche answered, casually leaning back with his hands behind his head. Huh. What a coincidence. Roche tilted his head as if listening intently to something. Soon, a pleased expression flashed across his face. Teacher needs me for something, so I'll be off. Roche exclaimed and quickly jumped off the couch. What happened? Darnik asked, puzzled. Teacher said there's a golem that needs my assistance for some adjustment, Roche said with a hint of pride as he rubbed his nose. Guess I've got some useful skills to help out teacher after all. That's good, Darnik said while patting Roche's head kindly. Learn some useful knowledge from Castor, the future of the Ig millennia depends on you young folks. Yeah. Gotcha. It's nice to get along so harmoniously with your servant. Darnik seemed lost in thought, his eyes revealing a complex expression as he watched Roche's departing figure. Uncle? Fiore tilted her head. Oh, nothing, just pondering some future matters, Darnik took a deep breath. By the way, what about Archer's situation? I'm not sure, once Archer entered that pyramid, I lost contact with him, Fiore said while gazing at the dazzling pyramid structure on the vast land with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, with Saber around, Archer will be just fine, Gords, more relaxed than her, commented. After all, they were the great hero of Greece and the dragon-slaying hero of Germany. Even the greatest pharaoh of ancient Egypt would find it challenging to deal with both of them simultaneously. Can't be too careless, if the Red faction could handle Berserker, it means they still have some cards up their sleeves, we must be cautious. Darnik reminded everyone with a serious tone. Teacher. In the underground factory, Roche looked puzzled as he watched Avisburn with his back turned to him. Which golem did you ask me to adjust for you? It's this one, Avisburn stepped aside, presenting a giant golem in front of his student. This is the golem I need you to help Tunami Noble Phantasm, Golem Keter Mokath. Really? Let me fine-tune your life's work, teacher. It's a task that only you can handle, my student, Avisburn whispered. But teacher, isn't that homunculus still with that fat guy Gords? Without him as the core, won't your noble phantasm fail to activate? Don't worry, I've already found a suitable substitute, now it's the final preparation stage, Avisburn said calmly and tightly clenched his fist, eyes fixed on the giant golem. I see, that's great. Teacher, your wish can finally come true. Don't worry, teacher, I'll give it my all and make sure you won't be disappointed. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Roche, as he crossed past Avisburn, a glinting dagger emerged, its target being Roche's right hand engraved with the command spells. Thank you, Roche, you're my finest student, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life, Avisburn's voice was as distant as a gentle breeze. But, for the sake of my lifelong dream. Poochie. The dagger sliced through the air, and crimson blood bloomed like an eerie rose. I have to sacrifice you. Roche's expression instantly froze, his right hand gone. Ah! My hand! Roche collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder, intense pain rushing to his mind, his face obscured by tears and saliva. Teacher! Teacher! Save me! Please save me! Avisburn, without uttering a word, grabbed Roche by the neck, pressing him against the giant golem's chest. Roche's body gradually got absorbed, his consciousness fading away. Wait! Wait! Teacher! No! Sorry! In utter despair and helplessness, the boy disappeared into the giant golem's chest, his magic circuits and magic crest, all transformed into the driving force behind Golem Keter Mokath. Golem Keter Mokath, named Adam, had its eyes lit up as it finally possessed a core. Rumble. Robust thighs firmly planted on the ground, though a creation of wood, stone, and soil, it carried an appearance as if it willingly incorporated the greatness of nature, truly deserving admiration for its beauty. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. As it stepped onto the earth, plants flourished and flowers bloomed brightly as they seemed to sing praises to Adam's birth. Trees touched by it immediately bore ripe fruits, falling to the ground and rapidly growing into new trees. Not only that. Creatures that should have been kept away by millennia's bounded field appeared from unknown places. Akin to insects attracted to light, they lightly attached themselves to Adam without hesitation. These creatures left not a drop of blood behind as they got absorbed by Adam. They willingly did so, as if unintelligent beasts were eager to cling to it. Moreover, the surrounding environment, including the earth, was revitalized, and a faint, sweet honey scent drifted into the air. Just by breathing it in, an overwhelming sense of happiness filled the lungs. Meanwhile, Avisburn obsessively watched Adam's robust and beautifully sculpted figure. This was the supreme creation pursued by countless Kabbalah believers, the miraculous and powerful being, Adam, capable of transforming the entire world into a paradise. His long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. This thing is different from ordinary noble phantasms, no wonder you went to such lengths to complete it, Archer of Red's voice came from the shadows. Anyway, congratulations, but it's about time to start the real deal, no? Don't worry, I know what to do, Avisburn replied nonchalantly. Adam bent down, holding Avisburn with its hand and placing him on its shoulder. Alright, my golem, let's start saving the world. Chapter 330. Time back to the present. What the heck is going on? Gords roared, smashing a golem's head that lunged at him with his magic-enhanced arm. Why are these golems suddenly attacking us? Watch out! Fiore exclaimed and calmly deployed her mystic code, as 8 precision mechanical arms, resembling spider legs, unfolded behind her, smashing the surrounding golems to bits. What actually happened? Darnik's expression twisted. Just when victory seemed within his reach, why did this chaos suddenly erupt? Gords, how's it going on your end? At this moment, a sudden voice echoed in Gords' ears. Rider? Gords dodged a wolf-type golem rushing toward him, quickly responding. It's bad. The golems started attacking us without reason. As I thought, Castor has betrayed us. What did you say? Castor betrayed us? But why? Bang! Gords was startled by Gobta's words, simultaneously smashing the wolf-type golem's head with his fist. It's Archer of Red infiltrated the Fortress of Millennia and caused Castor's betrayal. Hearing that, Gords was momentarily puzzled, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Huh? Archer of Red? When did? Now's not the time to dwell on that, just get out of there as soon as possible, it's no longer safe. Cutting off communication with Gords, Gobta looked up at the hanging gardens of Babylon steadily closing in on the Fortress of Millennia, his expression gradually darkening. Now, the situation was clear. This was all a conspiracy by the Red faction, aiming to create an opportunity for Archer of Red to seize the Holy Grail. Though he didn't desire the Holy Grail, his instincts told him that once it fell into the hands of the Red faction, things would take a turn for the worse. In the end, Avisburn still became a traitor like in the original work. Gobta had already attempted to prevent Avisburn's betrayal, yet it still occurred. Too many factors led to this Holy Grail war differing from the original work, especially this mysterious Archer of Red. Absolutely can't let you fellows have your way, Gobta clenched his fist, I'm counting on you, NID. Roar. Nidhogg lifted her thick neck, emitting a loud dragon roar, and her massive body quickly soared into the sky, rushing toward the floating fortress. Tisk, it's you again, you ugly lizard, Semiramis, seated on the throne, sneered. But the timing is about right. Snap. She snapped her fingers lightly, and the partially destroyed hanging gardens of Babylon trembled slightly. As if time were flowing backward, the hanging gardens of Babylon restored itself, even bringing back the already damaged 11 black panels. Though Castor may be weak, her temple she left behind is still quite useful, Semiramis raised her smooth and slender legs. This war is already in our favor. Watching the restored hanging gardens of Babylon, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. This time, the Red faction seemed to have come prepared. But it's not just you who is prepared. From inside a wardrobe, Selenik, who had been in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her vacant eyes. She raised her right hand engraved with command spells and spoke in a dazed tone. With my command spell, Rider, return to my side immediately. The void trembled slightly, and Gobta, who was kilometers away, instantly returned to the Fortress of Millennia, immediately sensing the immense magical energy emanating from underground. So it's come to this, huh? In the end, you chose to walk this path, Avisburn. Using the power of Cosmic Juggernaut to teleport Selenik outside the Fortress of Millennia, Gobta, holding Abyss Flower, confidently headed toward the underground. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for your betrayal. Rumble. The strides of the giant golem, Adam, resonated through the earth, each step causing an expansion in its size. With every stride, the area beneath its feet, covered with grass and flowers, expanded, transforming everything around into paradise. This was Adam's reality marble. As long as Adam stood on the earth, it would continually erode the surrounding land, transforming it into a paradise. Simultaneously, its body would keep growing, eventually surpassing 1,000 meters. When it reached its limit, there would be no power in this world capable of defeating it. At that point, human civilization would be completely annihilated, and the entire world would return to its original state. This was the mission of Adam, to cleanse all sins, eliminate all traces, and return the world to its origins. Adam halted in front of a massive bronze gate, covered with intricate magic circles. These were the Millennia's forbidden magecraft. Comparable in power to EX rank magecraft. Apart from the head of Millennia, Darnik, no one knew how to open it. But sometimes, there was more than one way to solve a problem. Go, Adam, Avisbrand said casually. Adam's eyes gleamed, lifting a hand. Soil and stones gathered, forming a sword radiating a dazzling black light. Gur. Adam growled and raised its sword before fiercely striking the bronze gate with it. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire underground area. Soon, a magical beam, as powerful as lightning, shot from the magic circles on the bronze gate, illuminating the surroundings. Thud. 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 The terrifying impact from the magical beam forced Adam to stagger backward, leaving numerous damaged holes and scorched marks on its body. However, in no time, these wounds and marks vanished as if they had never existed. The defensive magecraft, having released all its magical energy, was now immobile. Adam swung its sword again, effortlessly shattering the magic circles protecting the bronze gate. Boom! Lifting a grinding-sized fist, Adam smashed the entire wall to pieces. Avisbrand looked up and saw the sacred creation standing tall on a massive altar. Is that the Holy Grail? Truly magnificent, no wonder it's causing mages to go crazy for it. Even for him, the moment he laid eyes on that thing, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and an intense impulse to claim it surged within him. Unbelievable, this is something mages of this era have created? It seems that no matter the era, genius is never in short supply. Avisbrand took a deep breath, suppressing the greed within him, and directed Adam toward the Holy Grail. Next, all they needed to do was move this thing and... Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air. Avisbrand's pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh! Fiery flames tore through the air like lightning. Although Avisbrand quickly erected defensive magecraft, his thin defense was easily punctured under the fierce assault of the scorching flames. Boom! The terrifying heat erupted instantly, and with a thunderous sound, his entire left arm was blasted into pieces. Ugh! Avisbrand grunted and knelt on Adam's shoulder, the lingering high temperature roasting his wound to a charred black, emitting a faint aroma of grilled meat. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking up and seeing a familiar figure slowly approaching. Rider. It seems I arrived just in time. Gobta stood his ground, raising Judgment of Shamash in his hand, aiming at Avisbrand. How? Anything else you want to say, Caster? Avisbrand slowly rose, pressing his injured shoulder. His injuries were severe. After all, close-quarters combat wasn't his forte, and with his already frail body, this level of injury was inevitably close to fatal. Are you going to kill me? Humph, that's fine, but... Even if I kill you, your noble phantasm won't stop, is that what you want to say? Avisbrand wanted to answer but Gobta interrupted him. If you knew, why do you want to kill me? Hearing Gobta's words, Avisbrand couldn't help but ask like that. Need I say more? I never show mercy to traitors. Especially heartless people like you. Bang! A searing flame erupted from the gilded barrel of Judgment of Shamash. Avisbrand hadn't set up any defensive magecraft, and as a result, his heart was directly pierced. Ugh! Though he staggered, nearly slipping from Adam's shoulder, he managed to hold on. However, his Saint Graph had been completely shattered. Even if God intervened, there was no saving him now. Maybe you're right, Ryder, people like me shouldn't keep on existing, since the die is cast. I don't intend to defend myself, as long as my noble phantasm can activate, I have no regrets. Avisbrand lied. If given the chance, he would want to see what kind of paradise his noble phantasm would bring. He had regrets, many regrets, but having suffered a fatal injury, there was nothing to be done. Moreover, Ryder was right. Regardless of the reasons, the fact that he betrayed his own master for the sake of his wish was undeniable and unchangeable. It left an unpleasant feeling lingering in his heart, an itch he couldn't scratch. Thus, he decided to willingly accept the consequences of betrayal as his atonement. Death was the only redemption left for him, with nothing else to offer. If there was something, it was only Adam, but he was never going to surrender it. In sacrificing so much to bring forth Adam, including betraying his master, who regarded him as a teacher, the only thing he couldn't do right now was give up and declare it over right then and there. Adam. The rest is up to you. Surely, you can create a paradise on this earth, save this world, humanity, and our people. Chapter 331. Until the very end, Caster of Black, Avisbrin, did not remove his mask and reveal his true face. Just like the birds and animals moments ago, he fused into Adam's body since his ambition was to become his own noble phantasm and nourished it. Perhaps, having absorbed a servant, a being with vast magical energy, Adam's power visibly increased. Its body, originally around 20 meters, expanded at an observable rate, quickly surpassing 40 meters. Rumble. Adam's rapidly expanding body quickly burst the entire underground area, making countless rocks fall. Boom. Amidst the rapid and thunderous noises, the entire fortress of Millennia gradually sank. What is that? Having already retreated from the fortress, every member of Millennia looked at the giant golem resembling a skyscraper, all wearing expressions of shock. However, upon seeing that giant golem, a sacred feeling welled up in their hearts for some reason. It wasn't fear, nor was it the sense of overwhelming power emanating from the giant golem. It was more akin to a profound sense of beauty, not mere ordinary beauty, but as if a god had crafted a masterpiece, instilling it with unparalleled glory since its inception. So it's really Caster. Darnik clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, he never expected that Avisbrin, theoretically impossible to betray them, would do such a thing. Why? Why did you do such a foolish thing, Caster? Darnik roared angrily inside his mind. Huh? Those golems. It's Caster. Fiore, having also noticed this abnormality, immediately wore an excited expression after a brief thought. These golems are directly controlled by Caster, right? They must have stopped because Caster is already dead. As for who took action, it was undoubtedly Ryder. After all, he was the first to discover Caster's betrayal, and he was also the only servant on the battlefield who could free up his hands. Though Caster's death is a good thing, what about those things? Gourds pointed toward dragon-tooth warriors approaching them. Even though their numbers were significantly reduced in the previous battles, there were still a considerable amount of dragon-tooth warriors left. With just the 4 of them, it was impossible to eliminate all these monsters. Let us help you. A timid yet determined voice suddenly came from behind. The 4 turned instinctively, seeing a familiar figure slowly emerging from the trees. It's you. Kulz, Fiore, and Darnik couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Why would this homunculus appear here? Are you insane? Gourds, frustrated, walked up and gave Sieg's head a not-so-light pat. Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Why did you come back? Turned out, when the Red faction attacked earlier, Gourds keenly noticed it was a good opportunity for Sieg to escape. Thus, he discreetly returned to the room and had Sieg lead the other homunculi, capable of moving on their own, to escape. This was the reason for the scarcity of homunculi on the battlefield. However, due to the intense battle and the prominent targets like the floating fortress, golden ship, and the pyramid, Darnik and other members of Millennia didn't pay attention to these details and small matters. I know that my strength is weak, and I can't help you much, Sieg scratched his head, a determined look on his face. But I still want to protect you, even if it means risking my life. You, Gord stared at Sieg, unable to utter a word as if his throat was blocked. And of course, this isn't just my idea, Sieg grinned. One after another, figures emerged from the woods. They were all dressed alike in white military uniforms, and their appearances were remarkably similar. Each held various weapons, standing confidently in front of Gourds and the rest. All of you. Watching these homunculi he had created with his own hands, Gourds' eyes gradually blurred. Never thought things would turn out like this, Kulz sighed with a wry smile. Not bad, right? Fiore chuckled, and behind her, 4 mechanical spider-like legs slowly unfolded. Darnik looked at the homunculi with a complex expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, gripped his staff, and positioned himself in front to confront the dragon-tooth warriors. Looks like this side doesn't need my help. On a small hill not far away, Jean withdrew her gaze from the people of Millennia, then turned her head back to the raging giant golem inside the fortress of Millennia. Adam, Caster really left us a troublesome mess. Jean frowned slightly. Relying on her authority as ruler, she had already figured out the details of the giant golem and understood how dangerous it was. Especially with the current situation of Caster of Black, his noble phantasm had completely slipped out of control. If they couldn't resolve the situation and deal with this giant golem before it escalated, it would undoubtedly lead to unforeseeable consequences. That's right, that's how it is. I'm not here to support Ryder but to fulfill ruler's responsibility. Silently firming her belief within, Jean immediately picked up her holy flag and raced toward the crumbling fortress of Millennia without stopping. Boom! As if a colossal boulder descended from the sky, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Rumble! Numerous deep craters and cracks extended like a dense spider web as if struck by a meteorite. Evading the strike, Gobta raised Judgment of Shamash in his hand and shot at Adam's knee. Boom! A burst of intense flames erupted, instantly blasting the knee area open. However, the shattered rocks seemed to rewind in time and flew back to their original positions. Seeing this, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Due to the existence of Adam's reality marble, it would continuously receive the blessing of the earth as long as it stood on the earth. And no matter how severe the injuries, it would immediately recover. As time passes, this infinite regenerative ability might turn into complete invincibility. Therefore, to completely destroy Adam, Gobta had to find a way to make it leave the ground, preventing it from receiving the blessing of the earth. However, this wasn't an easy task. Adam, fueled by Avisburn's magical energy, had surpassed 40 meters in height and reached an unimaginable mass. In this situation, not only Gobta, but even Nidhogg couldn't force it away from the ground with sheer strength alone. It seems like I have to resort to this method. Gobta raised his palm, and a deep red sphere soon materialized, hovering above it. An inexplicable pressure soon emerged, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Star of Eden, Zeroth Power, Quasi-Black Hole. Chapter 332. Whoosh! Scorching black flames surged forward like a raging tide, roaring toward the hanging gardens of Babylon. The terrifying heat seemed to turn the entire sky into a purgatory. Without enough time to set up proper defenses, Semiramis could only hastily gather the black panels to block the attack in front of the hanging gardens of Babylon. Damn it! Watching as the black flames consumed another piece of the black panel. Turning it into nothingness, Semiramis couldn't help but grimace. This was already the 8th piece of black panels that had been destroyed. A few more hits and hanging gardens of Babylon's defensive capabilities would be completely gone. She couldn't repeat the previous move. With Medea's temple destroyed earlier, she could no longer repair the hanging gardens of Babylon. This meant that every attack from Nidhogg now inflicted true, actual damage. However, what really frustrated her was that even with a section of the hanging gardens of Babylon destroyed, this damn dragon still appeared unscathed. It was not that her attacks were ineffective against Nidhogg after all, the hanging gardens of Babylon was a noble phantasm designed for such battles. The real problem was that the dragon's regenerative abilities were simply outrageous. She witnessed it firsthand. Every time Nidhogg sustained an injury, a burst of green light would flash at the wound, and it would immediately heal. The speed of its recovery was absurd. Since the start of the battle, she had inflicted over 20 effective blows on Nidhogg, but each time, they were promptly healed. Such formidable regenerative capabilities rivaled those of legendary immortality. Facing such a resilient opponent, Semiramis was losing her patience. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the hanging gardens of Babylon became battered. What's going on? Wasn't everything supposed to be going smoothly? Why hasn't the Holy Grail been taken out yet? Through gritted teeth, Semiramis glared in the direction of the Fortress of Millennia, but in the next moment, she suddenly froze. What is that? Above the Fortress of Millennia, a deep and eerie black sun had appeared at some point, emitting a terrifying suction force that sucked everything around it into oblivion. The giant golem, Adam, inheriting Avisburn's wisdom, not only possessed formidable learning abilities but also a strong sense of danger. Sensing the terrifying pull from the black hole, it immediately recognized the threat the black hole posed. Boom! Boom! Adam stomped its feet hard, sinking deep into the ground to resist the pull from the black hole. Though temporarily immobilized. As long as it remained on the earth, it would continue to grow, eventually becoming powerful enough to ignore the black hole's gravitational pull. Naturally, Gobta couldn't just stand idly by and watch all this happen. Void Archives, 7th Plural Mimicry, Rain and Heaven. Countless black circles appeared behind Gobta, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. He raised his hand and with a swift motion, spears shot out from the circles, bombarding the knees of the massive golem. Boom! 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 At this moment, Adam hadn't reached the point of invincibility. Under such swift and concentrated attacks, Its regenerative abilities couldn't keep up with the pace of destruction. Once both legs were shattered, it wouldn't be able to stabilize its body, inevitably being pulled into the sky by the black hole. Without the blessing from the earth, Gobta had countless ways to easily deal with Adam. Inheriting the wisdom of Avispren, Adam naturally understood this deeply. It knew it was on the verge of life and death. It wasn't afraid to die, but if its task was not completed, it would resist to the end. I will save the world. Adam yelled with a distorted voice. Boom. 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 Golden spears tore through the night like arrows, followed by deafening explosions. One of Adam's feet was undoubtedly shattered, but the other remained intact. However, just before other spears hit, Adam blocked them with its own hands in front of its foot, intercepting the attack. Boom. Adam's hands were torn apart in an instant, but this sacrifice brought corresponding benefits. Though it stood unsteadily, Adam still stood on the ground, not completely separated from the earth as Gobta had anticipated. Caster, perhaps your golem truly can rewrite and save this world, transforming it into a paradise. Gobta spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Adam, seemingly unfazed by the thwarting of his attack. At the same time, Adam's body began to recover. As long as it stood on the earth, even with only 1 foot, it would continue to receive the blessing from the earth. Adam, you indeed have gained wisdom but overlooked the most basic thing your creator's dream, your purpose, should be created by the people of this era with their own hands, not achieved through the obsession of the deceased. Another immense surge of magical energy rose. Adam looked in astonishment as a crimson thunder, made of pure magical energy, descended toward its remaining leg. This is the evil sword that destroyed my father Clarent Blood Arthur. A girl's furious roar echoed as a crimson thunder, condensed from pure magical energy, instantly severed Adam's last remaining leg. Boom. Roar. Adam roared in anger, but pitifully, it couldn't change the predetermined outcome. With both legs gone, Adam could no longer control its body, being pulled toward the sky by the power of the black hole. Separated from the earth, Adam could no longer receive the blessing from the earth. You should return to your own place of origin, your creator's obsession should also come to an end here. Gobta spoke calmly, his eyes flashing as he raised Abyss flower in his hand, the radiance of the sacred lily pattern illuminating everything. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. Whoosh! Pure and pristine, without a trace of impurity, the pure white light pillar illuminated the night, weaving a dreamy and enchanting brilliance. Everyone instinctively stopped their actions, holding their breath for this overwhelmingly beautiful scene. Even Adam itself was affected. The giant golem made of stone, wood, and soil couldn't help but reach out its hand toward the beautiful white light. Even as its own body faded inch by inch, it couldn't resist wanting to feel more of this warmth belonging to creation. So, this is the true meaning of life, then, what exactly is it that one should pursue at all costs? The pure white pillar pierced through Adam's massive body, shattering both its core and head. As a result, the giant golem created by Avispren, at great cost, met its inevitable demise. Looks like your plan has failed, Vlad said, eyeing the giant golem that had vanished completely, before turning to Karna with a smirk. To be honest, Vlad was startled when he received the news of Castor's betrayal from Darnik. He almost thought it was a classic scenario repeating itself. Fortunately, this time his comrades were more reliable, with Ryder stepping up at a critical moment, defeating the giant golem plus guarding the Greater Grail. Hearing Vlad's mock, Karna lowered his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged. For him, such a one-sided battle was not unprecedented. I wonder how long your magical energy can hold out, son of the sun. Vlad sneered, thrusting his spear into the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, countless black iron stakes emerged from the ground, aiming at Karna. Long enough to deal with you, Karna replied indifferently. BSST. He lifted his god-slaying spear, releasing fiery flames that melted the iron stakes, then charged toward Vlad like a cannonball. TCH, after planning for so long, is this the best you can do? How boring. Ozymandias spoke disdainfully as he watched the demise of the giant golem in the air. After a moment, his gaze shifted slightly downward, toward the 3 figures fighting inside his temple. It had to be admitted that Saber of Black's addition indeed brought considerable pressure to Berserker. Facing 2 great heroes, Berserker was somewhat overwhelmed. Since a while ago, she had been continuously suppressed, without any means of retaliation. The blessings on her body were also fading rapidly, indicating she wouldn't hold on much longer. There isn't even one reliable fellow among them, looks like I'll have to rely on myself in the end, Ozymandias muttered with disappointment. He rose slowly from his throne, scepter in hand, exuding a heavy aura as if a dormant dragon had just opened its eyes. People without light, be prepared to witness the magnificent glory of the pharaoh. Chapter 33. With the complete demise of the giant golem, Adam, the power of the black hole gradually faded away. And the immense black sun began to shrink, finally transforming into a small deep red sphere no larger than a palm, slowly descended from the sky and fell into Gobta's hand. Though they succeeded in destroying the giant golem, Avisbrin's betrayal had indeed dealt a significant blow to the black faction. Apart from the loss of combat power, the fortress of millennia had been reduced to ruins under the rampage of the giant golem and the black hole. Losing this crucial base of operation meant the black faction lost many resources, such as the production line for creating homunculi and a cultivation chamber to replenish the magical energy of servants, all of which had been completely obliterated. The only good news for the black faction was that the Greater Grail had not been damaged and remained in their possession. Hey, aren't your tricks a bit excessive? Mordred, clad in armor and carrying Clarent on her shoulder, walked over from a distance, looking at the small deep red sphere in Gobta's hand with a slightly sour tone. Oh, jealous? Gobta chuckled. Let me tell you, what you're seeing now is less than half of all my noble phantasms. TCH, whatever, keep bragging, Mordred rolled her eyes. If he were a heroic spirit version in the throne of heroes, she might have believed his words. However, as a servant limited by class, there were restrictions on the number of noble phantasms each could possess. Thus, his words were merely a joke to her. Seeing Mordred's reaction, Gobta smiled and didn't explain further, simply nodding. Thanks for your help earlier. Don't get it wrong, okay? I just repaid the favor for you intercepting Saber of Black earlier, I didn't do it specifically to help you or anything, humph. Sure, I get it, Gobta said casually while maintaining his smile. Ugh, you. Watching his somewhat annoying smile, Mordred couldn't help feeling a strange mix of embarrassment, like a frustrated child getting teased by their parent. Since we're even now, I can challenge you without hesitation. Come on, let's fight. This time, I'll definitely knock you down. This kid's thoughts are all over the place, Gobta's smile seemed a bit forced as he shook his head helplessly. It's not the right time yet. Why? Mordred asked, tilting her head in confusion. Because. Whoosh. A golden spear suddenly shot out from behind Gobta, speeding toward the fortress ruins, instantly blasting it into rubble. Boom. What? Amidst the dense smoke and scattered debris, a stranger's voice resounded, tinged with obvious astonishment, as if not quite understanding why they had been discovered. Because there's another guest here, Gobta turned around, looking towards the thick smoke. Am I right, Archer of Red? Why, Archer of Red was confused. Even though you've activated your noble phantasm, why did I still find you? Gobta smiled knowingly. Is that what you're thinking? Archer of Red didn't reply, but her silence was a tacit confirmation. I have to admit, Archer of Red, your noble phantasm is indeed impressive, even now, I still don't quite understand how it erases your presence from everyone's minds, Gobta crossed his arms. But it doesn't matter, once I understand its effects, countering it will be a piece of cake. After Frankenstein's reminder, he realized that although Archer of Red's noble phantasm could erase her own existence, external intervention could easily break through this deception and nullify its effects. For this reason, he kept a mental note and, before returning to the Fortress of Millennia, subtly implanted reminders of Archer of Red's presence every 2 to 3 hours using Feng Huang Down. The ensuing chain of events was not unexpected to him. During his battle with Adam, Archer of Red had somehow activated her noble phantasm again to conceal her whereabouts. However, due to the reminders from the mental note of Feng Huang Down, he quickly remembered and easily deciphered the effects of Archer of Red's noble phantasm. Bold of you to use the same move twice in front of me, can't decide if you're arrogant or just plain dumb, Gobta raised his hand, more golden spears flying out from behind him. But it doesn't matter now, it's time for you to pay the price. No. Shiro, observing the battlefield from afar, immediately grew tense, his face showing clear signs of worry. Archer of Red was one of their trump cards. According to the plan established earlier. If Caster of Black and his giant golem failed to take away the Greater Grail, then Archer of Red would use her noble phantasm and cooperate with Assassin of Red and her Hanging Gardens of Babylon to seize the Greater Grail. This two-pronged approach would be enough to ensure that they could obtain the Greater Grail. However, nobody expected Rider of Black to not only defeat Caster of Black and his giant golem but also figure out Archer of Red's noble phantasm. With this turn of events, their plan was completely thrown out the window. Being able to negate even that woman's noble phantasm, this Rider of Black, he's quite impressive, Kiera thought with interest, raising an eyebrow slightly. Kiera showed no signs of panic on her face. In fact, she wore an intrigued smile. On the other hand, Shiro clenched his fists tightly, his face tense. Rider of Black's power was undeniably powerful, and he also couldn't believe that Archer of Red had the power to confront Rider of Black head-on. Still, if even Archer of Red failed, then the Greater Grail was completely out of their reach. At this moment, he even considered risking exposing himself to support Archer of Red. But apart from the fact that he wasn't sure if he and Archer of Red could defeat Rider of Black, just dealing with that unpredictable Saber of Red was alone enough to give him a headache. Could it be that this time, he would once again fail to fulfill his wish? Era, don't make such an unpleasant face, Father Koto mine. Seeing Shiro's distressed expression, Kiera chuckled softly, her gentle tone strangely reassuring. The game isn't over yet, who says we're doomed to lose? Although I don't want to admit it, that woman isn't as weak as you think. BSTT. A deep blue flame rose from nowhere, its seemingly dreamlike appearance hiding unimaginable power. All the golden spears that approached were forced to retreat, unable to advance any further. Seeing this, Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. This was the first time he had seen Oath of Judah lose in a direct confrontation. That blue flame, what could it be? To make me pay the price, you say? A clear and melodious voice rang out from the depths of the blue flame, akin to silver bells. You're just a mere mortal, how dare you utter such words to me? Mordred looked ahead in astonishment, a figure slowly emerging from the flames. It was a tall and elegant female figure, with a beautiful and dignified appearance. She wore nothing but a few lotus petal-like ornaments covering her sensitive areas, fully showcasing her voluptuous body. Her limbs were not ordinary flesh but rather crystallized with the winding blue flames. Silver-white hair cascaded down, sprinkled with misty dots resembling an endless starry sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of gazing into the vast universe. What the heck is this woman? That appearance, it's too much, isn't it? Even the usually carefree Mordred couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the woman's appearance in front of her. That attire, does this woman have no shame? As if suddenly realizing something, Mordred quickly turned her head to look at Gobta, only to find the latter staring intensely at Archer of Red. I see, no wonder you have such a noble phantasm. Gobta couldn't help but show a hint of complexity in his eyes as he looked at the familiar figure. I didn't expect the archer summoned by the Red faction this time to be you, god of love, comma. The female figure before him was undoubtedly the god of love from Indian mythology, comma. In the original work, she was initially a male god but manifested as a servant by possessing a female body. Though summoned as an assassin originally. In reality, the class that truly suited her was Archer, making her manifestation as Archer in this Holy Grail war a reasonable scenario as well. Honestly, Gobta hadn't expected Kama to be summoned, but this explained why she could erase her own existence. In Indian mythology, the Indian gods, in order to rekindle the relationship between Parvati and Shiva, had Kama use his arrow of love to shoot Shiva, reigniting this supreme god's love for the goddess. However, Shiva soon realized that Kama was meddling in his affairs, so he opened his third eye in anger, unleashing a divine flame capable of destroying everything in the universe, reducing Kama to ashes. But Kama did not die there. Instead, amidst the destruction, he gained new life, becoming a formless and shapeless god, known as Ananga. Perhaps because Kama manifested in a more appropriate class, the concept of Ananga evolved into a noble phantasm, allowing her to erase her own existence and become completely incorporeal. This was the truth that no one had realized about her existence. Peeking into the true name of a god without permission, that's quite disrespectful. Kama stared coldly at Gobta. Are you ready to pay the price for your impudence and arrogance, blasphemer? Chapter 334. God. Disrespectful. With a beckon of his hand, Black Abyss materialized in his grasp, its black tip exuding an unsettling aura of death. I think you might have misunderstood something. His figure flickered slightly, appearing in front of Kama as if he had teleported. Black Abyss swept across like a lightning bolt, while his black pupils reflected a cold, chilling light. For beings like us, gods are nothing more than our prey. Kama's pupils suddenly contracted, a faint glow appearing in front of her as a gorgeously shaped spear materialized, clashing against the Black Abyss. Ding! Vitra, huh? Indeed, you truly live up to your reputation. Looks like your close combat abilities aren't too shabby either. Gods have no weaknesses, Kama sneered. Don't spout such nonsense in front of me, Gobta retorted indifferently. He swiftly flicked his wrist, the edge of Black Abyss wedging into the gap of Vitra, pushing it aside, leaving Kama wide open, before delivering a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! It's not like I haven't faced beings like gods before, Gobta added. Boom! 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 Kama was instantly sent flying dozens of meters, crushing all the stones along the way with the walls. Ugh, Kama's face slightly contorted in pain as she clutched her abdomen, looking at him with a gloomy gaze. Godslayer? Gobta smiled slightly and didn't respond. I see, because of that black dragon. Kama took a deep breath, standing up with determination. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. For servants possessing divinity, the most troublesome opponents were those with Godslayer skill. Even if it was the lowest rank of Godslayer, it could still cause them considerable trouble. For beings like Kama, who was a divine spirit, her situation was even more complicated. Because her existence possessed not just simple divinity but a divine core that belonged solely to dive spirits. Due to their status, they could ignore some lower-rank Godslayer skills. However, when facing higher-rank Godslayer, they would suffer greater damage. Due to Gobta's past experiences of slaying numerous gods, his Godslayer rank had long reached a. Combined with his current rider class and the influence of Nidhogg, his Godslayer rank had skyrocketed to an unimaginable rank, posing a serious threat to Kama. Even if all the other servants were combined, they wouldn't match up to the threat he posed to her. Realizing this, Kama immediately raised Gobta's danger level in her mind, even approaching that of a counter-guardian. No matter what, this man had to die today. Kama raised her hand slightly, and a faint blue flame ignited on Vitra. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding space into chaos, rushing toward Gobta like a released arrow. In the moment of collision, Gobta already realized the terrifying power of these blue flames and didn't underestimate them. With a gesture, 13 golden spears flew out from his back, clashing against the incoming attack. Boom! 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 It was as if two intercontinental missiles collided as consecutive deafening explosions echoed through the sky, turning the already destroyed fortress of millennia into rubble. However, under the deliberate control of both sides, the shockwaves of the explosion did not reach the corner where the Greater Grail was kept. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust for cover, Kama summoned a gorgeously crafted bow made of sugarcane into her hands. Whoosh! Drawing the bowstring, beautiful flowers converged, forming several sharp arrows silently cutting through the smoke, heading straight for Gobta. Clang! Cling! The crisp sound of metal resounded as Gobta casually flicked away the arrows with Black Abyss, glancing indifferently at the freshly broken flower arrows on the ground before turning to Kama. You think you can threaten me with such petty tricks? You really underestimate me. TCH. Kama's face darkened as she waved her hand, and her Vajra immediately flew back into her grasp. This weapon, known as the Weapon of Indra, wielded tremendous power, yet it hadn't gained any advantage in their recent clash. Where did this man get so many peculiar and powerful noble phantasms from? Kama thought with frustration. What's wrong? Not planning to come at me again? Well then, I won't hold back. Boom! With those words, he stomped on the ground, darting toward Kama like an arrow released from its bowstring. Humph, is this your strategy? It's so crude it's laughable. Charging straight at her like this, could this man possibly have a screw loose in his head? She raised her sugarcane bow, aiming straight for Gobta's head. But just as she was about to release the bowstring, a flurry of crimson feathers suddenly caught her eye. Kama's consciousness immediately became sluggish, her gaze becoming hazy. Seizing the opportunity, Gobta mercilessly thrust Black Abyss toward her heart. For humans, the heart was a vital organ for sustaining life, but for servants, it was a fatal weak point. If it was critically injured, damaging their Saint Graph, they were almost as good as out of the fight. The power of Feng Huang Down didn't last long. Under the influence of her divine core, Kama quickly regained her clarity, watching as a black spear tip rapidly approached her chest. She was instantly petrified with fear, instinctively sidestepping. Squelch! The pitch-black spear sliced through her arm, crimson blood spraying out, blossoming into grotesque flowers on the ground. Guh! Kama grunted, her beautiful face contorted in pain, but Gobta showed no mercy. Advancing with Black Abyss in hand, he didn't intend to give her any breathing room. Ding! Forced to endure the pain, Kama swung her Vajra to block his attack, simultaneously widening the distance between them. What a shame, Gobta shook his head with a hint of regret. Feng Huang Down, as a noble phantasm, still couldn't compare to the original. Otherwise, Kama wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Kama glanced at her shoulder, where a deep wound oozed crimson blood. What was even more eerie, however, was the strange black mist swirling around the injury. These black mists not only hindered her recovery but also continuously infused the power of death into her body. Even with her divine core's power, she could only halt the spread of this energy, unable to do anything about the mists. She turned her head, casting a wary gaze at the black spear in Gobta's hand. She had initially thought it was just an ordinary noble phantasm, but she hadn't expected it to possess such eerie power. Is that spear what you relied on to kill gods? Kama mocked in a low voice. Who knows? Maybe what you see is all there is to me. Or maybe, it's just a drop in the ocean. Don't play dumb with me, acting all nonchalant. Kama roared in anger, thoroughly enraged by his display of nonchalance. Vigorously swinging her arm, with azure flames burning, the thunder of Vajra shot out, heading straight for Gobta. Chapter 335. You fellows are even more resilient than I imagined. Ozymandias remarked as he stood on a platform, watching Heracles and Siegfried below, with brows slightly furrowed. If this drags on any longer, my magical energy reserves will. Berserkers all yours, Archer, I'll keep that man occupied, Siegfried said, tightening his grip on Balmung. The intense battles had gradually depleted his magical energy reserves, but his eyes burned with even fiercer determination. Understood, leave it to me, Heracles replied in a low voice. Siegfried nodded, then with a step, he soared into the air, propelled by a reverse force, hovering like a bird. He raised Balmung high, aiming to strike Ozymandias. Ho, not opting for a 2-on-1 but challenging me alone. That's quite courageous of you. Very well, I'll grant you this chance to see if you have the courage you claim. Taking advantage of Siegfried's distraction with Ozymandias, Heracles turned his gaze to Penthesilea beside him. Penthesilea now no longer exuded the majestic aura she once did. Her armor was on the verge of shattering, her body covered in numerous wounds, looking utterly miserable. The blessings Ozymandias had bestowed upon her were also depleted in the prolonged battles, returning her power to its original state, if not weaker. Yet, even so, her eyes showed no change as she still emitted a wild aura, glaring at Heracles like a fierce beast. Unforgivable, unforgivable, you shall pay for what you've done, Heracles. Roaring, screaming, consumed by anger, Penthesilea charged toward Heracles recklessly, her wild fighting spirit boiling over, enveloping her in an endless mist of blood, causing the air to tremble. Die on my rage, hero outrage Amazon. Terrifying magical energy fluctuations emanated, tearing her internal organs apart. Yet, despite enduring such excruciating pain, her determination remained unshaken. This was her decisive blow, perhaps her final one. She must kill Heracles no matter what. I have indeed committed many unforgivable mistakes in the past, harmed many innocent people, but I will not regret it, nor will I seek redemption. Heracles raised his longbow, aiming straight at Penthesilea's head, his gaze calm like still waters. Because, this is the fate of a hero. 9 lives. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, instantly transforming into 9 blazing divine dragons. They converged back into one, forming an endless shining giant arrow, tearing through the air straight toward Penthesilea. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly erupted, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly. The scattered magical energy transformed into smoke, lingering for a full 6 minutes before gradually dissipating. In a deep pit, Penthesilea knelt on one knee, her former madness and ferocity completely gone. Despite sacrificing herself for power. The gap in strength between her and Heracles was too great, and what was worse, his noble phantasm had completely shattered her Saint Graph. This time, she had ultimately lost. I will never forgive you, Heracles, Penthesilea muttered as she lifted her head. Even as her body slowly dissipated into light particles, she still stared fiercely at Heracles. Someday, I will defeat you honorably, avenge my sister, and my people. No matter how many times, I will accept your challenge, Heracles calmly gazed at her face. Because that's our fate. Humph, fate, Penthesilea gradually closed her eyes, leaving behind countless radiant light particles. Berserker of Red, Penthesilea, exited the stage. Cough. Heracles knelt on the ground, crimson blood slowly trickling down his mouth. Though he had dealt with Penthesilea, the blow he just received had also affected him, and the intense fight had pushed his body to its limit. I need to assist Saber in dealing with Rider of Red quickly, then find Master for help. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden rush of wind sounded in his ears. Boom! A figure crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Heracles' pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the fallen figure clearly. Saber. Siegfried lay in the crater, covered in blackened scars from lightning strikes. Especially his back, which was his fatal weak point, was severely wounded. His vitality was extremely feeble, as if a gust of wind could extinguish it like a candle in the wind. Revealing his true name. And still challenging this pharaoh without hesitation even in such a critical state, all to buy time for his comrades. Siegfried, you truly deserve to be called a true hero. If there's a chance in the future, I'll share a drink with you. Ozymandias remarked and put away his staff wreathed in lightning, his solemn gaze shifting to Heracles. Well then, it's your turn next, are you ready to face my trial, O great hero of Greece? As if distant myths stepped out of fantasy and into reality, under the shroud of the dark dusk. Pale skeletons made their way into the domain of the living from the realm of death, wielding weapons high as they charged forward, without a moment's hesitation even as their comrades fell around them. Damn it! It's been over half an hour. Why are there still so many of these dragon-tooth warriors? Gord smashed the skull of a dragon-tooth warrior in front of him with his magic-enhanced iron fist, panting heavily as he questioned. Please hold on a little longer, there aren't many enemies left. Fiore responded while controlling 4 mechanical spider-like legs, continuously firing magic bullets, mowing down the dragon-tooth warriors in front of her one after another like harvesting wheat. However, shortly afterward, the dragon-tooth warriors from the rear would rush forward, fearlessly continuing their charge. A fine layer of sweat trickled down Fiore's cheeks, her beautiful eyes filled with palpable weariness. Among the 4 mages of Igmalenia present, only she and Darnik's combat performance exceeded the passing line, which put considerable pressure on her. Big sister, Calls muttered, looking at his sister with concern in his eyes. It was evident to anyone that Fiore was nearing her limit. It's okay, Calls, I can still hold on. Fiore turned her head to her brother with a faint smile. After all, I'm your big sister, how can I collapse in front of my little brother? It's the final moments, as long as we hold on, victory will be ours. Darnik reassured everyone, tightly gripping his staff. There weren't many dragon-tooth warriors left on the battlefield now. As long as they endured these final waves of attacks, they would be completely safe. At this moment, their servants still held the advantage, and the Greater Grail was also still in their possession. As long as they persisted until the end, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Igmalenia. Then, my long-cherished wish, the future of the Igmalenia, will all be. Thud. Just as Darnik's excitement surged inside his mind, a dull sound suddenly came from behind him. Everyone instinctively turned around to see a male homunculus lying on the ground, a conspicuous large hole in his back, his internal organs already destroyed, and fresh blood gushing out uncontrollably. Chapter 336. What's going on? Seeing the sudden turn of events, Gords was dumbfounded and exclaimed in panic. Under the gaze of everyone, how did this homunculus die? Moreover, it happened without any of them noticing. Thud thud. Just as everyone was puzzled, without any warning, 4 more homunculi fell to the ground, their deaths exactly like the first, with large holes in their backs. Seeing the homunculus corpses on the ground, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. Everyone, be careful. Darnik roared. This is Assassin's Ambush. With highly skilled concealment techniques and lethal assassination methods aimed at the heart, the identity of the assailant had undoubtedly been revealed. Assassin of Black, Jack the Ripper. Hi, ha. Innocent laughter, akin to that of a fairy, echoed from all directions, making it impossible to determine the exact location. Everyone huddled closely together, nervously scanning the surrounding darkness. Among the 7 servants, Assassin posed the greatest threat to masters. Especially in the current situation where none of their servants were guarding their sides. With just mages and homunculi, they were as defenseless as lambs to the slaughter before Assassin. Wow, there are so many delicious-looking ones. It's really hard to decide, who should we start with? Jack's voice echoed continuously in everyone's ears, fear's tendrils creeping into their hearts like branches. Though there was only one voice, they felt as though countless pairs of eyes lurked greedily in the darkness, watching them. Alright, decision made, we will start with you. Thick fog surged suddenly from nowhere, like a fierce beast choosing its prey, swallowing everyone whole. Cough. 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 Intense pain, like sparks bursting, suddenly shot up from the depths of everyone's noses, causing them to instinctively kneel in agony on the ground, coughing painfully. Careful. This fog is poisonous. Darnik roared, simultaneously attempting to dispel the fog with his magecraft. Unfortunately, this fog seemed unlike anything he had ever seen before, as his magecraft seemed futile against it. With fog and nightfall, this place had become Jack's playground. Just as Fiore struggled to repel the encroaching fog with her magecraft, a voice as sweet as sugar suddenly echoed in her ears. Such a pretty big sister, can you be our mother? Intense fear exploded in Fiore's heart in an instant. Still, how could she possibly react in time to Assassin's words? The moment Jack's words fell, a glinting dagger was already at her abdomen. Bang! A spark flashed and a gunshot rang out. Jack, sensing the imminent danger, abandoned her current target and redirected her dagger to block an incoming attack. Ding! The sharp dagger clashed with a dead finger, creating a dazzling spark. Seizing this brief moment, Fiore swiftly activated her mechanical spider-like leg, striking behind her. Ugh, failed again, Jack muttered softly, agilely evading the mechanical leg's attack before leaping back into the concealment of her fog. Tap tap. Accompanied by crisp footsteps, a tall figure slowly emerged from the fog, appearing before everyone. Shishigu Kairi. Darnik's eyes showed a hint of surprise. If he remembered correctly, this necromancer belonged to the Red faction. Let's save the talk for later. Kairi said calmly before tossing out several black spherical pills from his jacket. A strange, sinister blackish-blue gas rose from these pills, blending with the surrounding fog. These gases seemed to contain some peculiar substance, mysteriously neutralizing the toxicity of the fog and improving everyone's situation. However. Ugh, such a foul smell, Gourds bent over, vomiting. The stench was akin to rotting corpses left out in the sun for days, festering and rotting. The rest also wore expressions of discomfort. This odor was truly testing their tolerance to the extreme. Let's endure it for a bit, compared to our lives, this is just a minor problem, no? Kairi shrugged his shoulders casually. I feel like we're just as likely to be suffocated to death as we are to be poisoned to death, Calls quipped. That's why, the only way out for us now is to deal with Assassin as soon as possible, Kairi responded calmly. What can you do? Darnik asked, unsure why this necromancer would help them, but as he had said, Assassin was now the biggest problem they faced. What can I do? I'm just an ordinary necromancer, dealing with a servant is beyond my capabilities. The only ones who can deal with servants are servants, after all. After saying that, he raised his hand, and the crimson glow of command spells inscribed on the back of his hand lit up. With this command spell, Saber, I command you to return to my side immediately. Whoosh! Surging magical energy caused the surrounding air to tremble uncontrollably. Amidst the dazzling light, a golden-haired figure clad in silver armor with red patterns, wielding a crimson thunderous sword suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Darnik instinctively stepped back. At this distance, if Saber of Red attacked them, they wouldn't have time to react. Holy crap! What the heck is this smell? Master, you didn't summon me into some sewers, did you? I'll make it up to you later, for now, let's deal with the trouble in front of us, Kairi responded. Darn it, just when things were getting exciting over there, suddenly got dragged over this side, tch, what a killjoy. Mordred grumbled before raising her sword toward the fog ahead. So, you get it now, Assassin. I'm not in the best mood right now, if you come out peacefully, I might just give you a quick end, otherwise, I can't promise I won't be ruthless. Swish. Instead of a verbal response, a swiftly approaching dagger was the answer. Ding. The dagger struck Mordred's armor, instantly deflected. Hee hee hee. From the depths of the fog came Jack's clear and innocent laughter. Mordred looked at the dagger on the ground in silence for a moment, then suddenly let out a sneer. Heh, looks like this is your answer, yeah. Boom. A surge of magical energy suddenly erupted, raging crimson thunder wreaking havoc on the surrounding fog. Mordred raised her sword high, a cruel smile hidden beneath her helmet. Well then, get ready to face hell you fucker. Chapter 337. Boom. 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 Several raging thunder descended from the sky, unleashing the mighty power of the gods, blasting massive charred craters into the ground. As Heracles dodged the thunderous onslaught, he simultaneously wielded his obsidian longbow, unleashing arrows at Ozymandias with a speed that defied human perception. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew straight and unharmed, each possessing speed surpassing sound, carrying astonishing destructive power. Even the most advanced sniper rifles couldn't match these arrows. Boom! 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 Brilliant lightning clashed, colliding with the arrows. Yet, as if imbued with life, the arrows changed course in the air, skillfully avoiding the lightning, relentlessly charging toward Ozymandias with precision. No arrows shall approach me. Ozymandias' deep voice echoed as the power of imperial privilege instantly activated. Most of the arrows seemed to bounce off an invisible wall. However, amidst this, one arrow persisted stubbornly, yet it still failed to pierce the pharaoh. It merely grazed his cheek and pierced the throne behind him. Boom! Even sturdy gold couldn't escape the fate of shattering under the divine might of the arrow as the magnificent golden throne exploded in an instant. Ozymandias touched the scars on his face expressionlessly, the blood on his fingertips vividly crimson. Well done, truly worthy of the hero who completed the 12 impossible labors, to hurt me under such circumstances, you can indeed be proud, O Greek hero. Ozymandias looked down at Heracles. But how much longer can you hold on? And why do you think you're better than me? Heracles replied calmly. Maintaining such a massive reality marble must also be quite draining for you. Under normal circumstances, that arrow just now shouldn't have hit you at all. You're right, I can't keep this up much longer, Ozymandias admitted frankly, a proud king who disdained lying in such matters. But the remaining time is enough for me to deal with you. He raised his scepter and countless thunderbolts soon converged to form a massive thunderball, illuminating the entire temple as bright as day with its dazzling thunderous radiance. Let this final blow send you to hell, Greek hero. Ozymandias smirked cruelly as he swung down his scepter, sending the massive thunderball flying. Watching the huge thunderball descending toward him, Heracles slightly furrowed his brows. His strong battle intuition warned him that taking this hit would almost certainly mean certain death. His battle with Penthesilea had already consumed nearly half of his resurrection chances. The probability of surviving this hit with the remaining chances was incredibly slim. But so what? He was someone who completed the 12 impossible labors alone. This kind of thing was far from what he had experienced. Heracles bent his longbow, calmly staring at the looming thunderball with unwavering eyes. I am Heracles, the one who has completed 12 impossible challenges in succession. I won't fall before reaching my goal. Boom. Bzzzt. As the thunderball fell, it unleashed its violent thunder straight away. The dazzling light made it impossible to keep one's eyes open as its terrifying power wreaked havoc everywhere as if painting the entire world with a sea of thunder. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that the thunder gradually dissipated. Ozymandias coldly eyed the spot where Heracles had stood, devoid of any signs of life. A hero who has turned impossibilities into possibilities 12 times in a row, your bravery is indeed admirable, but unfortunately, courage and belief alone won't bring you victory against this king of kings. Ozymandias remarked calmly and lowered his scepter, preparing to dispel his noble phantasm, Ramesseum Tentiris. The previous attack had depleted most of his remaining magical energy. He needed to conserve some to face the next enemy. Objectively speaking, Ozymandias, though a lofty and arrogant ruler, was never one to underestimate his opponents easily. To him, most enemies didn't even qualify as his opponents in the first place. Therefore, anyone he considered an opponent must have earned his recognition in some way, and for this reason, when facing an acknowledged opponent, he would suppress his inner arrogance. This was not only to pursue victory and maintain the dignity of the King of Kings but also to show respect to his opponents. From the beginning, Ozymandias never underestimated Heracles. In order to deal with this Greek hero, he had almost exhausted all his available options. Even after defeating him, he only let down his guard after confirming that Heracles truly had no trace of life left. But sometimes, life was full of dramatic twists. When the coin of fate had yet to land completely, no one could guarantee what variables might come into play. Swish. At the moment he let down his guard, a piercing sound of breaking air whistled in. An arrow of destiny tore through the air like a raging dragon, devoid of any fancy moves or magical effects. Just a simple arrow, plain and unadorned, yet it tipped the scales of victory in the final moments. Ozymandias hurriedly blocked the arrow with his golden scepter, but unfortunately, it was pierced through in an instant. Poochie. The arrow's power remained undiminished as it pierced through his body, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest. Thud. The arrow embedded deep into the wall, blood staining its feathers as it slid down slowly. Ozymandias lowered his head, gazing at a fist-sized wound in his chest, a glaringly fatal injury. He raised his head slightly at the devastated land, where a dark tall man, despite being ravaged by his thunder, stood like a tower. Covered in countless blackened scars with his obsidian longbow nearly shattered, Heracles still stood firm, unyielding like his indomitable will. Ah, I see now. Ozymandias spoke calmly as he sat back on his throne, resting his chin on his hand as if unaffected by his injury. A last-ditch counterattack, facing death head-on. I never expected that at this final moment, you would manage to break free from the shackles of life and death and resurrect yourself by using the 13th labor that has never existed. Heracles lowered his head slightly, gazing at his obsidian longbow that shattered bit by bit. Because, I had a reason to win, Heracles said with a hoarse voice. I know what you mean. Without such resolute conviction, how could you have released that arrow? As the magnificent temple dissipated into the brilliance of light particles, Ozymandias gradually faded into nothingness. Even in the final moments of his life, the pharaoh who created the glorious nation of ancient Egypt remained calm and collected. I am the King of Kings, transcending all gods. Ozymandias, as long as the sun has yet to set, I will once again reign over this land. Cherish this victory, O Greek hero, when you and I face each other next time, I will show you what true despair is. As the light of the light particles faded away, Rider of Red, Ozymandias, made his exit. The ancient and grand pyramid quickly disappeared, and the deep twilight once again enveloped the land. Chapter 338. Heracles released his grip, and his obsidian longbow fell to the ground, crumbling into countless fragments and powder. This weapon, which had witnessed countless victories and miracles alongside him, finally met its end. Heracles walked with heavy steps, approaching the dying Siegfried not far away. It wasn't until he reached Siegfried's side that he finally stopped his step. "Congratulations, archer," Siegfried, who rarely smiled, showed a faint, shallow smile on his face. "This is your victory. This is our victory," Heracles declared firmly as he crouched down, tightly grasping Siegfried's hand. The glow of light particles flickered like fireflies on Siegfried's body. His vital spot in his back was fatally injured, and for him, this was an irreversible outcome. If it weren't for his stubborn will to witness the end of the battle, he would have disappeared long ago. "Although it's a bit irresponsible to say this, I'm counting on you for what comes next," Siegfried tightly grasped Heracles' hand. "My master, and those homunculi." "I know," Heracles nodded with a serious expression. "Thank you." Siegfried nodded, looking up at the dark sky above, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It's really great, defeating powerful enemies together with a trustworthy companion until the last moment. I have no regrets." After murmuring like that, Siegfried closed his eyes. His body completely dispersed into light particles and soon merged into the endless dark sky. Saber of Black, Siegfried, exited the stage. Cough. Heracles' body went limp, half kneeling on the ground, crimson blood continuously coughed out from his mouth. Though he miraculously managed to pull off the 13th resurrection chance of God hand with sheer willpower at the final moment, the damage inflicted on him by Ozymandias was still significant. Even his ability to hold himself up without collapsing now was nothing short of miraculous. Now, the only thing that could pull him back from the brink of death was command spells. Heracles focused his mind, reaching out through the contract to contact his master. After a moment, he hastily opened his eyes with surprise. No response. Though he could definitely feel his master's presence, he couldn't establish communication, as if an invisible barrier stood between them, blocking their connection. What in the world happened? However, as Heracles still pondering his master's situation, suddenly, whoosh! A crimson spear shot from afar like a meteor. The scorching flames around it distorted the air, spreading with astonishing speed as if to ignite the entire world. This was the flame of the sun god, the spear once used to slay gods. This spear's owner seized upon Heracles' weakest moment, intending to end him with this blow. "You won't succeed." As a deep voice echoed, the earth rumbled violently, and countless black iron stakes rapidly emerged, forming an immensely solid impenetrable wall in front of Heracles, blocking the fatal strike. Boom! Vlad descended from the sky before Heracles, his domineering figure akin to a pillar holding up the heavens and earth, instilling an unparalleled sense of reassurance. "Rest assured, my friend, I'll handle things from here on out," Vlad said calmly while looking ahead. Meanwhile, not far away, Shiro sighed softly as he saw this scene. Did we fail again? Ordering Karna to launch a surprise attack on Heracles was their last chance, but even then, it was still stopped by the troublesome Lord Impaler. With Ozymandias gone, did their side still stand a chance at victory? "Come on, Father Kotomine, didn't I say it before? As long as it's not over yet, nobody can guarantee who will be the ultimate victor here." Kiera chuckled lightly, shifting her gaze to the distant hills covered in thick fog. What the heck is this place?" Mordred muttered in confusion while holding Clarent, cautiously scanning her surroundings. The other 5 Darnik, Gords, Kauls, Fiori, and Kyrie, were also confused by the sudden change of location. Everything familiar had vanished, replaced by an unusually cold city shrouded in cold fog. The air was filled with nauseating stench of decay, vomit, and organs. People on the streets moved stiffly, not a single glance thrown their way. The vacant stares of these people seemed empty, stirring an unsettling feeling of unease and nervousness. Was this an endless nightmare or an unfathomable hell? The biting cold wind pricked at everyone's skin, crumpled newspapers fluttering down to their feet. Kauls picked up the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a line of large text. "From Hell, Jack the Ripper." Hell, Kauls murmured the word softly, suddenly feeling a chill creeping into his heart. What was hell? Was it endless despair, never-ending slaughter, or perhaps endless torture? Maybe all of the above or maybe none of them. Any place could be called hell since everyone's perception of hell should be different. If so, why was this place called hell? Everyone's vision suddenly twisted, the scene changed, and in the moments that followed, everyone finally witnessed a true hell. They saw it with their own eyes. They saw a scene of a girl being violated by a burly man for survival. They saw a boy beating a girl with a stick to snatch bread from her hands, yet they saw the bread grabbed at the risk of life by the boy, taken away by an adult using despicable means, and ultimately ending up in the hands of someone completely worthless. They also saw many dead fetuses, the innocents abandoned by the world. In this hell, children weren't killed, they were consumed. In this hell, the light in the eyes of the children dimmed, the world wrapped around them like a spider's web, rendering them motionless, swallowed by a monster called time. The city of fog, for certain people, was undoubtedly hell. Surviving in this place was extremely difficult, let alone living a life with dignity. In a world where a 9-year-old girl must sell her body, there was no dignity to speak of. The stench of tanneries and meat processing plants permeates every moment, while rats and cockroaches frolic merrily in dirty corners. There was no hero, only miserable weaklings, pitiful victims, and cruel evildoers. Yes, hell. This was hell, this was what hell looks like. Besides hope, everything in this place was filled with Pandora's box. Various disasters and despair flow in and intensify like filth constantly being scattered. Cruel prostitutes sell their bodies inside and out, using the money gained to snuff out lives born from such actions. Crush it to bits. Repeat it over and over. Crush it to bits. Repeat it over and over. Blood and flesh flowed into the rivers, but it didn't matter since factories were already discharging wastewater. Adding a little more protein wouldn't make a difference. Indeed, it didn't matter, it was completely fine. From the perspective of the rivers, these things were just a lump of filth. Indeed, this was hell, purgatory, a city of sin where inhumane creatures resided. Chapter 339. Stop, please, stop, don't do this. Fiore, a kind-hearted woman at heart, was the first to break down, tears of pain streaming down her face, helpless sobs escaping her throat. Brutal truth and despair. This was the true face of hell. No one could remain calm in front of this scene. Not even Kyrie, who had grown accustomed to life and death, or Darnik, who had lived for nearly a century, which should have made his resolve hardened like steel, could bear to watch, and turn his head away. Why did it have to be like this? Weren't children supposed to be the embodiment of their parents' love? Weren't they supposed to be blessed with their birth? Why let them face such awful things? Why wasn't anyone coming to save them? However, as everyone pondered these questions, the scene soon shifted again. Everyone stepped onto the cold street once more, and soon, countless children emerged from the shadows of alleys. Though their appearances varied greatly, they all had a unified sense, dirty and disheveled, with eyes dull and devoid of hope. The children reached out their hands toward them, countless voices overlapping. Please, save us souls, take our hands, please, please. Boom! A crimson thunder suddenly descended from the sky, and the children instinctively withdrew their hands, looking surprised at the knight covered in silver armor with red patterns. Why, even after witnessing their hell, their misfortune, did these people still hesitate to accept their hand? The children's faces conveyed such a message. Because I'm just that kind of unforgivable bastard, Mordred muttered to one. No one knew what expression she wore under her demonic helmet at the moment. All they could see was she raised her sword in her hand toward these defenseless children, her voice devoid of any emotion. Since your existence was a mistake from the start, then, let me correct it. Saber, Kyrie's face showed a hint of reluctance, but before he could say anything further, she cut him off. Master, do you really think they can be saved? It was impossible. These children's era was long gone, they were souls forever bound to that time, and no one could go back and save them, just as no one could erase the sins and ugliness of that era. This hell was engraved in the depths of Jack the Ripper's soul like a shackle, and only by breaking it could these children truly be freed. The fragile humans were blinded by the illusion before their eyes, but only the Knight of Treachery saw the truth hidden behind it all. If uncovering the truth was a sin, then Clarent. She would bear it. Blood Arthur. This feeling is. As Jean dashed towards the destroyed fortress of Millennia, she suddenly sensed something, abruptly halting her steps and shifting her gaze toward a small hill shrouded in thick fog in the distance. It's Assassin of Black, is she eliminated? No, wait. Jean furrowed her brows, pulling out a vial of holy water from somewhere and sprinkling it into the sky. The once clear and transparent liquid quickly turned into a gloomy dark color, while at the same time, a faint cry of a baby echoed. So, that's how it is, this is Assassin of Black's true identity. Some thoughts crossed her mind, her expression momentarily complex, but soon her eyes regained their firmness. If that's the case, I can't just stand by. Jean took a deep breath, glanced toward the direction of Fortress of Millennia, then decisively turned around and sprinted in a certain direction. About 600 meters away from the battlefield, in a small grove, Reika, Jack's master, stood beside a large tree, her eyes filled with worry as she gazed toward the chaotic battlefield not far away. The war between the Red faction and the Black faction was a perfect opportunity for Jack. With her abilities as an assassin, as long as she didn't confront those dangerous servants head-on, she could easily harvest prey on this chaotic battlefield. Mages and homunculi wouldn't stand a chance against her. However, for some reason, Reika had been feeling uneasy since a while ago, especially after seeing the thick fog rising. As Jack's master, she knew well that the fog was Jack's last resort. Using it at such a critical moment indicated that her situation was probably dire. After hesitating for a few minutes, Reika finally made up her mind. After all, nothing was more important to her than Jack's life. By my command spell, assassin, come to my side immediately. A crimson light flashed and dissipated, followed by a surge of magical energy. In the next moment, a small figure soon lay before her. Jack. Reika hurriedly went to pick up Jack, looking at the girl whose face contorted in pain, feeling as if her heart was being pricked by countless needles. Mother, Jack muttered, barely able to keep her eyes open. Though there were no visible wounds, her breath was extremely weak, giving the impression that she could disperse like a gust of wind at any moment. No need to say anything, Jack, what you need now is rest, be good and get some sleep first. Despite her inner anxiety, Reika gently comforted Jack as if she were her own daughter. The most urgent thing now was to find a way to save Jack's life no matter what. Reika quickly picked up Jack and stood up. Although Jack was a servant, she was still a teenager in appearance and body. As a result, Reika could easily lift Jack as if her body was hollow. They had to retreat for now. Although the thick fog hadn't dispersed yet, without Jack's control, the fog wouldn't last long either. If they didn't retreat soon, they could easily be discovered by those masters and servants. As for the Holy Grail, they couldn't worry about it now. Having made her decision, Reika quickly stepped away, preparing to retreat to a hiding place. But as she turned, she suddenly noticed a figure of a stranger standing not far away. It was a woman dressed in a style completely different from modern fashion. Adorned with splendid silver armor. Her hands held a flag with a fleur-de-lis pattern, exuding a dignified countenance and a sacred aura as if a divine angel had descended to earth. Yet instead of feeling safe, Reika started to panic. She instinctively took a few steps back, her heart filled with indescribable fear. Without needing to think, with such distinct features, the woman in front of her was undoubtedly a servant, just like Jack. Why have you come at this time? Finally found you, assassin of Black. Jean looked at the girl in Reika's arms, her tone slightly complex. Jack the Ripper, or rather, the nameless girl who has taken on the identity of Jack the Ripper. Hearing that, Reika's body instantly froze. How could this woman see through Jack's true identity at a glance? Which side do you belong to, Black or Red? Reika attempted to delay the unknown servant with words, hoping to find an opportunity to escape later. At this moment, she had completely ignored the gap in power between herself and the servant in front of her. Her only thought right now was to let her daughter survive, by any means necessary. I don't belong to either of them. Jean calmly took a step forward with the flag in her hand. I am the overseer of this Holy Grail war, Ruler Jean d'Arc. Ruler, Jean d'Arc. Reika was slightly taken aback. Are you that holy maiden from France? I'm not exactly a holy maiden, I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities as guided by God. Jean admitted her identity quite frankly. Hearing that, Reika instantly saw hope. Chapter 340. Reika immediately knelt down and pleaded with Jean. Please, Lady Jean, spare us. Jack is just a child. I promise to take her away from here immediately and never participate in this war again. Sorry, I can't do that. Jean's cold words made Reika's face stiffen slightly. Your eyes tell me that your words are just lies to appease me. You can't give up the Holy Grail. But, Reika's eyes flickered slightly. She couldn't give up the Holy Grail because it was Jack's wish. And besides, Jean raised the flag again. Assassin of Black has already begun to deteriorate. Now she, rather than being a heroic spirit, is more like an evil spirit. Hearing that, Reika froze in place. Assassin, Sheno, I should say they have become entangled in the legend of that serial killer, known as Jack the Ripper. They've transformed into neither anyone nor no one. Jean, with her sharp eyes piercing, explained as she stared intensely at Reika. Think about it, Assassin's master, up until now, were the people killed by Assassin really victims of Jack the Ripper? As if compelled by Jean's words and aura, Reika instinctively took a step back. Her thoughts were in disarray, rendering her unable to articulate a complete sentence. Assassin didn't even know the faces or names of those they killed people simply because they wanted to pursue their mother's shadow. That's the truth behind the assassin's pursuit of slaughter, Jean said, taking a deep breath. They have now been consumed by the concept known as Jack the Ripper, and are beyond saving. No, it's not like that. Jack, they just want to live, to be loved by someone. Is that wrong? Tears streamed down Reika's face as she roared at Jean, but the latter just silently stood in place, unmoved like a statue, offering no reaction. Aren't you a holy maiden? You must have a way to save these children, right? No matter the cost, even if it's my life, I beg you. Crimson stains trailed from the corners of Reika's mouth as she fell to her knees, bowing heavily to Jean. Please. Please, save Jack. I can save lost children, I can purify souls with regrets through prayers, but only assassin is beyond my reach. Jean lowered her eyes slightly, gripping the holy flag tightly in her hand. Their inflated hatred and the despair of those they've killed have thoroughly corrupted these children. Now, every one of them is unable to shake off the concept of Jack the Ripper. The only way to redeem them is to completely eliminate them, to grant them complete freedom. How could this be? Reika was completely stunned, but Jean's next words pierced through her defenses. You must have seen it by now, Jean spoke softly. The hell hidden deep within Assassin's heart. Hearing that, Reika's eyes widened instantly, still containing traces of unreadable horror and anger. Of course, she had seen it: cold, dark, despairing hell, the city of sin that harbored countless inhumane bastards, the filth that birthed misery. She had witnessed it all firsthand. That hell was the reason she cherished the girl in her arms so much. Not only because the girl had saved her and fulfilled her wish to live, but more importantly, the girl was her new meaning in life. Their existence is a mistake in itself. As long as they continue to exist, that hell will forever reside in their souls, like a heavy shackle, binding them to perpetual cycles of slaughter and pain. Jean's voice remained calm and steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. They've suffered enough. Do you really want them to continue this endless cycle, Assassin's master? No, Mother, leave the rest to us. As Reika faltered and tried to explain, a tender voice suddenly interrupted. Jack. Reika stared blankly as Jack slipped out of her embrace, stepping toward Jean. Standing in front of Jean, Jack lifted her little head, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the legendary saint before her. Even if you kill us, do you feel nothing? Jack's delicate words pierced Jean's heart like a dagger. Jean clenched her teeth tightly, suppressing her inner emotions. She could have saved Assassin long ago, could have helped Assassin sooner. But she knew deep down that it was too late. Nevertheless, we must continue to move on, Jean said, full of determination. Watching Jean's determined expression and lips bleed from tight bite, Jack's face showed a hint of relief. Well, if that's how it is, then there's nothing we can do about it, Jack said softly, as if understanding, like a kitten facing the end of its life, and accepted the hand of judgment without resistance. Seeing this, Jean took a deep breath and began to chant. The grace of the Lord is infinitely deep, and his mercy never fades. In the sacred chant, a radiant golden light rose as Jack's body began to dissipate little by little into golden particles of light. Countless children wearing tattered clothes appeared around her, naturally holding each other's hands, their eyes devoid of the previous dullness, replaced only by a serene smile. Fill the thirsty souls, satisfy the hungry souls with goodness. Jean's solemn chant swiftly eliminated their existence. It was not a cycle of death, but as the word suggested, elimination. They would be excluded from the cycle of reincarnation, and no matter what kind of Holy Grail war ensued in the future, they would never be summoned again. Throughout it all, Jean's expression remained unchanged, solemn like a mask, because if she cried, the children would know she mourned their deaths and left regrets behind. Thus, she stood in place like steel. No. No. My children. Reika rushed forward as if going mad, wanting to embrace the vanishing children, but no matter how she gathered her arms, all she received was emptiness. Please don't be sad, mother. The children looked at Reika, their smiles pure and gentle, like the warm breeze of early spring. To meet you is already the greatest luck for us. Now, we're just going where we should go, so please don't mourn for us. Thank you, mother, goodbye. The golden light particles gradually merged into the endless night sky. Reika knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, emitting a beast-like roar of anguish from her throat. Jean silently held the holy flag in her hand, standing tall in the boundless darkness like a statue. Assassin of Black, a nameless girl known as Jack the Ripper, finally found freedom. Chapter 341. Boom. Several towering walls collapsed and crumbled in an instant, clouds of dust obscuring vast stretches of land. What had been the magnificent fortress just hours ago now lay in ruins, devoid of any trace of its former grandeur. How? Not planning to give up yet. Gobta stood atop a toppled marble pillar, his black hair ruffled by the fierce wind. He gripped a spear as dark and profound as the abyss, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke and dust. Kama, leaning on her vajra, slowly rose, glaring at Gobta with gritted teeth. She no longer exuded the imposing and elegant aura of a goddess she had just hours ago. Black scars marred her snowy skin, like festering wounds gnawing away at her vitality. No matter what she tried, she couldn't rid herself of them. What was worse was that she had to divert part of her focus to resist the deterioration of these scars, leaving her unable to fully concentrate on fighting him. This allowed him to continually seize opportunities to harm her, trapping her in an endless cycle of death and regeneration. However, if it were just that simple, it would be fine. Though these scars were troublesome, she still possessed a divine core. Unless these dark scars covered more than half of her body, they wouldn't have much of an impact on her anytime soon. What really made her feel frustrated was that this man showed absolutely no intention of defense when fighting her. No matter what injuries she inflicted upon his body, they would be instantly healed the next second. His vitality was simply irrationally strong. She wasn't entirely sure if his resilience stemmed from the black dragon in the sky or some unique noble phantasm. Apart from a vague connection to the Norse god King Odin, she knew too little about this black-haired man to gather any useful information. However, she could foresee that if this continued, her defeat would be inevitable. Should I use that? Kama's gaze flickered. There was only one way to break this deadlock, but if she used it, her situation would likely become even more dire. Looks like Archer is not doing too well. Seeing the battle situation, Shiro murmured, his tone somber. Well, who'd have thought a servant would have such ridiculous regenerative abilities? We underestimated him. With Archer's strength, it's gonna be tough to snatch the Greater Grail from Rider of Black's watchful eyes. Our only hope now lies with Lancer. Hearing that, Shiro furrowed his brow slightly. Lancer is currently engaged in battle with Lancer of Black. Given Lancer of Black's tenacity, it'll be difficult for Lancer to defeat him in a short amount of time. Then let them switch opponents, Kiera suggested with a light chuckle. With Archer's strength, holding off Lancer of Black shouldn't be a problem, no. Moreover, if our Lancer faces Rider of Black, there might be a chance of victory. You mean, Lancer's noble phantasm? Shiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Lancer is our only hope for a turnaround now, Kiera said, a saintly smile playing on her lips, compassionate like a benevolence goddess. You should understand that, yes. Shiro seemed lost in thought for a moment, but soon he took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. You're right, we have no choice now. Rider of Black stood as a mountain blocking their path. Unless they could completely remove this obstacle, his wish would remain nothing but a pipe dream. With that thought in mind, Shiro hesitated no longer, immediately contacting Karna through their master-servant contract. Lancer, switch opponents with Archer, it's up to you to take on Rider of Black, Shiro commanded. Is Archer having trouble over there? Karna dodged iron stakes emerging from the ground as he responded. The strength of Rider of Black is beyond what we imagined. Right now, you're the only one who might be able to defeat him, Shiro said solemnly. Fine, but I have one condition, Karna replied calmly. Until the war is over, you must ensure the safety of my and every servant of Red's master, and after it ends, you must release them. Hearing that, Shiro sighed inwardly. He wasn't exactly surprised to be found out by Karna after all. He knew Karna possessed a skill known as discernment of the poor. He had prepared himself for the possibility of the truth being revealed from the beginning. Karna was fundamentally different from other servants. While most of them had their own pride and obsessions, even if the command spells required them to show some obedience, they usually maintained their independent will. Ozymandias was a typical example of this. However, Karna was different. Despite his formidable strength and illustrious background as the son of the sun god, this hero known as the hero of charity possessed an unparalleled sense of kindness and responsibility among the servants. He was extremely tolerant, accepting any belief or idea as a possibility. Therefore, Shiro wasn't worried that Karna would betray the Red faction upon discovering the truth. Unless under extreme circumstances, he would prioritize the safety of his master. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming them. Even if you didn't say anything, I would ensure their safe return after the war ends, Shiro assured. Good, Karna replied calmly, unfazed. But there's another problem. I'm running low on magical energy right now, so I might not be a match for Rider of Black. Don't worry, I'll support you with command spells. In that case, it's decided. Karna swept away Vlad with his spear, then soared into the air in haste, heading toward the fortress of millennia. You can't escape. Vlad thrust his spear into the ground, and countless black iron stakes quickly emerged, aiming at Karna's flying figure. However, a surge of magical energy suddenly swept through. Vlad's pupils contracted, and he instinctively shifted the iron stakes from offense to defense, forming a thick shield in front of him. Boom! As the waves of magical energy crashed down, Vlad successfully blocked the attack with the iron shield made up of 20,000 stakes but missed the chance to stop Karna. He looked up at the floating fortress above, his expression darkening. At the same time, Kama had also finished her conversation with Kiera through their master-servant contract and, without hesitation, chose to leave the battlefield. Compared to the annoying Rider of Black, dealing with that vampire was much easier. Moreover, in a way, placing Karna against Rider of Black could create an opportunity for her. As for what opportunity? Only she knew. Chapter 342. As Kama passed by his body, Karna's gaze lingered on her for a moment, his eyes showing a rare hint of confusion. As a fellow Indian heroic spirit with divinity, Karna was naturally familiar with this pitiful god of love. However, apart from the familiar aura, he faintly felt that there was some kind of quite dangerous power lurking within her. However, due to the short time of contact, before he could carefully sense it, Kama quickly distanced herself from him and engaged in battle with Vlad, who was pursuing from behind. Choosing to switch opponents. That's indeed a good decision. This should be our third encounter, no? I had the upper hand in the previous two, so this time, do you really have the confidence to defeat me? Indeed, looking at their battle records, Karna hadn't achieved much in his 2 battles against Gupta. The first time, he was directly injured. And even his golden armor suffered considerable damage because of Nidhogg's dragon breath. The second time, despite having already joined hands with Medea to defeat Gupta in what was clearly a 2-on-1 situation, he not only failed to defeat Gupta but also let him kill Medea in front of his eyes. For a warrior, suffering 2 defeats in a row at the hands of the same person was a considerable blow to morale and confidence. It could even leave a lasting shadow on someone with a poor mentality, causing them to falter easily. However, Karna was different. He didn't falter and never would. His gaze remained as calm as still water, his fighting spirit still burning fiercely, unaffected by Gupta's provocation. That kind of psychological tactic won't work on me, Rider of Black. Karna raised his god-slaying spear toward Gupta. I'm not afraid of failure because what I seek is nothing but a fair and honorable battle without anyone else intervening. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. Thank you. Boom. After thanking Gupta, a blazing fire erupted behind Karna, propelling him forward as if a sword slicing through the air. Enveloped in roaring flames, his spear stabbed straight toward Gupta's head. Observing this, Gupta didn't retreat but advanced. He thrust out the black spear in his hand like an angry dragon, carrying sharp killing intent as it met Karna's spear head-on. Ding! The 2 spearheads collided without deviation, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. The flames that burned all things passed along Black Abyss's spear shaft, bringing with them twisted space and scorching heat. Seeing this, Gupta narrowed his eyes slightly, decisively released Black Abyss, and retreated backward, avoiding the divine fire that came rushing toward him. This was the flame of the sun god, capable of burning down an entire city with just a wisp. Even he couldn't afford to directly confront it. Weapons are a warrior's second life, lose it, and your defeat is already sealed. Swish! Karna's voice pierced through the flames, followed by the sharp spearhead of his god-slaying spear. This was a battle of powerful servants, where any mistake would be magnified infinitely, and any negligence could determine the outcome. Once an opportunity was seized, life and death hung on a single moment. This time, I won. Karna exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly, his forward steps were forcibly halted as if crashing into an insurmountable wall. He widened his eyes and looked ahead, noticing that Gupta's arm was now clad in a black gold gauntlet, firmly grasping his god-slaying spear. You're right, weapons are indeed crucial for warriors, Gupta smiled. But when it comes to weapons, I'm afraid they mean a bit more to me than you think. As soon as he finished speaking, Gupta abruptly yanked his arm, relying on his strength to forcefully pull Karna toward him. At the same time, he lifted his other arm, also wrapped in a black gold gauntlet, and mercilessly aimed it like a cannonball toward Karna's head. Whoosh! Listening to the howling wind approaching his ears, Karna could almost foresee his head exploding like a watermelon the moment he took this punch. At such close range, he had completely lost all space for evasion. Therefore, Brahmastra Kundala. Karna shook his spear, and like a sun striking the ground, a sea of fire burst out from his spear, forcing Gupta to temporarily halt his attack and retreat from Karna. However, though Gupta dodged in time, his silver armor suffered some damage from the divine fire, but soon after, a faint light flashed over his body, and the silver armor returned to its original state. This wasn't a repair, as the silver armor on his body was created from the key of domination, so it was simply swapped out for a new set. Even though your magical energy is not enough, you still unleashed your noble phantasm without hesitation. I have to admit, your battle intuition is indeed sharp. Gobta spoke calmly as he looked toward Karna ahead. But, how much longer can you continue? I will fight until the very end, Karna stated firmly. With this command spell, Lancer, defeat Rider of Black. With this command spell, Lancer, defeat Rider of Black. Suddenly, two massive waves of magical energy surged from Karna's body, instantly replenishing his almost depleted magical energy and propelling his aura to new heights like a rocket. Command spells, huh? Sensing Karna's change, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at the floating fortress in the sky. Rider of Black, you are indeed a powerful opponent, only by fighting against you can I feel the long-lost thrill of battle. Karna slowly ascended into the air, pieces of his golden armor falling off, merging with the spear in his hand, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. The true divine and god-slaying spear was about to awaken. Now, let me end this battle with this one spear thrust. Chapter 343. Karna was born into tragedy. His birth was merely an attempt by his mother, a one-time affair. Once he was born, he was seen as nothing but an unnecessary and troublesome existence. As a result, he was abandoned and thrown away. Eventually, Karna was picked up by a charioteer and raised. Throughout his life, he faced countless sneers and cold glances due to his lowly status. But despite this, he never harbored resentment toward his mother at all. Why? Because Karna understood she had her own struggles and she was the one who gave him life. He thought that no matter what kind of person his mother was, he should not hold contempt or hatred for her. If there was anything he had to hate, it was himself alone. Fortunately, Karna had a father who cared for him, granting him an indestructible golden armor and extraordinary strength beyond ordinary mortals. Though Karna's path in life remained challenging thereafter and he may have been persistent and ruthless, he was also full of majesty, which earned him the title, Hero of Charity from the people. Yet, he was ultimately forsaken by fate. Confronting his half-brother, Arjuna, Karna faced an unprecedented crisis. Except for his father, no one stood by his side. Still, he remained completely calm. And so, just before the final battle with Arjuna, a Brahmin came to him. Brahmin is the highest caste or varna within Hindu society that serves as priests, spiritual teachers, and communicators between the common people and gods. Karna knew the Brahmin demanding his golden armor was none other than Arjuna's father, the king of gods and god of thunder, Indra. Yet, he didn't expose it. Instead, he calmly took off his armor, undoubtedly no different than his own flesh, and willingly gave it to Indra. Surprisingly, this action led Indra to be charmed by Karna's exceptional majesty and gallant figure and thus, granted Karna his divine and god-slaying spear, Bhasvi Shakti. However, even this divine weapon could not replace the importance of his indestructible golden armor. In the final battle, due to his curse, the wheel of Karna's chariot was suddenly stuck in a rut. Without the protection of his golden armor, he eventually perished under Arjuna's arrow, becoming the tragic hero of the Mahabharata. Despite all of those misfortunes one after another, Karna still harbored no resentment in his life. If anything, there were only regrets in his heart. For this reason, he longed for a fair and full-fledged battle. And at last, he finally had this opportunity. Karna's long white hair danced in the wind as golden crimson flames enveloped his body. He ascended slowly, like a rising sun, casting a bright light that illuminated the land as if turning the world into an endless day. Everyone was mesmerized by this magnificent sight, not only for his dazzling appearance but also because they sensed his noble and resolute will, akin to the sun. Feel the mercy of the King of Gods, you will be destroyed with this one strike. Watch, Indra. I will burn it all. Karna chanted his ultimate noble phantasm, full of vigor. Bhasvi Shakti, the divine spear bestowed by Indra who acknowledged Karna's noble will, no wonder it's called a god-slaying spear, capable of defeating all gods with just one blow. Gobta expressed his admiration unabashedly as another roaring flame, a peculiarly shaped greatsword appeared in his hand. Well then, it would be too regrettable not to give it my all. This was Karna's sacrifice, unleashing his final attack, capable of annihilating one existence, either living beings or non-living beings, including magical beasts, mythical creatures, gods, humans, barriers, armies, cities, or bounded fields. Nothing could withstand its might, except for the world itself. In fact, Gobta could have chosen not to confront this attack. He could have evaded it with the power of cosmic juggernaut and then easily defeated Karna afterward. But as he said, to betray Karna's noble will would be too regrettable. Crackle. The molten gold-like intense flames soared into the sky from Gobta's greatsword, ruthlessly burning everything. Unlike Karna's divine fire, which showcased the grandeur of gods and the indomitable spirit of heroes, this greatsword's flame represented pure destruction, the complete incineration and termination of all things in the world. Thank you. Feeling the power that made the whole world tremble from Gobta, Karna muttered gratefully and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Karna pointed Vasvi Shakti toward Gobta and shouted with all his might. Vasvi Shakti. Gobta stared fearlessly at the spear bathed in crimson blazing lightning, raising his greatsword in response. This is the heavenly fire that burned Sodom, the sword of flame that guarded Eden. Witness the final destruction of the world. Shamash, unleashed. As the form of the great sword changed and became more peculiar yet majestic, endless flames surged out from it like a blazing cloud, rivaling the heat of the sun, as if to set the entire world on fire. Might of An-Utu. As Gobta shouted and slashed his great sword upward, dazzling blazes of lightning fell from the sky, its terrifying and vast magical energy surged like relentless waves. This was an all-out attack, the indomitable hero's resistance against the world. Two completely different powers collided in an instant, freezing time for a moment, then. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded, as if the whole world trembled for an instant, crimson flames and lightning intertwined. The brilliant light turning the boundless darkness into eternal daylight, as if a storm of magical energy crazily swept in all directions, ruthlessly crushing everything around. Rumble. Feeling the surging power, the faces of Vlad and Kama fighting nearby changed simultaneously, both choosing to retreat back without thinking. One side was the god-slaying divine thunder, the other was the flames that incinerate the world, both in rebirth and in destruction, then neutralizing each other, leaving only endless chaos. Such a magnificent scene, even in the age of gods, was rarely seen. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be filled with intense horror and amazement. Even the legendary gods would probably be no match for this. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Vlad sighed softly, realizing at this moment how great the gap between him and the truly powerful servants was. On the other hand, Kama pursed her lips, her eyes flickering slightly, revealing a hint of fear and a hidden sense of relief. Meanwhile, Kiera's lips curled up with a hint of an ambiguous smile as she watched this magnificent sight. Chapter 344. The explosion lasted for a full 10 minutes until everything gradually fell silent. The vast land covered in thick smoke was now littered with countless cracks like spiderwebs and giant craters as if giant meteorites had fallen. All of this was created by the aftermath of the collision between Vasvi Shakti and Might of An-Utu. In the hazy smoke, Karna held Vasvi Shakti, while Gobta held Might of An-Utu. They stood facing each other tens of meters apart, calmly locking eyes as if nothing had happened. Could it be a draw? Just as that thought flashed through everyone's minds, a crisp crack suddenly sounded in their ears. They turned in astonishment to see Vasvi Shakti in Karna's hand shattering bit by bit, the scattered debris turning into light particles before dissipating into nothingness. Accompanying the dissipation of the light particles was Karna himself. Looks like I've lost, huh? Karna sighed softly as he watched his body slowly dissipate. I went all out, without anyone's interference, and still, I lost. You're a true hero, Gobta said in earnest. Both your will and your efforts deserve respect from everyone. No need to console me, I'm actually quite happy now, huh? Karna chuckled lightly, which was rare. I only descended here to fulfill my master's wish, but I didn't expect to find such fulfillment. I have no regrets anymore. Having encountered various misfortunes in life, and ultimately being manipulated by his enemies to the point where he couldn't even unleash his true power before being killed, Karna felt some lingering regret. However, this time, he finally found satisfaction. He had given his all and fought fair and square one-on-one. Even if the outcome was defeat, it didn't matter. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who placed special importance on victory or defeat. The only regret was that this time he couldn't offer victory to his master who hadn't even had the chance to meet him. Sorry, master, Karna gently closed his eyes, completely dissolving into light particles. Lancer of Red, Karna, exited the stage. It's over, Shiro muttered softly, his eyes flickering with a hint of complexity. Now, their side had lost two powerful servants, Rider Ozymandias and Lancer Karna, leaving only Assassin Semiramis and Archer Kama as the remaining servants. Although the Black faction also had a few servants left, their Lancer, Rider, and Archer were powerful servants. With Saber of Red, who clearly leaned toward the Black faction's side, the power difference between the two factions showed that the Black faction had thoroughly overwhelmed the Red faction. Oh Lord, is this your final judgment on me? Shiro looked up at the dazzling night sky, silently lamenting in his heart. It's almost time, Kiera chuckled lightly. Almost time. What time? Cough. Crimson blood slipped from Vlad's mouth as he staggered forward, his eyes filled with obvious disbelief. He lowered his head slightly and saw a slender arm made of azure crystal piercing through his chest, clutching his heart in its palm. How is this possible? What exactly happened, and when? Vlad thought with disbelief. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. A relaxed and cheerful tone echoed in his ears, but there was something indescribable, giving the feeling of two completely different voices overlapping. Anyway, to celebrate this rare occasion, let's start with some dessert before ordering. A deep blue flame ignited, and Vlad's heart was instantly incinerated into ashes. My king. Darnik, who had just escaped from Jack's illusion, witnessed the scene, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles. It's not that simple. Vlad gritted his teeth tightly, his expression ferocious, and his eyes filled with madness. He viciously plunged his spear into the ground, causing 20,000 iron stakes to erupt, covering both him and Kama. Let's die together, you vile wretch. Boom. The earth trembled violently as the cold sharp iron stakes easily pierced Vlad's body, yet the presence behind him showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it expanded as if breaking some kind of restraint, quickly surpassing the limits that a normal Saint Graph could bear. Die together? It's a good idea, but unfortunately, you lack the power to do so. Kama withdrew her arm, watching as Vlad slowly dissipated into light particles, a cold smile playing on her lips. Bizarre and twisted horns slowly spread out from the sides of her head, followed by black tentacles twisting freely. Her azure crystal hands and legs, accompanied by flames, quickly turned into a reddish-orange hue, exuding a sense of corruption and ominousness. Unspeakable fear rose from the depths of everyone's hearts as they watched Archer of Red undergo a drastic transformation. They all inexplicably felt like facing a natural enemy, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. What the heck is going on? Kyrie exclaimed, sweating profusely and struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Why did Archer of Red suddenly turn into that? Hey, Saber, say something. He turned around, only to be shocked to find the usual fearless and rebellious knight, trembling slightly as she gripped her sword. How is this possible? That thing, how could it appear here? What's so special about Archer of Red's current appearance? No, she's no longer Archer, Master, Mordred's voice was hoarse. She is the evil of humanity, the ultimate calamity, a beast. Hearing that, everyone was slightly stunned, a chill running down their spines. As participants in the Holy Grail War, they naturally understood that the summoning system of the Holy Grail War originated from the ritual of the world used to save humanity, known as ritual, heroic spirit summon. The purpose of this summoning system was to summon 7 grand servants, which were humanity's 7 strongest heroic spirits, to come and face a great threat endangering all of humanity and the world. Another way of referring to this great threat was evil of humanity, but it was commonly known as beast. Chapter 345. Beast. They were the great calamity rejected by human history. They were composed of evils of humanity, referring to all kinds of calamities that threaten human order and destroy humanity. They were born from the karma of humanity's progress, becoming stronger with the development of humanity, but gradually revealing their nature of destruction within human society, like lurking cancer cells. In the worldview of Naciverse, there were a total of 7 numbers of beasts from 1 to 7, each of the positions open to be filled by a corresponding evil of humanity. As long as humanity continues to exist, the evils of humanity will never be extinct. Beast acted not out of malice toward humanity but rather threatened humanity through an underlying desire to protect it in a manner. In other words, the so-called beast was actually their love for humanity itself, the desire to protect the beauty of humanity. The strength of beasts needed no further explanation. Even humanity's 7 strongest heroic spirits could only defeat a beast under certain conditions of joint effort. Just from this point, one could already glimpse the power and terror of beasts. Though every master present had heard legends about the beast, they had never witnessed such existence themselves. In their hearts, the so-called beast was just like the so-called god, mere unidentifiable shadows beneath the thick fog of history, belonging to that category which even if one exhausted their entire life, they could not come into contact with. No one had expected that in a mere Holy Grail war, a beast would truly descend. At this moment, whether it was Nidhogg and Semiramis entangling in the sky, or all the servants and masters on the ground, everyone fell into silence all at once, gazing at the woman figure that seemed to have become the center of the world's evil. What's going on here? Why would a beast appear here? Shiro had completely lost his usual composure, his eyes covered with intense shock. Before deciding to participate in the Holy Grail War, he had prepared for everything. Success or failure, it was all within his expectations. For him, as long as he put forth all his efforts, no matter the outcome, he would accept it willingly. However, that thing was beyond his expectations. No, to be more accurate, perhaps no one would have anticipated the appearance of that thing. Swish. The sound of a sword slashing, akin to a dragon, rang out crisp as snow. Shiro pressed his katana firmly against Kiera's neck, his gaze sharpening like the edge of a blade. Tell me, what is going on? Sesshuin Kiera. Shiro had not forgotten what Kiera had said before. It's almost time. Given her words and demeanor at that time, it was obvious that this mysterious nun knew Archer's true identity as Beast. Since you knew Archer as Beast, why didn't you say it earlier? Don't you know how much harm Beast can cause? Shiro sternly questioned Kiera, pressing his katana forward further, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood on the latter's fair and slender neck. Beast, harm? Of course, I know it better than anyone else. Shiro was surprised by her calm reaction. Despite facing a sharp katana at her neck, capable of easily beheading her, she remained calm, wearing a smile of indifference and gentleness, as if she were a sacred and dazzling goddess. But what's the problem with that? Kiera added. What's the problem, you say? Do you even know what you're saying? Beast is not a joke. Human order is in danger, do you know that? Of course, I know, Kiera smiled calmly. I not only know Archer is Beast, but I also know she's Beast 2/3, the one who reigns over the aspect of lust. Beast 2. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, your goal is to help all of humanity, to bring complete redemption to this sinful world, right? Kiera turned to look at the battlefield, where Kama was, seemingly unconcerned about the sharp katana pressed against her neck. And what if it is? Despite his true name being exposed, Shiro felt no surprise. This nun carried too many secrets, a puzzle impossible to solve. Even if she confessed to being a beast herself, he wouldn't be surprised. In that case, why do you reject Beast 2? Kiera smiled gently. For you, isn't Beast 2 an opportunity to achieve your goal? Hearing that, Shiro frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? Beast 2 can bestow love upon anything, including humanity. After saying that, Kiera shrugged her shoulders casually and continued. Imagine if humanity were all submerged in love. There would be no one wanting to compare themselves to others. Everyone could find endless satisfaction in love without being driven by ridiculous reasons like poverty or freedom. If they all obtained their own satisfaction, there would be no more conflicts in this world, everyone could have the love they desire. Her words flowed like sweet syrup into Shiro's heart. Isn't this the world you seek to redeem? Kiera continued. Don't joke with me. After a brief moment of confusion, the power of revelation restored Shiro's clarity. This isn't redemption, it's just a cage. Who cares? Kiera shrugged, looking pretty relaxed. Isn't it better to live carefree in a cage than deal with all the cruelty and darkness out there, even with freedom? You really have lost your mind. Shiro took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the katana's handle. Era? Do you want to kill me? Archer hasn't fully transformed into Beast yet, since she still has a contract with you. As long as I kill you before that happens, everything can still be saved, Shiro said firmly. Oh. Is that what you truly believe? Kiera's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, seemingly close yet with no one around him. Do you? Swish. Before Kiera could finish her words, Shiro decisively swung his katana to behead her, but to his surprise, there was no scene of a severed head falling. Instead, Kiera suddenly disappeared as if she were a mirage all along. Magecraft or noble phantasm, Shiro retreated cautiously, observing his surroundings, alert to the possibility of an ambush. Era, you act without hesitation, truly ruthless. Kiera's voice echoed again, close to his ear, yet there was no one around. I wonder what assassin sees in you to be so willingly devoted to you. What were you even thinking? Always talking about saving humanity this, saving humanity that, yet in the end, your whole resolve and determination only amount to this. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, what a letdown. Kiera sighed with disappointment, as if she had finally gotten a new toy only to find its parts decayed inside. Well then, if that's the case, there's nothing more for me to say to you, just stay here obediently and get ready to witness this world's final redemption. Chapter 346. Beast. Feeling the immense magical energy completely different from a normal Saint Graph, Jean's eyes were filled with determination. Is this what I was summoned here for? She muttered to herself, still somewhat puzzled. Although she was a ruler, in the face of such a world-ending catastrophe like the Beast, her ability to intervene was extremely limited. To confront a beast would require the counter-force themselves to take action personally. Shaking her head, Jean pushed aside these futile thoughts. Regardless of why the Holy Grail had summoned her, the appearance of a beast was a fact. Needless to say, she must stop this calamity by any means necessary. Glancing at the disoriented Reika behind her, Jean hesitated for a moment but ultimately gritted her teeth and turned to rush toward the battlefield. Hey, Saber, what are you planning to do? Seeing Mordred advancing with her sword drawn, Kyrie quickly spoke up. Master, you better run while you can, Mordred said without even looking back. The counter-force won't tolerate this beast's existence and will definitely respond, so, don't worry too much about the threat she poses to the world. For now. BZZT. Crimson thunder crackled around Mordred's body as her surging magical energy distorted the surrounding space. I'll do my best to buy you time. Saber, Kyrie stared blankly at her back, as if his throat was choked, unable to utter a word. Oh come on. Don't make that face, Master. You admitted it before, didn't you? I'm your king, no. Besides, isn't protecting subjects the responsibility of a king? Hearing that, Kyrie fell silent. He called Mordred king at that time merely for the simple selfish purpose of getting along with her. One should know that in this modern era, there were no true kings since this kind of title was nothing but an empty title. Yes, you are my king. Kyrie quickly knelt on one knee, bowing his head, his right hand clenched over his chest. My king, please, once again, bring us victory. Crimson light burst forth from Kyrie's right hand, and soon, Mordred felt the immense magical energy surging within her body. She pursed her lips slightly, and a brilliant smile quickly formed on her face. It's a deal then. I am Mordred, the rightful heir of King Arthur. Mordred turned her head toward Kama in the distance, her eyes burning with a fierce determination like flames. Get ready for my triumph. Phew, it feels so refreshing to be completely freed up, that cramped Saint Graph was suffocating me. Watching the dark red flames burning in her hand, Kama remarked with a smirk before turning to Gobta in the distance. Hey, Rider, do you finally realize the gap between gods and mortals? Kama said with a teasing tone. Don't kid yourself, Kama, Gobta approached and stared calmly at her. Do you still believe that your current self can bear the title of God of Love? Obviously. Kama lifted her chin arrogantly. This appearance now is the true form of me as the God of Love. Bullshit, Gobta's lips curled slightly. Claiming to be the embodiment of love, only to suffer destruction as a consequence, yet now intending to monopolize love in the universe with your own love. In my eyes, being a god of love is nothing but an empty title for you. You're not giving love, you're escaping from it since you hate it. What's even more pathetic is that the power driving your current transformation comes from the tragic incident that led to your destruction. Gobta paused for a moment before continuing with eyes filled with mockery. I'm curious, what goes through your mind every time you wield that power? Shut up. Growling softly, Kama waved her hand in anger, and a dark red flame coalesced into a lotus flower from the void, exquisite and dreamlike, devoid of any threat. Seeing this, Gobta narrowed his eyes, choosing not to confront the lotus. Instead, he immediately teleported several meters away using the power of cosmic juggernaut. The lotus swayed gently as it touched the ground, silent and seemingly harmless like a leaf. But the moment it made contact, the dark red flames instantly spread, covering the land within a radius of 50 meters, leaving behind a massive crater over 10 meters deep within just a couple of breaths. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Even the flames of the sun god from Karna couldn't cause such terrifying destruction in such a short time. The reason for this scene was that the concepts contained within these flames weren't merely about burning, but rather about deeper destruction. Is that the flame that Shiva once used to try to kill you? As expected of the god of destruction, that power is indeed problematic. Gobta's words sounded like admiration, but to Kama, they carried an indescribable tone of irony and mockery. How dare a mere mortal like yourself to boast so boldly in front of a god? Kama looked at him coldly. All right then, if that's how it is, I won't use this power against you. As the flames gradually subsided, they left behind dark red crystals resembling glass, surrounded by sparkling starlight, looking sinister yet divine. Open your eyes wide and watch closely, insignificant mortal, Kama sneered. I'll make you deeply understand what belongs to the god of love. Although Gobta appeared indifferent on the surface, deep down, his mood was heavier than ever before. After all, among all the people on the battlefield present, no one understood the terror and power of a beast better than him. It was a crisis truly capable of destroying the world, a terrifying threat that only 7 grand servants could confront. Honestly speaking, as Rider, relying on his overpowered skills and noble phantasms, his strength was no less than that of an average grand servant. Although still insufficient to directly confront a beast, it was important to note that the Kama standing before him at this moment was not a complete beast too. Beast 2 was the beast of lust, consisting of 2 parts. Among these 2 parts, Kama acted as the universe, giving love to everything but not receiving anything back. known as beast IIL lapse. The other part acted as the whole, accepting love from everything but not giving anything back, known as beast IIR rapture. Only when the two merge can the true beast 2 be formed. Thus, theoretically, he could still barely fight Kama. As long as he could hold her off until the counter force reacted, their emergency mechanism would naturally activate to get rid of the beast. But this was by no means an easy task. Even if it was just a half part of Beast 2, Kama's power was unquestionably powerful. Therefore, he must find ways to weaken her combat capability and increase his side's chances of winning. Chapter 347. Provoking Kama to abandon her flame of destruction was a part of his plan. The flame entwining Kama's body was the manifestation of the destructive power of Shiva, one of the three major gods of Indian mythology, and it was also a crucial factor that led to Kama becoming a beast. Due to Shiva possessing power capable of incinerating the universe itself, the unfathomable power that his third eye possessed burned her concept and flesh, turning her very existence into something vague and hazy. Since Shiva was meant to incinerate the universe and later he incinerated Kama with his power. Kama herself could now be considered the universe. It was for this reason that she and the universe were fundamentally linked on a conceptual level, with remnants of Shiva's flame of destruction still lingering on her. Moreover, the power of this flame rivaled that of an EX anti-army noble phantasm, and it was not subject to any restrictions. Unfortunately, with Abyss Flower's power of creation already exhausted in resisting the backlash of the Might of An-Utu, he had no way to confront Kama at all in such circumstances. However, the good thing was that Kama was also unwilling to wield that power. After all, anyone fighting with the weapon that was originally meant to kill them would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, with just a few words of provocation from him, she readily gave up using the flame of destruction. The first phase of the plan was completed. Now it was time for the second phase. With a thought, Gupta used the power of Feng Huang down. Suddenly, Scathach, who had been teleported by him using cosmic juggernaut to a small unknown forest several miles away, opened her eyes, startling a few wild wolves that were quietly approaching. Scathach's eyes were lifeless as she mechanically raised her arm and spoke in a calm tone without any fluctuations. By this command spell, Rider, achieve victory. By this command spell, Rider, achieve victory. A crimson light flashed, and the last two marks of command spells on the back of her right hand disappeared completely. Afterward, Scathach's head tilted to the side and lay back on the soft ground once again. As for the wild wolves from earlier, they had long fled in fear at the sudden burst of red light. Sensing the sudden surge of magical energy emanating from Gupta's body, Kama narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered. Humph, command spells, but at this point, what difference can a few command spells make? Don't bluff there, Kama. Feeling the magical energy replenishing within him once again, Gupta clenched his fist and shot Kama a slightly mocking smile. Just as you said, it's already at this point, what else is there left to hide? Hearing his words, Kama's face darkened slightly. It seems you were waiting for me to expose you, huh? Well then, I won't hold back. Gupta continued in a calm tone, eager to continue delaying time with her. Kama, you've known from the start that once your identity as beast is revealed, you'll be targeted from all sides. Neither the black faction nor the red faction, nor ruler, would spare you. That's why you concealed your true identity and joined the red faction, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Including infiltrating Fortress of Millennia, besides turning Caster of Black against us, your other goal was to destroy the cultivation chamber. Cutting off our magical energy supply. Following this, you switch opponents with Karna, letting him fight me. No matter who wins in this fight, there will be a significant price to pay. With the strongest servants from both factions. Aside from me and the already weakened Heracles, both Ozymandias and Karna are out of the picture. The rest of the servants? Mostly wiped. You must have felt the threat easing up, so you decided to show your true self now, huh? Watching Kama's increasingly unpleasant expression, Gupta chuckled lightly. So I say, you're just bluffing. You're worried, you're afraid, you're terrified, so you're trying every possible way to ensure your victory. The mighty beast too, afraid to show herself because of a few servants. Then jumps out at a time like this claiming to be a superior and mighty god. Don't you think you look like a clown jumping around like a fool? Shut up. With a furious shout from Kama, she raised her hand and several energy spheres, resembling black holes, gathered together, emanating magical energy fluctuations not inferior to A-rank noble phantasms, whizzing toward Gupta mercilessly. Seeing this attack, Gupta's gaze hardened as he swiftly raised his hand, writing several primordial runes in the air and turning them into deep green energy beams. Boom! The black energy spheres collided with them, causing a surge of black smoke. Let me remind you of one thing, Gupta's calm voice reached Kama's ears through the smoke. Even if our manpower is lacking, true heroes don't flee from the battlefield. This is the evil sword that destroyed my father Clarent Blood Arthur. Crimson thunder tore through the heavens and earth, radiating hatred and anger, converging into a calamitous crimson sword radiance, slashing down with force to annihilate mountains and seas. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, black flames wrapped in scorching heat capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, along with the annihilating power of death, roared down. Several EX-rank magical beams, resembling towering pillars, also descended, accompanied by crimson sword radiance, all roaring toward Kama. At this moment, whether it was Mordred, Nidhogg, or Semiramis, they all abandoned their previous statuses, grievances, and disputes, standing on the same side for the sake of the goals they each wanted to protect. Facing the ultimate calamity, which was their common enemy, they launched their attack together. Boom! In an instant, as if heaven's thunder stirred the earth and a beam of light resembling divine punishment shot down, the deafening roar of the earth's shaking, akin to mountains crumbling and the ground splitting apart, reverberated through the sky. Everyone's ears were momentarily deafened by this tremendous sound, leaving them momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Under the starry night sky, from the center of the collision, magical energy ripples surged out like tornado storms, sweeping through the sky, and shaking up large clouds of smoke. Countless colors of magical energy particles flickered within, outlining numerous dreamlike scenes like auroras. No one on the battlefield paid attention to this rare and magnificent sight. All eyes were fixed on the depths of the smoke, nervous, uneasy, and expectant. The only thing that could stir their hearts at this moment was the condition of the beast. Chapter 348. Even if she's a beast, she shouldn't be able to withstand that kind of attack, right? Gords muttered under his breath, unsure if he was speaking to someone else or just to himself. No one responded as everyone maintained silence, nervous to see the outcome. After all, for them, the existence known as beast was too unfathomable and mysterious. They knew nothing about it, so they couldn't be sure if the joint attack just now would have any effect. However, the wait didn't last long. Sensing the surge of magical energy once again, almost everyone's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! A vast wave of magical energy swept through like a gale, dispersing all the dust and smoke. Kama's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes, unchanged in appearance and as strong as ever. If not for the deep crater under her feet and the numerous cracks around, everyone might have thought that nothing had happened just now. Are fucking kidding me? How could this be possible? Mordred's pupils suddenly contracted before gritting her teeth and raising Clarent once again. TCH, if it weren't for that damn lizard wrecking my gardens like this. Sitting on the throne, Semiramis bit her nails, her tone clearly filled with resentment and blame toward Nidhogg, as if she had completely forgotten that the beast was coming from her faction. Nidhogg hovered in the sky, flapping her wings, gradually sinking into a state of helplessness. This beast's strength was almost comparable to Vortigern with the aid of the Holy Grail. Humph, in the end, it's all meaningless struggle. Kama looked up at Nidhogg and the hanging gardens of Babylon, and a faint smirk soon appeared on her lips. Let me show you a little taste of what true power is. She calmly raised her hand above her head and terrifying waves of magical energy suddenly surged from her body. Seeing this, Gobta's pupils contracted sharply. A strong sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart. Swish! 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 In an instant, countless beams of light scattered from Kama's hand in all directions, intertwining densely like an impenetrable spider web, covering all the space above and below, rendering the entire world into an ocean of light. It seemed that what this light brought was not hope and warmth, but despair and destruction. Everywhere covered by the light was ruthlessly destroyed, as if the heavens were handing down punishment. Get down! Kyrie shouted violently, pushing Fiori on the wheelchair to the ground. Swish! At this moment, a beam of light swept over their heads, and several homunculi who couldn't dodge in time turned into ashes instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed in unison. They hadn't expected the power of these beams of light to be so terrifying. Was this the true power of a beast? The moment the beams of light emerged, Mordred immediately reacted out of instinct. She instantly shed the heavy armor on her body, trying to evade the attacks of the light beams. Gobta did the same as her, dodging and maneuvering everywhere to avoid the onslaught of the light beams. Although with his A-rank endurance, even if he was hit by this light beam, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the problem lay in the sheer number of light beams. If he got entangled, even he would have to pay a considerable price. Roar! But just then, a piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed from above, causing Gobta's heart to skip a beat as he instantly looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, Nidhogg and the hanging gardens of Babylon, lacking nimbleness and the ability to anticipate attacks like Mordred and Gobta, couldn't react in time to dodge the onslaught of numerous light beams due to their large forms. As a result, they were instantly pierced through by countless light beams. Boom! The magnificent hanging gardens of Babylon, after a brief resistance, exploded with a deafening roar. Although Nidhogg possessed a near-immortality level of durability, facing such a barrage of light beams from a beast left her powerless. Boom! With countless fatal wounds, she fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. NID. Gobta hurriedly activated the power of the cosmic juggernaut to reach Nidhogg's side in an instant, continuously infusing her with the Abyss Flower's power of creation. However, since this Abyss Flower was only a noble phantasm version of the original, this amount of power of creation was incapable of helping her out of danger. Sorry, it looks like this time, I can't accompany you to the end. Nidhogg weakly opened her eyes, looking at Gobta with affection and reluctance, as her massive form gradually dissipated into particles of light. Meanwhile, Shiro, who had been running non-stop, suddenly stopped in his tracks, stiffly lowering his head as he watched the command spells on his hand gradually fade away. At the same time, that incredibly familiar sensation gradually drifted away from him. Assassin. He stood in the dim forest like a statue, silent. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from his body. Whoosh! Countless gusts of wind blew in all directions and severed the surrounding trees at their roots. When the magical energy fluctuations gradually subsided, Shiro's attire had completely changed. His simple and modest priestly robes had transformed into the attire of an ancient samurai with wide sleeves and robes, his disheveled white hair became longer and tied back with a red ribbon. If there were other mages present, they would undoubtedly pale, because the aura emanating from Shiro at this moment was completely that of a servant. Completely liberating his Saint Graph, Shiro no longer exuded the gentle and loving aura he once did. Though his appearance remained the same. He now gave off the impression of a samurai stepping out of the Edo period, enveloped in a melancholy and fiercely cold atmosphere. He was no longer a priest known as Kotomine Shiro but a servant known as Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Don't worry, assassin, soon, I will avenge you. Chapter 349. Now you finally realize what happens when you go against me, yes. Kama's face, radiant as fireworks, watched as the hanging gardens of Babylon shattered into fragments, dissolving into specks of light particles, with Nidhogg suffering the same fate. She clearly wore a pleased expression, her earlier anger provoked by Gobta now somewhat calmed down. Kama looked at his back with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered, that black dragon seems to have quite a special relationship with you, watching your beloved die before your eyes must be quite unbearable, but no worries, I'll take care of it soon. Before she could finish her sentence, however, Kama felt a strange surge of magical energy in front of her. A rift in space, as dark as an abyss, suddenly appeared before her. From it emerged Gobta's figure, who had been several meters away just moments ago, wielding a great sword ablaze with crimson flames, his eyes as cold and indifferent as the abyss, radiating a murderous intent. Feeling overwhelmed by his overwhelming aura, Kama instinctively took a step back. But in the next moment, as she realized what she had done, embarrassment flooded her for her earlier actions. You dare! Swish! She raised her arm, seemingly made of dark red crystal, and despite its slender appearance, it firmly caught the blade of the great sword, rendering it immobile as if encased in iron. Humph, are you angry? Too bad, in front of me, your anger won't bring you any advantage. She had made up her mind she wouldn't let this sharp-tongued man die easily. She would make him fall into the abyss of corrupted love, to become her slave forever. Gobta still looked at her with cold eyes, as if staring at a corpse. A sudden strange fluctuation quickly pulled Kama back from her fantasies and felt something was wrong. Lowering her gaze slightly, she saw a golden glow emanating from the burning sword. Boom! The raging flames, as if pent up for ages, erupted in an instant, distorting the surrounding space with extreme heat. Ahich! At such close range, Kama couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the flames as her piercing screams echoed through the sky. This was Gobta's carefully planned attack. After so many years of battles, he wouldn't make such a fatal mistake on the battlefield due to emotional issues. Besides, he knew well that Nidhogg wasn't truly dead, she had only returned to her original world. He just wanted to bait and trick Kama, and unexpectedly, his bait proved even more effective than he had anticipated. For so many years, this was the first time he had seen someone dare to directly block Shamash with their bare hands. Just for this alone, he was willing to call this god of love the strongest yet the dumbest. She really had quite a good grip. The blazing flames engulfed Kama's entire body, the intense pain contorting her beautiful face. Despite Cleaver of Shamash not being fully unleashed into the Might of An-Utu form, the power of its flame was still overwhelming. Even Karna, the son of the sun god with strong fire resistance, might not withstand its burning. Can we win? Mordred stared tensely into the raging flames, where Kama was. She tightly gripped the hilt of Clarent, her hand betraying the urgency and tension in her heart. The attack she had just unleashed was already her strongest, yet it still couldn't make any impact on the beast at all. Now, the only hope to turn the tide of battle lay with Gobta. The onlookers, whether it was mages or homunculi, pondered similarly on the distant hillside. The fate of the world rested on the shoulders of King Arthur. After more than 10 minutes, the flames gradually subsided, and Kama's figure emerged before everyone. Traces of flame still flickered over her body. And one of her demonic horns had vanished into thin air. Her once lush black hair, resembling thick vines, had dwindled, lending her a somewhat pathetic appearance. However, those were not the focal point. Almost immediately, all eyes turned to Kama's right hand. The crystalline structures that once adorned her arm were gone, replaced by charred remnants hanging limply, resembling a withered branch. In terms of outward appearance, the loss was clearly significant as Kama's crippled arm was Gobta's greatest gain from his previous attack. He could clearly sense her weakened aura, a powerful blow even for a beast. Had Kama not been so stubborn as to take Cleaver of Shamash head-on, she might not have paid such a devastating price. Now this look suits you, Gobta sneered, amusement dancing in his eyes. At least it's easier on the eyes than before. Hearing his mock, Kama gritted her teeth like a cornered tiger, glaring fiercely at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Gobta couldn't be bothered with further banter. He raised Cleaver of Shamash once more, advancing without giving Kama a chance to recover. Realizing the terror behind his greatsword, Kama dared not confront it directly, especially in her heavily injured state. Despite her inner resentment and rage, she had no choice but to retreat temporarily, avoiding the impending attack. Running away? Not in my watch. Rattle. A gleam flashed in Gobta's eyes as 12 golden spears with chains trailed behind him, swirling like dragons, charging toward Kama. Don't push your luck. Kama exclaimed, a mix of panic and anger. She had noticed the peculiarities of these chains when she saw them binding Assassin of Black in Saigasora. Though her magical energy reserves were higher than ordinary servants, it didn't mean she could ignore these chains. Raising her hand once more, Kama conjured several light whips that intertwined with the golden chains, creating a chaotic sound of collisions. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, another small, deep red orb appeared in Gobta's hand. Get over here. Gravity shifted, space collapsed, and near the deep red orb, a small black hole formed, emitting terrifying suction force, like a powerful arm grabbing Kama tightly, causing her speed to instantly decrease. Damn you! Kama's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. You forced me to do this. On her other undamaged arm, a dark red flame flickered to life. Though seemingly unremarkable, anyone could clearly feel the tremendous power of destruction contained within those flames. It was the power to destroy even the universe itself. Chapter 350. Needless to say, as Gobta relentlessly pursued and attacked, Kama no longer cared about saving face and was ready to unleash the power of Shiva once again. Fortunately, Gobta had anticipated this. Despite her claims of being a god, she was even more emotional than most humans. Expecting her to fully abide by the agreement was unrealistic from the start. Therefore, he had prepared for it. Just as Kama was about to incinerate Gobta with the flames of Shiva, a flurry of crimson feathers suddenly fell from the void, catching her eye. Kama's gaze instantly became vacant. She seemed to forget who she was, where she was, and what she was supposed to do next, standing there as if turned into a dead wood. As the flames of Shiva extinguished, it quietly coiled back around Kama's arm. Due to the gap in power with the original, the power of Feng Huang Down could hardly affect Kama much. However, for Gobta, this little time was more than enough. He increased the power of the Star of Eden while using runes to accelerate his own speed, quickly closing the distance with her. After just a second, Kama finally broke free from the illusion created by Feng Huang Down. As she saw Gobta raising his great sword close enough to touch her, she was naturally filled with shock and anger. However, at this distance, she couldn't find enough space to create distance, leaving her with only one choice to fight back. Die! Kama raised her remaining arm, brimming with the terrifying power of destruction as her flames surged once again, like daggers aiming straight for Gobta's heart. At this moment, whoever retreating was no different than walking into their own demise. Gobta stared fiercely at Kama, his gaze unwavering, his body steady. With Cleaver of Shamash held high in his hand, surrounded by flames, he swung it down toward her head, as if cleaving the heavens and the earth. In the nick of time, just as the great sword was about to hit her head, Kama's few remaining thick strands of hair, like vines, suddenly moved without wind, lashing out fiercely at cleaver of Shamash as if they were whips. Though they instantly turned to ashes upon contact with its blade, their heavy impact altered the trajectory of the great sword. Swish! Kama's remaining pitch-black demonic horn was instantly severed, and eerie black mist erupted from the stump. Though her aura weakened significantly, a sinister grin crept onto her face. Goodbye, Rider of Black. Covered in dark red flames, her arm thrust forward, exuding a sense of destruction. Gobta could even feel the tremor from the depths of his soul. This was the power of the ultimate end, destroying all things. However, at that moment, his vision caught a glimmer of light. Roar! In this life-and-death battle, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed. A flash approached from afar, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, accurately pinning Kama's palm. It was an ordinary-looking arrow, yet its power rivaled that of a missile. Gobta turned slightly, and on the vast land, a dark-skinned muscular man stood tall like an iron tower. He stood tall on the vast earth, draped in a crude lion skin, holding a rough obsidian longbow. His muscular figure resembles blocks of rock, exuding a heavy pressure and aura as if he emerged from the ancient earth as a primordial beast. Heracles. No one expected this great hero from ancient Greece to step forward at such a critical moment, unleashing such a fierce attack. His eyes were sharp as lightning. His breath steady, in a state even more composed than Gobta. It was impossible to tell he had been on the brink of death just moments ago. Even with the most advanced healing magecraft, it would have been impossible to restore a demigod from near death to his current state in such a short time. Only a miracle could achieve such a feat. On the other side, 3 crimson command spells gradually dimmed, leaving only faint traces imprinted on Fiori backhand. It's up to you now, Archer. Clutching her hand tightly, Fiori lifted her head, her eyes fixed firmly on the imposing figure of Heracles. Gobta stepped back, compressing his voice with magecraft to transmit it clearly into Heracles' ear. How is your condition? Hearing the question, Heracles' gaze flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he answered calmly. I'm fine, just can't use one of my noble phantasm anymore. In the battle against Ozymandias, he had exhausted all of his resurrection chances, which meant he couldn't use God Hand anymore. In the end, such an overpowered noble phantasm couldn't be restored with just a few command spells. As a result, 1 command spell had been used for his treatment, with the rest used for replenishing his magical energy and repairing his obsidian longbow. Hearing Heracles' answer, Gobta's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as Heracles' answer satisfied him more than he had imagined. Although Heracles had lost his resurrection ability, at least his combat prowess remained intact. He had been afraid Heracles would say something like, "That arrow was my final one." If so, they would be screwed. Ugh. Kama knelt halfway on the ground, surrounded by a faint black mist watching her hand pierced, her beautiful face twisted like a demon, flashing with anger, resentment, and hatred. Both hands crippled, both horns severed, her strength reduced to less than a fifth. This was a situation she never anticipated, despite using all means and exhausting all her options. Why had it come to this? Every step she took, every action she made, was meticulously planned. Her plan was flawless, except for that vulgar woman. Everyone else was just a pawn in her game. The outcome should have unfolded as she imagined, killing everyone, seizing the Holy Grail, and emerging as the ultimate victor. Why? Why? Kama thought with anger as she lowered her head. Let's finish her off quickly. Heracles raised his obsidian longbow, aiming at Kama's head. Don't give her a chance to recover. Gobta nodded, exhaling a hot breath as cleaver of Shamash ignited once again with blazing flames in his hand and began transforming into Might of An-Utu. However, just as they were about to act, they suddenly felt an unusually massive surge of magical energy emanating from Kama's body. Chapter 351. Why won't you all just obediently die? Kama roared like a wild beast, a dazzling radiance suddenly surging from her body, covering everyone's eyes as if it were a glittering constellation, forcing Gobta and Heracles to temporarily halt their attacks. As the radiance dispersed and everyone opened their eyes again, they found that the beast in front of them had undergone a dramatic transformation. The reddish-orange crystals that once covered her limbs had been replaced by translucent colorless ones, and the flames that once engulfed them had all but vanished. Flowing white hair danced in the wind. With a sacred star halo suspended behind her head, casting countless points of light, like dazzling stars reflected on a black velvet curtain. She floated silently in midair, emitting a brilliance that illuminated half the night sky. At this moment, she seemed like the center of the universe. Seeing this, the expressions of Gobta and Heracles visibly grew more serious at a glance. Though the dreadful divine flame of destruction was gone, the threat she posed now was countless times stronger. Perhaps, this was the true form of beast IIL. What the hell? There's an even stronger form. This is just unreasonable. Era to be pushed to such an extent, fufufu. Kiera, observing from afar, looked at the completely liberated and evolved Kama, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Things are getting more and more interesting. Gobta and Heracles exchanged a glance, then simultaneously unleashed their attacks toward Kama. Whoosh! Torrents of flames and dragon-like arrows charged at her from different angles. This wasn't an anime. They weren't going to just sit there and watch Kama complete her transformation or monologue. Watching this, Kama's expression remained calm and indifferent. With a slight raise of her slender arm, numerous hands of light suddenly emerged from the void. Each grabbing the incoming attacks effortlessly. At the same time, with a gentle grasp of her hand, the roaring flames converged toward her palm, disappearing in an instant. The most powerful attacks of Gobta and Heracles were easily wiped out. You've really brought me quite a bit of trouble, insolent blasphemers. Kama smiled as she looked at Gobta and Heracles, completely devoid of the previous madness and hostility. But strangely, there was some kind of demonic charm that captivated one's gaze on her smile. But it's okay because I am the most benevolent god of love. No matter how rebellious you may be, I will forgive you, because I always love all of you. A brilliant radiance emanated from the star halo behind Kama's head, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Even Mordred, Gobta, and Heracles, with their outstanding intuition, couldn't escape the range of this light at all. When the radiance dispersed, the three of them opened their eyes again, only to find that the surroundings had undergone a complete transformation. The solid ground had disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness and chaos, with stars suspended in the vast starry sky, emitting countless cold starlights. At this moment, they felt as if they had arrived at the center of the universe. What the hell is going on? Mordred tensed her body and nerves. Although the scenery before her was more magnificent than any she had ever seen, she couldn't bring herself to appreciate it. Her instinctive sense of danger reminded her that this place was filled with deadly threats. Gobta and Heracles also looked around with wary eyes, showing no signs of relaxation. Shing! A faint glow suddenly appeared in the endless darkness, and very quickly, it swiftly expanded, illuminating the vast and pitch-black universe. In the depths of that light, a familiar figure was slowly approaching. "Welcome to my universe," Kama said, gazing at the three of them with a gentle smile on her beautiful face. Universe? Mordred and Heracles frowned inwardly, while Gobta's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Based on his knowledge of Beast IIL, this so-called beast of lust contained two Saint Graphs, one representing love, which was the god of love, Kama, while the other represented lust, which was the demon king, Mara. In Indian mythology, Kama, having been subjected to Shiva's flames, gained the concept and body of the universe, while Mara, Kama's counterpart from Buddhist mythology, coincidentally wielded the power of the boundless universe in his hand. As a result, Mara, known as the demon king of lust connected to the universe, bore a resemblance to Kama, the god of love connected to the universe, due to Shiva's flames. Those circumstances granted Kama enough qualifications to become the immature form of beast known as Beast 2. And now, the universe before Gobta was the manifestation of this concept and also Kama's most powerful noble phantasm, known as Realm of Love, Burning Universum Sara Kamamara Avarata. This noble phantasm undoubtedly belonged to the highest rank of reality marble-type noble phantasms, combining the power of two gods. Kama and Mara, showcasing the scale of the world's transformation. He suspected that not even Gilgamesh's EA could tear through this noble phantasm. Now, let me show you next. A magnificent lotus bloomed at Kama's feet, making her look like a goddess of compassion. Yet upon closer inspection, one would realize that the lotus's petals were, in fact, countless hands of light. What true love really means. The brilliant and sacred light radiated once again, enveloping Gobta, Heracles, and Mordred, leaving them with no way to escape. After a moment of dizziness, Gobta gradually regained his senses and realized that the world around him had changed once again. Where is this? Standing on an open terrace, the gentle sunlight bathed him in warmth, while fluffy clouds lazily drifted across the clear sky. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a pleasant coolness. Lowering his gaze, he saw an exceptionally spacious city with gleaming white walls bathed in sunlight. The streets were bustling with people, bustling with activity, as everywhere was a scene of prosperity. Really, Gobta muttered speechlessly. No choice. This was none other than his homeland, Camelot. Chapter 352. Before Gobta stood a magnificent and grand city, unmistakably Camelot, the white city from his memories. However, compared to the original Camelot, the city before him not only had a broader expanse but also brimmed with more vitality, like the rising sun, full of vigor. What is it? Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of dissonance deep in his heart, as if he had forgotten something. What is this feeling? As an experienced warrior, he wouldn't overlook this sudden abnormality. Just as he was about to use the power of Feng Huangdown to investigate what was wrong, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Gobta. He paused for a moment. Then turned around to see a beautiful woman with long black hair and sparkling black eyes standing before him. She wore a simple black dress that couldn't hide her graceful figure, exuding a captivating charm of mature femininity. "Nid. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing there like a fool? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, Gobta opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain his recent strangeness. "Although I don't know what happened, judging from your appearance, it shouldn't be anything serious," Nidhogg smiled, taking his hand. "Come on, everyone is waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Gobta blinked slightly. "Why? Did you forget?" Nidhogg tilted her head in confusion. "Today is the monthly family gathering, everyone is already here, just waiting for you." "Family gathering," Gobta murmured after a moment of contemplation. "Right, today is the day of the family gathering." He remembered now. After traveling through countless worlds and resolving numerous world crises, he finally raised the Savior to EX and wielded the true Holy Grail, altering the fate of Britain. After discussion, Artoria and the others decided not to publicize this matter. Instead, they simply designated the day of his return as the day of the family gathering that would be held monthly, symbolizing their eternal unity in the future, never to part again. "That's right, we've been ready for a while now. I came to get you because you were taking so long to arrive," Nidhogg smiled. "Shall we go now?" Gobta glanced back at the bustling and magnificent city behind him, then nodded slightly after a moment of silence. "Yeah. Are you kidding me?" Mordred stared at the towering white stone walls before her and the flag fluttering on the city wall, unable to help but open her mouth wide. "Camelot? This is Camelot. But, why am I here?" She tapped her helmet and furrowed her brows tightly, feeling like she had forgotten something. "Sir Mordred, why are you still standing there foolishly?" A cold voice suddenly interrupted Mordred's train of thought. She instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure she knew all too well. It was a tall man clad in black armor, with a white and dark blue cloak draped over his shoulders. His short black hair was neatly combed back, and his stern face, akin to a carved marble sculpture, gave off an aura of gloominess, making it evident that he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Agravain, Mordred's face displayed undisguised disdain. Mordred had never been fond of Agravain, despite their blood relation. Part of it stemmed from Agravain himself. He always wore a stern expression and rarely smiled, as if everyone owed him money. Moreover, due to his ruthless nature and questionable methods, Agravain had garnered a bad reputation, making it difficult for anyone to get along with him in the Round Table. On the other hand, she also felt jealous of Agravain. Even Lancelot, whom she disliked the most, had to admit that Agravain was remarkably a capable man. Whatever task the king assigned to him, he completed it flawlessly, earning the king's trust and becoming the king's right-hand man. And that was exactly what she had always wanted but couldn't attain. Clearly accustomed to Mordred's disdain, Agravain remained unfazed. "Come with me, Sir Mordred, the king has been waiting for you for a long time." "Wait. What did you just say? You said the king's been waiting for me?" Seeing her frantic behavior, Agravain furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly finding her question rather foolish. However, after a moment's consideration, he sighed and patiently explained. "Because you led the army to conquer Gaul, the king is pleased with your accomplishment and has decided to personally speak with you at the palace and bestow upon you a reward." "I conquered Gaul? Huh?" Mordred muttered to herself before suddenly remembering something. She quickly turned and looked behind her to see an endless number of soldiers neatly arranged, everyone looking at her with a hint of respect. Clear memories suddenly flooded her mind like a tide. She remembered leading her army charging toward the royal palace of Gaul, defeating all the enemies along the way. And none of the guards were her match. She marched through the throne room, seized the fleeing king of Gaul, and then beheaded him with a single swing of her sword. Yet, for some reason, she still felt like it wasn't entirely right. Where did things go wrong? "You know what's up or not?" Agravain furrowed his brow, his tone growing impatient. "You should know by now, what the king hates most is people with no sense of time." "Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. The heavy gates, glowing with the radiance of magical energy, creaked open slowly, and the spacious, tidy streets quickly greeted Mordred's eyes. Countless people stood on either side of the street, staring at her intently, their eyes filled with admiration, respect, and various emotions. Here she comes. It's Sir Mordred. Well done, Sir Mordred. You make Camelot proud. Kaya. Sir Mordred, I want to have your babies. Watching these enthusiastic people, Mordred felt a bit uncomfortable and awkward. She had never experienced such a high degree of attention before, not even when the king was present. But being adored like this wasn't too bad. Look at them, Sir Mordred, Agravain said without even turning his head. These people are your subjects, they love, support, and respect you. Your goal is to make their lives better, that's your responsibility, understood? Upon hearing that, Mordred glanced oddly at Agravain. Somehow, she felt like there was more to his words than met the eye. However, after saying that, Agravain reverted to his usual silent self, not saying another word. Mordred didn't mind. She just silently waved to respond to the crowd's enthusiasm while looking toward the magnificent white castle in the distance, feeling a hint of anticipation rising within her heart. This time, what kind of reward would the king give her? Berserker is the strongest. Hearing an excited voice, Heracles woke up abruptly, turning his head to look around. He found himself standing in a vast expanse of snowy terrain, surrounded by the corpses of wild wolves. They lay scattered across the snow, their blood staining the pristine white landscape with an eerie hue. The cold, bloody scent lingered in the air, carried far away by the biting wind. Lowering his gaze, he noticed he was clad only in a battle tunic, holding a stone axe sword in his hand. But soon, his attention was drawn to a little girl standing by his feet. She appeared to be around 11 years old, with hair as white as snow and eyes as red as rubies. Barefoot and clad only in a thin white nightdress, she stood tall amidst the howling wind, resembling a snow spirit. Memories buried deep within his consciousness suddenly stirred. Heracles seemed to want to say something, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to speak. Yet the girl seemed to understand his meaning as she gently touched his finger. I understand, Berserker, you protect me not out of obligation or duty as a servant, but out of your own will. Saying that with a soft voice, the little girl lifted her head, meeting his gaze, and smiled. That's why, from now on, my life is in your hands, Berserker. Heracles remained silent for a moment before slowly crouching down and gently embracing the little girl before him. Leave it to me, this time, I will surely protect you, Ilia. Chapter 353. On the broad and smooth mountainside, the brilliant sunlight poured down warmly, and a gentle breeze brushed over the lush green grass and flowers, carrying a delightful fragrance. Beneath the warm sun, a tall tree stood proudly, its trunk bearing the marks of time, while its luxuriant canopy spread like a giant umbrella, casting countless dappled spots of light on the ground. Underneath this massive tree, two figures were busy at work. Despite wearing casual clothes, their exceptional demeanor was evident in their speech and actions. Sorry, we're late, Nidhogg spoke to the two busy figures with Gobta by her side, glancing at the array of food laid out on a picnic blanket in front of her. Nice spread. I thought you might not wait for us and start eating early. You think everyone's like Lily? Always acting like she's never seen food before by stealing food here and there. Hearing her elder sister's quip, Artoria, who had been staring fixedly at a three-tiered cake, suddenly widened her eyes. Her ahog stood on end as she turned her head, a serious expression appearing on her face. Elder sister, I have to remind you that my eating habits are due to my body. To satisfy the needs of my red dragon heart, I require a large intake of food. Moreover, as a knight, I have never resorted to stealing food. Your accusation is unfounded. Then tell me, where did the royal jelly and strawberry pudding I stored in the magical ice cellar disappear to last time? Morgan challenged. That was Momo. She took them. Come on, do you think I don't know you instigated Momo to do it? Morgan scoffed. Humph, your little tricks can't fool me, considering I'm one of the finest mages in Britain. Do you really think you can hide that from me? Artoria's ahog drooped, then turned away in a huff, continuing to stare at the three-tiered cake. Gobta's gaze wandered slightly, comparing the current Artoria and Morgan to the ones in his memories. Although there hadn't been much change in their appearance, their demeanor seemed more mature. Yet, these changes didn't feel out of place, as if they were always meant to be this way. What's wrong? Nidhogg tilted her head, looking at him with a hint of concern. You seem a bit off today. No, it's just, I feel like, you all have changed quite a bit. Gobta rubbed his temples, forcing a smile. Nidhogg paused for a moment, then blushed slightly, looked down, and scoffed. Pervert. No, that's not what I meant, Gopta hurriedly explained. I meant your demeanor and some other things seem quite different from before. You're stating the obvious, Morgan said, appearing beside him while holding a sizzling tray of meat. Ever since you left this world, the entire country's burdens have fallen on our shoulders, especially Lily. She's been working day and night, sometimes forgetting to eat. It was not until the Knights of the Round Table grew that things became slightly easier. That's why I ate the royal jelly and strawberry pudding secretly at night, Artoria muttered. Cut it out, every time. I've prepared plenty of food in the kitchen for you, yet you always hide the stuff in my ice cellar. Morgan rolled her eyes. Gopta couldn't help but glance at Artoria. Compared to their first meeting in Tintagel, she had undergone a tremendous transformation. Her eyes once held hesitation now exuded unwavering determination. Even in this informal setting, she still exuded an indescribable aura of majesty, stronger than ever before. There was no doubt that she was now a true and qualified ruler. Yet, Gopta felt no joy, only endless guilt. Despite Morgan's casual words, he could imagine the immense price Artoria had paid to reach this point. Moreover, what about Nidhogg and Morgan? Over the years, how much effort had they put into maintaining this vast kingdom? All of this burden should have been his to bear. Sorry, Shoo. A slender finger suddenly pressed against his lips, silencing the rest of his words. Gopta blinked, staring somewhat dumbfounded into the pale golden eyes before him. You don't need to apologize to us, because we did this willingly, okay? Morgan smiled, her eyes holding endless tenderness. The real hardship lies with you, compared to what you've been through, what we've done is merely trivial. She turned slightly, pointing to the towering tree in front of them with a soft smile. See this tree? We planted it the year you left, right here. Every year, we carve a mark on it, symbolizing our longing for you and our hope for your safe return. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, causing the lush greenery to sway gracefully, casting a refreshing blanket of coolness around them. Gopta looked up at the lush canopy of trees, then lowered his gaze, scanning the faces of Morgan, Artoria, and Nidhogg. After a while, a smile crept onto his face. Now, I'm finally here. Seeing his smile, Morgan, Artoria, and Nidhogg all reciprocated it. All right, Lily, stop staring at that cake and come help me, we don't want the food to get cold. Morgan turned to her younger sister. Oh, by the way, where are the kids? Nidhogg asked. They should still be playing by the river. I told them not to stay too long, but I bet their clothes were all wet again. Nid, why don't you go check by the river and bring those two troublemakers back? Morgan replied, continued grilling meat. Nidhogg nodded and quickly headed toward the riverbank. Before long, she returned with two children in tow. The older one, a girl with radiant golden hair, while the other, a boy with black hair and eyes, both bore clear characteristics of Gopta. As soon as the two children caught sight of him, their eyes lit up, and they quickly broke free from Nidhogg's grasp, leaping toward him. Daddy! Father! Gopta crouched down, embracing the two children in his arms. Seeing the joyous smiles on their faces, he couldn't help but smile along with them. He glanced up at the canopy of trees again, a hint of complexity flickering in his black eyes. It's truly, so beautiful here. Chapter 354. Warm sunlight streamed through the massive French windows, casting its golden rays onto the floor. Several steadfast knights stood silently guarding on either side of the corridor. Mordred suddenly felt as if the corridor she had walked through countless times before seemed shorter than usual. However, before she could even gather her thoughts, she had already reached its end. Gazing at the familiar door before her, she took a deep breath, raising her slightly trembling arm to knock 3 times. Knock knock. With each knock, her heart seemed to echo the rhythm, making it hard for her to distinguish between the sound of knocking and her own heartbeat. Come in. A cold voice came from beyond the door. It was a voice she had listened to countless times, yet never before had it sounded so beautiful. Whether it was her imagination or not, she couldn't shake the feeling that this time, this voice held a hint of warmth amidst its usual coldness. Without further thought, or perhaps because she couldn't be bothered to think any longer, Mordred pushed open the door gently. Creak. The familiar hall greeted her eyes, and the knights standing on either side immediately turned their attention toward her. Each face was familiar: Lancelot, Lamorak, Gareth, Gawain, Percival, Gaheris, Galahad, Bedivere, Tristan, Palomedes, and standing beside her, Agravain. All the knights of the Round Table were currently in attendance. Since the establishment of the Round Table, such gatherings of all the knights were quite rare. Furthermore, whenever they did occur, it signified significant events were unfolding. However, Mordred paid no mind to this. From the moment she stepped into the hall, her gaze was firmly fixed upon the figure seated on the throne. It was none other than Artoria, in her male Arthur persona. Sir Mordred. Artoria on the throne stood up. Her silver armor reflected a brilliant light under the magical lamps, and her eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, held a profound sense of sacredness and solemnity within her delicate features. Seeing Artoria's majestic figure, Mordred shivered involuntarily, instinctively dropping to one knee. "My king. This time, you have led the army to capture Gaul, achieving great victory for Britain." Artoria's voice remained as calm as ever, devoid of any emotion, much like her gaze. "After a lengthy discussion in the meeting of the Round Table, we have unanimously decided to reward you. If there's anything you desire, feel free to speak up." I merely seek your acknowledgement," Mordred began but swallowed her words, bowing her head respectfully. "Receiving your praise is the greatest reward for me." Artoria gazed at Mordred silently for a while before continuing her words. "Those who merit reward shall receive it. That is the custom. Since you are reluctant to ask, I shall decide for you." Upon hearing that, Mordred's heart pounded with anticipation. It was the first time the king had bestowed a reward upon her. What could it be? Tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps snapped Mordred out of her trance. She instinctively raised her head, only to find Artoria standing before her, expressionless. As she looked into that emotionless and cold face, a slight panic rose within Mordred, but she managed to restrain herself, holding her posture steady without flinching. "I've been thinking for a while, maybe only this thing suits you," Artoria said before glancing at Agravain. "Bring it over." Agravain stepped out from behind Mordred and respectfully handed a sword to Artoria, who examined it briefly before passing it on to Mordred. "I hope you won't be disappointed with this reward." Mordred took the sword from Artoria's hand in a daze. It was a rather splendid two-handed longsword, with magical letters inscribed on the silver blade. Clarent. Mordred gulped, feeling a dryness in her throat. If she remembered correctly, this sword should be the royal sword of succession, Clarent. Artoria's lips curved slightly. "How is it? Are you satisfied with this reward, Sir Mordred?" Mordred's mind was in complete disarray. Why would the king bestow this sword upon her? Wasn't this sword supposed to be a symbol of kingship denoting the right of succession to the throne? "Obviously, because only you are the most suitable owner for this sword." Artoria's voice carried an unprecedented gentleness. "My child." Upon hearing the term, "my child," Mordred's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, Artoria's hands gently touched her head, and with a light lift. Her helmet, known as the secret of pedigree, which had almost become a part of her, was removed, revealing her true face. Mordred instinctively reached for her helmet, but as she gazed upon the face identical to her own, she dared not show any hint of foolishness. "From now on, you won't need this anymore," Artoria tossed the helmet aside casually. "Those of the Pendragon bloodline should stand proudly in the sunlight, rather than hiding behind shadows, afraid to reveal their true identity." "Did you, perhaps already know about my true identity?" Mordred asked, slightly anxious. "Of course, your veins carry my blood, how could I not know?" Artoria's tone remained gentle. "But Mordred still felt uneasy, fully aware of the sensitivity of her identity. "That doesn't matter," Artoria waved her hand dismissively. "You've already shown your capability as my heir, and I believe you will become a worthy king in the future." Do you think so?" Surprise flickered in Mordred's eyes. "Of course, if you don't believe me, just ask them," Artoria smiled, gesturing toward the knights below. Every knights of the Round Table exchanged glances, and eventually, all knelt down spontaneously, bowing their heads in unison. "Greetings, your Royal Highness." Seeing this, Mordred turned her head to Clarent in her hand, still finding it hard to believe. Her dream, her impossible and unattainable dream she once harbored, had actually come true. However, wasn't this too good to be true? Yet. She glanced at Artoria in front of her, then at the knights kneeling below. A smile gradually spread across her face. Even if this was a dream, she was willing to stay here forever, never to wake up. Chapter 355. "Humph, what a foolishness. If it weren't for protecting that homunculus, maybe you could have actually defeated me." A golden-haired man had his lips curled with a hint of amusement, his crimson eyes resembling ancient serpents, hinting at unspeakable cruelty and ruthlessness. He was none other than the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Hearing Gilgamesh's mock, Heracles lowered his head, observing his body pierced by countless noble phantasms even with this immortal body. It struggled against such intense attacks. Perhaps, as Gilgamesh said, the treasury containing endless legendary treasures was indeed his nemesis. The resurrection chance of his god hand was all used. Now, he had no chance of resurrection. The next time would be the moment that truly decided his fate. But even so, he couldn't retreat and must stand firm for the white-haired girl as pure as snow who remained behind him. He couldn't let this golden man get close to her no matter what. Your defeat was already set in stone, how about it? Since death is inevitable, why not let go of that burden? Without her, you might stand a chance against me. Heracles silently moved forward, his actions expressing his stance. Ho! Is that your choice? Then you and your homunculus shall die together. Rattle. Golden ripples spread in the air as an array of chains darted out, resembling the most skilled hunter, heading toward Heracles with a whistle. Combat intuition honed through countless deaths kicked in as Heracles leaped without hesitation, trying to evade the encirclement of chains. However, these chains seemed to possess a life of their own, changing direction instantly, securely binding his body in midair. Surprisingly, the seemingly fragile chains carried an inexplicable power, resisting all his struggles. Berserker, come back. The white-haired girl, Iliasviel von Einsburn, gritted her teeth, crimson patterns appearing all over her body. She endured the pain to activate her command spells, yet this time, the miracle failed. No chance, homunculus, Enkidu is a noble phantasm specifically designed for countering divinity, the stronger the divinity, the stronger the restraint, how could I allow this mongrel to escape? How could this happen? Iliasviel slumped on the ground, despair written all over her face. Berserker. TCH, so boring, if you had abandoned that homunculus from the start. Maybe there would have been a chance of winning. In the end, you're just a barbaric mongrel, only knowing how to bite. I even had high expectations for you, being a demigod like myself, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Gilgamesh strolled forward as if enjoying the spectacle of a caged beast carelessly. He retrieved a long sword from the gate of Babylon, similar to the noble phantasms that had taken Heracles' life before, a true divine weapon. This is the end, Greek hero. Gilgamesh's crimson vertical pupils revealed a cruel smile as he raised his sword high, ready to deliver the final judgment. However, suddenly, a crimson light shimmered, and the chains that bounded Heracles instantly shattered with a crisp sound. Rising up with a ferocious and terrifying expression, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey, Heracles swung his sandbag-sized fist directly toward Gilgamesh in front of him. In haste, Gilgamesh couldn't even open the gate of Babylon, only managing to hastily use the sword in his hand to block in front of him. However, against the powerful punch of Heracles, a mere famous and divine sword couldn't do much. Almost upon contact, the sword shattered, followed by a direct punch of immense force upon Gilgamesh's chest. Boom! Like a cannonball out of its bore, Gilgamesh flew backward at lightning speed and crashed to the ground. Blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, spurted out from his mouth. He struggled, but even the simple act of standing up seemed impossible as his vitality dwindled weakly like a candle in the wind. This was the strongest blow ever delivered by the legendary Greek hero, Heracles. Even in his prime, he might not have been able to unleash such power. Yet, at this moment, this power directly became the crucial turning point of this battle. The Saint Graph of Gilgamesh was shattered. Though a demigod, his flesh was not much stronger than that of a normal servant. Taking this blow with his own flesh and blood, he had completely lost the ability to continue the fight. Gilgamesh's eyes stared fixedly at Heracles. He couldn't fathom how this man had managed to break free from Enkidu. It was simply impossible in his understanding. However, when he saw the blood trickling down Heracles' lips, he finally understood the answer to this question. Battle continuation, Gilgamesh's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. I see, weakening your own Saint Graph intensity by shattering your own heart. Thus reducing your divinity, then breaking free from Enkidu, and finally gaining the effect of battle continuation, ensuring you won't die immediately, What a resolute hero, this madness and decisiveness are indeed worthy of my admiration. This time, you've won, Heracles. Gilgamesh lowered his head, his body instantly disintegrating into countless light particles, dissipating into the air in the blink of an eye. Awesome. Berserker, you're really the strongest. Heracles slowly crouched down, gently stroking her head. I promised, this time, I'll definitely protect you. The reddish-orange sun descended in the western sky, casting its last rays of golden light upon everything, painting the distant clouds with fiery hues, reflecting on the branches of the giant trees like clusters of burning flames. Time flies, It's almost dusk already. It's about time to head back. But, we want to play a little longer. A little boy and a little girl grumbled one after another. Be good, okay, listen, we will take you out to play more often in the future, Morgan gently stroked the two children's heads, speaking softly. Really? Daddy, will you really take us out to play again? The two children widened their eyes, gazing hopefully at Gobta. Even the most hardened heart couldn't bear to refuse such hopeful gazes. Gobta looked up at the towering tree before him, silent for a moment. A faintly complex smile appeared on his face as he gently caressed the two children's heads. Sorry, maybe, there won't be a next time, it's getting late, so I should go too. Chapter 356. The falling leaves froze in midair, birds hung motionless in the clouds, the wind ceased its movement, and even the grass stopped swaying. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Gobta continued to smile as he gently stroked the heads of the two children, his eyes filled with tenderness. What are you saying? Nidhogg chuckled, albeit a bit forced. Isn't this your home? Where else would you go? Right, we've been waiting so long for you to come back, we can't let you leave again, Morgan quickly chimed in. Do you really want to leave us? Artoria said expressionlessly, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes, making it hard to refuse. Don't leave me, Daddy. No. Father just came back to us, we don't want you to leave. The two children held on to Gobta's leg tightly, refusing to let go. I have to admit, even though I know everything here is fake, these are the things I've longed for. Gobta's gaze swept over everyone, his face showing a hint of nostalgia and longing. Family, love, friendship, things we often take for granted or overlook until we lose them. Honestly, if I had to make the choice again, I might not have the courage to take that step. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps this is what they call bonds. In the end, I'm just a human being. If that's the case, why not stay here? Nidhogg couldn't understand. Whatever you want, you can have it all here with ease, this is a paradise that many people dream of, why do you want to leave? Because what I carry on my shoulders is not just for myself, Gobta said softly, his eyes becoming more resolute. If I stay here, only I would be satisfied, and that kind of satisfaction is not what I need. I embarked on this journey for the sake of my people, and they are waiting for my return. That's just wishful thinking on your part. Morgan shouted harshly, her beautiful face contorting like a demonic witch. You've been away from that world for so long, maybe they've already forgotten you, or even worse, they might think you abandoned them, a cowardly deserter. No, Gobta shook his head, still wearing a gentle smile. They won't forget me because their voices still echo in my ears. As soon as he said that, Morgan's eyes widened suddenly as she saw silhouettes of people, countless people. Among them were noble and elegant mages, honorable knights, devout ministers, loyal soldiers, ordinary civilians, and she even saw herself in there. An endless crowd of people stood behind Gobta, their gazes all focused on him, filled with obvious respect and reverence. As if shaken by this magnificent scene, Nidhogg, Artoria, and Morgan reluctantly took a step back. Even the two children couldn't help but feel a bit frightened, quickly releasing Gobta's leg and retreating behind their mother, their bodies trembling slightly. Countless crimson feathers fell all around Gobta, who spread his palm to catch one of them. Watching the feather dissolve into specks of light, he chuckled softly. Really, one of the cliché plots of villains in anime. Even the most beautiful illusion is still just that, an illusion. You can't live forever in a dream world, you know. I believe, one day, I'll make these beautiful illusions a reality, but not here, not now. Countless crimson feathers quickly ablaze like flames and converge into Gobta's palm, gradually forming a great sword wreathed in crimson-yellow flames. He calmly turned, gazing up at the towering tree that obscured the sky before him. Now, it's time to wake up, Gobta muttered and raised his great sword. Wait. Don't. Ignoring the surrounding screams, Gobta raised the great sword high, and without hesitation, swung it forward. Whoosh! A surge of flames rushed like a burning cloud, swiftly engulfing the towering tree. Infinite light blossomed in an instant, and finally, Gobta departed from this realm of fantasy. In a ruined castle, a giant man, Heracles, half crouched on the ground. As time passed, he seemed to sense something and lifted his head to look up. What's up, Berserker? A little figure in front of him asked curiously. Heracles lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. After a while, he opened his mouth, his voice deep. The time has come, it's about time for me to go through it as well. Iliasville, as pale as snow, instantly widened her eyes, unsure whether it was because the usually silent Heracles suddenly spoke or because of what he said. You're going through it. But, why? Iliasville's face showed a pitiful expression, making one feel unusually heartbroken. We finally defeated that powerful enemy. All we have to do now is wait for your noble phantasm to recover. With it, the remaining servants are nothing to fear, and we can easily obtain the Holy Grail. You can also get a physical body through this, stay here forever, by my side, protecting me forever. Doesn't that sound great? Or is it? Crimson patterns climbed slowly along Iliasvil's fair skin, like ancient totems as her expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Your care for me used to be a lie, you never wanted to stay by my side, you're just like mom and dad, wanting to abandon me, leaving me to live forever alone in this cold castle. Looking at Iliasvil, who suddenly became aggressive, Heracles' expression hardly changed. His eyes were still filled with gentleness as he gently stroked her head. Ilia, my master, our bond is something that even time and space cannot sever. In these endless years, only you have remained in my memories. If you want, I can stay here with you forever. But I know very well that your loneliness cannot be filled by just me alone. You have lost too much. Do you know? The reason I responded to the call of the Holy Grail back then was because of your loneliness. I don't really have any wishes for the Holy Grail. My only wish is that you can retrieve all those lost and fill your life anew. In that case, you should help me more to get the Holy Grail. Iliasvil pouted. Heracles shook his head slowly and pointed behind her. What you need isn't the Holy Grail, it's them. Iliasvil turned around in surprise and saw several figures standing behind her, whose presence she hadn't noticed before. Among them were a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a rough face, a gentle-looking white-haired beautiful woman, identical twin maids with calm expressions, and a young man with short reddish-brown hair. They silently watched her, their eyes filled with warmth. Dad, Mom, everyone. Chapter 357. Iliasvil turned around in surprise and saw several figures standing behind her, whose presence she hadn't noticed before. Among them were a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a rough face, a gentle-looking white-haired beautiful woman, identical twin maids with calm expressions, and a young man with short reddish-brown hair. They silently watched her, their eyes filled with warmth. Dad, Mom, everyone. Tears as large as beans flowed from Iliasvil's eyes. She reached out with trembling hands, wanting to touch the people before her, but feared it was all just a beautiful illusion. As a result, she could only stand still, hesitating, unable to move forward. We've always been here for you, Ilia, the white-haired woman opened her arms, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Dad, Mom, and everyone. Seeing that familiar face and voice, Iliasvil couldn't hold back anymore. She ran forward, crying uncontrollably, and threw herself into the white-haired woman's embrace. Mom! Mom! I'm so scared. I don't want to stay alone in the cold castle anymore. I don't want to walk barefoot in the snow anymore. I don't want to bear any more family responsibilities. It hurts so much. I'm so scared. I really, really miss you all. My Ilia, my poor child. Tears rolled down the white-haired woman's cheeks as she gently held her daughter, smiling sadly. Mom promises, Mom will never leave you again, never, never leave you again. The white-haired woman held Iliasvil's hand and walked away step by step, with the others following behind them. The middle-aged man with a rough face lingered for a while, gazing at Heracles, then nodded slightly. Thank you. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and caught up, joining his family. The white-haired woman and the middle-aged man, each holding one of their daughter's hands, gradually disappeared with satisfied smiles, vanishing into the dazzling light. Heracles stood still like a statue, silently watching their backs, letting the approaching light swallow his body. On the vast expanse of land resembling a scene from Mars, Jean, holding her holy flag, stood before a black velvet surface like a broad curtain. The curtain shimmered with countless twinkling lights, resembling the boundless expanse of the universe's starry sky. How am I supposed to deal with this? Jean sighed, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, a palpable sense of urgency evident on her pretty face. She could keenly feel the immensely powerful magical energy emanating from this curtain. It was undoubtedly the noble phantasm of that beast, yet, no matter what method she came up with, she couldn't interfere with this noble phantasm. She had no idea what was happening inside, nor did she know the current situation of Archer of Black and Rider of Black. Although both were very powerful servants, their enemy was a beast. Could they really defeat the beast by relying solely on themselves? If something were to happen to the two of them, she alone wouldn't stand a chance against that beast. Therefore, no matter what, at least until the counterforce reacted, Archer of Black and Rider of Black absolutely couldn't afford to have any problems. With that in mind, Jean's eyes gradually revealed a determined expression. She decided to use her most powerful noble phantasm, La Pucelle, to blast open this noble phantasm. Even if she were to disappear after unleashing this noble phantasm, it would be worth it if she could provide some assistance to Archer of Black and Rider of Black. At least, it was better than just standing here helplessly. Having finished pondering the solution for the current situation, Jean no longer hesitated. She planted her holy flag into the ground beside her, drew a silver sword from her waist, cut her palm with it. And then devoutly knelt down, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes, assuming a posture of prayer. What is she doing? Coles, who was observing the battlefield from afar, pointed at Jean with his finger, a look of bewilderment on his face. It wasn't surprising that he would show such an expression. It was simply because the magical energy permeating from Jean at this moment was too massive, even surpassing the scale of Karna's earlier noble phantasm, Brahmastra Kundala. To the extent that even he, who was so far away, could clearly sense it. That goes without saying, just look at the way she looks, it's obvious she's using her noble phantasm. Gord's glanced disdainfully at Coles, then his expression shifted to one of contemplation. Judging by the scale, the power of this noble phantasm is probably extraordinary. Why didn't she use this noble phantasm earlier then? Sieg asked curiously. Gord scratched his head awkwardly. Probably because she was too far away earlier or something. Some noble phantasms require servants to pay a significant price to use them, Darnik chimed in as he looked at the residual crimson marks on his hand, his face showing a complex expression. Unless it's a matter of life and death, they won't easily resort to using them. It looks like Ruler is getting ready to give it her all, Kyrie remarked with a sigh of resignation. It's a pity we can only stay here and can't help at all, can't even get close. We've done everything we can do ourselves, Fiore, sitting in the wheelchair, clasped her hands together, intertwining her fingers. What we need to do next is trust them. Hearing that, Kyrie nodded, but suddenly, he felt something and turned to look eastward. There, the deep darkness of night was gradually receding, and on the distant horizon, a hint of pale light was silently rising. Dawn had arrived. My destiny now runs its course. My life's dream has reached its conclusion. I devote the only thing left to protect his way. As Jean's chant neared its end, the magical energy fluctuations emanating from her body became even more intense, and one could even see fiery red flames dancing around her, exuding an indescribable sense of holiness and tragedy. O Lord, I entrust this life to you. Swish. Just as the chant was about to be completed, Jean heard a sudden piercing sound in her ears, as if something was rapidly approaching her. She immediately stopped chanting, her eyes snapping open. Ding! Grabbing her holy flag, Jean waved it to deflect the weapon flying toward her. Her gaze followed the trajectory and saw that it was a sword with a long and thin blade resembling a rapier. With the knowledge she had gained from modern times about the Holy Church, she could immediately recognize it as a style of weapon used by the Holy Church to exorcise, known as the Black Key. Jean turned her head toward the direction from which the Black Key had come. There, a figure, walking in the gradually rising sun, slowly appeared within her sight. Chapter 358. It's you, but how is this possible? Jean exclaimed in surprise as she watched the figure gradually approaching. She seemed to have discovered something extremely unbelievable, causing her to draw in a sharp breath, her face showing evident astonishment. Greetings, Your Excellency La Pucelle. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, dressed in the attire of an ancient samurai, halted about 10 meters away. It was a distance safe enough for both him and Jean. My name is Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, and I am also the Master of Assassin of Red in this Holy Grail War. I never imagined that in this Holy Grail War, there would be a 10th servant appearing, and a ruler at that. Jean breathed deeply as if trying to express her amazement and shock. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the ruler summoned in the previous Holy Grail War held in Fuyuki City, right? Shiro remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. As Jean had said, he was indeed one of the participants in the previous Holy Grail War, the Third Holy Grail War. However, unlike Jean, though his class was ruler, who was meant to be an impartial party who regulated the progress of the Holy Grail War and summoned by the Holy Grail itself, he was a servant summoned by the Einsburn family to compete for the Holy Grail. Though he didn't emerge victorious in that war, he had managed to come into contact with the Greater Grail and incarnated as a result, surviving until the present day. Nevertheless, all of this explained Jean's recent confusion about why she got summoned not in a normal way but in a manner of possession. Upon careful consideration, it became clear that if the Holy Grail deemed 14 masters would create chaos, then it should prioritize summoning a ruler in the correct and proper form. After all, the risks and inconveniences of possessing the body of a normal human were severe. From any perspective, it was not a good choice to make. And now, the answer stood before Jean. Typically, in a Holy Grail War, it would be impossible for two rulers to exist simultaneously. Yet, this impossibility had actually occurred. No one would have imagined that someone could summon a ruler outside the 7 standard classes. On top of that, this ruler would successfully incarnate and gain a human body with the Holy Grail's help. Survive until the current Great Holy Grail War, and become one of its participants. Due to the peculiar nature of this Great Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail had no choice but to summon another ruler. For all these conditions to be met was an incredible twist of fate in itself. If any one of them had not been met, such an extraordinary event would never have occurred. Indeed, it was akin to pulling 10 SSRs in a row, though theoretically possible, it was virtually unheard of. Even if it did occur, it would likely be suspected of being photoshopped, cheating, or a bug. Needless to say, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada had become a bug in the system of the Holy Grail War. It was doubtful that even the original creators of this system would have foreseen such an unexpected event. It was because of this bug that the perception of the Holy Grail had become confused. This confusion led to Jean's unusual form of manifestation as a servant. Shiro's aim to avoid Jean altogether, even to eliminate her, wasn't solely because she held the 2 command spells for each servant, but also because she was a ruler like himself. One of the privileges of being a ruler was possessing the unique class skill known as true name discernment. That skill could reveal a servant's true name and status, even if Shiro had incarnated and gained a body like a normal human. Once Jean made eye contact with him, his plans would be completely disrupted. "I finally understand now why I was summoned," Jean said, clutching her holy flag tightly, her violet eyes fixed unwaveringly on Shiro. "All this time, the sense of warning I felt from the Lord was directed at you, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Though I'm not denying this fact, there's something I want to clarify," Shiro chuckled helplessly. "I never intended to defy the Lord, I just wanted to fulfill my lifelong dream." "Your dream?" Jean's eyebrows furrowed. "What exactly do you want?" She was certain that Shiro wouldn't risk so much solely for personal gain. Servants capable of becoming rulers meant they weren't entirely devoid of desires but rather pursued beliefs or ideals, something beyond the ordinary. Needless to say, this also implied that once they achieved their goals, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Jean pondered silently and thought that perhaps the reason the Holy Grail summoned her was to prevent Shiro from achieving his so-called dream. Facing Jean's question, Shiro remained silent for a while before finally answering. "What if I told you I'm doing it to save humanity?" "Save humanity?" Jean was taken aback since his answer truly surprised her. "If it were before, I might have had the patience to explain it to you slowly, but I'm sorry, we don't have much time," Shiro sighed regretfully, glancing at the dawn breaking on the distant horizon. "Anyway, I've given up on that dream now, I have more important things to do now." Upon hearing that, Jean furrowed her brow tightly, and a hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. She wasn't naive. Confronting a ruler with such depth of intelligence and tactical thinking, she held strong vigilance, even toward what he said, only half believing. Having experienced the world for decades, Shiro clearly sensed Jean's hostility, but he didn't care. "I'm not here to cause you trouble, I'm here to assist Rider of Black and Archer of Black in eliminating that beast," Shiro said calmly, pointing toward the black velvet curtain behind her. Jean glanced at the black velvet curtain behind her, then turned to Shiro. "How do you plan to do that?" Hearing her question, Shiro raised his hands, each wrapped in magic circles of different colors. "This is my noble phantasm, right hand, evil eater, and left hand, Xanadu matrix. Shiro explained patiently, revealing his strongest noble phantasm without hesitation. "It is a noble phantasm derived from my legend of the Child of Miracle, that has the ability to create miracles itself. It can connect to any thaumaturgical foundation, allowing the use of any magecraft." Hearing his explanation, Jean frowned, pondering for a moment, then widened her eyes in an instant. "Wait, are you suggesting that to defeat a beast, it must be done by grand servants themselves?" Shiro nodded calmly. "And what I intend to do is use this noble phantasm to connect to the Greater Grail and perform the ultimate magecraft ritual, Heroic Spirit Summon." As mentioned earlier, the Holy Grail War was a summoning ritual originating from the world summoning ritual known as Ritual, Heroic Spirit Summon. The true purpose of this ritual was to summon humanity's strongest 7 heroic spirits, known as Grand Servants, to fight against a single powerful enemy, the great calamity known as Beast. If Shiro could really use this ultimate magecraft, then there was indeed a great chance of defeating the Beast, as the counterforce would surely cooperate with him wholeheartedly in such a scenario. However, one crucial question remained in Jean's mind. Could this man, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, truly be trusted? Chapter 359. However, one crucial question remained in Jean's mind. Could this man, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, truly be trusted? In case he got in touch with the Greater Grail and made a wish, it would truly be game over. Although Jean didn't know what Shiro meant by save humanity, one thing was clear to her. In order to stop this man, the Holy Grail was willing to risk breaking the rules just to drag her down to this war. That alone was enough to prove how severely Shiro's wish would impact the world. However, only he had the power to completely deal with the beast right now. What should she do? Jean silently gazed into Shiro's eyes as if trying to see something within them. On the other hand, Shiro met Jean's gaze calmly, without any hint of evasion. After a full minute, Jean slowly exhaled, her tense body gradually relaxing. In the end, she stepped aside, clearing the way. "I thought you might take some more time to think," Shiro said, his tone devoid of any sarcasm. If he was in her shoes, he would hesitate more when facing this kind of situation. "We don't have any more time to waste," Jean said softly, looking at the black velvet curtain before them. "However, it's not that I believe in you, but I believe in the guidance the Lord has given me." "You mean, the Lord just gave you guidance?" Shiro's expression instantly turned serious. "The Lord has always been in our hearts. When we're lost, the Lord guides us forward," Jean said earnestly. Shiro stared deeply into her eyes, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. "Your faith is indeed much stronger than mine. Let's get on with it. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late once the beast breaks free." Jean ignored his praise and focused on the matter at hand. Shiro nodded, passing Jean and heading toward the almost demolished Fortress of Millennia, where the Greater Grail had been placed in a corner by Gobta. Arrived in the front of Greater Grail, Shiro gently caressed its surface with his hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel that after absorbing so many servants, the Greater Grail was fully awakened. 60 years' worth of magical energy had accumulated within it, rolling like waves. Before such immense magical energy, even the most unimaginable wish could become reality. Now, he was only a step away from the dream he had been longing for 60 years. "It's really hard to accept," Shiro murmured softly. "But in a way, this is also another way of saving humanity." Soon, vortexes of vastly different color magic circles wrapped around his arms as if drawn by some force. These two vortexes connected his arms to the Greater Grail. And through this mysterious connection, they extended all the way to the throne of heroes, transcendent of time and space. Complex and intricate patterns appeared beneath Shiro's feet, constructing a massive magic circle surpassing all current magecraft. Along with it surged an endless sea of magical energy. The ultimate magecraft, ritual, heroic spirit summon, was initiated. "It's over." Kama, who had already leaned heavily toward her Mara side, looked at Gobta, Heracles, and Mordred, who were already deeply immersed in their dreams. A slight smile crept onto her face. She was the fallen god of love who wielded the concept of love. With the power to ensnare all beings in the grip of her corrupted love, she didn't aim to lead others into debauchery for the sake of it but to indulge in it. This was her nature. If Beast IIR was the embodiment of self-love, accepting love from everything but not giving anything back, then Beast IIL was the incarnation of love for others, giving love to everything but not receiving anything back. In a sense, Kama's authority as Beast IIL was more aggressive than Beast IIR's. Because of this, once a being fell into her realm of love, it was nearly impossible to escape. In this realm, anyone could attain whatever they desired without any worries. Any desire could be freely indulged, even if it meant descending into worthless animals. She would still bestow upon them her endless love. In such a perfect paradise, who would want to leave? "When they've completely succumbed, I can stop my noble phantasm and claim the Grail," Kama murmured softly, a relaxed expression settling on her face. Anyone who fell into her realm of love would eventually become her slave with the strength of Archer of Black and Rider of Black, coupled with her possession of the Greater Grail. Not even that damned nun could stand against her. At that point, she could devour that nun and fully transform into Beast too. Lost in her fantasies, an unusual surge of magical energy suddenly drew Kama's attention. She turned to see crimson feathers swirling around Gobta's body, illuminating the dark universe like blazing flames. What is that?" Surprised, Kama's face showed astonishment for the first time. Within the blazing flames, a pair of abyssal eyes, as dark and profound as the void, slowly opened. In the pitch-black expanse of the universe, surrounded by countless crimson feathers, Gobta slowly opened his eyes, casting a glow on Kama's slightly astonished face. "Looks like you're pretty surprised that I woke up, huh?" Gobta smirked as he saw her stupefied expression. Kama remained silent, but inside, a tumultuous wave surged within her. She was indeed surprised. No choice. It was the first time someone had managed to awaken from her realm of love. It was simply unbelievable. The realm of love she created was built upon the strongest and most genuine desires of one's heart. Ordinary people would gradually become ensnared in it, indulging in their desires, unable to break free. Whether they were the mighty emperor or devout believers, everyone harbored their own desires deep within, and this realm reflected those desires. Human desires were like rolling stones on a mountain. Once they started descending, they wouldn't stop. Therefore, once someone got trapped in her realm of love, the possibility of breaking free became exceedingly slim, even almost impossible. Even if they were aware they were in an illusion, they couldn't help but immerse themselves in it. unwilling to wake up. The suffering of love and hate or gain and loss in the real world was already enough for most. For this reason, hiding in the illusion seemed somewhat reasonable. However, this wasn't absolute. Throughout history, there were those who abandoned desires, transcended the mundane world, and reached enlightenment. But such individuals were extremely rare, barely a handful. Kama was certain that the black-haired man in front of her wasn't one of those enlightened beings because desire still lingered in his eyes, indicating he too yearned for something. If that was the case, how did he manage to break free from her realm of love? Was that vulgar nun playing some tricks? Kama furrowed her brows in thought, but just then, another unusual fluctuation came from beside her. No way. Kama twitched her lips slightly, turning her head to see Heracles also gradually opening his eyes. In her virtually impenetrable realm of love, on the same day, two lowly mortals had broken free. Chapter 360. Compared to Gobta, Heracles still had a lingering daze in his eyes, as if he had just awakened from a deep dream. Tap. It wasn't until Gobta patted his shoulder that he jolted, gradually regaining his senses. "Heh, I never thought you'd wake up too. I thought I was going to solo the boss," Gobta chuckled. Heracles glanced at Kama, whose expression was unusually grim, and shook his head. "I just got lucky, someone helped me out." Hearing that, Gobta couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and curious. Who could possibly help Heracles in a place like this? But seeing Heracles unwilling to elaborate, Gobta didn't press further. Instead, he glanced at Mordred, who still had her eyes tightly shut, and sighed. Even without relying on Feng Huangdown, he could keenly sense that she was gradually losing herself in her dream, emitting an aura similar to that of this pitch-black universe. "Even now, you still can't let go of that past, can you, Momo?" Watching Gobta and Heracles chatting as if she were non-existent, a bulging vein seemed to appear on Kama's forehead. "You too, acting like I don't exist, huh?" Kama gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. After all, she was a beast. How could she tolerate being ignored and humiliated like this by mere mortals? With a wave of her hand, a brilliant pure light quickly emerged from nowhere, like a whip lashing out toward the two men. Boom! Gobta and Heracles dodged aside, but as the whip of light struck down, there was a deafening roar, shattering a small asteroid into fragments as if a mountain had collapsed and the earth had split. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Gobta and Heracles immediately became much more serious. Even though she was a beast, despite suffering a little setback, in terms of power, she was still far ahead of ordinary servants. "Humph, I was planning to give you two a gentler way to die, but since you're not appreciative, don't blame me for being ruthless." Kama sneered coldly, infinite radiance pouring forth from the halo behind her head, instantly enveloping Gobta and Heracles. The two suddenly felt a weight pressing down on their body, as if invisible shackles were binding them, causing their parameters to plummet significantly. This was Beast IIL's personal skill as the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, a skill known as Pathos Scepter, a power that could release various beams of love according to her mood, either to weaken opponents or to strengthen herself. "Go to hell." Kama raised her hand again, and two beams of light converged into whips, lashing out toward Gobta and Heracles. Due to the debuff from Kama, Heracles couldn't avoid the strike at all, instantly being hit by the whip of light. Boom! His body flew like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a small asteroid nearby, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura greatly diminished. Seeing the whip of light approaching him, Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately activated the power of Cosmic Juggernaut. A rift in space opened behind him, instantly swallowing him to evade the attack. "Tch, petty tricks." Kama's face looked slightly unpleasant, coldly snorting with disdain. A spatial rift unfolded beside Heracles, and Gobta emerged from it. He placed his hand on Heracles' body, using the power of Abyss Flower to heal his injuries. Feeling this immense vitality, Heracles looked slightly surprised, but he didn't ask much, just nodded slightly. "Thanks. Now's not the time for such words." Gobta shook his head, his face revealing a clear sense of seriousness. "Listen, we don't have much magical energy left. Moreover, this place is that woman's domain, so the longer we drag this out, the worse it is for us. We have to finish this quickly." Heracles nodded solemnly. As an experienced warrior, he also saw that the situation was unfavorable for them. The only way now was to go all out and finish the beast as soon as possible. The two looked at each other, nodded, and stood up, directing their gaze straight at Kama. "Oh. Planning to go all out?" A fiery blaze gathered in Gobta's hands, turning into a burning crimson greatsword, with golden patterns flowing on its surface like magma, distorting the surrounding space with its terrifying heat. Heracles held a black obsidian longbow, his whole body brimming with vigor, like a newly unsheathed sword, exuding a formidable aura. In the next moment, the two acted simultaneously, without prior agreement. Shamash, unleashed. Might of An-Utu. 9 lives. Whoosh! An endless tide of flames, carrying 9 furious dragon-like beams of light, soared forth. Wherever they passed, space ruptured in layers, stars dimmed, and the thunderous sound shook the heavens and earth, as if the entire universe trembled. Fire and light intertwined, illuminating the boundless, pitch-black universe, instantly enveloping Kama. Boom! Outside Kama's noble phantasm, Jean suddenly noticed the black velvet curtain in front of her twisting, as if ripples were spreading across a lake hit by a stone. After a moment, a clear scene unfolded before her eyes. That's Archer of Black and Rider of Black. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, but then she stiffened. What is that? Succeed? Gobta and Heracles stared ahead intently. This was their strongest attack, the moment of victory or defeat. The tide of fire and beams of light gradually dispersed, and Kama's figure completely dissipated without a trace, leaving only emptiness before them. It's over, Heracles let out a long breath, finally showing a hint of a smile. But Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. If Kama was truly dead, why hadn't they out of this place yet? Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Clear laughter, like silver bells, suddenly echoed from all directions, causing Gobta and Heracles' pupils to shrink. One after another, figures appeared from the void. Among them were petite, young, and mature figures, but without exception, they all wore identical clothing and had identical appearance. It was the Kama who had just been destroyed. Countless Kama. They almost occupied every corner of this pitch-black universe, each wearing the same mocking expression, looking at Heracles and Gobta as if watching animals in a cage. It's no wonder you two are regarded as great heroes. That attack just now was indeed impressive. One of Kama, who stood in front of Gobta and Heracles, spoke with a slight smirk. But unfortunately, you're still lacking. Let me tell you why, Kama continued, spreading her arms as if to embrace the entire universe. As long as I'm here, I'm absolutely impossible to die. This was another personal skill of Beast IIL, known as Embrace of Dreams. As the god of love, in response to the myriad desires of humanity, her appearance and abilities possess a high degree of diversity. Due to being based on the endless nature of the universe, this diversity manifests in more concrete forms. This was to accurately approach and indulge the desires of every being in the universe, leading to their corruption. Embrace of Dreams could be freely customized to exist like an endless number of stars, and this was the theorem. In other words, as a beast, Kama existed infinitely in her own universe. As long as she was in this universe, no matter how many times she was destroyed, she would revive infinitely like nothing happened. Chapter 361. What on earth is happening? Jean, holding her holy flag, stared at the scene projected on the black velvet curtain, her violet eyes filled with evident astonishment. Though she had prepared herself psychologically for the strength of beast beforehand, the scene before her still brought forth a strong sense of shock from within. How could one possibly defeat an enemy like that? As long as that beast existed in this universe, she was immortal and indestructible. Jean tightened her grip on the flagpole, her gaze shifting slightly downward to her waist where her silver sword hung, her lips pressed tightly together. Her hand rose inch by inch, clutching the hilt of the sword tightly, determination gradually shining in her eyes. I advise you not to do anything foolish. A calm voice suddenly came from beside Jean. She instinctively turned her head to see Shiro, dressed in ancient samurai attire, facing the greater grail with his hands enveloped in red and blue light as they pressed against its outer surface. Blue lines, like veins, dazzled and dizzying, spread beneath his feet. His clothes fluttered in the fluctuating waves of magical energy, while the pale blue light from beneath his feet reflected in his calm eyes like tranquil waters. For some reason, seeing Shiro at this moment, Jean couldn't help but recall her own time strapped to the stake, the power that once enveloped her heart now strangely resonating from him. A power known as resolve. Archer of Black and Rider of Black aren't your average servants. Even for a beast, it's not so easy to take them down, Shiro stated nonchalantly. I know you want to help them, but do you really think you can help them? I know I can't compare to them, but even if I can offer just a tiny bit of help, it's better than standing here doing nothing, Jean said earnestly as she looked at him. She was never one to sit idly by. Even when faced with the direst of circumstances against the Burgundians, she fearlessly stepped forward, illuminating her homeland in those dark years. Even without turning around and looking at her face, Shiro could feel Jean's determined gaze. I never denied your resolve and will, but instead of burning yourself out for a minuscule result, don't you think it's more appropriate to use your power elsewhere? Shiro explained with a sigh. What do you mean? Jean looked at him puzzled. What you should do now is to ensure the success of my summoning ritual, Shiro said calmly. Only when we complete this ritual do we have any hope of victory, it's our greatest, and only, bargaining chip at the moment. Upon hearing that, Jean hesitated for a moment, lowering her head to look at the faint blue lines flowing beneath Shiro's feet. As a ruler with an A rank in mana, she could keenly sense the terrifying power contained within these lines. This was the ultimate magecraft constructed from centuries of accumulated magical energy by the Greater Grail. When this power was fully unleashed, it could truly change the course of fate. But now, except for Archer of Black and Rider of Black, all the other servants. It's not just servants, Shiro interrupted her. Jean paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something. They wouldn't do such a thing. It's hard to say, Shiro's gaze lowered slightly. I know better than you, that man, Darnik, his thirst for the Holy Grail has reached a crazy level, he's almost become a monster confined within the cage called family. You seem to know him well. Jean tilted her head in confusion. Because that man, like me, participated in the Third Holy Grail War back then, Shiro's eyes showed a nostalgic expression. And it was also that man who stole the Greater Grail from Fuyuki. Hearing that unexpected information, Jean was slightly taken aback. Although she was the ruler of this Holy Grail War, she wasn't very clear about the private information belonging to the Masters. Looking at Darnik's face. She originally thought he was young and promising, but it turned out he was close to being an old man. Now, the summoning ritual has reached a critical moment, and it cannot tolerate any disturbances. Shiro's tone returned to its previous calmness. You should be able to distinguish which one is more important. In fact, besides Darnik and his people, Kiera was equally feared by Shiro. In his view, the threat from the latter was much greater than the former. It was precisely to guard against these potential threats that he had to keep Jean here to protect him and the ritual. Jean hesitated and looked at the black velvet curtain beside her, then glanced at the distant hill. After considering for a moment, she finally nodded. I understand. With the holy flag in her hand, Jean stood behind Shiro like an incredibly strong fortress wall. Seeing this, Shiro sighed softly, no longer distracted, and focused all his energy on constructing the magic circle for the summoning ritual. Meanwhile, on a distant hill. What's that? Cole stretched his neck to look at the pale blue light emanating from the ruins of the Fortress of Millennia. Curiosity was evident on his face. Are you really a mage? You don't even know that. Even if you're just an amateur, there should be limits. Can't you feel the obvious fluctuations of magical energy? No, I mean, I can feel the magical energy, but what I'm curious about is what's happening over there and how it's generating such big magical energy fluctuations. To Gordza's scolding, Coles replied while nodding and scratching his head, not particularly annoyed. Fiore, sitting in a wheelchair, squinted her eyes and looked at the pale blue light for a moment before murmuring. Such a massive degree of magical energy fluctuations could only be from two possibilities, either the release of a noble phantasm or a strong magecraft. Personally, I lean toward the latter. I think so too, Gordz nodded in agreement. This magical energy has clearly exceeded the intensity of the noble phantasm released by Ruler just now, and it's still increasing. This could very well be an unimaginably large-scale magecraft. Is it to deal with that beast? Sieg hurriedly asked, and the homunculi behind him also focused their gaze on Gordz. I'm not too sure about that. A wry smile appeared on Gordz's chubby face. Beasts lie beyond the scope of modern magecraft. Their existence represents calamity and catastrophe. Honestly, I can't think of any magecraft that could challenge beasts, unless it's wielded by the legendary gods themselves. At Gordza's explanation, everyone's expression couldn't help but darken slightly. No matter what, this still represents a glimmer of hope. Fiore sighed deeply. I believe that Ruler wouldn't risk herself in vain at a time like this. Everyone nodded, reluctantly admitting that Jean's presence did indeed boost their confidence. After all, she was the legendary holy maiden who had once repelled invaders. Speaking of which, don't you find it strange? Coles adjusted his glasses. How did Ruler manage to wield such powerful magecraft? Everyone paused, realizing the peculiarity of the situation. They were all familiar with the legendary exploits of Jean as La Pucelle and had not forgotten her lack of experience with magecraft. In contrast, Gillis de Rice, who had once followed her before falling into madness, was infamous in European history as a black mage. With both Caster of Red and Caster of Black out of the picture, it begged the question. How could Jean, theoretically unfamiliar with magecraft, use such powerful magecraft that even mages in the rank of Grand might struggle to replicate? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to come up with a plausible answer. It seems there are still some secrets hidden in this Holy Grail war, Kyrie mused, involuntarily recalling the young priest who always wore a gentle smile on his face. Could he be involved somehow? At any rate, this is a good thing for us, Fiore smiled gently. Calls nodded at her sister's words but then noticed Darnik, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, staring intently at the distant blue light, his expression slightly agitated. Uncle. However, Darnik seemed not to hear Calls' call, his gaze fixed on the direction of the fortress, gripping his scepter tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Although Darnik's true power was still far from the rank of Grand, he was undoubtedly the highest-ranking mage present. He knew well that the magical energy reserves of an ordinary servant couldn't sustain such massive and powerful magecraft, not even a ruler. In other words, the only source capable of providing such immense magical energy was none other than the Greater Grail at the fortress. Darnik's expression fluctuated uncertainly, his breath rapid. However, after a while, he finally released his grip on the scepter, his head drooping as if he had aged several decades in an instant. He knew that from this very moment, his dream had been shattered to pieces. Chapter 362. Whoosh! In the pitch-black universe, crimson flames, like tides, mixed with thunder-like flashes, tore through the darkness, engulfing countless beautiful figures filled with indescribable allure, showing no mercy nor pity. Yet, in the next moment, these figures reappeared, mocking as they looked at two men, a hint of glee playing at their lips. I need to admit, your resilience is somewhat beyond my expectations, but come on, you two should probably face reality by now, right? The vast and dim universe was adorned with countless shimmering stars, sparkling like pearls strewn across a black curtain, radiant and resplendent. As if resonating with the countless stars, numerous figures appeared in various corners of the universe. They were either young, childlike, or mature, but without exception, they all possessed beautiful features and an indescribable allure, akin to pristine angels yet akin to captivating devils. They seemed like spectators in an arena, mocking as they observed the two weary beasts trapped in cages, their eyes filled with cold amusement and a thrill of revenge. Hey, still planning to resist to the bitter end? Kama remarked casually as she examined her nails, her gaze flicking between Heracles and Gobta, a mocking curve playing at the corners of her lips. Heracles and Gobta stood side by side, silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but they needed to focus all their energy on the fight rather than futile arguments. Now, they found themselves on the brink of desperation, their powers drained despite the restoration granted by command spells. The obsidian longbow in Heracles' hand had dulled completely, cracks like spiderwebs forming on its surface like fragile glass on the verge of shattering after enduring countless battles. Gobta no longer wielded the Might of An-Utu nor cleaver of Shamash but instead held dual pistols of Judgment of Shamash. His depleted magical energy prevented him from maintaining Shamash in its greatsword form, while the other divine keys remained in slumber. Undoubtedly, this was the worst situation he had ever encountered after becoming a servant. After the homunculus cultivation chamber in the Fortress of Millennia was destroyed, he couldn't unscrupulously use his magical energy as before and had to conserve and utilize it as effectively as possible. It was not as easy as in the previous world where he had several magical energy reactors from Kanath. Needless to say, both Gobta and Heracles were now at their wits' end. Considering your decent strength, I can give you one more chance. Kama leaned back as if on an invisible chair, her fair, slender legs crossing elegantly. If you kneel down and kiss my feet now, I might spare you and even allow you to serve me as my personal servants. You know, opportunities to serve a god up close aren't something everyone gets. Humph, serve a god, Heracles scoffed, his tone dripping with irony. Once he had kneeled, but how could he allow himself to do so again? He was a Greek hero, a demigod, the culmination of the legendary 12 labors. His history, his beliefs, and his pride destined him to die on the battlefield, to die gloriously without regret. Black flames flickered and swiftly engulfed Heracles' body, spreading like wildfire, leaving cracks wherever they touched his torso, arms, thighs, fingers, signs of his St. Graph's imminent collapse. Crack crack. The sound of glass shattering seemed to emanate from within Heracles' body, heralding the collapse of his existence. In this final moment, the Greek hero no longer hesitated. With his belief, magical energy, resolve. St. Graph, noble phantasm, everything stood amidst the rising black flames, towering tens of meters high, a manifestation of his glory in the endless darkness of the universe. This was his pride. No compromise, no retreat. With unwavering faith and indomitable spirit, Heracles embraced his destiny, for heroes only knew glory in death. It's really your style, huh? Gobta remarked as he glanced at Heracles, his face as stoic as a sculpture, a hint of madness curving his lips. Since that's the case, then I'll go on this path with you, even if it costs me my life. Crack crack. Suddenly, cracks like mirrors burst forth on Gobta's face, then spread across his body like dominoes falling, filling every corner with golden flames that dispersed the darkness and cold of the universe. In his hand, Judgment of Shamash erupted in flames once more. In this searing blaze, a great sword wrapped in fiery golden flames slowly materialized, like a rising sun. Gobta and Heracles exchanged a glance, a smile appearing on their faces. Though they hadn't known each other long, at this moment, some kind of bond beyond time and space connected them. "Sorry, I won't be able to fulfill the promise I made to you." Heracles spoke as the obsidian longbow in his hand gradually transformed into a rugged stone axe sword. His muscles tensed like blocks of stone, despite his body being on the brink of its limits. His strength, however, was unprecedented, like a dormant volcano ready to erupt. "Cerberus, I might not be able to hand it over to you." After all, he had just sacrificed his king's order moments ago. "No worries, I'll remember to ask for it when I see you next time," Gobta casually replied. "I'm a bit petty like that, whoever owes me something, I'll chase them to the ends of the earth to get it back." Upon hearing that, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Heracles' mouth. "You better be careful, my memory isn't great, next time we meet, I might not remember you." "Don't worry, I'll find a way to jog your memory," Gobta smiled and responded nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then I'll rest easy." Watching the two men's powers grow more intense, nonchalant before, now wore a serious expression. Somehow, even in her own universe, she couldn't shake off the feeling of anxiety. These two. Clenched her teeth tightly, her complexion visibly darkening at an alarming rate. If it weren't for her desire to recruit these two men, she wouldn't have dragged things out for so long. Since they were so bent on seeking death, she couldn't be bothered to continue playing along. "Ignorant fools." Snorted coldly, raising her arm. Endless radiance emanated from the crown of light on her head, swiftly coalescing into a thick, sturdy whip of light that exuded terrifying power and awe-inspiring might. Her other doubles also raised their arms, each wielding a similar whip of light. In an instant, countless light whips filled every corner of the universe, resembling a radiant forest. It was easy to imagine the devastating power this forest of light would bring upon its descent. Even a planet standing in its path would be utterly destroyed by its unparalleled might. This was the power of Beast Il. Gobta and Heracles faced the endless whips of light without fear or despair. Since the moment they decided to burn themselves, they had already set their lives aside. Whatever happened, their resolve wouldn't waver. Chapter 363. I hope my true body notices the situation here. Gobta sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. This universe was a small realm that evolved from Kama's authority, so from the moment he fell into it, he lost contact with the outside, and likewise, with his true body. But if he were to die here, perhaps it would alert his true body to the abnormality of this world. But this was a risky move, as not only was he within Kama's universe, but he was also caught between countless worlds, making it incredibly difficult to relay information, especially now that his true body was occupied with monitoring countless world situations. Who knew when his true body would notice this hidden ripple? But at times like these, he didn't have many choices. All he could do now was hope that his true body or the counter-force would notice the situation here in time. Kama's realm of love extended beyond the universe. As Jean watched the scene unfold on the black velvet curtain, her complexion gradually paling. She knew full well that with this kind of attack, Archer of Black and Rider of Black would undoubtedly perish. They wouldn't stand a chance even if they burned their own St. Graphs. It wasn't just a power gap, it was a world of difference in terms of their existence and status. Even if they were heroes, how could they possibly contend with a being embodying world calamity? Turning to the side, Jean nervously observed Shiro. She didn't understand magecraft, but she could see that he had exhausted all his energy on it. Now was the most critical moment. Jean took a deep breath, her gaze once again regaining its former firmness. She tightly held the holy flag in her hands, her petite body standing as firm as a rock. She knew that after Archer of Black and Rider of Black fell, it would be her turn to confront the beast, even if it meant gambling with her life. She wouldn't allow the beast to pass through her. Once, she had sacrificed herself to protect her homeland. Now, she wouldn't regret making the same choice again. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Shiro accelerated the completion of the summoning ritual. But the ritual, Heroic Spirit Summon, was not an easy magecraft to set up in a short time. Especially since he lacked talent in magecraft. If it weren't for relying on his two noble phantasms, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to attempt this ultimate magecraft. At this point, all he could do was squeeze out every ounce of his potential, just to finish this summoning ritual as soon as possible. Please, Almighty Lord, even if just once, please grant me this final miracle. Shiro prayed inside his mind with all his might. In the pitch-black universe, a white light suddenly came out from Gobta's chest and darted toward the endless depths of the universe. Kama's beast authority couldn't affect it in the slightest as it broke through her realm of love in an instant. What's that? Jean stared dumbfounded at the white light bursting out of the black velvet curtain. Due to its speed, she couldn't react in time and could only watch as the white light rushed into the Greater Grail. The moment the white light disappeared into the Greater Grail, a familiar and charming voice softly echoed in Shiro's ear. I never thought I'd have the pleasure of seeing you in such a sorry state, master. At the moment the voice rang out, Shiro's body suddenly shook, his mind plunging into a chaotic fog as if it had been ruthlessly hammered. A gentle and warm sensation traced along his hand, causing his body to tense up instantly, his head tilting slightly to the side as if it were a rusty gear slowly slipping out of place. A face, as familiar as ever, came into view, exquisite, lazy yet alluring, proud yet commanding. In a daze, he felt like he was back to that afternoon when they first met. Assassin? Oh my, never thought my master would reveal such an embarrassing expression. Semiramis quirked her lips slightly, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Too bad I'm currently powerless right now, or I'd definitely use magecraft to record this silly look of yours. Why? Shiro's mind was already a complete mess. Assassin had been destroyed by the beast, right before his eyes. So why was she appearing again now? In a moment of clarity, he remembered the white light that had merged into the Greater Grail. Was it because of that thing? I know what you want to ask, but I'm not quite sure myself. Semiramis flicked her hair casually. I was supposed to be sleeping peacefully within the Grail, but somehow I woke up, and here we are. Sleeping. Woke up. Shiro immediately delved into contemplation. Could it be that the white light had awakened Assassin within the Greater Grail? In the Holy Grail War, the defeated servants would be collected by the Greater Grail. When all the servants were gathered, the Grail would open a path to the throne of heroes and return the servants there. However, this path served another purpose, which was to lead to the legendary Swirl of the Root, also known as the Root. Reaching the Root was the ultimate dream of all mages. The Holy Grail War system created by the three founding families of Fuyuki was also aimed at achieving this dream. However, the ability of the Holy Grail to grant wishes was actually just relying on the accumulation of magical energy over centuries to achieve some kind of miracle. In a sense, this immense magical energy could indeed be considered omnipotent. Normally, the servants absorbed by the Greater Grail couldn't be resurrected. Their Saint Grafs had shattered, losing the foundation of existence in the current world, unless some external force helped them reconstruct their Saint Grafs. As he pondered, Shiro focused his gaze and noticed a certain transparency in Semiramis's body, like glass, reminiscent of the ghosts in folk tales, but lacking the eerie atmosphere. Noticed? Semiramis caught his gaze, smiling nonchalantly. Though I don't know the reason, it seems like I won't be awake for too long. Long ago, there was a saying that every coincidence has its purpose, so I think I didn't wake up for no reason. That being said, have you figured out anything, master? Hearing her question, Shiro's mind was suddenly struck by lightning. He subconsciously lowered his head, looking at the massive blue magic circle beneath his feet. Chapter 364. Interesting. Semiramis arched her eyebrow, a look of genuine interest twinkling in her eyes. Ritual, heroic spirit summon, even I have only read about it in some ancient texts. I never thought I'd come face to face with it under these circumstances. Do you have confidence? Shiro asked solemnly. He knew well that this queen of Assyria, despite her class as assassin, was as proficient in magecraft as the top-tier mages of ancient times. I haven't tried it before, but I can give it a shot. After all, I've researched this ultimate magecraft a great deal. If only I had found a sufficiently large source of magical energy, I would have attempted it myself long ago. Semiramis said eagerly. For a mage, the temptation of personally completing such an ultimate magecraft was almost irresistible. In my current condition, I definitely can't complete this magecraft, so, Semiramis looked at Shiro with her eyes filled with wicked charm. I need to borrow your body for a moment. No problem, Shiro agreed without hesitation. Semiramis was momentarily taken aback by his decisive response. When she regained her composure, she coughed awkwardly. You better think carefully, taking over someone's body is no joke. What if I have some other ulterior motive? There's nothing to consider, Shiro interrupted, his gaze fixed on her face, a gentle smile playing on his handsome features. I believe in you completely. Even without a physical body, Semiramis felt her heart skip a beat at his honest words. What a troublesome guy, Semiramis chuckled softly, then lunged forward, merging into Shiro's body. With his eyes closed, Shiro let himself be gradually deprived of sensation throughout his body, showing no resistance, his lips still bearing that gentle smile. In less than 3 breaths' time, Shiro opened his eyes again, revealing a pair of dark golden pupils, like icy amber. Possessing Shiro's body, Semiramis seemed somewhat unaccustomed, first shaking her head and then looking at her new body. Foolish man. After muttering that, she lifted her head, looking at the Greater Grail in front of her, a faintly proud curve forming at the corner of her lips. Greater Grail, it really is quite a nice toy, let's see how much fun you can bring me. Jean, who had been paying attention to the movements of the Greater Grail, suddenly noticed that Shiro, who had turned his back on her, was somewhat changing. Firstly, her true name discernment couldn't reveal any information from him anymore. And secondly, she sensed a significant change in his aura. The gentle demeanor of a priest intertwined with the solemnity of a swordsman was instantly replaced by the regal aloofness and arrogance of a ruler, as if he had become a different person. Just as Jean was alert to these sudden changes, she noticed that the magical energy in the air became much more agitated. This agitation intensified the concentration and circulation speed of the magical energy. Yet it did not cause any loss of control over the magic circle, as if delicate invisible hands were manipulating this phenomenon. This is, caster's, territory creation. Jean's heart tightened as she immediately realized what the current anomaly represented. Territory creation was the most crucial skill for caster-class servants. With this skill, they could create a territory that best suited them and unleash their power beyond 100% within it. This was essential for them, as they were otherwise frail, to contend with other servant classes. In most cases, casters with territory and casters without territory were in a completely different league, almost like the difference between level 1 and maximum level. The quality of the territory could also be likened to the difference between common equipment and legendary equipment. Creating a territory out of thin air in a situation devoid of any magecraft medium or tools was definitely not ordinary territory creation. Even with a conservative estimate, it would have to be or above. With her A-rank mana, Jean keenly sensed that the source of this phenomenon was none other than Amakusa Shiro Tokusada, in front of her. Recalling the series of changes that just occurred in him, Jean seemed to realize something and let out a slow breath of relief. As a mage capable of contending with Medea in magecraft, Semiramis's talent in magecraft was undoubtedly exceptional. Even for the first time using magecraft of this level, she appeared adept, even starting the remaining steps without the need for noble phantasm assistance. The flow of light blue lines sped up, the radiance emitted by the magic circle became even more dazzling, and the dense magical energy gathered, visible to the naked eye, as it spread in all directions, stirring up fierce winds like a tempest. At some point, the originally white sky was gradually overshadowed by ominous dark clouds. The world that just glimpsed dawn retreated once again into darkness, leaving only the ethereal light blue pillar as the sole illumination between heaven and earth. Semiramis clenched her teeth tightly, squeezing out the last remnants of magical energy from the Greater Grail. Through precise control, she directed it into the final gap in the magic circle. Ritual, heroic spirit summon, was completed. Boom! A colossal light blue magical pillar erupted into the sky in an instant, a vast and overwhelming aura filling the entire area. At the top of that pillar, the sky seemed to tear open, revealing a vortex, within which lay a chaotic scene beyond words. Merely gazing upon it incited a sense of reverence in everyone's hearts. The root, Darnik stared blankly at the abyss, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. From within the vortex resembling the origin of all things, two beams of light suddenly burst forth, disregarding all obstacles, and rush into the black velvet curtain ahead. In the pitch-black universe, Kama, who was previously unsettled due to the white light emitted from Gobta, suddenly saw two beams of light rushing from afar, merging into the bodies of Gobta and Heracles. Soon, a huge sense of crisis exploded in her heart like a bombshell. Chapter 365. Gobta and Heracles were completely unaware of what was happening outside. As a result, when they saw two dazzling white lights rushing toward them, they instinctively thought it was an attack from Kama and subconsciously tried to dodge them. However, to their surprise, they suddenly realized that their bodies were being restrained by an unknown force. Rooted to the ground, unable to move a muscle, like insects trapped in amber, only able to watch as the two beams of white light rushed into their bodies. Didn't think Kama had this kind of trick up her sleeve. Just as Gobta had that helpless thought flash through his mind, he noticed that the anticipated pain didn't arrive. Instead, after the dazzling white light melded into his body, a strange sense of comfort flooded his limbs and body, like soaking in a hot spring on a freezing winter day. Even he couldn't resist being intoxicated by this heavenly bliss. Soon after, like a rushing river, a continuous stream of magical energy poured into his body, awakening his dormant noble phantasms one by one. Even the Saint Graph ruined by him personally began to heal itself. Yet, this wasn't the end of this miracle. The repaired Saint Graph continued to expand at an incredibly fast pace, quickly surpassing the scale of his original one, doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and in just a few breaths, the scale of his Saint Graph reached 10 times its original size. At the same time, his parameters, and the rank of noble phantasms, all soared at an astonishing speed. An indescribable terrifying aura gradually emanated from his body, as if an ancient god had awakened from slumber. Ha! Gobta let out a breath and slowly opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils as deep as an abyss. He lowered his head, looking at his arms smoother and more flawless than a woman's, deeply feeling the terrifying power contained within this new body. This power was not unfamiliar to him, for it was none other than the power belonging to Arthur Pendragon the Chosen King, recorded in the Throne of Heroes. Now he was no longer Rider Gobta nor his previous world's Lancer, but Arthur Pendragon the Chosen King. The effect of the dazzling white light was to bring forth his heroic spirit's complete and original form into this world as a grand servant. Whoosh! Another aura, no weaker than Gobta's, suddenly soared into the sky beside him. It was mixed with indescribable fierceness and terror, yet carried a kind of divinity that transcended the world of mortals, making people unable to help but feel an urge to worship, as if mortals were seeing a god. When everything returned to normal, Heracles' new form appeared. His previously shattered body not only completely recovered but also grew taller than before, almost reaching 3 meters, like a small giant emerging from the mythological era. He was dressed in slightly weathered ancient armor, his bare bronze-colored muscles as hard and solid as rocks. A rough lion's skin draped over his head. Holding an obsidian longbow in his hand, with a ruby-encrusted belt around his waist, though he didn't make any move, just standing in place alone exuded an endless sense of oppression. Without any need for words, with just one glance, Gobta could confirm that Heracles, like himself, had gained all his power recorded on the Throne of Heroes. Seeing the reborn figures of the two, Kama's face completely changed, and even more so, a trace of fear surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Grand Servant, how is this possible? In order to deceive the counterforce, she had been meticulously hiding her presence since her arrival in this world, until she was sure of her victory, only then did she fully unleash her power. Based on her experience, the counterforce couldn't possibly react in such a short time. As long as she dealt with the remaining servants, she could effortlessly obtain the Holy Grail and acquire its true magic. Then defeat that vulgar and hypocritical nun, devour her, and become the complete beast too. Although there were some minor mishaps during the process, the overall situation hadn't slipped from her control. Even when Rider of Black and Archer of Black intended to risk their lives just now. It didn't make her lose her composure at most, it was just a bit unexpected. However, she never imagined that at this crucial moment, these two servants would suddenly transform into grand servants right in front of her. This was the first time since the beginning of the battle that the situation completely slipped out of her control, just like a train following its designated route. Suddenly encountering an unexpected change, and beginning to move toward completely unknown territory. Kama shook her head, completely throwing out all the chaotic thoughts in her mind. The mockery on her face had been completely replaced by solemnity. She knew very well that from now on, she had to go all out. Grand Servant was not in the same league as ordinary servant. If Beast was a virus, then Grand Servant was the antivirus specifically designed to counteract Beast. If something went wrong, she might truly perish here. Taking a deep breath, Kama pointed her delicate, white fingers at Gobta and Heracles. Then, in less than a breath's time, an asteroid with a diameter of over 10 kilometers suddenly flew toward them, with an aura of destruction, aiming to smash the two of them to smithereens. Even if you two are grand servants, it doesn't matter. No one can stop me today, prepare to die. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the power of this asteroid was much more terrifying than Kama's previous attacks. It seemed like this woman also felt a sense of crisis and started to get serious. Let me handle this. Just as Gobta was about to act, Heracles stepped forward ahead of him. Looking at Heracles' towering 3-meter-high figure, Gobta shrugged his shoulders and abandoned his plan to intervene. Watching the asteroid approaching, Heracles' eyes were as calm as the surface of a tranquil lake, without a ripple. He slightly lowered his body, his lower body standing firm, his upper body leaning back, his right hand clenched into a fist. Taking a deep breath, he quickly rotated his waist and abdomen, driving his whole body, fiercely swinging forward. Whoosh! In front of the asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers, Heracles' body seemed as tiny as an ant, yet he showed no fear. At the moment of punching, his sandbag-sized fist stirred up a fierce wind, lifting the lion's skin covering his upper body, revealing bulging veins on his arms thicker than an ordinary person's thigh as he collided head-on with the incoming asteroid. Boom! Like thunder, the deafening collision resounded in this endless dark universe. The visible shockwave swept out like a storm, raging through the universe, making the surrounding space tens of miles in radius fold like a crumpled piece of cloth. Chapter 366. The fast-flying asteroid instantly froze in space. Heracles had actually withstood the impact of the asteroid with his own body alone. Yet, this was not the end. Heracles withdrew his right hand, then gathered his strength once again, striking heavily on the surface of the asteroid. Boom! Crack! Centered around Heracles' fist, countless spider-web-like cracks swiftly spread across the surface of the asteroid, much like toppling dominoes, filling its every corner in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a deafening sound, the 10-kilometer diameter asteroid exploded like a firework. Without using any noble phantasm, merely with the power of his body alone, Heracles shattered a 10-kilometer diameter asteroid. Such a magnificent scene, even Kama and Gobta couldn't help but be astonished. Looks like, even if I use the black dragon body, there's still quite a gap between Heracles and me, huh? His strength must be at least EX, Gobta thought in astonishment and let out a slow sigh of relief. Dealing with Grand Servant Heracles in strength alone wouldn't be so easy, even for him, who was also a Grand Servant. Indeed, this was the true strength of the great and legendary hero of Greece. Just brute force, nothing to boast about. Kama exclaimed angrily. Narrowing her eyes, the crown of light behind her head released 6 dazzling beams of light, covering Heracles' body entirely. Like ice meeting flame, Heracles' aura diminished considerably, and his various parameters were weakened to varying degrees. The characteristics of Beast IIL were housed in the crown of light. It could release various beams of love according to Kama's state of mind, totaling 6, free love, pure love, unjust love, unbiased love, inexhaustible love, and everlasting love. While these beams of light buffed Kama, they debuffed her enemies instead. Over time, the degree of buffing and debuffing increased. Coupled with her embrace of dreams. In a quantity-based battle, she could be considered the strongest, even among beasts. Just a little weakening, that's all, even if weakened, this is more than enough to deal with you, Heracles calmly remarked as he glanced down at his weakening body, his expression unchanged. Humph, bragging. Kama sneered. Heracles leaned forward slightly, knees bent. Boom. With a thunderous boom, a ring of sonic clouds exploded behind him, and his body flew out like a meteor, instantly appearing in front of Kama. Seeing this, Kama's pupils contracted, and before she could react, Heracles lifted his knee and mercilessly kicked her face without mercy. Boom. Under Heracles' full-force kick, Kama didn't have the slightest resistance, not even time to feel pain. Her head was instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Watching the headless corpse, every double of Kama instinctively took a step back. A hint of fear appearing on their delicate faces. Even though they considered themselves gods, they couldn't help but be intimidated by Heracles' violence and cruelty. That kick just now was merely a down payment. After saying that, Heracles took off an obsidian longbow from his back, aiming at Kama's doubles, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Now, it's time to settle the score. He wielded his obsidian longbow, channeling all his magical energy into it. The magical energy inside his body flowed endlessly like a roaring river, forming a magical arrow that carried astonishing power. He cast a cold glance at the surrounding Kama's doubles, then with a loosened grip, the magical arrow surged forth like a shooting star, tearing through space and heading straight ahead. Whoosh! The power housed within the arrow exploded instantaneously, causing a deafening blast that reverberated in all directions. Within a radius of hundreds of meters. Many doubles of Kama were instantly engulfed by this furious magical energy akin to a thunderstorm. Under such terrifying power, they couldn't even utter a scream before vanishing into nothingness. Such was the might of a single arrow. Witnessing this scene, Gobta couldn't conceal his astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Heracles in his original form could unleash such terrifying power. Truly deserving of the reputation of the strongest among the Greek demigods. On the other hand, every double of Kama couldn't help but feel intense dread in their eyes as they witnessed the massacre. Compared to before, Heracles now seemed several times stronger, almost like a humanoid monster. But as beast too, Kama wasn't to be underestimated. Every double of Kama raised their arms, and the crowns of light behind their heads radiated brilliant light. Soon, these lights converged and transformed into thick pillars of light whips, all swinging toward Heracles. You're dead meat. Every double of Kama yelled in tandem. Heracles' eyes narrowed as he saw countless light whips descending upon him with the force of a falling sky. His expression remained unchanged, but his obsidian longbow transformed instantly into a rough, unnamed axe sword, swinging upward. 9 lives. In an instant, an extreme brilliance exploded, forming countless blurry beams of light. The top-tier martial art that once slew the Hydra now manifested in the form of an axe sword. Except for Heracles himself, no one knew the extent of his attack. Even Gobta, whose martial arts were unparalleled, could only see a blurry afterimage. This was nothing like the 9 lives Heracles had previously used. This was the true manifestation of 9 lives. Pure destruction, ultimate devastation, complete annihilation, unmatched and unbeatable. This was the all-powerful noble phantasm that the great hero Heracles took pride in. Countless beams of light soared into the sky, colliding with the descending light whips. Boom! In an instant, terrifying destructive power erupted, and almost instantly, all the light whips were completely obliterated. Seeing their attacks get crushed, every Kama twitched their brows one after another. Wasn't this man a bit too much? Was he truly just a demigod? With such devastating power, he surpassed many gods, didn't he? Don't think it's over just yet. Every Kama exclaimed in unison and raised their arms once again. On their arms, resembling crystalline glass, clusters of azure flames rose, splendid yet emanating a destructive aura that sent shivers down everyone's spine, like dormant volcanoes ready to erupt. These were flames from one of the 3 major gods of India, Shiva. Under Kama's hands, they possessed almost half the power of Shiva's. Even gods could be instantly annihilated by them, completely dispersed into nothingness. In legend, Shiva was the god of destruction, and as a manifestation of his power, these flames also embody such a concept. Chapter 367. Countless azure flames converged like swimming fish, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a lotus flower the size of a palm. Each petal was vivid as if crafted by the most skilled artisan in the world, exuding an indescribable beauty. However, this incomparably beautiful fire lotus made Heracles feel an indescribable threat. He slightly lowered his body, tightly gripping his unnamed axe sword. His eyes remained fixed on the quietly floating azure fire lotus in midair, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face for the first time. At this moment, he seemed to reminisce about the first time he set foot in the underworld. In that eternal darkness of hell, he finally deeply understood how close death was to him. He absolutely couldn't take it head-on. That kind of thought rang in Heracles' mind like a warning bell, but he could also keenly feel that this fire lotus had already locked onto him. No matter where he hid, he couldn't escape. Could it be that he could only face it head-on? However, Heracles himself knew very well that while he was unparalleled in attack, his defense was his biggest weakness. He could only gamble. Taking a deep breath, Heracles prepared himself. With all his recorded achievements, his noble phantasms were also perfected. Including his King's Order. This noble phantasm was his proof of overcoming the 12 impossible labors, and the immortality of the 4th labor passed on to him by Chiron was what would help him right now. However, the regret was that this immortality could only be used once. Once depleted, it couldn't be replenished by any means. With no escape and no way to stop it, Heracles could only rely on this immortality to gamble. Before Kama could use Shiva's flames again, he had to eliminate her as soon as possible. Goodbye, great hero. Every double of Kama sneered, pushing gently with their palms, and the azure fire lotus immediately drifted toward Heracles. Wherever it passed, space shattered layer by layer, revealing patches of bizarre spatial fissures. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hey, did you forget there's still someone here? A spatial hole suddenly unfolded in front of Heracles, and Gobta, clad in silver armor, stepped out from it. Maybe you should leave this to me. Gobta smiled at Heracles, then turned to look at the slowly approaching azure fire lotus. With a wave of his hand, blazing flames surged from nowhere, gradually condensing into a peculiar greatsword covered in blazing flames. Judgment of Shamash, Zeroth Power Might of An-Utu. Gobta seemed entirely unconcerned about the flames lingering on the greatsword. He directly reached out and grabbed the hilt of Might of An-Utu. In that instant, the searing flames swept over him, seemingly engulfing his body entirely. But in almost the next moment, a black and white glow flashed across Gobta's body, rendering the menacing flames from the greatsword incapable of posing any threat to him. I wonder whose flames burn stronger. The flame of the god with the strongest power of destruction, or the flame of the divine key possessing the strongest destructive force? Let me witness it firsthand. After saying that, Gobta slowly exhaled a hot breath, raising the Might of An-Utu high with both hands and then swinging it forward. Shamash, unleashed. Might of An-Utu. Whoosh! The raging crimson flames instantly spread into an endless sea of fire, casting everything around into a fiery red hue. With terrifying high temperatures capable of burning and destroying a planet. Accompanied by astonishing destructive power, it surged forward like a ferocious beast, devouring everything in its path. Sensing the imminent danger, the serene azure fire lotus could no longer maintain its composure. The palm-sized lotus quickly expanded into a vast sea of blue flames, colliding with the oncoming crimson flames. Though the azure flames and the crimson flames differed in color, both contained equally terrifying destructive power. Under the collision at this moment, the power within them was fully unleashed, creating an indescribable awe-inspiring power, directly annihilating several nearby asteroids into nothingness. How is this possible? Every double of Kama widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces filled with palpable astonishment. That was the flame from the god of destruction, Shiva. How could there possibly exist a power that could rival it in this world? In the first place, what were those crimson flames? How did he obtain such power? Kama was shocked and puzzled as if countless vines entangled her mind. But before she could continue to contemplate, the crimson sea of flames suddenly surged with even greater power, completely engulfing the azure flames and continuing to rush toward many doubles of Kama. They paled, hastily dodging in all directions. Unfortunately, their reactions were ultimately too slow. Under the coverage of the sea of crimson flames, they didn't even have time to scream in agony, disappearing instantly from this world, leaving behind only nothingness. With just one strike, over a third of Kama's doubles were completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Heracles looked at Gobta with a face resembling someone witnessing a monster. He could still tell that the blazing greatsword in Gobta's hand should be the same one as before, but its power had increased so absurdly. Before such terrifying destructive power, even he couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. Where did this man get such an overpowered weapon from? It seems that when it comes to flames, mine is still stronger, Gobta remarked with a smile. The remaining doubles of Kama looked at the area swept by the crimson sea of flames, their eyes filled with intense dread. However, as if remembering something, their dread turned to sneer. Humph. Even so, don't forget, this is my realm, my universe. Even if I can't beat you, you can't kill me. Snap. They snapped their fingers in unison. Soon, numerous doubles of Kama re-emerged one after another, quickly reaching the previous scale. They all looked at Gobta with disdain, as if mocking his incompetence. Upon seeing this scene, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. With his strength, he could easily kill as many Kama as he wanted. But as she said, as long as Kama was in this place, she would never be killed, and everything he did would be in vain. What should he do? There's still one way, Heracles suddenly spoke. Since this realm is her dependence, just completely destroy it. I think sacrificing my grand servant Saint Graph would do. Chapter 368. Sacrificing your grand servant Saint Graph. Even Gobta couldn't help but be stunned by Heracles' seemingly crazy plan. Saint Graph serves as the medium through which heroic spirits communicate with the Holy Grail. It was their foundation in this world. From a rational perspective, self-destructing a Saint Graph was almost equivalent to giving up on the Holy Grail war. Previously, Gobta and Heracles decided to self-destruct their Saint Graphs because they were backed into a corner, with no other choice but to go down fighting. But now, having regained all their complete power recorded on the throne of heroes after becoming grand servants, they could go head-to-head with Kama. In this situation, Heracles' determination and resolve to still plan to self-destruct his Saint Graph were much greater than before. Isn't this a bit reckless? Gobta furrowed his brows slightly, casually incinerating a group of Kama's doubles several meters away with a swing of his greatsword. Perhaps there's still a weakness in this place that we haven't discovered yet. Maybe, but we don't have much time left, Heracles replied noncommittally. We've already wasted too much time since the Mages Association could intervene at any moment. Our masters might not be able to get away so easily if that happened. I didn't realize you were still concerned about that little girl, Gobta raised an eyebrow. Come to think of it, I almost forgot where I had left Selenik. It's not just her, it's also those homunculi. Heracles fired an arrow, shattering a small asteroid in the distance, along with several Kama within a radius of 10 meters, engulfed by the explosion. Don't forget, you promised me this favor. Don't worry, I remember all those favors, Gobta chuckled helplessly. But isn't the price you're paying a bit too steep for these favors? Self-destructing a grand servant Saint Graph was vastly different from a normal servant Saint Graph, as normal servants only present a single aspect of themselves, so self-destructing wouldn't cause much harm. However, grand servants represented their complete and original forms that stood at the top of their servant class when they descended. Along with accepting more powerful skills, they also took on greater risks. Once they self-destructed their Saint Graph, it could potentially affect the entirety of their records in the Throne of Heroes. It could range from loss of records and diminished strength to, in severe cases, complete disappearance. This would be a significant loss for the counterforce as well, which was why unless it was a special circumstance and truly necessary, the counterforce wouldn't casually dispatch grand servants. It's alright, with my strength, I can handle a single self-destruction. I'll just sleep for a while afterward, Heracles said carelessly as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Now that you put it that way, would it seem like I'm being overly dramatic if I continue to try and persuade you? Gobta smiled as well, taking a few steps back. Let's get started then, the stage is set for you, the great hero of Greece. Thank you, Heracles nodded, took a deep breath, and raised the obsidian longbow in his hand. His fingers touched the bowstring and slowly drew it back. With his archery skills, he could easily shoot several arrows in a second. But this time, his movements were incredibly slow. His fingers seemed to be pulling a mountain weighing thousands of pounds, requiring immense strength for every millimeter of movement. A certain indescribable aura gradually spread from Heracles' body, like turbulent undercurrents beneath calm waters, or majestic peaks above the clouds, causing everyone who looked at him to feel an urge to bow down in reverence. Hum. The obsidian longbow, forged in the furnace of Hephaestus, emitted a mournful groan as if it couldn't bear the weight. Crack. Fine cracks gradually spread along the trembling body of the longbow, as if it were enduring unimaginable pain but managing to hold itself together. At some point, these cracks also began to appear on Heracles' body, making him look like a porcelain doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. Yet his expression remained solemn, as if an ancient god stood in judgment above, ready to pass sentence on the disrespectful. Are you insane? Kama exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with intense fear. She could see what Heracles was planning, and it was downright crazy. Why would servants even exist? It was because they had unfinished wishes in their hearts. They were willing to sacrifice themselves, searching for that glimmer of hope in countless cycles of battle. And yet, Heracles, who was no longer in a desperate situation like before and could fight head-to-head with her after becoming a grand servant, unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct his grand servant Saint Graph just to destroy her realm. This was nothing but madness. It was not strange for her to think like that. By self-destructing like this, Heracles was essentially giving up the chance to obtain the Holy Grail. What was worse, it could even pose a risk to his future battles, since what he sacrificed was not a normal Saint Graph. This man couldn't be oblivious to all of these consequences, so why would he still do something so stupid and illogical? It was just incomprehensible. Until this point, Kama hadn't had time to think any further. She hastily used all her doubles, cursing the muscle-headed brute in her mind while using every means to stop him. If grudges could kill, Heracles would have died 10,000 times over by now. Countless towers of light rose from the ground, and numerous azure fire lotuses burned silently. But just as they were about to reach Heracles, countless black holes suddenly opened around Heracles, devouring all these incoming attacks. This is the resolve of a hero, I won't allow anyone to disturb him, Gobta spoke calmly in the face of Kama's fiery gaze. While Kama and her doubles were cursing Gobta inwardly, a strange wave suddenly swept over them, making their hearts tremble in unison. Instinctively, they turned to look, seeing countless light particles emanating from Heracles, then coalescing into an immaculate arrow of light, quietly resting on his bowstring. Although this arrow wasn't aimed at anyone, at this moment, every Kama couldn't shake the feeling that it was aimed directly at their foreheads. Shoot! Whoosh! Ancient and resolute declaration flowed from Heracles' lips as the arrow of light shot out like a meteor, bursting into brilliant radiance. This radiance was even more dazzling than Kama's countless towers of light that had risen before, as if it filled every corner of this dark universe. Gobta searched through the memories of his 2 lifetimes but couldn't find suitable words to describe this magnificent scene. Chapter 369. Shoot! Whoosh! Ancient and resolute declaration flowed from Heracles' lips as the arrow of light shot out like a meteor, bursting into brilliant radiance. This radiance was even more dazzling than Kama's countless towers of light that had risen before, as if it filled every corner of this dark universe. Gobta searched through the memories of his 2 lifetimes but couldn't find suitable words to describe this magnificent scene. So beautiful, Gobta could only sigh softly. However, while this breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes, it was like a death sentence to Kama. She could clearly feel that her realm of love, Samsara Kamamara Avaruta, created by her beast authority, was gradually collapsing under this radiant light. The arrow of light flew onward, piercing into the infinitely distant depths of the universe. After an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps eternity, a painful grunt suddenly resounded. Gobta lifted his head and saw against the backdrop of the dark starry sky, a beautiful face slowly emerging. It was a colossal and unimaginable figure of a woman, and the universe they were in right now was situated within the left hand of this woman as if frozen in amber. That was the universe constructed by the authorities of Kama and Mara. She used her own arm as an arrow, piercing through enemies and forever sealing them there, always within her grasp. All beings trapped there were like Sun Wukong in the palm of the Buddha, no matter how they struggled or jumped, they couldn't escape the imprisonment of that colossal 5-finger. This was something even Gobta hadn't realized. At this moment, the tip of the arrow of light was firmly pinned at the center of this colossal woman's brow, countless cracks spreading along it, causing turmoil throughout the entire universe. Looking directly into those fiery eyes as if ready to spew fire, Heracles, whose body had become extremely ethereal, chuckled lightly. "Just a little gift, hope you like it." "Heracles." A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, yet Heracles remained calm, knowing well that it was nothing but the lament of a defeated enemy. Similar sounds he had heard countless times before. Though somewhat regrettable, this time, he couldn't defeat the enemy by his own hands. But, with a warm smile gracing his lips, Heracles turned to look at Gobta, whose face bore a complex expression. "Having a trusted companion, this feeling is quite nice indeed, I leave the rest to you." Archer of Black, Heracles, exited the stage. At the same moment Heracles dissipated, countless doubles of Kama vanished into thin air, followed by the disappearance of the colossal woman amidst unwilling and angry roars. Samsara Kamamara Avaruta finally collapsed. Dim morning light poured into this desolate and dilapidated universe, and soon, as collapsing dominoes, more light flooded in, and more darkness dissipated. Gobta quietly observed this scene, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He nodded slightly, paying his respects to the honorable and great hero of Greece. The illusory universe dissipated, and the real world descended, warm morning sunlight shining upon Gobta's body as if welcoming his return. Before him was a familiar sight, a scarred land, ruins of a crumbling fortress. The pleasantly surprised face of Jean, an ascertained goddess, trembling as if frightened, stared at him with a face full of horror. Gobta remained silent, only raising and pointing the Might of An-Utu toward the goddess. The golden radiance on the greatsword's blade shimmered like molten lava against his face, the intense heat instantly distorting the air into swirling vortexes. "Though dinner time may have ended, I hope my dessert won't disappoint you, O great goddess." The heat wave swept over, and Kama instinctively took a step back, swallowing her saliva hard, her beautiful face filled with fear. She couldn't understand why things had come to this point. Everything was supposed to go according to her plan, so why was she the one backed into a corner in the end? Where did things go wrong? Her gaze shifted slightly, sweeping over Jean, who held a holy flag with caution written all over her face, and then over Shiro, whose eyes were calm and gentle, and the greater Grail stood tall on the earth, without any magical energy fluctuations, like a statue. Wait. Where is the magical energy? Where is the magical energy in the Great Grail? Kama's eyes widened in astonishment, and then a flash of realization hit her before she gritted her teeth. "It's all because of you. I've been a priest for 60 years, but at this moment, I still want to experience what it feels like to be a hero," Shiro said with a gentle smile. Kama's gaze darkened as she looked at him. She never expected that the final straw that broke her would come from this hypocritical priest she had always ignored. Damn it, he is just a slightly above average mortal, why? Mortals and heroes, in the end, are just mere titles. Gobta seemed to see through Kama's thoughts and chimed in calmly. "What truly matters is the belief one stands for and the courage to uphold it. Even if one ends up defeated, there will be no regrets in their heart." Upon hearing that, Jean glanced at Gobta's back, a strange color flashing in her violet eyes. "Belief one stands for," Shiro murmured softly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "This world doesn't need lofty gods, nor does it need the indulgence of escaping reality. The future belongs to humanity. They will choose their own path forward." Gobta raised the Might of An-Utu, pointing straight at Kama's face. "Times have changed, Kama, unfortunately, you couldn't keep up with the change." "Why?" Kama whispered, her voice barely audible. "Why does this era belong to humans who aren't even worthy of the universe's garbage? Why can incompetent and boring humans become the centers of this era, while we gods are either wiped out or forced into hiding? Tell me, why is that?" Her voice grew louder and louder, until she was even roaring, tears the size of beans streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. "See crying?" Jean froze and muttered in disbelief, while Shiro's expression became slightly peculiar. The mighty and terrifying beast, reduced to tears. "Why is it always on me? Giving love, not giving love, both my fault. Being stuck with this god of love nonsense, carrying all these bullshit responsibilities. Fine then, if you all want love, I'll give you unlimited love. That's my revenge. But why? I'm clearly stronger than anyone else, yet still end up so miserable. It shouldn't be like this. I should have always stood tall, looking down on everything, freely trampling incompetent and annoying humans." Kama cried out, pouring out her heart, feeling unjust. However, everyone couldn't help but feel there was an inexplicable sense of humor about it all. Chapter 370. Maybe you're right, you have indeed endured much unfair blame and punishment, accumulated much hatred and anger. Gobta nodded indifferently, his gaze suddenly sharp as a sword. But these are not reasons for you to oppress the weak. What you've given is not love, but absolute dominance and control. You merely want to impose the oppression you once suffered onto those innocents. As if overwhelmed by Gobta's imposing aura, Kama found herself momentarily speechless but clearly refused to accept it. Wiping away the tears on her face, Kama sneered. Humph, anyone can talk tough, you, standing on the shore, how can you understand the pain of someone drowning like me? Gobta closed his eyes slightly, deciding not to continue arguing with her. It was evident that she had already dug herself into a hole, unable to be pulled back. In the end, arguing with beasts was pointless. Their way of thinking had long departed from the realm of normalcy. Negotiations failed, then get ready for a confrontation. Crackle. The blazing flames spread along the gilded blade of the Might of An-Utu akin to flowing lava, instantly raising the temperature in the area dramatically. Crack. The ground beneath Gobta's feet cracked as a result of him restraining the power of Might of An-Utu. He didn't do this to protect the environment with such noble motives. Just like a compressed spring, the more it was suppressed, the more terrifying the explosion of power once it was released. Feeling the icy killing intent enveloped within the scorching heat, Kama couldn't help but shiver. You can't kill me. Kama screamed hysterically. Gobta remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on her. At this point, he couldn't think of any reason to stop himself from ending her. If you kill me, she'll be doomed too. With a casual flick of her hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kama. Seeing the figure in silver armor with red patterns and a demon-like helmet emitting a chilling aura, Gobta frowned slightly. Mordred. He suddenly remembered that when they were all pulled into Kama's realm of love earlier, he, Heracles, and Mordred were all trapped in the illusion created by Kama. However, in the end, he and Heracles managed to escape and wake up, but only Mordred didn't wake up. Furthermore, all beings entrapped in Kama's realm of love would ultimately meet one fate, losing all reason and will, becoming her slaves and tools. Looking at the motionless Mordred, Gobta's expression became slightly complicated. Gobta let out a long sigh. He could also understand Mordred. The realm of love created by Kama truly had such immense attraction for a child who had been deprived of love since childhood. He even felt that Mordred might have sensed that she was in a dream, but she willingly chose to sink into it, unwilling to wake up. Noticing Gobta's complicated expression, Kama's heart leaped with joy. As long as you let me leave this world, I can immediately release my control over this girl. Kama spoke hurriedly. Seeming to think that her offer wasn't enticing enough, Kama added. I can transfer her control to you too, with my authority residing within her, even the counter force can't intervene. You can have her by your side as long as you wish, and she'll obey you unquestionably, with no resistance. From some events that had occurred before, anyone could clearly see Gobta's extra care for Mordred, although nobody knew why. However, this had become Kama's only means of saving herself. She didn't even dare to use Mordred to threaten Gobta, only dared to propose a trade, which seemed gentler. Jean looked at Gobta's back with concern, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. No need, Gobta said calmly. Since she chooses to have a good dream, I'm not willing to disturb her. Having the chance to have such a beautiful dream might also be a good thing for her. What? Wait. Before Kama could finish, Gobta had already raised the Might of An-Utu in his hand and swung it forward without any expression. Whoosh! The blazing surge of flames, like flowing lava, rushed forward, instantly engulfing the figures of Mordred and Kama. Stup! Meanwhile, inside a dream. The blood-red sunset cast its glow on the expansive open-air balcony. Mordred, who had just been officially bestowed the status of heir apparent, suddenly shuddered. What's wrong? Mordred, did something happen? A gentle voice came from beside her. Mordred turned her head to see the once cold and emotionless face, now adorned with a gentle smile. After a moment of silence, she shook her head lightly. Nothing, just lost in thought for a moment. As the nearby Agravain heard that, his already gloomy face turned even more gloomy. While on the side, Gawain and other knights exchanged glances, only able to smile wryly and shake their heads. To be lost in thought while the king was speaking about the duties of kingship, only Mordred would dare. It's alright, what I was saying earlier was just about the usual ways of dealing with nobles and commoners. If you don't remember, it's okay, as you gain more experience, you'll naturally know what to do. Artoria, who usually valued efficiency, showed unprecedented patience and tolerance this time. The emotion in her sacred eyes was like the reflection of the sky on a clear lake, warm and beautiful. As a king, there's actually only one thing you need to do. Artoria turned to look at the bustling city before her, her voice ethereal as if coming from another dimension. Do your utmost to protect the people of this country. Mordred looked at the approaching fiery clouds on the distant horizon, silent for a moment before nodding gently. Yes, father. The beast had been defeated. Under terrifying high temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun, Beast IIL, who had lost most of her strength, completely dissipated into smoke and dispersed. Although Kama behaved quite disgracefully at her last moment, Jean couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she watched this formidable enemy being defeated. This time, thanks to you too. Upon hearing Gupta's words, Jean paused for a moment, somewhat flustered, and waved her hand in panic. No, actually, it's not really because of me, it was all thanks to Mr. Amakusa's hard work, he is the true hero. Upon hearing that, Gupta turned to look at Shiro, who smiled and shook his head. No need to call me a hero, with my amount of faith, I'm not worthy of praise from an honorable saint like yourself, in the end, I'm just seeking revenge. After a pause, his expression suddenly became more serious before continuing his words. Moreover, I feel like this matter might not be over yet. Oh. What do you mean by that? However, from Shiro's expression, it seemed that there might be some other danger yet to be revealed. Archer of Red's master, Shiro's expression became serious. I always had a feeling of uncertainty when I faced off against that woman, she seemed to know Archer of Red's true identity from the very beginning. A master who used beast as servant. Gupta furrowed his brow slightly. What's her name? Seshuin Kiera. Chapter 371. What? Seshuin Kiera? Hearing that cursed name, Gupta's mind exploded, his pupils shrinking abruptly. Kama's master, is actually that woman? What kind of bullshit twist is this? As Gupta was still in the midst of understanding the shocking information, suddenly. Fufufu. A light chuckle accompanied by a gentle breeze drifted by, soft and enchanting, as if a nimble hand was teasing the deepest desires within one's heart, making bones turn to jelly for a moment, suddenly resounding. A slender, beautiful figure of a woman approached gracefully from nearby. Her tall figure and outstanding appearance exuded a mix of compassion and pity, like a bodhisattva saving the suffering, yet her fiercely alluring and seductive figure, barely concealed by her loose nun's attire, was so eye-catching. Especially when moving, the glimpses of skin revealed from the high slit on her left thigh were like magnets, firmly capturing everyone's gaze, causing hearts to race, faces to flush, and breaths to quicken. This nun seemed to be filled with a demonic charm, irresistibly drawing both men and women to her upon first sight, prompting them to come closer, to be near her, to offer everything to her. Even Shiro, who had faced her several times before, couldn't help but feel a momentary infatuation in his eyes. But his strong willpower quickly snapped him out of it, subconsciously stepping back with a gaze filled with wariness and suspicion toward the nun. This woman was definitely not ordinary. Be careful, she is. Before Shiro could finish his words, Gupta interjected. I know, Seshuin Kiera, Gupta said calmly, looking at the enchanting figure filled with demonic charm. Or should I call you Beast 2, Demonic Bodhisattva? Beast 2, Demonic Bodhisattva. Hearing that name, both Shiro and Jean felt a shiver run down their spines, their pupils suddenly contracting as a great sense of horror surged within them. They naturally wouldn't doubt Gupta's words. Since their first meeting, this otherworldly King Arthur had proven to be extremely reliable. If he could confidently identify this nun as a beast, then the truth was likely not far from what he said. Yet, because of that, they couldn't help but be amazed and filled with dread. Didn't this mean that this Holy Grail war actually involved two beasts? Was this the end of the world? While the two rulers were lost in their thoughts, Kiera stopped in her tracks, standing tens of meters away. Looking at Gupta with interest, her faint golden eyes, full of grace and charm, added a hint of allure to her, making her even more irresistible. Fortunately, Gupta wasn't falling for it. He had locked away his desires with Feng Huang down, and as a result, Kiera's charm did not affect him whatsoever. For this woman, who held considerable power and influence in the Nesuverse, he remained fully vigilant. Though they were both beasts too, when it came to wisdom and charisma, 10, combined wouldn't match a single Kiera at all. This woman was currently the closest to an enlightened one Bodhi, a fact evident from the presence of Bodhisattva in her nickname as a beast. The Bodhisattva reigns supreme over the forces and dimensions of the universe, capable of effortlessly creating within the depths of stars. While Kiera's life form hadn't reached that level yet, it was still not to be underestimated. It's really strange. In this silence, Kiera suddenly spoke, her tone melodious, her voice full of magnetism, just like her appearance and figure, exuding irresistible allure. Undoubtedly, she was a woman close to perfection, whether in terms of figure or appearance, voice or movements. Even her casual gestures were full of sensual implications. Her simple nun's attire couldn't even conceal her charm, instead, it added a bit of contrast, making it even more appealing. She embodied every fantasy a man might have about the opposite sex: innocence, seduction, holiness, debauchery. These contradictory traits found perfect harmony in her, making it difficult to believe such a woman could exist in this world. I'm pretty sure I've never seen you before and this should be our first meeting, yet, you not only immediately saw through my true identity but also seemed so wary of me. While looking at Gobta, Kiera tilted her head as she spoke with a confused tone. Normally, such a childish gesture from a mature woman would feel out of place, but to her, it seemed entirely natural. Can you tell me why? Even if I'm a beast like you just killed, it shouldn't provoke such an excessive reaction from you. You really underestimate yourself, Gobta said lightly. Being able to create a skill like tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts as human, even incarnating as a true demon and manifesting terrifying noble phantasms like heaven's whole, you, as a beast, pose a great threat to humanity. Throughout history, only a handful have reached your level of achievement. Kiera was a former human. Shiro and Jean glanced at each other, both seeing clear surprise in the other's eyes. The origins of beasts were mostly a mystery, but one thing was sure: they all had extraordinary backgrounds. However, a human becoming a beast, even for them, was the first time they had heard of such a thing. What kind of power did this mysterious woman named Seshuan Kiera possess to be deemed a great threat to humanity? And how did she transform step by step into what she is now? Demonic Bodhisattva, what was her story? Interesting, Kiera's plump, sensual lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I didn't come to see you for nothing, you're indeed a very interesting man. This time, Kama participated in the Holy Grail War, you surely had a hand in guiding her. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. But I'm curious, given your opposing positions with Kama, how did you manage to manipulate her so easily? Don't assume that Kama and Kiera, both representing Beast 2, were close. In fact, each of them only embodied a part of Beast 2. It was only through their merger that the complete Beast 2 could be born. Hence, they were actually at odds, akin to nemeses. You really want to know? It's not a big deal, really, I just gave her an opportunity, you know. She always wanted to devour me to become a complete beast too and planned to seek revenge on the god who burned her to death back then. So, I just gave her that chance. I merely said that as long as she could successfully absorb the magical energy in the Greater Grail, defeating me would be a piece of cake. And the result is she's dead, and you're still alive and well, Gobta chimed in coldly. Do you mean it's my fault? I just gave her some tips and helped her get into this Holy Grail War, I didn't do anything else but that. Upon hearing that, Gobta remained silent. If he believed her nonsense, that would truly be foolish. He remembered this woman once incited power struggles within an entire cult, causing all believers to kill each other to extinction. She was a predator at the top of the food chain. If you relax your guard because of her harmless appearance, she will swallow you whole, leaving nothing behind, not even a speck of dust. Chapter 372. Alright, I admit, I used that naive little girl. Kiera admitted with a smile, seeming to understand Gobta's expression, and dropped her pitiful appearance and harmless facade. I just wanted to test what reaction the counterforce would have to the arrival of a beast. The reaction of the counterforce, you say? Gobta thought with his eyes narrowed slightly as countless thoughts raced through his mind. The true art of deception lies in mixing a single truth among a pile of lies, especially for masters of manipulation like Kiera. With his Feng Huang down operating at full power to assist, Gobta keenly sensed a slight change in her tone as she spoke. This gave him at least 70% certainty that she wasn't lying, at least not when she said those words. At least, that was one of her motives. With that in mind, why did she want to test the counterforce's reaction? What was her objective? And most importantly, what did she want to verify from this test? However, Gobta didn't plan to ask these questions. Partly because he didn't want to let her take control of the conversation, and partly because he didn't believe she would reveal her true motives to him. From the perspective of the demonic bodhisattva, there was only one true, human being, which was herself. Making herself happy was considered a virtue, while other humans were no different from roadside insects or animals to her. Therefore, she never deceived herself, but always used words full of lies to entice others, slowly leading them into the abyss of desire, all to please herself. Among all the men I've met, you're the first one to be so wary of me, you know, Kiera said with a pursed smile. Are you really that afraid of me? Clearly, the other men I've met quite liked me. You mean liked you to the point of no return? Gobta retorted while raising the Might of An-Utu, his black eyes were once again cold as ice. Enough useless chit-chat, Seshuan Kiera, what's your true purpose? Such a stone-hearted man, Kiera sighed regretfully. Don't be so hostile toward me, please. So far, I haven't done anything wrong, you know, it's just that you have a unique aura that unsettles me and makes my heart flutter, so I couldn't resist coming to see you, who knew you'd be so cold toward me. She dabbed her eyes with her fingers, a pitiful look on her face as if she were a pure-hearted girl abandoned by a scumbag. Unfortunately, her performance, comparable to an Oscar-winning actress, meant nothing to Gobta's eyes, who had already locked away his desires. Meanwhile, saints like Jean and Shiro were capable of resisting the allure of the demonic bodhisattva even without extra effort. A unique aura? Gobta pondered for a moment. Could she be referring to the savior? Each beast held different special skills. Kama had Niga Desire while Kiera had Niga Savor, in direct opposition to his savior. His savior was an authority unique to those who transcend, symbolizing enlightenment to save all beings, like a messiah or a bodhisattva. On the other hand, her Niga Savor was the exact opposite, signifying her dedication solely to herself and her own desire, not caring about anything else, which was why she was called a demonic bodhisattva. From this perspective, there was no doubt that Gobta and Kiera were absolute opposites. If she was drawn to him for that reason, it made sense. Ah, men can be heartless sometimes. Kiera spoke with a tired tone as she noticed Gobta's unchanged expression before revealing a smirk on her beautiful face. But I have a feeling this won't be the last time we meet. Hopefully, next time we see each other, our relationship won't be so tense. Behind her, a pitch-black hole suddenly unfolded, with what seemed like countless pairs of eyes peering outward, encompassing all desires of the world. Kiera took a step back, her eyes fixed on the dark abyss, then vanished into it. Gobta remained silent, his gaze fixed on the spot where she disappeared, not speaking for a long while. Looking at the completely collapsed fortress in front of him, Darnik's eyes filled with deep melancholy and confusion. After more than half a century of planning and scheming, the outcome turned out to be like this. Could it be that this is the fate of his millennia? This place is completely destroyed. Gords couldn't help but click his tongue, murmuring softly. Now, the millennia is completely finished. The homunculi standing behind him twitched nervously, afraid that Darnik would raise his wand and cast a magic shot at their creator's head. Just as Fiori hesitated whether to step forward and comfort his uncle, she suddenly felt someone approaching her. Turning her head, he saw a handsome black-haired man standing beside her. Rider, Fiori widened her eyes. Your family is done for. Gobta's eyes were slightly lowered and his tone was calm. Even so, I promised that guy to protect you all. He squatted down, placing his hand on Fiori's knee. A pure white light flashed in his palm, and after a moment, Fiori, who had long been paralyzed from the waist down, suddenly felt a tingling sensation. This. She stared in astonishment, her mind in a whirl. I've healed your legs and activated your slumbering magic circuits for you. Gobta stood up, his tone unchanged. But you've been paralyzed for too long, so you may not be able to walk normally for a while. You'll need to exercise more in the future. Fiori stood dumbfounded for a moment before belatedly nodding to Gobta in a fluster. Thank you. Gobta shook his head and extended his fingers, tracing a few strokes in the air in front of Fiori's eyebrows. Shortly afterward, several faint green rune symbols formed out of thin air, merging into her forehead. Fiori covered her forehead with her hand, her big eyes full of confusion. Mr. Rider? She looked at Gobta's face with a confused expression. They are primordial runes, you can use them to protect yourself when necessary. Gobta lowered his head and met her eyes. Of course, in your spare time, you can also try to comprehend them. How much you understand depends on your aptitude. Cough. 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 Beside them, Kairi, who saw and heard their conversation, nearly choked. Oh my God, what did I just hear? Comprehend primordial rune anytime, anywhere. Is this a joke? What was primordial rune? It was a powerful magecraft created personally by Odin himself, active in the mysterious and ancient times of the Age of Gods. Primordial rune was the highest form of rune magecraft, second only to the legendary true magic. Moreover, in this modern era, the primordial rune had long been lost, and it was not an exaggeration to say that any mage who could completely recover the primordial rune could immediately claim the rank of Grand. However, could this girl really safeguard such a precious thing? Kairi couldn't help but be skeptical as he observed Fiori. Chapter 373. Wait a minute, something is not right. Kairi furrowed his brow as his keen sense of smell alerted him to something out of the ordinary. Undoubtedly, after this great Holy Grail war, the millennia would inevitably face scrutiny from the Mages Association. With their strength greatly diminished after the battle, the millennia stood no chance against the might of the Mages Association. It was either submission or annihilation. Whichever path they chose, it would be a heavy blow to the millennia. However, if Fiori was clever enough to propose sharing the primordial rune with the Mages Association, there might be a chance for a turnaround. After all, the primordial rune was coveted even by the lords in the clock tower. As for outright robbery, it was something only lunatics within the Mages Association might attempt, and he believed the chances were slim. After all, this was the primordial rune bestowed by someone who had slain a beast. If it were so easily taken, it would be a great loss of face. On the other hand, Fiori herself hadn't expected such a generous and extraordinary gift from Gobta, leaving her momentarily speechless and unsure of what to say. Gobta didn't really mind or care, since all of this was his promise to Heracles. After finishing his business with Fiori, Gobta immediately turned and walked toward Gords. "What are your plans from now on?" Gobta asked calmly. He knew well enough that Gords couldn't stay with the Igmillenia any longer. Like Darnik, Gords aimed to revive his family. Igmillenia was just a stepping stone for him to achieve that goal. Now that the stepping stone was crumbling, he couldn't possibly remain on it. "What else can I do?" "Just take it one step at a time. Go find the Einsburns," Gobta suggested, glancing at the somewhat confused Sieg. "They'll offer you shelter." Einsburn, Gords hesitated for a moment before wryly smiling. "I won't hide it from you, while I do have some connections with the Einsburns, it's not that close, to be honest, they might not be so eager to take me in." Gords' family obtained some homunculus technology from the Einsburn family after the decline of the three founding families in the Third Holy Grail War. His family was barely in a position where they could look up to the Einsburn family in terms of alchemy, but even that wasn't enough to make the proud Einsburns consider him a worthy individual to shelter. Unless he could demonstrate enough value. Gobta pressed his hand against Gords' head without a word, and after a moment, a vast amount of information flooded into the latter's mind like a tidal wave. This is, Gords stood there, stunned, as he grasped the significance of this information. Artificial magic circuit technology, Gobta spoke casually. Constructing magic circuits using artificial means, although it does not apply to ordinary humans, it poses no problem for homunculi. Of course, it couldn't be the complete and final version of artificial magic circuit technology. After all, its impact was too significant for Gobta to casually reveal. Even in its cut-out form, it still held an irresistible allure for any mage. After all, no matter what, it was a technology developed by him and Morgan. This thing is too precious, Gords was flustered. With his keen eyes, how could he not see the value of this technology? It could indeed overturn the entire world of magecraft as it stands. Such a precious thing suddenly fell into his lap out of nowhere. "Don't get too excited, I have conditions too," Gobta said, patting Gords' shoulder to signal him to calm down. "Tell me, even if it's going through fire and water, I won't even frown." Gords responded without hesitation. "I have only one request," Gobta pointed at a group of homunculi. "Take care of them, and every homunculus in the future, don't treat them as mere tools anymore." Gords paused, then turned his head, his gaze slowly scanning over each homunculus's face. His initially flustered expression gradually hardened into determination. "Of course, that will be the ultimate goal of the Music family." Perched atop the endless heights of the throne of heroes, Gobta, clad in his shimmering silver armor, slowly opened his eyes. Leaning back gently against his throne's backrest, he pinched his brow and softly uttered a name. Seshuin Kiera. No one expected that an everyday Holy Grail war would bring forth two beasts at the exact same time. It was a close call. If he hadn't come, that world might have been utterly destroyed. If it were just Kama, it would have been manageable, but what truly concerned Gobta was Kiera. From this incident it was evident that despite both being Beast 2, the gap between Kama and Kiera was immense. To be easily manipulated to the point of losing her life, Kama truly lived up to being the most embarrassing and pitiful beast. "Savior, Gobta lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, his black, profound eyes showing a thoughtful expression. Seshuin Kiera, known as Beast Ir Rapture and the demonic Bodhisattva, was a master of manipulating hearts. Her every word and action, though sometimes seemingly ordinary, undoubtedly harbored deeper intentions. Risking her life to appear directly before him earlier, claiming to be drawn by something within him, if she wasn't deceiving, the only thing he could think of was his savior bestowed upon him by God. Savior and Niga Saver, one symbolizing saving all beings, the other symbolizing saving only oneself, were indeed like the point of a needle against a grain of wheat. But what does that woman really want? Did she just show up to say hello? He had already prepared himself for a confrontation, only for her to come out and say a few nonsense before turning and leaving. It was utterly mind-boggling. But I have a feeling this won't be the last time we meet. Recalling the last words Kiera left before departing, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Gobta's mouth. Leaving aside the vastness of this dimension and the myriad possibilities, if they were to meet again, he would immediately call upon his true body and deliver a decisive blow. He had no fondness for this woman. She was nothing but a monster who devoured people without a second thought. A true man-eater. Encountering such an individual, one either kept their distance or obliterated them outright. To be safe, he might even have to resort to reducing her to dust, dispersing her into the vacuum of space, and offering a one-way trip to hell, to completely extinguish any possibility of her mischief. Gobta's cautiousness was not unfounded. Historical experience had proven that anyone targeted by Kiera wouldn't fare well. Fortunately, in terms of sheer power, there was still a considerable gap between them. Chapter 374. I wonder, after Kama's demise, would there be any changes on Seshuan Kiera's end? After thinking like that, Gobta sighed slightly with regret. Originally, he had intended to mark Kiera's location with Cosmic Juggernaut, making it easier to track her position in the future. However, the moment she disappeared amidst that black hole, his marker was erased. He wasn't sure if it was an inherent ability of her or if she had caught onto his little scheme. But it doesn't matter anyway. Even if she really absorbs Kama's authority and wants to become a complete beast too, the whole process isn't something that can be done in a day or two. In the short term, she wouldn't pose any threat to me, Gobta muttered. He slowly exhaled a breath, shaking his head. Kiera was indeed a demonic bodhisattva. Just a brief encounter, barely exchanging a few words, yet she left such a deep impression in his mind. Some of it was undoubtedly due to the psychological shadows from his past life, but there was also a part that stemmed from her irresistible allure. Using the power of Feng Huang down, Gobta tucked away all memories related to Kiera in the corner of his mind, avoiding any interference with his usual thought process. Better focus on more pressing matters. Glancing at his own status panel, Gobta saw that after this incident, his savior rank had directly jumped from its original D to B, crossing 2 ranks in one go. After saving the first world, Gobta realized that the improvement of savior was essentially a form of feedback from the world. The heavier the crisis the world faced, the more abundant the feedback he received when successfully saving it. In a way, this was the world's gratitude and recognition toward him. Moreover, his act of exterminating a beast undoubtedly pulled that world back from the brink of destruction. Needless to say, it wasn't unexpected to receive this amount of progress. After all, the world had its own will. It knew who was endangering it and who was saving it. In other words, Gobta's original idea of intentionally destroying a world and then saving it was simply absurd and impossible to implement. Such actions would only incur the world's disgust and wouldn't contribute to the growth of the savior. Guess I'll just have to keep working diligently, huh? Gobta stretched lazily, accidentally catching sight of small text appearing near the savior. Glory of salvation. Those who save the world shall receive the world's grace. What in the world is this? Gobta first skimmed through his memories, confirming that this glory of salvation only appeared after his savior reached B rank. There was no such thing before. He stared at the text for a moment, realizing there was no explanation or elaboration about this brief line of text. Gobta carefully examined his other skills but found no noticeable changes. Those who save the world shall receive the world's grace, Gobta pondered for a moment. Judging from the description, this seemed like a positive buff, but he was just not sure what it buffed. Unable to find an answer no matter how much he thought, Gobta decided not to dwell on it anymore. Since it originated from the savior, whatever it was wouldn't harm him. Migrant workers, the spirit of migrant workers, working is above all else, it's time to go to work again. Muttering nonsense to himself, Gobta closed his eyes and let his thoughts sink into the depths of his consciousness, feeling the call from the depths of the abyss. In the boundless darkness, countless tiny points of light emitted a candlelight glow, like fireflies drifting over a midnight prairie. The lights all emanated from the call of several worlds, symbolizing their attraction to him. The stronger the attraction, the brighter the light, and the more powerful form he assumed when he descended. The influence of heroic spirits on the real world was immense, so unless under special circumstances, the counterforce wouldn't allow them to descend at will. The Holy Grail War was undoubtedly one of those special circumstances, while holy relics that acted as catalysts, anchor the coordinates of the heroic spirits to the real world. The closer the relationship between the heroic spirit and the catalyst, the more power could be accommodated for descent and the more willing the heroic spirit to descend, answering their master's summon. For heroic spirits, catalysts symbolize concepts related to themselves rather than specific items. For example, Excalibur was undoubtedly closely related to King Arthur. When it became a holy relic, it represented not Excalibur, but the concept of Excalibur itself. Therefore, this also meant that if someone used Excalibur as a catalyst, almost every version of King Arthur could choose to descend. Including Gobta. Even though he had never used Excalibur, because his concept included King Arthur, he could also answer the call. For that reason, sometimes, summoning a heroic spirit from another world using a catalyst from a different world was quite normal. Strictly speaking, the Fenian cycle used by Kenneth and the vial containing stains left by some kind of liquid from the 12 paladins of Charlemagne used by the Igmillenia didn't quite align with Gobta's concept. He was summoned by those catalysts simply because he forcibly seized the summoning positions from the rightful servants. Naturally, the cost of doing so was that he had to sacrifice some of his power. Fortunately, with his already powerful power, this degree of loss was still within acceptable limits. With the power of Savior, Gobta quickly searched for worlds in crisis. However, what surprised him was that one of the worlds emitted an unusually brilliant light. He had rarely seen such brightness before, as dazzling as the sun itself. From that radiant light, he felt an indescribable attraction, almost making it impossible for him to look away, wishing to dive in immediately. A connection of this magnitude, it's enough to allow me to descend in complete form. Gobta's face showed rare excitement. Facing a crisis and with his concepts fitting so perfectly, such a perfect opportunity to descend was simply a stroke of luck. If he were to give up now, he'd probably be struck down by divine lightning. I have no idea why this catalyst is so closely connected to me, whatever. I've decided it's you. Gobta immediately directed his mind toward the brilliant world. But suddenly, he sensed a thin barrier preventing his advance. Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. From this barrier, he felt a distinct sense of rejection. It wasn't coming from the world but from the throne of heroes itself, preventing him. He quickly came to an understanding that the counterforce didn't want him to descend into that world. What does this mean? Gobta puzzled, furrowing his brow. He had never heard of such an occurrence. Why would the counterforce inexplicably stop him? He was going to save the world, not stir up any sort of trouble. However, as Gobta was busy pondering, he saw the immensely vibrant light suddenly weaken drastically and simultaneously felt the presence of that world in his perception become much thinner. He quickly realized that the counterforce was severing his connection to that world. Gobta suddenly became furious. It was like cutting off someone's money or worse, killing their parents. After finally finding such a suitable world, you're going to cut me off. I won't let you. Without hesitation, Gobta gathered all his strength and fiercely rammed into the thin barrier. Get out of my way. Chapter 375. This was a square built of limestone blocks, with an area as large as 3 basketball courts. There was no dome overhead, only a thick layer of clouds hanging low as if one could reach up and touch them with a simple raise of the hand. No figures could be seen on the square, nor any unnecessary decorations. The only exception was the throne standing tall at the end of the square. The throne, made of limestone blocks, exuded a solemnity and grandeur that were hard to put into words and stood there quietly as if the world's ends lay just beyond it. A figure clad in silver armor sat quietly on the throne, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Even the breath of this figure seemed barely perceptible, like a god from ancient times. This godly figure was filled with an inexplicable sense of holiness, but buried beneath it lies an inhuman ruthlessness. At a certain moment, the godly figure's body trembled slightly, and soon, his sacred emerald eyes, closed for who knows how long, slowly opened. Outsider. The godly figure spoke softly, yet his eyes still betrayed no hint of emotion. Raising a hand clad in silver armor, the godly figure made a gentle gesture, and a luminous lance flew from afar, landing securely in his grasp. Must be, eliminated. Lifting the lance toward the sky, a beam of light erupted from its tip, piercing through the clouds in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Holy judgment had descended. I, Gobta, a self-proclaimed savior of the world, have been through countless adventures across the vast expanse of countless worlds. I've faced a descendant of an ancient god, slain a powerful god, and shared laughs with a great hero of ancient Greece. Life's experiences couldn't be more diverse. However, I find myself facing one of the greatest challenges of my life. Where the hell am I? On a barren hill, Gobta gazed out at the endless desert in the distance, his face filled with profound confusion. After leaving the throne of heroes, he descended to this godforsaken place, and now he hadn't the faintest clue where he was. Usually, after being summoned, he would have some basic knowledge of the world implanted into his mind beforehand, giving him a rough understanding of the situation in the world he was in. Yet here he was, still knowing nothing about this world. Nothing at all. He didn't even know the name of the barren hill beneath his feet. Honestly, except for that time when he woke up in the land of shadows, it had been a long time since he felt this clueless. Could it be the counterforce targeting me? Gobta rubbed his chin, suddenly feeling like this could be a possibility. Even though he came down through the proper way this time, strictly speaking, he did force and break through the counterforce's barrier. Thinking about it, Gobta couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, if he gave up such a rare opportunity so easily, he wouldn't forgive himself. Shaking his head, with a gentle sweep of Fenghuang down, Gobta suddenly felt his emotions improve and calm down. Anyway, let's find out my current situation first. After careful confirmation and analysis with the help of Feng Huangdown, Gobta finally realized that this summoning was completely different from the previous ones. He wasn't summoned by someone, he was summoned by this world. The evidence lay in the fact that he didn't feel the presence of his master at all, yet he stood here unimpeded. The air here was filled with highly active magical energy. Even if he didn't actively absorb them, this magical energy would actively enter his body to sustain his existence. Without a doubt, it was this world that formed a contract with him this time. No wonder I'm so attracted to this place, turns out it's this world actively pulling me in, Gobta nodded thoughtfully. Any allure from catalysts paled in comparison to the world actively beckoning you with open arms. The difference was like that between a shy and innocent girl and a fiery and aggressive woman. The former required a great deal of time and effort just to make a small dent, while the latter welcomed you with open arms, offering no resistance whatsoever. Gobta looked up at the cloudless sky, realizing without a doubt that if a world could be pushed to such a degree, this world's situation must truly be dire. Nevertheless, this time he descended with complete confidence. Even if a beast emerged, he wouldn't fear them. Moreover, if he couldn't win, he could summon his true body. However, to be safe and prevent a repeat of the previous world incident where his connection with his true body was severed because of Kama's noble phantasm, he decided to take a step to establish coordinates of this world with his true body. Gobta focused his mind, attempting to contact his true body beyond this world. However, after a moment, his expression froze slightly, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't connect with his true body at all. He could clearly sense that the connection between him and his true body hadn't been severed, but there seemed to be something blocking it, making his connection with his true body incredibly blurry. In simpler terms, the signal between him and his true body was being disrupted, a powerful disruption at that. Looks like there's truly big trouble in this world, Gobta murmured softly, finally understanding why the counterforce prevented his descent into this world. It was obvious that this inexplicable disruption not only obstructed the connection between him and his true body but also severely disrupted the activity of the counterforce. If he were to perish here, the counterforce would likely have to put in significant effort to retrieve him and return him to the throne of heroes. After all, he descended to this world in his complete form, a grand servant. If the counterforce couldn't retrieve him, it would be as if they lost a powerful heroic spirit for nothing. However, if even the counterforce can't intervene, then something serious must have happened in this world forcing them to abandon it. Gobta continued pondering, silently raising the threat level of this world by several notches. He didn't want this place to go down in flames. Better observe the situation first, at the very least, I need to figure out what kind of place this is. With a casual gesture, Gobta opened a spatial hole nearby and stepped into it. Chapter 376. In the next moment, Gobta found himself on the peak of a mountain. The mountain beneath his feet was roughly 1,000 meters high, the tallest in the vicinity. Yet, even so, he couldn't see the full extent of the desert before him. At least it's half the size of the Sahara, Gobta muttered under his breath, but suddenly he noticed something different. Scattered across this desolate and barren desert were several enormous craters, each one strangely uniform in size, with no apparent differences discernible to the naked eye. It was obvious that this couldn't be the work of nature alone. Observing these craters, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity with these craters. To investigate this sense of familiarity, he decided to take a closer look. With the power of cosmic juggernaut, Gobta covered thousands of meters in just a few breaths, arriving at the nearest crater. The radius of this crater was easily 200 to 300 meters, with a depth of several hundred meters. Inside the crater, semi-molten rocks and fused clay formed a blackened, hardened mass, indicating temperatures akin to those in hell. These craters weren't the result of human excavation and likely had been blasted out by something. It couldn't have been a meteorite. So many uniformly sized craters couldn't possibly be caused by just one meteorite, could they? Gobta made a mental calculation. If it were done using abyss flour, it would require at least the first power to cause this amount of destruction. Even with the judgment of Shamash, without unleashing the Might of An-Utu's form, the maximum output would be roughly equivalent. This world is truly dangerous, Gobta muttered with a tired sigh. However, as he was still in the middle of contemplation, he suddenly felt a surge of intense danger envelop his entire body. What? Gobta's gaze instantly sharpened, following the source of the danger. He quickly raised his head, peering into the endless expanse of the sky. A brilliant beam of light tore through the sky, moving rapidly toward the ground, with him as the obvious target. Well, speak of the devil. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly, gathering a black and white radiance in his hand, which quickly formed into a massive lance engraved with sacred lily patterns. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. With a thunderous roar, as immense magical energy poured in, the sacred lily patterns on the surface of Abyss flower lit up instantly. Whoosh! A pure white beam of light burst forth from the tip of his lance like a reverse-flying meteor, heading straight toward the beam of light descending from the sky. Boom! Seated upon the throne at the ends of the world, the indifferent godly figure once again opened his eyes, and for the first time, a hint of confusion flickered in his sacred eyes. Blocked? The godly figure murmured, preparing to unleash holy judgment once more, but his hand halted midway. The anchoring process has reached a critical moment and cannot be disrupted frequently. After a moment of silence, the godly figure withdrew his arm before speaking up. Sir Agravain. His voice, though faint, echoed across the entire area. After several breaths, a gloomy figure clad in pitch-black armor approached from a distance, kneeling before the godly figure with one knee on the ground. Your Majesty. There are intruders, send someone to deal with them. The godly figure's voice was cold and calm as if frozen in eternal frost. Yes. Agravain was about to rise and depart when the godly figure's voice echoed once more. The intruders are powerful, if you can't handle them, seek assistance from Merlin. In the desert, Gobta held Abyss flower for almost half an hour, making sure no more light beams were striking down before gradually relaxing his body and lowering his guard. As soon as they spot something, they attack, huh? Seems like this world's folks don't have the best temper. There was no doubt that the light beam just now was the source of the giant craters. Moreover, considering the timing, it hadn't even been 5 minutes since he arrived in this world, yet the attack came so swiftly. It seemed like the attacker had detected his presence right from the start. It spoke volumes about how well they understood this world. As for why they didn't continue the attack, it could be they realized it wasn't effective, or maybe some other reason. Regardless, he had undoubtedly caught their attention, and he realized that his next moves would be a bit tricky. Amidst the silence, the magical energy aftermath from the clash between two light beams slowly dissipated in the air. Ha! Gobta, with his hair tousled by the breeze, let out a long breath, his face displaying a hint of complexity. Never thought, the enemy this time would be you. After the recent turn of events, he finally remembered where the familiar feeling he had earlier stemmed from. The sixth singularity divine realm of the Round Table, Camelot. This time, he wasn't participating in any Holy Grail war, but rather a restoration of human order. More precisely, the restoration of this world's human order. Furthermore, the enemy he was about to face, the one who just unleashed that light beam, was probably the final boss of this singularity. The Lion King Artoria Pendragon. A soul that failed to die when it was supposed to meet its end, wandering the world in solitude for thousands of years. Gobta looked up at the sky, a myriad of complicated thoughts flooding his mind like a tangled ball of yarn. After who knows how long, he shook his head. Using Feng Huang down to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, Gobta's once complicated black eyes became clear again. In the end, it's just a completely different possibility. Before this, Gobta had encountered another Artoria, but the significance between the two was vastly different. The Artoria who appeared in Fuyuki, despite being in a blackened state, hadn't completely lost her humanity. Some of her usual behaviors even reminded him of the familiar Artoria. As a result, he didn't mind her showing goodwill. But this Artoria had been thoroughly cleansed by the power of the Holy Lance, Rhongaminiad, becoming a goddess, a highest-ranking divine spirit devoid of all humanity. Apart from her face, Lion King and Artoria were completely different entities. However, there was still a possibility that it was not Lion King Artoria but a different version of King Arthur, or maybe a different enemy, similar to how different the development of the previous two worlds he saved from the original had been. In any case, there was no point in dwelling on these messy thoughts. He never forgot why he embarked on this long journey in the first place. He wanted to save his country, to save his world, to save those he cherished. His loved ones were waiting day and night, eagerly anticipating his return. Until he accomplished his ultimate goal, regardless of his enemy, no one could stand in his way. Not even a god. Chapter 377. A formidable aura surged from Gobta, then slowly subsided after a moment. Anyway, let's start by getting some local information. Gobta began to ponder. If he remembered correctly, there were 3 factions in this singularity. One was a kingdom led by Ozymandias and Nitocris, another was the mountain people, biding their time in rural surroundings for a chance at rebellion, and then there was the holy city of Camelot ruled by the Lion King. On paper, Lion King, with her Knights of the Round Table and Rhongaminiad, was the strongest, followed by Ozymandias with his vast array of noble phantasms, while the mountain people were undoubtedly the weakest. However, he hadn't forgotten that behind these mountain people stood several powerhouses. They were Hassanai Sabah, also known as the Old Man of the Mountain. However, the most terrifying existence among them was none other than the first Hassan. This figure was known for decapitating people at the slightest provocation. Since there weren't many details of First Hassan's actions at this singularity, he couldn't gauge First Hassan's true strength. However, judging from the First Hassan's ability to easily infiltrate Ozymandias's Ramesseum Tentiris, he probably wasn't far from his full power either. In other words, this First Hassan was likely just like him, descending into this world as a grand servant. Gobta didn't really want to get into a fight with him. Every Hassan's personality was extremely peculiar, especially this First Hassan. Nobody ever knew what he was thinking. It would be okay if they could talk things out, but if he accidentally angered this old man, he would have a headache. Being targeted by the ancestor of assassins was no fun at all. As expected, let's first try to see if I can contact Ozymandias. Even though Ozymandias had a peculiar kind of personality, he was still a better choice. At least against Ozymandias, he could beat him if something went wrong. I just don't know if this guy still remembers me. Although heroic spirits rarely remember their summoning experiences, he's still the greatest pharaoh, he shouldn't. Gobta seemed to suddenly notice something. He immediately turned his head to look at a rugged hillside about a kilometer away. Feedback from Feng Huangdown told him there was an unfamiliar brainwave signal there. In the next moment, Gobta's figure instantly vanished from his spot. Gobta raised an eyebrow, observing a little girl before him, her eyes filled with fear and timidity, tightly pressed against a stone wall. Looks like someone just woke up from a nap, huh? The girl, around 12 or 13 years old, seemed a bit malnourished, her body appearing slightly frail. Her clothes were dusty, and her young face appeared disheveled. She carried a basket on her back and held a sickle tightly in her hand, gripping it nervously as she stared at him. Don't be afraid, kiddo, I'm not a bad guy. Gobta smiled, squatting down and subtly releasing the soothing energy of Feng Huangdown to calm the girl's emotions. Are you one of those people from the city? As the tension eased from her body, the girl cautiously asked while still holding onto the sickle. From the city? Gobta paused for a moment, then realized and shook his head with a smile. Nope, just a traveler passing through. A traveler? Curiosity sparkled in the girl's eyes. Yeah, the kind who wanders around and helps out people with troubles along the way, Gobta grinned. Helping out with troubles. The girl hesitated for a moment, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the girl reached out her petite hand and shook his hand. I'm Mari. Under the influence of Feng Huangdown, Mari quickly let go of her guard against Gobta and happily engaged in conversation with him. According to Mari, her family lived in a nameless village about 4 or 5 miles away. The villagers were all refugees, gathering together to avoid the white murderers from the city. Mari's ancestors were all healers, and perhaps due to her family heritage, she had some talent in this area too, which was why she had come out this time to gather herbs. Just you alone? Gobta asked with a raised eyebrow, slightly surprised. In such a dangerous environment, was it safe to let a little girl go out alone? Didn't her family worry about her? Mari lowered her head slightly, her expression obscured. My family, they were gone. Upon hearing that, Gobta instantly fell silent. Suddenly, she knelt down, catching him off guard. Mr. Gobta, Mari lifted her head, her amber eyes pleading. You said you're a traveler who helps people with their troubles. I beg you, can you please help me rescue my dad and the others? I can offer any reward, even myself if necessary. I'm a healer, I can be useful. Please. Looking into Mari's tear-stained eyes, Gobta sighed softly in his heart, reaching out to help her up. Don't worry, that's exactly why I'm here. On the way back to the nameless village, Gobta and Mari chatted a lot. Although Mari was still young, she was knowledgeable, giving him a clear understanding of this world situation. Overall, it was pretty much as he had anticipated. The land was forcefully dominated by the Lion King's rule. The so-called Holy Knights of the Lion King enforced his orders, hunting down people and sending those deemed pure and noble in heart to the holy city of Camelot. As for those deemed evil and dark in heart, they were mercilessly slaughtered. To evade these knights, people had to regularly leave their homes and search for hiding places. Unfortunately, Mari and her parents were caught during one such escape. To protect their daughter, Mari's father and mother chose to stay behind to hold the knights back. The tragic result was her mother's death, while her father was sent to Camelot. I don't understand, Mom is a very kind person, she helped Dad take care of the sick, picked herbs, taught me to read and write, and told me bedtime stories, but why did they take Dad and murder Mom? And there's Grandma Vanessa, her smile was always gentle and every time she made bread, she would share some with the kids who came sniffing after the smell, everyone loved her, but why did they? Watching Mari's trembling shoulders, Gobta sighed quietly, gently patting her head. Mari looked up, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Gobta. Mr. Gobta, did my mom and them really do something wrong? Hearing her question, Gobta remained silent for a moment before looking up at the sky. No, it's not them who were wrong, it's this world. Chapter 378. We're almost there. Mari blurted out as she glanced up ahead. After winding through a narrow and twisting canyon for several loops, Gobta finally arrived at the nameless village with Mari. Actually, from several kilometers away, he began to feel a large amount of brainwave signals. He just didn't expect her village to be hidden in such a remote place. The village's inhabitants were not much, with only about 100 people. There were stone defenses piled around the village, and guards with bows patrolled the village's towers daily. However, he doubted how effective these things would be if Camelot's knights truly found this village. Stop! A tall man with tan skin stood at the village gate, blocking Gobta and Mari. Uncle Moran. Mari walked up and greeted the man. It's Mari, huh? Seeing Mari, the man's serious face softened slightly, but as he turned to Gobta, a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. But who's this guy? He is a refugee I met while gathering herbs, so I brought him here, Mari replied as instructed by Gobta earlier. Watching their conversation, Gobta stood silently aside. To avoid misunderstanding among the villagers, he had already changed into a slightly worn outfit and disguised his appearance to look like an ordinary refugee. Refugee? The man known as Moran glanced at Gobta, his brows furrowing slightly. The chaotic situation outside made bringing a stranger to the village too risky. If it weren't for Mari being so young and the only healer in the village, he would have cursed this stranger already. Better send this guy away. After thinking like that, Moran was about to speak when another thought popped into his mind. Wait, everyone here is a refugee, surviving isn't easy, since we've encountered each other, might as well lend a hand. With that sudden thought, Moran's heart softened a bit before sighing. Take him to see the village chief, let him know beforehand that our manpower is tight right now, we can't afford idlers. Got it, Mari nodded before entering the village. Upon seeing this, Gobta smiled and followed Mari into the village. Watching their retreating figures, two guards on the tower whispered to each other. Has this old man lost his mind? When did he become so easygoing? Yeah, remember back when he was the village blacksmith, he would swing his hammer at anyone who dared to cross him for 3 whole blocks. The other guard nodded sympathetically. Suddenly, a deep voice came from below. You too, feeling idle? Have a good time gossiping. You'll stand an extra hour later. Hearing Moran's scolding, the faces of the two guards turned pale in an instant. Good afternoon, Uncle Cowman. I've found a new herb this time, taking it 3 times a day should help ease your headache. Granny Rosen, are you feeling better? That's great to hear, if it comes back, make sure to come see me right away. Oh, Grandpa Raziate. Last time I went to see you, you weren't around, I've found a solution to your insomnia, I'll bring the medicine to you later. As soon as Mari entered the village, she shed her earlier fragile appearance and replaced it with a bright smile, bouncing around and warmly greeting every villager. Seeing this little girl, the villagers' tired faces softened slightly, smiling back at her. Mari, I just baked some black bread, come join me. Thanks, Granny Rosen, but I have to go see the village chief, I'll come by later, Mari nodded humbly before leading Gobta toward the other side of the village. The old woman looked at the still warm black bread in her hand, then glanced at Mari's departing figure before sighing softly. What a good child, but what a shame. After observing every villager, Gobta smiled and turned his head to Mari. Looks like everyone really likes you, Mari. Maybe because I'm still young, Mari smiled shyly. Hearing her modest answer, Gobta shook his head. It was clear to anyone with a brain that it was this girl's warmth and proactive help that had uplifted the weary spirits of the villagers, prompting them to be so friendly to her. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was the same girl who had been crying on the ground just moments ago. Everyone here has lost something important, Mari murmured softly, glancing around. That's why, I want to help lift their spirits, even if it's just a little. Upon hearing that, Gobta instantly fell silent. A child who should be carefree was burdened with responsibilities far beyond her age. It was touching, undoubtedly, but mostly, it was heartbreaking. You're a good kid, Gobta gently ruffled her hair and paused for a moment before adding. And also a good healer. Mari only flashed a shy smile, staying silent. Several minutes later, she led him to the village chief who was busy tending the newly cultivated fields. According to her, the village chief was already in his 60s, but Gobta, looking at the old man's graying hair and hunched back, felt he could easily pass for 70 or 80. Oh. A guest brought by Mari. The village chief set down his hoe and straightened his back with a few taps. His rugged face quickly softened into a kind smile. Well, I certainly have no objections. Welcome to our village, young man. Thank you. Gobta nodded slightly and glanced around at the freshly turned soil, curious. Did you dig all of these, by yourself? Yeah, don't judge me by my old bones. Back when I was farming in my village, I was quite the hand at it, you know, the village chief said with a chuckle. The village chief waved his hand dismissively. Things are different now. Does it really matter whether I'm the village chief or not? Being able to reclaim more land means more crops, which means feeding more people. That's much more important than being a village chief. Sorry for my presumptuousness, Gobta nodded, pondering how he could help this old man improve his health. He would never hesitate to extend his kindness to someone so deserving of respect. I happen to be a bit thirsty, Mari, could you please bring me some water from that stone over there? The village chief asked with a gentle smile. Sure thing, Grandpa. Mari nodded obediently and turned to leave. Once she was out of earshot, the village chief turned to Gobta with a knowing smile. So, young man, you're actually not a refugee, are you? Chapter 379. So, young man, you're actually not a refugee, are you? Gobta raised an eyebrow at the smiling village chief. Although with his temperament, he wasn't likely to panic just because his identity was revealed, it couldn't be denied that at this moment, he felt a bit curious and surprised. There was no trace of magical energy on the old man's body. His frail figure seemed like it would collapse with a gust of wind, exuding an impression of surpassing age. Undoubtedly, he was just an ordinary human. How did this old man see through his disguise then? As if understanding his expression, the village chief chuckled and spoke up. I suppose you haven't truly experienced the life of a refugee, have you? People like us, who wander around with no certainty, struggling day in and day out. Can't afford to show sympathy to strangers like you do. Just to survive alone, we have to give it our all. Gobta fell silent for a moment before apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you intentionally, I just didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After a pause, he continued. If you mind, I can leave immediately, but before I go, please allow me to ask a few questions. Rest assured, I'll compensate you accordingly. The village chief pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly, causing Gobta's mood to sink slightly. Guests are welcome here, no matter your identity. Since Mari brought you, it means you're not a bad one, the village chief said with a smile. If you don't mind, you can rest here for a while, but, as you know, our village's conditions are quite poor at the moment, so we may not be able to offer much hospitality. Upon hearing that, Gobta breathed a sigh of relief and gave a smile. Thank you, I'm grateful you're letting me stay. With the village chief's consent, Gobta finally settled in the village. There were no spare houses in the village at the moment, so he used his rune magecraft to build a small wooden house on the outskirts of the village, along with some simple furniture. Although as a servant, he didn't need to eat or sleep, who would want to rough it out if conditions allowed? On the first day, guided by Mari, Gobta began to familiarize himself with the village environment. Just as Moran and the village chief had said, the situation in the village was grim at the moment. Since everyone had fled, they didn't bring much with them, so various living resources were scarce. Every person here, whether old or young, had many things to do every day just to survive. As a result, Gobta also found himself a job as a healer. Firstly, the village lacked medical resources at the moment, with only a 12-year-old Mari as the sole healer, who was clearly overwhelmed. Secondly, being a healer could quickly help him integrate into the village. With Abyss Flower's power, the injuries and illnesses of these ordinary people were nothing but child's play to him. As long as they weren't dying on the spot, even if they were at death's door, he could save them. After treating several patients, the villagers no longer doubted his medical skills. Their previous rejection and suspicion turned into warmth and trust. Moran even sent him a whole leg of pork that evening, but he politely declined. With the identity of a healer, he quickly integrated into the village within a few days and gained the respect of the villagers. Grandpa Raziad, have you ever heard of a group called the Mountain People? Under the eaves, Gobta and an elderly man with a grizzled beard were eating and chatting. According to the village chief, Raziad was the oldest and most knowledgeable person in the entire village. If there were any questions, one could consult him. Taking a bite of the coarse black bread in his hand, Raziad chewed slowly with the few teeth left in his mouth, a thoughtful look appearing in his cloudy eyes. The Mountain People, it's quite a weird group name, but I don't recall hearing about this group, Raziad replied after a moment of contemplation. Hearing that, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly and continued to search for answers. What about the Sun King and his kingdom? Raziad pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never heard of them. Gobta stumped for a moment before continuing. Have you ever seen any strange people, like those with long arms, dark skin, wearing skull masks, or perhaps creatures with wings, lion-like bodies, and human-like faces? Upon hearing that question, Raziad glanced at him in puzzlement, chuckling. Young folks sure have vivid imaginations these days. I don't know where you've heard of such bizarre things, but personally, I haven't seen or heard of anything like those. Gobta's frown deepened. Have you encountered anything unusual then? I have, Raziad nodded firmly. What is it? Gobta's eyes lit up. Those knights who come from the city. Raziad answered after a moment of silence, sighed, and then began to explain. I've never seen anyone as powerful as them. They're extremely strong, their armor is impenetrable, and when it comes to killing, they never hesitate. They're like a group of cold, ruthless steel. And last but not least, above those knights are the so-called Knights of the Round Table, said to be hundreds of times stronger than ordinary knights. To be honest, I can't even imagine how humans could be that terrifying. Because they weren't human to begin with, Gobta retorted inwardly, shaking his head. He then started stroking his chin, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. If it weren't for the lack of information, it was highly likely that this location was still far from the activity zones of Scathach and Ozymandias. But, Raziad continued with a hesitant tone. Although those knights are tough, I've heard there's another equally powerful force fighting them. You mean this other force is opposing them? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Besides Scathach and Ozymandias, who else could stand against Camelot? Yeah, and I've heard that this force was built by someone as powerful as the Knights of the Round Table, Raziad recalled, furrowing his brow. It's said that the founder was a girl wearing red clothes who loved to sing, but... Upon hearing that, Gobta coughed lightly, his expression slightly peculiar. According to rumor, her singing was quite bad, Raziad added. A girl in red clothes who loves to sing. Gobta's mouth twitched slightly as he seemed to remember someone with that characteristic. Could it be? I remember the name of that force was, it should be the Holy Roman Empire. Raziad continued. Help! Help! Suddenly, a frantic shout broke the peace of the village, and everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, turning to see a young man rushing toward the village with a bloody man on his back. Chapter 380. It's Moran. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to be out on patrol? How did he get hurt so badly? Where's Mari? Hurry, bring her over. Soon, Mari rushed over carrying a medicine bag. But upon seeing Moran covered in blood and wounds, she was completely at a loss as to where to start. Sweat glistened on her forehead as panic overtook her. In the end, she was just a 12-year-old girl. No matter how talented she was, her experience was still too limited. Moreover, Moran's injuries were just too severe. Even if her father were here, it might not necessarily be enough to save him. Let me handle this. A gentle voice suddenly came from her side, and Mari instinctively looked up to see a familiar face. Mr. Gobta. Gobta crouched in front of Moran, and soon, black and white light converged in his hands, forming the shape of a massive lance. Pure white light radiated from the lance, enveloping Moran's body within it. Under the creation power of Abyss Flower, the wounds on his body visibly began to heal at a rapid pace, and his pallid complexion gradually regained its healthy color. After more than 10 minutes, the light gradually faded away. He's going to be okay, Gobta stated, exhaling his breath. However, as he looked up, he noticed that the surrounding villagers involuntarily took a few steps back, their emotions unclear, whether it was hatred or fear. I knew it would be like this, Gobta sighed helplessly. For the past few days, he had been restraining himself from displaying extraordinary powers in front of the villagers. Even when he was treating others, he only used the power of Abyss Flower while pretending to administer medicine with the help of Feng Huangdao's illusion. After all, ignorant people always feel fear toward phenomena beyond their understanding. These villagers had never encountered mysterious and supernatural powers before, so the only thing they associated with such powers was the knights from Camelot. Moreover, the appearance of the Abyss Flower had made it worse. After all, it was a lance, a typical weapon used by knights. It seemed that the scene of him healing Moran just now had triggered some unpleasant memories for them. Regardless, the current situation was urgent. If he didn't use Abyss Flower, Moran would truly be beyond saving. It seemed like it was about time for him to leave this village. What are you all doing? Accompanied by a voice filled with anger, an elderly figure emerged. Chief. Grandpa. The old village chief walked up to Gobta, glanced at the now healed Moran, breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Gobta and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Gobta, for saving Moran. It's nothing, I'm a healer, so saving people is my duty. Gobta smiled and reached out to help the old man up. The village chief quickly scanned the villagers with an angry expression. Look at yourselves. For so many days, Mr. Gobta has helped us without asking for anything in return. Is this how you treat him? It was evident that the village chief held a high authority in this village as no one dared to refute him. This time, if it weren't for Mr. Gobta, Moran would have been doomed. He's a great person and a friend of our village. Do you all even have a shred of conscience left? Every villager exchanged guilty looks and hung their heads in shame. The village chief took a few deep breaths, then turned back to Gobta. Sorry for their offense just now, Mr. Gobta, please accept my apology. It's okay, I understand, Gobta smiled and waved his hand. Actually, I was planning to leave the village in a few days anyway, so this doesn't really matter. Is that so? The village chief sighed. I know people like you can't stay here forever. Sadly, we're leaving such an impression on you. If you don't mind, let us prepare a farewell feast for you. No need, the village has limited resources, so let's save them for those in need. Gobta shook his head and smiled. The village chief opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, merely sighing. Mr. Gobta, can I go with you? Mari suddenly spoke up from the side. She was the only one who stood firmly by Gobta's side just now, never backing down. Go with me. Why? Gobta looked at her in surprise. Mari nervously played with her clothes and mustered up her courage. You promised me once to help me find my dad. Don't worry, kiddo, I won't forget. Gobta patted the girl's head and smiled. But it's too dangerous to go with me. It's safer for you to stay in the village. Trust me, I'll bring your dad back. I understand, Mari murmured and lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, a small commotion stirred within the crowd. Moran woke up. He really woke up. Cough. Cough. Moran coughed twice, slowly opening his eyes, still confused. Without warning, as if recalling something horrifying, his eyes widened in terror. Run! Moran screamed as loud as he could with a scared voice. No one expected his first words after waking up to be that. For a moment, everyone froze in place, some feeling bewildered and unsure of what to do. What are you all standing around for? Move, back to the village. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. My, this is quite a catch indeed. Keeping that guy alive was the right choice after all, he. Accompanied by a light and pleasant feminine laughter, the ground trembled as a fully armed regiment of knights charged out from the canyon, surrounding the village. They are, the white murderers from the city. How did they find us here? The villagers instantly panicked, their eyes filled with intense despair. These knights who appeared out of nowhere had been a nightmare for them ever since they descended upon this land. Cold, merciless, powerful, cruel. Facing these cold killers, even the bravest warriors could only meet a bitter end. To evade these bastards, they had to leave their homes and wander everywhere. Yet, fate still did not favor them. Despite hiding for so long, they were still found. Mari's body trembled slightly as she looked at the large number of knights surrounding the village, her eyes filled with both fear and hatred. Thud thud. Accompanied by the clear sound of something sturdy hitting the ground, the knights suddenly dispersed to the sides, revealing a slender figure walking out from among them. Chapter 381. Thud thud. Accompanied by the clear sound of something sturdy hitting the ground, the knights suddenly dispersed to the sides, revealing a slender figure walking out from among them. It was a girl with long, vivid red-pink hair. Wearing a red and white Victorian-style dress with wing-like coattails and a pair of over-the-knee boots. What caught attention was the height of the boots' heels, easily over 10 inches, making one wonder if she could walk properly in such shoes. Watching this girl's appearance, Gobta frowned slightly. He had thought it would be a knight of the Round Table coming, but it turned out to be someone he had never seen before. But it was apparent that this girl's identity was extraordinary. The girl's gaze swept over the trembling villagers, her lips forming a graceful curve before smiling and speaking up. So many people, looks like I can expand my collection nicely. You're Tristan. One of the villagers suddenly exclaimed loudly, fear evident in his voice. Tristan the Foot Cutter. Heh. Have you guys actually heard of my name? That's wonderful. However, as soon as they heard this girl's name, a deeper sense of despair enveloped every villager. She's that Tristan who enjoys cutting off people's feet. She is a lunatic. Every time she kills someone, she likes to chop off their feet, sometimes even the chosen ones aren't spared. Tristan the Foot Cutter and Rampaging Gawain were the two most famous among the Knights of the Round Table, but their fame didn't come from their heroic deeds, but rather stemmed from their cruel and terrifying natures. Tristan may look harmless like a typical teenage girl. But almost everyone caught by her couldn't escape the fate of having their feet cut off. Every time witnessing her gleefully using a small knife to cut off someone's feet alive was chilling to the bone. As for Rampaging Gawain, she was even more ruthless than Tristan the Foot Cutter. At least Tristan remembered her task and would send those, pure and noble in heart, into Camelot. Gawain, on the other hand, was a complete lunatic immersed in slaughter. A walking disaster. So far, hardly anyone could survive after encountering Gawain, leaving behind only countless corpses wherever she went. Due to Gawain's excessive killings, the Lion King restricted her movements and stationed her outside the Wailing Wall to guard the gates. If encountering other knights of the Round Table might offer a chance for the chosen ones to safely enter the Wailing Wall, meeting these two, even if one managed to survive, there was barely any hope for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, Gupta stood frozen on the spot, a flurry of question marks swirling in his mind. This girl is Tristan. Are you fucking kidding me? He knew, Tristan, the Knight of Lamentation, but the only thing connecting this girl in front of him with the Tristan he knew seemed to be their hair color, and nothing else. Even the gender changed. But quickly, Gupta shook his head and pushed the bizarre matter aside. In the end, this was a singularity, where nothing was surprising, no matter what happened. At first, he had assumed this was the singularity he was familiar with, but now it seemed like a completely different one. There seems to have been a significant change in this world, much like the two previous saved worlds. Not only Camelot's enemies had shifted to the Holy Roman Empire, but he also wondered if Scathach and Ozymandias were still in existence. Lost in thought, Gupta was suddenly interrupted by the heavy and grave voice of the village chief. Mr. Gupta, there's a path behind leading to the outside. Please, take the women and children with you and flee quickly. Gupta glanced at the village chief, noting the resolute tone in his words. My old bones can't run anymore, instead of being a burden, I'd rather stay and buy some time, the village chief chuckled. Consider it my final duty as the village chief. Grandpa, Mari's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the village chief. One by one, men stepped forward, determination etched on their faces. Dad. Father. The women wept, while tears streaked the children's faces, silent sobs racking their bodies. Ah, planning to resist? Tristan tilted her head to the side, her tone mocking. Even though you all know who I am, you still choose to resist, not very wise, huh? As if struck by an idea, her eyes suddenly lit up. Clap. Tristan clapped her hands together. How about this? Let's strike a deal. If any of you happens to be the chosen one, I'll just take one foot this time, surrender peacefully, no fuss. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who deserve to live will live. Saves me a load of hassle instead of all this endless fighting and bloodshed since, you know. I am a harbinger of justice, after all. Tui. Moran stepped forward, spitting on the ground. You butchers. Executioners. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down to hell with me. When did I say you have a say here? A cold voice out of nowhere resounded as Tristan suddenly appeared before Moran like a ghost. Her gaze was cold and merciless, her crimson nails aimed at his head. But at that moment, another voice rang out. Who gave you the right to kill in front of me? A tremendous sense of crisis suddenly descended from above, causing Tristan's pupils to contract. Without delay, she swiftly retreated like lightning, but unfortunately, her movement was still a step behind. Swish! With a sharp sound of wind, a flash of sword-light streaked through the air. Poochie! Aitich! A piercing scream echoed as Tristan fell to her knees, agony contorting her face. Drip drip. Blood gushed from her empty right hand as it now lay on the ground before her. I'll cut off whichever hand you extend, Gupta sheathed Jizo Mitama, his tone calm. That's the price of your disrespect. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Especially the knights, who felt an overwhelming sense of shock. In their eyes, the formidable Tristan was disarmed with just one strike. Are you, a servant? Tristan gritted her teeth tightly. In that instant just now, she hadn't even seen nor realized how this man had attacked her. With such swift speed and fierce attack, there was no doubt this man was a servant. The Tristan I know is a knight of honor and dignity, as for you, Gupta stared coldly at her. You're not even worthy of that name. Oh, really? A cruel smile suddenly tugged at Tristan's lips. Then you can guard your honor in hell. Whoosh! Several black bone spikes suddenly protruded from her back, shooting toward Gupta like lightning. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! However, as a faint glow flashed, his body was instantly covered in a set of silver armor, blocking all the bone spurs that aimed at him. Seeing this, Tristan's smile froze before it could even fade. Glancing at the tiny cracks on his armor, Gupta raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad, you actually managed to crack my armor, Gupta remarked nonchalantly. With a light touch, the cracks in his armor instantly disappeared. It wasn't a repair, he simply switched to another set of armor. After all, he had 1,000 sets of armor like this, thanks to the key of domination. Watching this scene, Tristan nearly vomited blood. That move just now was her most powerful physical attack, and all she got was a not bad. It was ridiculous. Chapter 382. Looks like even among servants, you're the powerful one. Tristan remarked, suppressing her surging emotions with a sneer. I don't know if I'm powerful or not, but what I know is, killing you won't be too much trouble, Gobta responded indifferently. Humph, if I'm not mistaken, you're the outsider who blocked His Majesty's holy judgment, right? Tristan squinted as she asked. Ah, thanks for the reminder, or I might have forgotten, Gobta nodded calmly. Later, I'll leave one guy behind to tell your king that I'm very satisfied with his hospitality. As a return gift, I'll personally chop off his head. Humph, boasting without shame, Tristan scoffed. You know nothing of His Majesty's power, you don't stand a chance of getting near him. Gobta couldn't be bothered to argue with her and just turned his head to the village chief. Stay here and don't wander around, every exit has already been surrounded by these knights. He could clearly sense that dozens of brainwave signals were encircling the canyon exit mentioned by the village chief. Needless to say, these knights had no intention of letting anyone escape. But there are so many people, the village chief hesitated. Relax, they're just a bunch of nobodies, Gobta replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding knights. Upon hearing his arrogant words, Tristan's face darkened. It was the first time she had been belittled like this. With a wave of her hand, the severed arm on the ground flew up into her grasp. She pressed the severed arm against her empty right hand, a faint glow of blood-red light flickered, and the severed arm surprisingly reattached itself. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. Although his Jizo Mitama wasn't the original, it was still imbued with considerable negative energy. Any enemy wounded by this divine key would be corroded by this negative energy. Even a small wound the size of a fingernail could cause excruciating pain. Yet, Tristan not only felt nothing, but she also managed to reattach her arm despite Jizo Mitama's negative energy influence. Honestly, this was a bit unexpected for him. Gobta grew more curious. What was the origin of this version of Tristan, who had undergone a gender transformation? Moving her arm a bit, Tristan turned to Gobta. I admit you do have some strength, but this isn't a place where you can just run amok, outsider, Tristan spoke coldly. A smirk quickly played on her lips as she waved her hand. Attack! Thud! Her knights marched forward in perfect unison, charging toward the villagers like a tidal wave. Tristan watched coldly, a hint of cruelty gleaming in her pale violet eyes. She knew she wasn't a match for this outsider, but these villagers were just ordinary humans with no combat skills. They were completely defenseless against her knights. Even if this man's speed were faster, he couldn't possibly fend off so many knights at once, couldn't he? You like to talk big, don't you? Well, I'll show you right here, right now, I'll slaughter all these villagers in front of your eyes. Hearing her declaration, Gobta watched her coldly and stayed silent. It was evident she had been blinded by rage, forgetting her task entirely, even intending to risk the lives of her knights to fight him to the end. As her knights closed in step by step, fear crept onto the faces of every villager. Uncontrollable memories of past bloodshed instantly surged in their minds. Don't be afraid. Moran suppressed the fear in his heart and roared. We've got plenty of people here too. Even if it's one-on-one, we can take down these metal-skinned monsters. It's useless, they're wearing armor empowered by magecraft, even if you crush your teeth, it won't affect them much, Gobta shook his head, taking a step forward. Let me handle them, people who play the numbers game aren't just limited to you, woman. BZZT. A powerful surge of magical energy immediately burst forth from Gobta's body, countless magical energy particles converging. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from him, blinding everyone. As the light gradually dissipated, the villagers opened their eyes, astonished to find fully armed knights standing around them, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. These knights emitted distinct magical energy fluctuations all over their bodies, unmistakably heroic spirits. Tristan glanced at the weapons held by these knights, her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Are you kidding me? They all have noble phantasms, Tristan thought speechlessly. This was none other than Gobta's a noble phantasm, the Godslayer Knights. But this wasn't all. Gobta raised his hand again, and the surroundings changed drastically. Giant trees, thick as several people holding hands, sprouted from the ground. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountainside, and massive wyverns soared in the sky, emitting a terrifying roar. The sudden change startled everyone. Tristan's knights instinctively raised their shields, adopting a defensive stance. Tristan raised her arm, and a crimson light burst from her fingertips, piercing through one of the wyverns. Illusion, Tristan furrowed her brow slightly. Just as she wondered about the significance of creating such useless illusions, she suddenly noticed that the aura of the outsider's knights soared instantly, their magical energy fluctuations becoming even more intense. This was Gobta's A Noble Phantasm, the Knight Proof. Within the coverage of the Knight Proof, all units deemed friendly by him had their parameters boosted. In an instant, the parameters of the Godslayer Knights leaped dramatically. Combined with their noble phantasms, their combat power was no less than that of Tristan's knights. Tristan, who witnessed this whole thing firsthand, was truly dumbfounded. She had never heard of such a situation. It was one thing to have powerful individual strength, but summoning an army consisting of heroic spirits wielding noble phantasms and even amplifying their strength was absurd. Although the Lion King had warned her that the strength of the outsider was powerful, this was just too excessive. This outsider was way beyond the scope of a normal servant and heroic spirit. Where on earth did this monster come from? A strong sense of regret quickly welled up in Tristan's heart. If she had known this man's strength was so powerful, she wouldn't have come alone. Go, leave none behind, Gobta ordered the Godslayer Knights with an indifferent tone. Yes, your majesty. The Godslayer Knights turned around, brimming with fighting spirit, roaring together like lions as they charged fearlessly toward Tristan's knights. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Both sides instantly clashed, countless sounds of clashing metal echoing in the air, each side attacking fiercely as if they were mortal enemies. The strength of Tristan's knights largely came from the enchanted armor they wore, blessed by magecraft, which was highly defensive and capable of repelling even ordinary sword slashes without leaving a scratch. However, the weapons wielded by Godslayer Knights were no ordinary weapons, they were genuine noble phantasms. These noble phantasms were based on the keys of domination once bestowed upon the knights by Gobta. However, since these knights were just his summoned beings and not the originals, the power of their noble phantasms was greatly diminished. Nonetheless, noble phantasm was still noble phantasm, surpassing any ordinary weapons. Before the might of noble phantasms, the proud armor of Tristan's knights was extremely vulnerable and quickly reduced to tatters. With the fearless determination of the Godslayer Knights, Tristan's knights were soon forced into a retreat. As time passed, the defeat of Tristan's knights became increasingly apparent. It was a battle of spear and shield, yet ultimately, the spear prevailed. Seeing her inevitable defeat, Tristan gritted her teeth, turned around, and sprinted back the way she came. She knew very well that once her knights fell, she would be next in line. The previous fight had already proven that she was no match for this outsider. If she didn't seize the opportunity to escape now, she would have no chance at all. A strong sense of shame and resentment welled up in her heart. This was the first time she had been forced to flee. But it didn't matter. Next time, when she brought along the other knights of the Round Table, she would make sure this outsider met his end. However, suddenly, a calm voice resonated in her ears. Did I say you could leave? Chapter 383. Did I say you could leave? As Gobta's sudden voice came, it sent a shiver down Tristan's spine as she instantly felt a rush of coldness piercing her heart. She quickened her pace like a streak of crimson light, racing away outside the canyon. However, as soon as she turned around the corner, she saw Gobta standing not far ahead, his gaze cold and indifferent. Tristan's face changed color and without hesitation, she changed direction and dashed toward another path. The terrain of this canyon was intricate, and Tristan had never been here before. So she wasn't familiar with the paths. All she could think right now was getting away from that terrifying man as far as possible. As long as she could avoid him, it didn't matter which way she ran. Yet, when she turned another corner, she saw Gobta sitting calmly on a giant rock, his face serene as he watched her like a clown. Tristan's expression shifted slightly and without pausing, she retraced her steps along the same path, searching for another way. However, no matter which direction she fled, she always ended up facing the man waiting ahead, like an inescapable nightmare. After half an hour of entanglement, Tristan finally despaired, realizing she couldn't shake off this man at all. She realized that he was dead set on keeping her there. Must feel awful, being chased with no way out, huh? Gobta remarked, watching the breathless girl before him, his heart devoid of any pity. No matter how sweet or lovely the girl might seem, to him, she was nothing but filthy and ugly. Bullying the weak, disregarding lives, selfish and cruel. I see nothing worthy of knighthood in you. Your inner self is far dirtier than your appearance, making someone like you a knight of the Round Table is a complete insult to the Round Table's honor. Gobta continued with a contemptuous tone. Upon hearing that, Tristan gritted her teeth fiercely. Who do you think you are? I'll do whatever I want, who are you to dictate to me? It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is I'm stronger than you, so I can do anything to you just like what you did to those people, Gobta responded calmly, lifting Jizo Mitama, stepping closer to her. Survival of the fittest, that's your law, right? You don't understand what we're doing at all. Everything we do is for the future of humanity, for the future of this world. Don't make it sound so noble, you scum. No matter what kind of future, it shouldn't come at the cost of the present. Your king is far too arrogant. Pitch-black flames spread along the blade of Jizo Mitama, bringing not heat but a bone-chilling cold that seemed to whisper deathly curses, ready to harvest lives at any moment. Seeing the black flame, Tristan swallowed her saliva hard, involuntarily taking a step back. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. His Majesty's power is unstoppable. Everything you do is futile. No matter, at least I can give those you've harmed some peace of mind. Gobta paused, then continued. As for your king, I'll personally correct his mistakes. Suddenly, Tristan let out a sharp shriek as several black bone spurs quickly flew out from her back, each tip oozing a blood-like red, their power much greater than before. Watching this, Gobta's expression remained unchanged. With a swift motion, Jizo Mitama descended, a black arc flashing through the air like a dark full moon. Whoosh! Tristan's vision blurred, barely catching a glimpse of his movement before all the bone spurs were instantly severed, falling to the ground in a flurry. For Gobta, who possessed eternal arms mastery, such an attack was nothing but child's play. No way, the difference in our power is too great. Tristan's face turned as pale as paper, deepening her understanding of his immense power. Facing such an enemy, unless the top few from the round table intervene, no number of people would be enough. No choice, need to go all out, Tristan decided, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She straightened the fingers on her left arm and decisively slashed down toward her own right arm with her sharp nails. Splurt! Her arm was severed, blood gushed out, her body staggered, and her beautiful face contorted with pain. Seeing this unexpected scene, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Why did this girl suddenly self-harm? However, just as he was thinking that, his right hand abruptly felt a strong numbness, his entire arm losing sensation as if it had been chopped off. Clang! Jizo Mitama dropped to the ground, its black flames slowly extinguishing. Watching Gobta's puzzled expression, Tristan's pale face revealed a smug smile. Humph. How are you feeling? Feeling strange, can't sense your own right hand. Gobta glanced at Tristan's severed hand on the ground and suddenly realized what had happened to him. I see, you shared your injuries with me, huh? As Tristan's right hand was severed, he also lost sensation in his right hand, clearly indicating a connection between them. Indeed, this is a gift bestowed upon me by His Majesty, known as domination. Tristan grinned viciously. Any injuries I suffer are transferred to others. The more severe my injury, the more severe theirs. As the Knights of the Round Table, each member was bestowed with a different gift by the Lion King. What Tristan received was a gift called domination. Domination allowed her to share injuries with her enemy, but the true power of this blessing lay in the long-distance killing. As long as she had any part of her enemy's body, such as a nail or a strand of hair, she could turn it into her enemy's double and kill them by killing this double. Moreover, this effect was not limited by distance. As long as the double existed, its main body would inevitably die. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, Tristan hadn't even touched Gobta once, so obviously, she couldn't obtain any of his body parts to be his double. In her desperation, she could only use her own body as his double to achieve the effect of domination. Although she couldn't kill him since that meant she must commit suicide, at least she could harm him. Tristan picked up her severed arm from the ground, attaching it to her empty right hand. With a flash of crimson light, her right arm reattached and returned to normal. Yet, Gobta's right hand still had no sensation, as if it didn't exist at all. Next, it's this hand's turn, Tristan said cruelly, then proceeded to sever her left hand. Splurt. Gobta's left hand tingled strongly before his entire left arm lost sensation. Now, both of his hands were useless. Tristan picked up her left hand and gave it a little shake as she smirked at Gobta. With no hands, what do you have to fight me with now? After saying that, she raised her right arm and pointed her finger toward him. Within a second, a blood-red energy blast burst forth from her fingertip, speeding toward him. Gobta bent down, stomped his foot, and whipped out his right leg like a whip, kicking the energy blast away. Boom! The blood-red blast collided with a nearby boulder, smashing it into powder with a loud explosion-like noise. Even though I don't have hands, don't forget my feet are still here, Gobta stated calmly, showing no panic whatsoever on his face. For him, whether hands or feet, they could both be used as weapons. Chapter 384. Tristan was so furious she felt like passing out. How could this damn man be so tough to deal with? She glanced at her legs, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately gave up the idea of chopping them off. If she chopped off her legs, not only would she be unable to wear those pretty shoes anymore, but she also wouldn't be able to escape from him if things didn't go as expected. I'd like to see how much you can take. Grinding her teeth, Tristan gestured with her hand, and a weapon that resembled a combination of a harp and a bow appeared in her hand. It was Fail Not, Tristan's noble phantasm that required no arrows, as a light pluck was enough to cut through enemies like a musical blade, effortlessly decapitating them. Tristan gently plucked Fail Not's bowstrings, and accompanied by a melodious hum, countless black sound blades rained down toward Gobta like a storm. Gobta stood still, and just as the blades were about to hit him, a black circular hole suddenly opened in front of him, swallowing all the blades into it. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Tristan's heart. A black circular hole opened above her head, and the black sound blades that were swallowed rushed out, raining down on her like a torrent. Aitch! Tristan screamed in agony as razor-sharp sound blades sliced through her, leaving grotesque wounds all over her body. Her once beautiful swallowtail dress lay torn and tattered, and her beloved weapon in her hand, Fail Not, shattered into pieces. By the time it was all over, hardly a spot on her body remained unscathed. Her entire body was drenched in blood, looking terrifying and miserable. At the same time, Gobta's expression twisted slightly. Due to the effect of Tristan's domination, her pain synced with his own, making him feel as if he had been torn apart by 1,000 blades. Gobta immediately used Feng Huang down to block his own feeling of pain, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Cough. Cough. Blood gushed from Tristan's mouth uncontrollably, her breath was feeble, like a flickering flame in a fierce wind. She never expected this man to still wield the power of spatial manipulation. In the end, she was the one at a disadvantage. Unforgivable. 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 Tristan's face, covered in blood, bore a ferocious and malevolent expression as she stared fiercely at Gobta, akin to a demon from hell. If you want me dead, then don't expect to live either. Tristan extended her sharp, crimson nails and ruthlessly plunged them toward her own heart. Let's go to hell together. However, as her nails were about to pierce her chest, ripples suddenly spread through the void, and a slender, fair hand emerged, firmly gripping hers. Preceptor. Tristan muttered, astonished as if witnessing something unbelievable. Come. A melodious voice sounded from the void, and with a gentle tug from the slender, fair hand, Tristan disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, the moment Tristan vanished, Gobta's arms returned to normal. Gobta hesitated for a moment, watching the still swirling void, before ultimately abandoning the idea of following Tristan with Cosmic Juggernaut. If he guessed correctly, behind that void was likely their base, probably the holy city of Camelot. Without knowing the full extent of their strength, charging in blindly wouldn't be a wise decision. Nevertheless, Gobta kept a precaution in mind, marking down the spatial coordinates of the location with Cosmic Juggernaut. Staring at the spot where Tristan had disappeared, Gobta rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Preceptor, huh? By the time Gobta returned to the village, the battle between two armies of knights had already concluded. In front of the Godslayer knights, Tristan's knights had no power to resist in just a few moves, they were all taken care of, not a single one left alive. Gobta felt no psychological burden about it, since if he hadn't been present in this village, not even one of these villagers would have survived. In the end, it was just reaping what they sowed. You all stay here to protect the villagers, I'll go deal with the rest of those guys outside. After giving orders to his knights, Gobta turned to the village chief. Notify everyone to pack up and get ready to leave, this place is not safe anymore. Gobta's only regret was not leaving Tristan behind. When she returned, this place would inevitably be exposed to Camelot's eyes, and next time, there might be more than one Knight of the Round Table coming. Although he didn't mind confronting more than one Knight of the Round Table, these villagers were undoubtedly in danger. If the battle grew too intense, he wouldn't be able to spare a thought to protect them. The village chief also knew very well that it was not suitable to stay in this place any longer. So without delay, he quickly turned to the villagers and gave an order. Hurry back to your houses and pack up. We're leaving soon. Upon hearing that, a hint of sadness appeared on the faces of the villagers. They had finally found such a secluded shelter, only to discover that they would have to flee again so soon. Despite their reluctance, they knew it was not the time to dawdle. Without saying anything, they each turned and walked toward their own houses. However, there were a few elderly people who stayed behind. You guys. The village chief looked at them, first stunned, then as if he understood something, his face became slightly gloomy. We're too old, can't run anymore, ahaha, Raziad chuckled casually as if discussing something trivial. Can't keep burdening the young ones, they're still full of hope, unlike us. Yeah, we've lived long enough. We've been running for so long, tired now, and this place, despite all the rocks, has a good vibe, peaceful, being buried here, no worries about disturbances. The tone of these elders was very calm, as if they had decided it a long time ago. Among them, many had lost their loved ones in this tragedy, and they had long had no attachment to this world. No. Mari suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Raziad's waist, tears welling up in her eyes. If you go, we all go. We can't leave you here. Those murderers won't spare any of you. Raziad's rough hand gently stroked her head with a comforting smile on his face. Hey kid, we've been through enough, so even if we die, it won't be a loss, but you're different, you've got a shining future ahead, wars will end someday, and life ahead will be wonderful, Grandpa is rooting for you to keep on living on. No, I don't want that. I don't want you to die. Watching her like this, the elders gathered around, whispering words of comfort to her. The village chief silently stood to the side, his face filled with sadness. Meanwhile, Gobta only watched them in silence. He could feel the resolve in the elders' hearts. Although he could use Feng Huangdown to manipulate their will, what difference would it make from those who control their lives? After all, they weren't choosing death because they lacked hope to live. They were doing it to give a chance to those who needed it more. Forcing their will would only add to their pain. Shaking his head, Gobta turned and walked away. Chapter 385. Gobta didn't try to persuade the elderly because he couldn't promise to ensure their safety. The development of this world had far surpassed his expectations. Hasanaisabah and Ozymandias might no longer exist, leaving only the rumored Holy Roman Empire. In such circumstances, he couldn't guarantee the safe passage of these people to the next shelter. From here on, it would be an unknown journey, as he couldn't depend on his knowledge of the original works. Even he himself didn't know which place in this world was safe anymore. With a heavy heart, Gobta took each step toward the canyon's exit. However, he suddenly heard a commotion. There were sounds of clashing weapons, angry shouts, and strange tremors. Was there some battle going on? Gobta raised an eyebrow and immediately tapped into the power of Feng Huangdown, noting a significant increase in brainwave signals not far away. Did some people fight Camelot's knights? Moreover, it appeared they were fighting back. Gobta's curiosity outweighed the village's problem for a moment. In this world, was someone truly daring enough to challenge Camelot's knights? On top of that, it appeared that their fierce battle was underway. Unable to resist his curiosity, Gobta quickened his pace, heading toward the location of the battle. After a dozen breaths, he reached the canyon's exit and saw the two opposing sides engaged in battlino. It was a war. One side was clad in silver armor, clearly Camelot's knights, while the other side consisted of a group of soldiers wearing red armor, likely natives of this land based on their appearance, accent, and skin color. Gobta noticed that the equipment on these soldiers also exuded magical energy, though slightly less intense compared to Camelot's knights. Fortunately, with the advantage of numbers, they still held their own against the knights they faced. Observing the rose patterns on their armor, Gobta pondered thoughtfully. He almost guessed the origin of these soldiers. Well, speak of the devil. Suddenly, Gobta noticed an unusually eye-catching figure. It was a girl with pink hair dressed in a tight purple-black combat suit, wielding a shield bigger than herself. She darted around the battlefield effortlessly, beating several tall knights with a mere flick, sending them flying more than 10 meters away. It's really her. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of keen interest on his face. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. But come to think of it, if she's here, then the other one is probably. Gobta's gaze shifted slightly, effortlessly finding a flashy reddish-orange-haired girl at the back of the red-armored soldiers. Indeed, wherever there was singularity, these two girls would always be present. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Fujiwara Ritsuka, who was nervously observing the war, suddenly heard a familiar voice in her ear. Can you hear me, Ritsuka? Yeah, loud and clear. What's up, doctor? Ritsuka responded as she backed away cautiously. After experiencing so many singularities, she wasn't the naive rookie she used to be. She had learned a thing or two about ensuring her own safety in such intense battles and not being a burden to MASH. Her EQ? Not bad. Her IQ? Not so much. Well, she was just a second-rate master who was thrown into the fray unprepared after all. A virtual screen appeared beside Ritsuka, showing a man in a ponytail whose face was far from calm, his anxiety palpable. We just received a warning. There's an extremely powerful St. Graph signal near your location, comparable in scale to a divine spirit. Upon hearing that, Ritsuka paused for a moment, instinctively turning her head. Soon, she spotted a black-haired man wearing silver armor standing at the mouth of the canyon, observing her with great interest. Even though they were separated by a considerable distance, the moment she laid eyes on him, she couldn't look away. His black eyes seemed to possess a magnetic force, locking her soul in place. Gradually, those eyes drew closer and closer to her, as if they were about to engulf her whole. Thud. Ha, ha. Ritsuka collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if she had just been rescued from drowning. Oh. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of interest creeping onto his face. Earlier, when he noticed she had detected him and was gazing at him, he used a small amount of mental power from Feng Huang down on her. Though small, for ordinary mages, this amount of mental power was enough to shatter their mental defenses. Of course, he wasn't aiming to harm Ritsuka, he simply wanted to test the extent of her willpower. And, of course, the final result left him very satisfied. Truly deserving of the title of humanity's savior, just this unwavering willpower alone was enough to earn admiration. By the way, that guy on the screen, he should be Chaldea's doctor and acting director, Romani Archaman, right? Gobta pondered, rubbing his chin. King Solomon, huh? Ritsuka. Ritsuka. Are you okay? Upon hearing Romani's anxious call, Ritsuka took a deep breath, stood up, and wiped the sweat from her face. I'm fine, doctor. Also, I saw that guy, Ritsuka answered and paused for a moment, then added. And he saw me too. What? Romani choked for a moment, then reacted disbelievingly, widening his eyes. You mean you saw the servant with the divine spirit level Saint Graph I mentioned? Ritsuka nodded. Then what are you standing around for? Hurry up and run. That's a godlike enemy, not something you can fight against. But, what about these soldiers? Ritsuka hesitated slightly as she watched the red-armored soldier on the battlefield. Seeing her hesitation, Romani took a deep breath and spoke up. Listen, Ritsuka, you have no idea how powerful entities on par with divine spirits are. They're real calamities, capable of easily destroying cities with populations in the tens of thousands. If you don't hurry, you won't make it out alive. Romani was filled with anxiety. The St. Graph's scale of this unknown servant was no less than the Lion King they had encountered before. If Ritsuka didn't retreat in time, her chances of survival were slim. After hesitating for only a moment, Ritsuka made a decision, nodding firmly. I understand, doctor. Just as she was about to call for Mash, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in her ear. I finally found you guys after so much effort. How could I let you run away like this? Chapter 386. Ritsuka. In the split second Romani shouted, Ritsuka smoothly rolled forward, simultaneously flinging a magic shot behind her. Boom! Gobta stood firm, not budging an inch, directly enduring her magic shot. Looking at his unscathed silver armor, Gobta smirked. Is this really how far the strength of Chaldea's master goes? Ahaha, guess I'm just weak like that. Ritsuka forced a smile, then without hesitation shouted. Mash! Whoosh! A massive shadow descended from the sky as a girl, wielding a shield taller than herself, mercilessly brought it down onto Gobta's head. Mash had heard everything Romani had said earlier. However, even if she needed to face such a terrifying opponent, she had no intention of stepping back. Good, come at me. Gobta's lips curled up slightly, his right hand clenched into a fist, black dragon scales covering it as he countered the descending shield with a skyward punch. Boom! The shield and fist collided, erupting a heavy sound like evening drums and morning bells. Ritsuka's ears tingled from the impact. Gobta remained unmoved, while Mash widened her eyes in surprise. She had put her full strength into her attack, yet this man just shrugged it off with a punch. Were servants with power comparable to divine spirits this strong? Good strength, girl, looks like you're not wasting Galahad's power, Gobta remarked with a faint smile. Galahad? Mash blinked her eyes in confusion before suddenly feeling a tremendous force from below. Bang! Before she could react, her body uncontrollably flew backward. Mash! Ritsuka rushed forward, trying to catch the flying Mash, but ended up being knocked back as well. Ah! Upon seeing this scene, Gobta's lips twitched slightly. He had controlled his strength precisely, not intending to harm Mash, who was only a demi-servant, but Ritsuka was another story. Senpai, are you alright? Mash hurriedly got up from Ritsuka's body, her face filled with worry and panic. I am fine, Mash, Ritsuka winced, rubbing the back of her head. She really thanked the protection of her mystic code, otherwise, she might have had a concussion. Servants and ordinary humans are different, the damage she can endure might be fatal for you. As a master, don't you even know this basic knowledge? As Mash heard Gobta's voice, she instantly turned around, raising her shield, her face full of vigilance as she stared at him. Senpai, this servant's strength is powerful. I'm afraid, we're not his match at all, Mash whispered. Hearing her junior's words, Ritsuka agreed and nodded solemnly. Even though they had only exchanged blows once, it was clear that the black-haired man in front of them was far beyond their current capabilities, since the gap between them was just too wide. What should we do? Ritsuka racked her brain, trying to find a way out of the predicament. It was obvious that a direct confrontation wouldn't work, but this man's speed made escaping equally difficult. Moreover, there were so many soldiers with her she truly didn't want to abandon them. After racking her brain for a way out and finding nothing, Ritsuka sighed quietly to herself. If she had known they would encounter such a powerful enemy, they should have brought Nero as well. Still, Nero was already overwhelmed with managing the refugee crisis in the Empire, as even Da Vinci was forced into service. Therefore, it would have been irresponsible for her to drag Nero out for something like searching for survivors outside. However, what she didn't know was that Nero might have been more than willing to come if she had asked. As Ritsuka was lost in thought, inside Chaldea, Romani watched the computer screen with a slightly peculiar expression. As the former king of magecraft, he knew just how powerful this black-haired servant was. To be blunt, if this servant had truly intended to kill Ritsuka and Mash, both of them would have died hundreds of times over by now. The only explanation for their survival so far was that this servant didn't actually intend to kill them. Moreover, from the scene where this servant had knocked Mash away earlier, it was clear he was really holding back. Director, the ray shift system is ready to activate, should we initiate it immediately? Chaldea's staff member called out. In Chaldea's emergency protocols, when a master encountered insurmountable danger in a singularity, they could activate the ray shift system to forcibly pull the master back. Though it would consume a significant amount of magical energy, Ritsuka was currently humanity's only hope and they couldn't afford to lose her. However, this singularity was already unstable, with the possibility of detaching from the proper human history at any moment. If they forcefully returned her now, they might never have the chance to enter again. And of course, that would mean this segment of history would be forever erased from the proper human history. Romani hesitated for a moment, then answered firmly. No, don't initiate it yet, keep the ray shift system on standby and see how the situation unfolds. Director. Hearing Romani's answer, all staff members suddenly exclaimed in surprise and widened their eyes in astonishment. That black-haired man was a servant on par with a divine spirit. Every second wasted could mean the difference between life and death. Just do as I say. Romani, who had always appeared as a kind-hearted man, now showed a side they had never seen before. His unquestionable tone and demeanor made everyone feel like they were in the presence of a king. Everyone exchanged glances and silently went back to their respective tasks. Romani sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples wearily. I hope my judgment is not wrong, otherwise. Ritsuka and Mash were unaware of what was happening in Chaldea, since at this moment, all their focus was on the black-haired man in front of them. Senpai, please put all the command spells on me later, I'll unleash my noble phantasm to buy you some time to escape. Mash uncommonly decided in front of Ritsuka. Normally, she would always follow Ritsuka's instructions, but this time, she had to act differently. Deep down, however, she knew Ritsuka would never leave her behind, no matter what happened. As she expected, Ritsuka shook her head without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Don't even think about it. I could never leave you behind to fend for yourself. Hearing her senior's somewhat angry voice, a warm feeling quickly washed over Mash. But, Senpai, our enemy this time is really powerful, and Mash responded softly. So what if he's powerful? Haven't we encountered many strong enemies all along this journey? Trust me, Mash, this time too, we'll definitely make it through safely. Seeing the trust and determination in her senior's eyes, Mash felt an endless surge of strength welling up within her. Yes, Senpai. Mash answered loudly. Yep, that's the spirit we need. Ritsuka praised, patting her junior's shoulder approvingly. Meanwhile, as Gobta watched this touching scene, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Well, what an enviable bond you two have. I can somewhat understand how you've overcome so many difficulties to get here, but there's something I want to remind you of. I don't recall ever saying that I'm your enemy. Chapter 387. Meanwhile, as Gobta watched this touching scene, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Well, what an enviable bond you two have. I can somewhat understand how you've overcome so many difficulties to get here, but there's something I want to remind you of. I don't recall ever saying that I'm your enemy. Upon hearing Gobta's words, Mash froze for a moment to digest them before realizing their meaning. Eevich. Mash yelled in shock, instantly hit with a sense of disbelief. Not our enemy, does that mean he's actually here to help us? Mash thought speechlessly, and then cautiously turned to her senior. Senpai. Ritsuka was also a bit shocked and froze for a moment until Mash gently poked her hand, causing her to flinch and snap back to her senses. No, be careful, Mash. This could be a trap. He might be deceiving us. Upon hearing that, Mash's expression instantly became serious. As expected of senpai, always thinking things through. Of course. After all, I am a master who saves humanity. However, at this moment, Romani's voice came. Though confidence is good, Ritsuka, do you really think he needs to deceive you? Both Ritsuka and Mash instantly froze and fell silent. Watching the stupefied duo, Gobta shook his head with a smile. Without explaining further, he turned to look at the ongoing war on the battlefield. The war between the red and white sides had completely entered a state of white heat. The shouts and killings filled the air as both sides suffered casualties. Although the red side had numerical superiority, in terms of equipment and combat experience, Camelot's knights still had a slight edge over them. Even after Mash joined the war earlier, they were only slightly pushed back. Moreover, after diverting Mash's attention to him, the white side became even more courageous, their morale soaring, and they even seemed to have the upper hand against the red side. It seems like they mistook me for a reinforcement from Camelot, huh? As Gobta thought like that, his mood was somewhat strange, but also somewhat amused. Well, it's about time to end this. If it really dragged on until reinforcements from Camelot arrived, the situation would become unfavorable. Gobta reached out his palm, making a grasping gesture toward the void, then suddenly clenched it. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze as every knight of Camelot suddenly saw a falling crimson feather in front of them. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to this feather as if they saw the thing they desired most, unable to focus on anything else. They seemed to forget where they were and that they were in the midst of a life-and-death battle, their eyes firmly fixed on the crimson feather in front of them, oblivious to everything else. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire looked at each other in confusion. Just a moment ago, they were fiercely fighting, but now these knights suddenly stopped, standing motionlessly as if they were in a daze. Moreover, it wasn't just one knight showing this behavior, but all of them. In the previous battles with Camelot, many soldiers had personally witnessed or heard of various incredible powers displayed by Camelot's knights. Because of this, every soldier dared not act rashly or relax their guard, they could only tightly grip their weapons, silently heightening their vigilance as they watched the motionless knights return to dust. As Gobta's ethereal voice echoed in the ears of all Camelot's knights, their faces gradually became perplexed under their helmets, their eyes losing their luster. Their bodies swayed lightly, and like puppets whose strings were cut, they quickly fell to the ground, motionless. Upon witnessing this terrifying phenomenon, the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire were startled before cautiously poking their weapons at the fallen knights. Seeing no response, they immediately approached for inspection. In the next moment, they found out that without exception, all Camelot's knights were dead. There were no apparent external injuries, yet their breath and heartbeat had ceased, and their facial expressions were so calm that it even instilled a sense of fear. Although they were enemies, seeing the knights die in such a mysterious way sent shivers down the spines of every soldier. However, in terms of fear, no one on the battlefield could compare to Ritsuka and Mash. As eyewitnesses, they knew very well that those knights had actually been killed by the black-haired man in front of them. However, the crucial point was they didn't even know how he did it. They only saw him reach out his hand, make a gripping motion with his hand, say, "Return to dust," and then those knights suddenly fell. Throughout the whole ordeal, this man didn't even touch those knights, yet he swiftly took away dozens of lives in an instant like nothing. This scene felt like a myth from ancient times, where gods descended from the clouds to decree, and from that moment on, their lives were no longer in their own hands. It was simply terrifying. Gulp. Ritsuka and Mash couldn't help but swallow hard, only now realizing that their previous fights with him were just child's play. Even though they had already experienced 5 singularities, the shock from what they just witnessed made it hard for them to come back to their senses for a long time. Is this soul manipulation magecraft? Or a noble phantasm? Truly worthy of being a servant on par with a divine spirit, the magnitude of his power is truly mind-blowing. Mama Mash, this man just said he wasn't our enemy, right? Ritsuka whispered, stuttering. Mash nodded, but then her expression turned conflicted. But senpai, you said he might be deceiving us. Cough. Ritsuka awkwardly turned her head away, coughing softly. What a joke. Given the strength he demonstrated, crushing her was as effortless as squashing an ant, leaving no need for him to deceive her. Congratulations, Ritsuka, for gaining such a powerful ally. With him on your side, your chances of defeating the Lion King are even greater, Romani said with a grin, secretly relieved. He guessed right after all. But he attacked me just now, Ritsuka murmured. What? Senpai, are you hurt? Do you need me to check? Upon hearing Ritsuka's murmur, Mash asked in a panicked voice and quickly fumbled around Ritsuka's body. Ritsuka looked up at the sky, a smile of dying without regrets appearing on her face. To have such a lovely junior who cared for her all the time, her life was completely fulfilled. Chapter 388. I wasn't attacking you, it was just a simple test. As Ritsuka and Mash were busy with each other, a calm voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Seeing Gobta approaching without their noticing, Mash instinctively raised her shield but then awkwardly put it down. Since you're here to save this singularity, I naturally have to find out whether you're capable of handling this heavy responsibility, right? Gobta observed the two girls in front of him, his eyes squinting slightly. I also don't want my comrades to be useless, after all. Senpai is not useless. She is. Mash's emotions were a bit stirred, but Ritsuka patted her shoulder to calm her down. He's not wrong to say that, who would want a teammate who can't do anything but drag them down? Ritsuka didn't show any annoyance and wore a peaceful smile instead. She walked past Mash and stood in front of Gobta, looking up at him seriously. I know, compared to a heroic spirit like you, I'm just nothing, even among mages, I'm just mediocre, if it weren't for an accident, I wouldn't be standing here. Senpai, Mash wanted to retort but stopped herself. But I've always believed that every single person, no matter how ordinary, carries within them something extraordinary. Our world is adorned with so many ordinary souls, and it's this very richness that renders it truly beautiful. Ritsuka's face was resolute, her eyes alight with resolve. And now, here I stand, just an ordinary person, perhaps not yet fully grown, not yet wielding great power, but I pledge to give my all because it's my responsibility. I will save this world, save human order, and save the future of humanity. Everything fell silent, only the gentle wind blowing softly, stirring up the surrounding desolation. Inside Chaldea, Romani sat in his chair, silent for a long time. He looked up at the ceiling, sighed deeply, and rubbed his brow with a bitter smile. As expected of you, Ritsuka, just an ordinary human, but have such incredible resolve, compared to her, Romani thought in a daze. Watching Ritsuka's serious and resolute face, a faint smile appeared on Gobta's face. I can feel that those words truly come from your heart. No one could lie in front of Feng Huangdown and get away with it. Congratulations, Chaldea's master, Gobta said with a faint smile, extending his hand forward. You have earned my approval, I hope we can get along well in our future cooperation. Ritsuka's face lit up with excitement as she quickly reached for his hand and shook it. Thank you, by the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Gobta, Gobta answered, calmly smiling. Perhaps you haven't heard of this name before, anyway, you can think of me as a servant from another world. Gobta? I haven't heard that name before. Ritsuka tried to remember history as she shook hands with Gobta but didn't get any useful information. In the end, she turned her head to the pink-haired girl beside her. What about you, Mash? Have you heard of his name? Upon hearing her senior's question, Mash shook her head. Although she had studied the history and mythology of their world extensively, topics involving otherworldly matters touched upon her knowledge gap. I couldn't find any relevant information either, it seems as he said earlier, he must be from another world, Romani added, feeling a hint of doubt. Although the throne of heroes was beyond the time axis, summoning servants from other worlds wasn't unheard of. However, based on his observations of Gobta, he suspected that Gobta wasn't summoned by the Holy Grail but by the world itself. If he's a servant summoned by the world, does that mean, Romani thought in amazement as he realized what it meant. Another world, Ritsuka didn't dwell on it too much, just a look of anticipation appeared on her face. I wonder how different it is from our world. Strictly speaking, there isn't much difference, maybe even more backward and feudal than your world, Gobta explained while chuckling lightly. Romani's expression seemed a bit odd at the mention of backwardness and feudalism. Did that mean the era of Gobta's world was older than the modern era? In the world of magecraft, there was always a saying the older, the stronger. Perhaps this could slightly explain why Gobta's power was so unreasonably powerful. Since your strength is so strong, Mr. Gobta, you must be quite famous in your world, right? Mash asked curiously. I have some fame, but not many people truly know my true name. In my world, I actually have another name, Gobta chuckled. What? Mash and Ritsuka asked simultaneously, while Romani subconsciously leaned closer to the screen. Even Chaldea's staff unconsciously held their breath. This was their first encounter with a servant from another world. In a way, they were witnessing history. Gobta remained silent for a moment, then opened his mouth and uttered one word slowly. Arthur. Wait a sec, by Arthur, you mean that legendary King Arthur? Ritsuka asked with a shocked voice. Seeing Gobta's calm smile and silence, Ritsuka and Mash exchanged glances, their faces expressing surprise. Their ultimate enemy this time was the ruler of the holy city of Camelot, the Lion King, who was none other than King Arthur. And at this moment, another King Arthur from another world had appeared. King Arthur versus King Arthur. Was this some sort of twisted version of me against myself? However, compared to the blackened King Arthur they encountered in the Fuyuki Singularity, these two seemed much stronger. Wait, isn't King Arthur supposed to be Celtic? Celtic people are known for their red hair, but why is your hair pitch black? Doctor, don't forget, the King Arthur we encountered before didn't have red hair either, she had blonde hair, Mash reminded quietly. Romani instantly fell silent. Gobta chuckled and shook his head. Your perception of Arthur differs from mine, though we both ruled Camelot, our backgrounds and experiences diverge. As for my hair, it's tied to a secret I can't reveal to you just yet. Understood, Ritsuka nodded, scratching the back of her head. But, you know, I never expected you, as King Arthur, to be so easygoing. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Though there was a slight misunderstanding at first, after he revealed his identity. She found him to be quite pleasant to be around. At least compared to various kings she had encountered before, this otherworldly King Arthur didn't display overwhelming pressure or arrogance. Although a bit authoritative, he wasn't unreasonable, more like an older brother who watched over you since childhood. Heh, that's just because you haven't spent enough time with me. Sometimes, I can be quite intimidating too, you know, Gobta chuckled. Hearing that, Ritsuka only nodded. Anyone who could effortlessly take away dozens of lives without batting an eye couldn't possibly have a mellow personality. Let's pause the small talk for now, we can chat more later. Now, let's focus on what's ahead. Gobta glanced at the soldiers clad in red armor around them. If I'm not mistaken, you all are from the Holy Roman Empire, right? How did you know? Ritsuka asked in surprise. Does he also possess clairvoyance? Someone informed me, Gobta replied casually, then proceeded to tell her about the situation in the village and what had happened before. Ritsuka listened attentively, sighing softly afterward. Incidents like that have happened many times before. This time, they were fortunate to have you around, so those villagers could escape unharmed. As for the rest. Ritsuka didn't continue, but the sadness on her face indicated that her mention of many times wasn't just a figure of speech. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to relocate those villagers to the Holy Roman Empire, right? Romani smoothly changed the subject. Yeah, this place isn't safe anymore, and I'm not familiar with it, so it's too dangerous to wander aimlessly with them, Gobta nodded. No worries, consider it done. Ritsuka declared confidently. That's why we're here. After organizing the soldiers, Ritsuka, Mash, and Gobta immediately headed toward the village in the canyon. Chapter 389. Before long, Gobta, Ritsuka, and Mash arrived in the village. Mr. Gobta, who are these two? The village chief asked as he eyed Ritsuka and Mash following behind Gobta, his face showing a hint of caution. No need to be so tense, chief, these two are trustworthy people. Gobta smiled and introduced the two girls to the village chief. Taking advantage of the moment, Ritsuka discreetly surveyed the God-Slayer knights around, keenly sensing the magical energy emanating from their body. Doctor, take a look at these people, they seem odd. Ritsuka asked confusedly. As Romani observed the God-Slayer knights through the computer screen, Romani rubbed his chin thoughtfully before responding. They seem a bit like servants, but there are so many, they must be the summons of King Arthur, right? He sure has a lot of noble phantasms. However, after another careful observation, Romani seemed to notice something and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Could it be my eyes deceiving me? These knights, all of them are wielding noble phantasms. Noble phantasms. Hearing Romani's exclamation, Ritsuka and Mash were shaken, their gaze instinctively drawn to the weapons of those knights. Completely different magical energy fluctuations, those are indeed noble phantasms. Through the system's analysis, Romani finally confirmed the true nature of the weapons held by Gobta's summoned knights, feeling greatly shocked. Summoning servant entities as summons wasn't uncommon, nor was summoning numerous noble phantasms, but summoning servants wielding noble phantasms like this was unheard of. Where on earth did these knights come from? Holy cow, this is really excessive, so many noble phantasms. Ritsuka muttered enviously as she stared at the God-Slayer knights before turning to Mash. Hey, Mash, do you think if I ask His Majesty nicely, he'll give me a noble phantasm too? There might be some chance, Mash answered and hesitated for a moment. That King Arthur's temperament seems quite nice, even if he refuses, it probably won't be a big deal, right? Meanwhile, Romani rubbed his temples in frustration as he heard Ritsuka's words. Ritsuka, there's something I have to remind you of, noble phantasms rely on magical energy to function, and considering your magical energy reserves, even the lowest rank noble phantasms won't last long. Ritsuka's talent in magecraft wasn't anything extraordinary. Before the incident at Chaldea, she was just an insignificant background character, a fact she often joked about. Ha, I get it, Doctor, Ritsuka shook her head in resignation. Being unable to make the most of her potential truly felt terrible. Don't worry, senpai. Mash reassured. Even without noble phantasms, I'll always be by your side, protecting you. Ah, Mash, you're the best. Nothing like Doctor. Romani tilted his head, speechless. He was merely stating facts. Why did it sound as though he were in the wrong here? Romani is right, the burden of noble phantasms on you is too much, Gobta approached, grinning. So, I've prepared something else for you. Eh? A gift for me? For real? It's not much of a gift, just a little something I've had lying around. I was planning to give it to you later, but why not now? After saying that, Gobta extended his fingers, tracing several deep green runes in the air. These runes seemed to contain endless truths, making one dizzy just by looking at them. Primordial, rune, Romani muttered in astonishment, his eyes widened. After tracing all the rune symbols, Gobta gently pushed them, and they seamlessly merged into Ritsuka's body. Ritsuka quickly moved her body around, feeling no difference from before. Is that it? Ritsuka asked skeptically. The power of these runes has been infused into your body. From now on, your magical energy, strength, speed, endurance, and mental strength will gradually improve. Of course, you can also speed up this process through training. Gobta explained calmly, folding his arms over his chest. Ritsuka scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward. I thought I'd instantly transform into some sort of, superhero or something. Upon hearing that, Gobta shook his head. Rome wasn't built in a day, patience is key, rushing things will only bring trouble, kiddo. Alright, Ritsuka, what you've received this time is a great fortune, don't underestimate it, Romani sighed in resignation as he watched Ritsuka's ignorance. Being blessed and enhanced with the primordial rune was a dream come true for many mages. If the people at the clock tower knew about this, their faces would be green with envy. Although Ritsuka didn't know the origin of the runes Gobta gave her, Romani's tone made it clear that they were definitely something amazing. Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, what you gave to her should be runes, right? Mash asked curiously. Just call me Gobta, Gobta chuckled lightly. I didn't expect you to have knowledge about runes too. Ahaha, it's nothing, really, I just happen to read a bit more in my free time, Mash replied, her cheeks slightly blushing as she smiled shyly. They are indeed runes, but more accurately, they should be primordial runes, Gobta explained, nodding his head. Primordial, runes? Mash exclaimed, covering her mouth in amazement, her eyes filled with shock. Ritsuka, feeling a bit lost, nudged Mash with her elbow. Mash, what exactly is this primordial rune? Ritsuka whispered. Mash suppressed her amazement and quickly explained the origin of the primordial rune to her senior. As Ritsuka listened to her junior's explanation attentively, her eyes gradually brightened, and a smile quickly crept onto her lips. So, God King Odin invented the primordial rune and this magecraft is second only to the true magic? Ritsuka thought with glee. If it weren't for her reluctance to lose dignity in front of Mash, she would have already jumped up and danced like crazy. Now, several of these legendary primordial runes were within her grasp. This meant that given enough time to harness the power of these primordial runes, she could also become a top-tier mage, ruling the world of magecraft. Even reaching the rank of Brand or Grand wasn't out of the question. It was worth noting that mages who were born commoners, even after plenty of effort, usually only reached the rank of Cause. However, at this moment, she could easily break through this ceiling, even attempting to touch the once unattainable domains. It was like leaping over the Dragon Gate, stepping into the azure skies, without exaggeration. Moreover, on the future battlefields, she wouldn't have to stand idly in the corner like a duck anymore and could finally help Mash. In an instant, Ritsuka's fondness for Gobta skyrocketed at rocket speed. Chapter 390. At this moment, Fujimaru Ritsuka was filled with excitement. So far, she had encountered many servants, but none were as generous as this black-haired man. Less than half a day since they met, and he was already giving her the legendary primordial rune as a gift. If this got out, at least half of the mages in the world would be jealous of her. With such great strength, lavish generosity, and easygoing personality, teammates like Gobta were simply irreplaceable. Ritsuka instantly reaffirmed her belief that she must establish a good relationship with this big shot. When you have such a big thigh to hold on to, you better hold on tight. Watching Ritsuka's silly smile, Gobta shook his head with a light chuckle. Although the primordial rune wasn't something too precious to him, he didn't just give it away to anyone. In the end, he chose to gift it to Ritsuka. On one hand, it was out of a sense of nostalgia from his previous life. On the other hand, it was because her determination and resolve had impressed him. Saving humanity isn't easy, though you've already journeyed through most of it, you'll face even more powerful and terrifying enemies ahead, this power should offer some assistance to you. Honestly, Gobta always found it absurd how an ordinary mage like Ritsuka managed to arrive at this point unscathed after passing through 5 singularities. Sure. She had the support of Chaldea and Masha's protection, but her enemies weren't simple characters. Despite that, Ritsuka still made it through, probably with a good deal of luck. Luck was often the most unreliable thing, especially since in the next singularity, they would have to face the return of Tiamat, challenging a calamity of world-ending magnitude. Who could guarantee that Ritsuka would still be safe then? Therefore, Gobta chose to gift the primordial rune, knowing that while it couldn't help her defeat Tiamat, it could at least improve her ability to defend herself. Don't worry, Gobta, I won't let you down. Ritsuka said earnestly, clutching her fist to her chest. She made a silent vow to herself once she returned. She would ask Da Vinci to devise a training plan to master this new power as soon as possible. If she didn't proactively seize the opportunity when it was handed to her, it would be truly disappointing. Clap. Gobta clapped his hands and spoke up. Alright, let's leave it at that regarding runes for now, it's time to move on to more pressing matters. After his explanation and negotiation, the village chief hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed to relocate the villagers to the Holy Roman Empire. The village chief wasn't familiar with the Holy Roman Empire and didn't know what the situation would be like there. Nevertheless, he agreed, partly because they couldn't find any suitable place to settle, and partly out of trust for Gobta. After this incident, Gobta's status in the hearts of the village chief and the villagers reached an unparalleled height. Whatever he said, they were willing to believe. Determined, the village chief quickly took action, going door to door to inform every villager. Mr. Gobta, can the Holy Roman Empire really guarantee our safety and survival so we won't have to worry about those murderers anymore? Mari approached Gobta and asked timidly. Gobta hesitated for a moment before giving an honest answer. I can't guarantee that, Camelot is very strong, but I promise I'll stay by your side at least until this war is over. That's enough, Mari said with a smile, then looked back at the village, whispering. If only Dad and Mom were here. Hearing her whisper, a complex expression flickered in Gobta's eyes as he gently stroked the girl's head. Don't worry, Mari, I promised I'd reunite you with your dad. I trust you, Mr. Gobta. Mari lifted her head, a reassuring smile on her face. Hey, your name is Mari, right? Ritsuka approached, squatting down to meet Mari's gaze, and asked with a smile. Hello, I'm Fujiwara Ritsuka, and that girl with the pink hair over there is Mash, we're all friends of Gobta, nice to meet you. Since she knew this reddish-orange-haired girl wasn't a bad person, Mari didn't show any signs of rejection. Hello, Sister Ritsuka, you're really pretty, Mari greeted back with a sincere tone. Thank you, Mari, you're also very cute. Ritsuka praised back, her smile widening. Mari lowered her head, smiling shyly. Mari, do you know what this is? Ritsuka pulled out a piece of chocolate from somewhere, grinning as she waved it in front of her face. Have you ever seen this thing before? Mari shook her head, looking utterly confused. This is called chocolate and it's really sweet, Ritsuka placed the chocolate in Mari's palm. Go ahead, give it a try. Mari hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Gobta. Seeing him smiling, she carefully tore open the packaging and broke off a piece, putting it into her mouth. As she savored the slight sweetness and silky texture, Mari couldn't help but close her eyes, her face filled with happiness. How is it? Tasty. It's tasty, thank you, big sis Ritsuka. Huh. Mari, you're not going to finish it. There's still so much left. Seeing Ritsuka's puzzled expression, Mari scratched her head sheepishly. I want to save some to share with the elders in the village and for my dad when he comes back. Ah, Mari, you're so sweet. Ritsuka wiped away a tear in her eye. But it's okay, I have plenty of these. You don't have to be so thrifty, just enjoy it whenever you want. Chocolate, as a convenient and high-calorie food, was very suitable as marching rations. For this reason, Da Vinci specially designed a machine to produce chocolate to supply the Holy Roman Empire's army. As for how Da Vinci found the raw materials to make chocolate in this desolate land, no one knew. But since she could even make an off-road vehicle easily, making chocolate should be a pretty normal thing for her. Even if someone asked Da Vinci, they would probably just get a response like, duh, because I'm a genius. With Ritsuka's promise, Mari no longer hesitated and took out the chocolate she had tucked away, happily munching on it. With this newfound bond, Mari and Ritsuka's relationship immediately grew closer, and the two soon engaged in lively conversation. Watching Ritsuka quickly lift Mari out of her previous negative emotions, Gobta couldn't help but marvel. Fujimaru Ritsuka truly lived up to being a protagonist. Just her ability to read people's emotions and her strong charisma alone were enough to explain why so many heroic spirits were willing to help her. After a while, the villagers were all packed up and ready to depart for the Holy Roman Empire. What gave everyone a headache, however, was that the elderly still refused to leave, insisting on staying behind. "No worries, just leave it to me." After Ritsuka understood the situation, she confidently patted her chest and declared confidently. She quickly headed over to persuade those stubborn elderly. Gobta was also curious about how she planned to convince them, so he sent a strand of his mental power over there to observe. After listening for a while, a wry expression involuntarily appeared on his face. A moment later, Ritsuka returned with a big smile on her face. "Done!" Ritsuka exclaimed, smiling as she made a V sign with her hand. "So quick. Senpai, you're really amazing." Mari was also surprised and couldn't help but ask. "Big sis Ritsuka, how did you do it?" "Simple." Ritsuka smirked triumphantly. "I told them that if they don't go, I won't go either. I'll just stay here to keep them company forever." Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent. "That's really your style, huh?" Gobta rubbed his temples, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 391. After counting the number of villagers and making sure no one was left behind, Gobta, Ritsuka, and Mash walked out of the canyon with them, meeting up with the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire outside. Worried that Camelot's reinforcements might catch up, they didn't waste any time. After a quick rest, they set out on the road back to the Holy Roman Empire as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell, the setting sun casting its golden light. Finding a suitable camping spot, they made sure there were no enemies nearby before setting up their tents and starting a fire to cook. Led by the village chief, some villagers brought their own cooked food to share with the soldiers. Sitting together, chatting, and eating, the initially tense atmosphere quickly warmed up, with both sides becoming more enthusiastic. "That old man is really impressive," Mash couldn't help but be impressed. Well, as the old saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, the wiser it becomes. Leading over 100 people in this dangerous world, he must have some tricks up his sleeve, Gobta responded, chuckling lightly. Mash nodded in understanding. "Oh, by the way, Gobta, since you're a servant, what class are you?" Ritsuka asked curiously. With strength comparable to a berserker and mastery in magecraft like a caster, she couldn't help but wonder what class this King Arthur belonged to. "Strictly speaking, I don't have any class right now," Gobta smiled. "Unlike those servants you're familiar with, this manifestation isn't just one aspect of me, but the entirety of me as I sit upon the throne of heroes." Wait a minute. A virtual screen suddenly unfolded beside Ritsuka, with Romani's face appearing, filled with unmistakable surprise and shock. "Are you saying you're actually a grand servant?" "Well, you could say that," Gobta nodded, smiling faintly. Gulp. Ritsuka and Mash exchanged a glance, swallowing nervously. They had heard about the legend of grand servants before, but they never thought they would actually meet one. No wonder the scale of his Saint Graph was so vast, like a divine spirit. "Grand servant," Romani murmured softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Although I had some guesses before, hearing you admit it still caught me off guard. Being a grand servant isn't that big of a deal, just slightly stronger than your average servant." Gobta looked at Romani with a smirk. "Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Romani?" Romani's face instantly stiffened, awkwardly smiling. I remember grand servants are rarely seen in the world. Were you sent down by the counterforce?" Romani asked nervously. After taking a sip of wine passed by one of the soldiers, Gobta wiped his mouth before answering casually. "No, I was summoned by this world. The counterforce tried to stop me, but failed." "Even the counterforce couldn't stop him?" Upon hearing Gobta's answer, Ritsuka's lips twitched, elevating the awesomeness of this black-haired man to a whole new level in her mind. She couldn't help but feel relieved that he was on their side. On the other hand, Romani was left speechless by Gobta's answer, only able to smile wryly and end the communication. "But why did you accept the summoning?" Mash asked curiously. "Was there something in this world that attracted you?" Gobta fell silent for a moment before smiling and answering. "That's one way to put it, but there are deeper reasons that I can't tell you for now." "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your secrets," Mash said hastily, feeling a bit flustered. "Nah, it's okay," Gobta shook his head. "But now that your questions are done, it's my turn to ask, right?" "No problem." Ritsuka immediately sat up straight, her expression serious. "Feel free to ask whatever you want." Having received so many benefits from this big shot, Ritsuka couldn't help but feel a bit guilty if she didn't reciprocate. Gobta pondered for a moment before speaking up. So, you've joined forces with the Holy Roman Empire, am I right? Yep. Ritsuka nodded, recounting briefly how they had encountered Camelot's army upon arriving in this singularity. Clashed with them due to their cruel actions, and later joined forces with the Holy Roman Empire after being discovered by passing soldiers. So, the Holy Roman Empire has been gathering refugees? Gobta raised an eyebrow. That's right, we're here for the same reason, Ritsuka nodded, then sighed. Camelot's army is too tough, especially those Knights of the Round Table. The people of this world stand no chance against them at all, so we have to gather more people and unite everyone if we want to have any chance of winning. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of this Holy Roman Empire should be Nero Claudius, right? Gobta asked, rubbing his chin. You know Her Majesty Nero? Gobta shook his head. I don't know her personally, but I've heard of her. I must say though, I do admire her. Creating a country single-handedly in this messy world is quite an achievement, truly befitting the title of the Emperor of Rome. About that, Masha's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, Her Majesty mentioned that she initially just wanted to capture some people to listen to her singing. Gobta instantly fell silent, speechless. Ahem, well, the reason doesn't matter as long as the outcome is good. Gobta cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject. So, apart from Nero, have you managed to contact any other servants? Mash and Ritsuka exchanged glances, then fell into silence. What's wrong? Gobta asked, puzzled. Actually, the only servants we met so far are only Mr. Gobta and Her Majesty Nero, Mash said helplessly. Upon hearing that, Gobta was somewhat surprised. Don't tell me you haven't tried summoning other servants. We've tried, but it didn't work out, Ritsuka said with a wry smile. So, if I understand correctly, before you arrived, there was only Nero fighting against the entire Camelot? Gobta frowned slightly. Actually, at the beginning, it wasn't like this. Before we arrived, several servants had already descended upon this singularity, Ritsuka sighed. But later on, they were all defeated by the Knights of the Round Table and then got converted. Converted? What do you mean by converted? Ritsuka fell silent for a moment before answering. It means erasing their memories, altering their minds, and turning them into the Knights of the Round Table. In short, they got brainwashed. Huh? Hearing that ridiculous truth, Gobta's eyes widened instantly, dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a thing at all. Even with the mind manipulation ability of Feng Huangdown, modifying the minds of servants wasn't an easy task. Was it the Lion King who did this? Gobta asked, furrowing his brow slightly. No. Ritsuka shook her head, turning her head toward the gradually darkening sky. The Lion King wasn't involved in this at all. The one responsible for brainwashing them was Camelot's court mage, the mentor of King Arthur. Merlin. Chapter 392. Midnight, with the moon hanging high in the sky, resembled a pristine jade plate, mercilessly stealing the radiance of the surrounding stars. On the open-air balcony of a white castle, a beautiful and slender woman dressed in a white mage robe stood quietly, gazing up at the night sky. Her violet eyes showed neither joy nor sorrow, resembling a delicate doll beyond reach. Tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the darkness. A newcomer entered, standing silently in the center of the dim room, silently watching the woman on the balcony. You're finally back. The woman on the balcony turned around, speaking with a smile. What happened that made you call me back so urgently? The newcomer asked plainly, unexpectedly, a young girl's voice. An outsider barged in, and Tristan crossed paths with him. They nearly met their end together. The woman explained calmly as she descended from the balcony. After descending, she softly snapped her fingers. Snap. The dim room instantly lit up, almost dazzlingly bright. As darkness receded, everything in the room became clear, including the appearance of the newcomer. She was a petite girl, standing at about 5 feet tall, with silky silver hair flowing down her back. She wore a set of glowing azure armor, and half of her face was covered by a mask, concealing her features. Really? That's a pity. The girl in azure armor responded lightly, leaving everyone wondering what exactly she found pity. Despite being young in appearance, her tone carried a sense of maturity, keeping the atmosphere tense and subtly pressurizing. Fufu, His Majesty has ordered the elimination of this outsider. In fact, I share his opinion. With a chuckle, the woman continued speaking as she approached the brightly lit room, and soon, her entire figure was finally visible. The beautiful woman clad in a white mage robe was none other than Merlin, Camelot's court mage, who served as mentor and advisor to King Arthur. This outsider is powerful. Even Tristan was almost powerless against him. If left unchecked, he might disrupt our plans, Merlin added. Is that why you called me back? After listening quietly, the girl in azure armor asked with an indifferent tone. Merlin nodded with a smile. Well, Tristan is undergoing treatment now. While Gawain is suspended by His Majesty, and the other knights of the Round Table are busy searching for the chosen ones. So, you're the only suitable choice I could think of to handle this outsider. After all, you're the strongest knight and the renowned chief of the Round Table, Lancelot. Don't call me with that name. A strong chill and oppressive aura suddenly emanated from the girl in azure armor, her voice turning colder. My name is Melusine, not Lancelot. I've never acknowledged myself as any knight of the Round Table. Though her expression was hidden behind the mask, Merlin could still feel the sharp gaze beneath it. Let me clarify, Succubus, between us, there's only a contract. You help me solidify my form, I assist you in building Camelot, and thereafter, we are done and have no further ties. Fufu, you are indeed the proud Albion, Merlin chuckled softly, elegantly bowing. I apologize for my offense earlier. Melusine gazed at Merlin for a moment before suppressing her oppressive aura and turning to leave. As Merlin watched Melusine's departing figure, the smile on her face faded. Slowly, she walked back to the balcony, silently overlooking the serene city below. A large swath of dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight completely, and leaving Camelot engulfed in pure darkness for a moment. You're saying Merlin is the culprit? Gobta couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing Ritsuka mention Merlin's involvement and almost stood up straight away. We didn't believe it at first either, but it turns out to be true, Ritsuka said with a wry smile. Furrowing his brow tightly, Gobta hadn't expected Merlin's shadow to lurk behind this matter. He was clear that this Merlin couldn't be the one he knew, but rather the Merlin truly belonged to this world. But whichever Merlin it was, Merlin couldn't avoid crossing paths with Arthur, for that was the crucial point that truly influenced the world's course. Merlin would guide Arthur, assist him in becoming a great king, establish the Round Table, build Camelot, and unify Britain. Merlin, a powerful mage and a candidate for Grand Servant, stood as Arthur's closest person and mentor. With his keen insight, he couldn't possibly fail to discern the true condition of the Lion King. In such a situation, instead of preventing it, he chose to assist the Lion King in his tyranny. Even though Merlin lacked human moral values from birth, prolonged exposure to certain behaviors would inevitably influence him unconsciously. However, despite being remembered by Gobta as a dick wizard and scumbag of humanity, Merlin wasn't someone who could remain indifferent to the massacre of innocent people. Where did things go wrong? Watching Gobta furrowed his brows, Ritsuka and Mash wisely kept their mouths shut, not wanting to disturb his thoughts. For a moment, the surrounding area was filled only with the sound of the wind howling and sparks crackling from the fire. Could it be, Merlin has been brainwashed by the Lion King? However, as soon as that thought popped into Gobta's head, he promptly denied it. Ritsuka had mentioned that the one responsible for brainwashing was Merlin, not the Lion King. Moreover, Merlin was practically at the level of a grand servant, making it nearly impossible to alter his mind. Rubbing his throbbing temples with a headache, Gobta found this matter too suspicious and ridiculous, leaving him somewhat stumped. Nonetheless, one thing he was certain of was that there were definitely many hidden secrets behind this. Only by knowing these secrets could he understand what was truly going on. However, he suspected that even the Knights of the Round Table might not be fully aware of these secrets. To truly uncover the truth, he might have to approach the Lion King or Merlin themselves. However, the Lion King always remained within Camelot, rarely appearing unless one went there directly to confront him. Without a direct approach, there would be no opportunity to meet the Lion King. Moreover, Merlin was an expert in deception and illusions, so extracting useful information from him wouldn't be easy. Taking a slow and deep breath, Gobta shook his head, burying this matter deep within his heart. Though there were no clear clues for now, he believed he would uncover the truth sooner or later. After pondering for a while, Gobta asked another question. I have one more puzzling question. How did Nero withstand the pressure from Camelot alone before you two arrived? It was his biggest question after listening to Ritsuka's account. Even other servants were defeated and brainwashed to become Knights of the Round Table, so how did Nero manage to remain safe and sound? Just by herself, it seemed impossible for her to withstand the pressure from so many powerful people of Camelot. Well, she said it's probably because her empire is too far from Camelot, and their targets have always been the noble and pure-hearted chosen ones, so they're not really interested in her empire, Ritsuka answered, shrugging her shoulders. I see, Gobta rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ha, Ritsuka yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Well, it's getting late, I'm going back to rest, is that okay? You should go rest, senpai, with me and Mr. Gobta here, nothing's gonna happen, Mash nodded gently. Although Mash was only a demi-servant, a few days without sleep wasn't a big deal for her. Alright, thanks, guys. Ritsuka grinned playfully, then turned and headed toward her tent. Good night, Mash. Good night, Gobta. Good night, senpai. After Ritsuka left, the scene quieted down. Mash stared at the campfire without blinking, while Gopta leaned against a rock, gazing up at the night sky, lost in thought. After some time passed, Mash spoke up with a hesitant tone. "Mr. Gopta, there's something I'd like to ask you about, is that okay?" Chapter 393. Mash stared at the campfire without blinking, while Gopta leaned against a rock, gazing up at the night sky, lost in thought. After some time passed, Mash spoke up with a hesitant tone. "Mr. Gopta, there's something I'd like to ask you about, is that okay?" "It's about Galahad, isn't it?" Gopta turned to look at her, smiling gently. Mash nodded, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "I remember you mentioned before that my power comes from Galahad." "That's right." Gopta glanced at the shield beside Mash, speaking softly. "And this shield you're holding was created from the round table itself." I never knew that." Mash covered her mouth in surprise. "But deep down, you were somewhat aware of it, weren't you?" Gopta said, looking directly into her eyes. Mash fell silent for a moment before nodding. In previous singularities, some servants would express surprise upon seeing her, then later show a thoughtful expression, saying unfathomable things like, "So that's how it is." Without exception, these servants were related to the Knights of the Round Table. For instance, Artoria, whom she encountered in Singularity F, or Mordred, whom she met in the fourth singularity. "You must be curious why some servants recognize you but don't tell you." Gopta smiled. "Do you know why, Mr. Gopta?" Mash nodded, curious. In Buddhist teachings, there's a concept called karma, which suggests that whatever action someone takes, the consequences will eventually catch up with them, Gopta explained calmly. This concept can also be applied to you. Even within the Round Table, Galahad was an exceptionally unique existence, as you should know. Mash nodded silently. Galahad was the first human in history to obtain the Holy Grail and then return it to heaven without hesitation. By inheriting Galahad's power, you've formed a karmic bond with him, which means you've also inherited his uniqueness to some extent. This can bring you some advantages, but it may also bring about certain unforeseen consequences, such as... Gopta's black eyes fixed on the girl in front of him, his tone becoming solemn. "Do you feel like you're Mash right now, or Galahad?" The cool night breeze swept through, causing the flames to flicker, casting Gopta's face in an uncertain light. He gazed calmly at Mash, his black eyes seeming like bottomless whirlpools, ready to swallow everything whole. "Am I Mash, or Galahad?" It was a simple question, yet Mash found herself unable to answer, panic rising inexplicably within her heart. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such emotions, feeling like someone stranded on a desolate island, surrounded by emptiness. Instinctively, she sought help from the reliable figure that was usually beside her, only to realize that this figure was no longer there. Now, she could only rely on herself. Gopta didn't rush Mash, simply watching quietly, creating an atmosphere so thick it felt suffocating to her. It reminded her of the feelings she once had in that small room. She was a test tube baby created by the people of Chaldea, raised without parents. From birth until she was 14, she remained isolated, as her only companionship was books and lectures from doctors. There was a glass wall in the room, behind which was a monitoring room where people watched her for 14 years. Back then, her feelings were just as heavy and oppressive as they were now. At 15, she was finally allowed to move around Chaldea and trained as a master. She had always lived like this, obediently following others' desires as if she never knew what her own desire was. However, when she was trapped under the rubble that day, it was the first time she felt such a strong desire. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. Ultimately, her wish came true. She was saved and became a servant for the A-Team, fighting across different times and spaces to restore human order. Until now, she had never questioned any of it, but after hearing Gopta's question, a doubt finally emerged in her heart. Was all of those deeds the will of Galahad, or was it the will of Mash Kirilite? Who was the real Mash Kirilite, her current self or the little girl locked away in isolation for 14 years? Confusion clouded Mash's eyes. It was now midnight, and the camp was eerily silent compared to the daytime bustle. After what felt like an eternity, Mash suddenly lifted her head, looking at Gopta with determined eyes. "Mr. Gopta, although I don't quite understand the unknown consequences you mentioned or the purpose behind your question, I still want to say." She took a deep breath, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Every decision I've made so far has been of my own will. I am Mash Kirilite, Chaldea's Mash Kirilite. Regardless of the past or the future, I only have one identity." Yes, she was Mash Kirilite, not anyone else. She wanted to live on, to have a truly fulfilling life of her own. Compared to those cold and lifeless characters in books, she hoped to witness those magnificent landscapes and experience those novel creatures with her own eyes. She loved her world, loved the people who cared for her and protected her. She chose this path to save them. It wasn't about duty or responsibility, it was about life, longing for beauty and freedom. Watching the fiery determination in Mash's eyes, Gobta immediately chuckled. Congratulations, Mash, you passed the test. Upon hearing that, Mash paused, totally confused. Test? Were you testing me just like you did to my senior? Gobta shook his head. It wasn't a test for me to you, it was Galahad's test for you. Galahad? Mash looked puzzled. The campfire's crimson flames reflected in Gobta's black pupils as he explained. We talked about why those servants you met didn't tell you about Galahad's true identity, right? Mash nodded. That's the reason. Gobta leaned against the rock wall, scrutinizing the girl before him. You're a demi-servant, your power doesn't come from yourself, it comes from Galahad. By accepting that power, you're essentially accepting a part of Galahad that even he can't change. I mentioned earlier that Galahad is quite a unique existence among the Knights of the Round Table. Compared to him, your existence is minuscule and barely noticeable. The part of his spirit housed within this power can easily overshadow your existence. Before long, you'd lose yourself completely, becoming a puppet controlled by his will. Masha's eyes widened in shock, a wave of fear washing over her. She never imagined she was so close to becoming someone else. Gobta glanced at the shield on the ground and continued. That's why he didn't tell you his true name or even the true name of his noble phantasm. If you knew these, the inevitable would unfold. This is also why those servants won't tell you these things, you'll have to uncover the truth on your own. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Mash asked. Then why did you choose to tell me? Because the time was right, Gobta smiled. You've gone through countless trials, solving 6 singularities. In this process, not only did your master grow, but you did too. This arduous journey has toughened your mind and willpower enough. Your answer just now was the best proof. If it were you at the beginning, you wouldn't have been able to answer as firmly as you just did. Hearing the reason, Mash thought carefully, then silently nodded. If it were her who had just left the isolation room, she indeed wouldn't have had such unwavering belief. As Gobta had said, throughout this journey, she witnessed many touching stories and met many diverse heroes. It was their words and actions that helped her overcome numerous obstacles, giving her the qualifications to stand here. Originally, I planned to erase our current conversation from your memory if you didn't pass the test, but what comforts me is that you ultimately succeeded. Now, you indeed have the ability to bear Galahad's power. Gobta looked up at the night sky and continued softly. The newly hatched bird has finally earned the right to spread its wings and embrace the sky. Deep in the canyon, alone, Melusine stared at an empty house before her and muttered to herself. They've already fled. But it's okay, no prey has ever escaped my hunt. Run as much as you want, soon enough, I'll catch up to you. Chapter 394. Ha, what a comfortable sleep. Facing the morning sun, Ritsuka stretched lazily as the cool breeze wiped away the last traces of her drowsiness. In the camp, soldiers and villagers were waking up one after another, starting fires, and cooking breakfast. Amidst the bustle, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Watching this scene, Ritsuka's gaze softened. Good morning, senpai. Mash approached with a steaming bowl of thick porridge, smiling. Did you sleep well last night? Of course, knowing you're around, Mash, I didn't worry at all. Ritsuka chuckled, taking the bowl from her junior and blowing on it gently before sipping. The freshly cooked porridge warmed her stomach, bringing a sense of comfort and contentment. That's good to hear. Mash ran her fingers through her own hair, smiling gently. Seeing you so energetic puts me at ease. Ritsuka paused, looking at her junior with a puzzled expression. Mash, you seem a bit, different today. Huh? Really? Is it my clothes? Or is there something strange for me? Could you be more specific, senpai? Ah, forget it, you're fine like this. Ritsuka nodded satisfactorily, returning to her porridge. Mash tilted her head, confused. Ignoring her junior's confusion, Ritsuka quickly finished her porridge without batting an eye, wiped her mouth, looked around, and frowned. Where's Gobta? Mr. Gobta went on patrol around the surrounding area. Mash took the bowl from Ritsuka's hands as she replied. He said he had a bad feeling, maybe someone from Camelot is catching up. He also said I should tell you to get moving soon, not to waste time. Does Gobta have those intuition skills? Ritsuka mused, rubbing her chin thoughtfully before her eyes brightened. Well, let's go with what he said, everyone. We should finish breakfast quickly and get going. Upon hearing about the possible pursuers, soldiers and villagers didn't dare to delay further, hastily finishing breakfast and packing their belongings. Before long, Gobta returned to the camp, nodding slightly at the busy scene. It seems you took my advice seriously, that's good. Gobta smiled at Ritsuka, appreciating having such a responsible comrade, saving him some worry. Ahaha, just doing what I can, Ritsuka scratched her head sheepishly, then asked curiously. Gobta, did you find any signs of the enemy? Gobta paused for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet, but just to be safe, I erased our tracks along the way, even if they do come after us, they won't catch up anytime soon. Phew, Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief. With you around, it really puts one at ease. No matter how much you flatter me, I won't give you any more primordial rune, you know, Gobta teased. Gobta, you're really stingy, Ritsuka followed along, catching his joke. Gobta shook his head, smiling, then turned to look in the direction he had come from. He did feel something unusual before, but it wasn't from any intuition. It was a call from deep within his blood, as if someone whispered softly in his ear. He couldn't figure out where this feeling came from, so he decided to explore a bit. Yet, he also feared it might be a trap from Camelot, so he returned after walking only about 10 kilometers. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Gobta shook his head, casting aside the matter from his mind. After a moment, he turned to Ritsuka and nodded slightly. Let's set off. Did that outsider erase all the traces? Amidst the overgrown weeds and scattered rocks, Melusine's voice remained calm, despite the almost indistinguishable scenery before her. Sure, he's been cautious, but a little cleverness like this won't do much against me. Beneath her face mask, her petite nose twitched slightly as she turned her head to the southwest. That direction, if I recall correctly, that's the place called the Holy Roman Empire, right? So, that's his destination. Melusine's brow furrowed slightly as if she had thought of something troubling. If he really gets into Nero Claudius's territory, it'll indeed be troublesome. No, I need to pick up the pace a bit, I have to intercept him before that happens. Throughout her life, she had never let any prey she set her sights on slip away, and this time wouldn't be an exception. Boom! With a sudden stomp, the ground beneath her feet exploded with a thunderous roar. Her delicate figure shot up into the sky like a shooting star, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. After nearly a day and night of walking, by noon on the third day, Gobta and the group were finally approaching the border of the Holy Roman Empire. We're about 5 hours away from entering the empire. Ritsuka couldn't contain her smile, clearly in high spirits. Maybe we'll even make it in time for dinner. A virtual screen unfolded beside her, displaying Romani sitting back with a coffee cup in hand, appearing content. We're almost there, and you know what? It's been smooth sailing all the way. Upon hearing that, Ritsuka fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Doctor, do you know what flag means? Hearing the sudden question, Romani looked puzzled. Isn't a flag just some kind of symbol or banner? Are you planning to use it as a signal to the Empire and have them send someone to meet you? In some ways, Doctor, your imagination is quite rich, Ritsuka responded with a sarcastic tone. Did I misunderstand something? Romani looked even more confused. Does the word flag have another meaning? Well, perhaps that's the tragedy of middle-aged guys, Doctor, you should seriously spend more time watching anime and playing games so you can become a man of culture, Ritsuka sighed, looking up at the sky with pity. Hey! That's too much. I'm not even 30 yet. Mash stood quietly to the side, smiling as she watched the two banter. Suddenly, Gobta's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. Mash, Ritsuka, prepare for battle, we have a pursuer. What? Ritsuka and Mash were startled. See, Doctor. I told you not to speak nonsense. Now you've raised a death flag. How is this my fault? And what is this death flag anyway? Romani was also taken aback, nearly spilling his coffee. He quickly accessed the detection system, and soon, a prominent red dot appeared on the screen. His pupils contracted and quickly shouted. Be careful, Ritsuka. There's a massive magical energy signal heading your way, and it's moving incredibly fast. Damn it, what kind of speed is this? Did they launch a missile? Rumble. As Romani cursed, a thunderous rumble echoed in the distance, and before long, a light akin to a meteor streaked across the sky, hovering above them. Even from hundreds of meters away, with Gobta and Mash's vision, they could clearly see that this meteor-like light was a person. It was a young girl clad in azure armor, her waist-length silver hair flowing, her arms covered in arm guards almost as long as her arms. Chapter 395. As Romani cursed, a thunderous rumble echoed in the distance, and before long, a light akin to a meteor streaked across the sky, hovering above them. Even from hundreds of meters away, with Gobta and Mash's vision, they could clearly see that this meteor-like light was a person. It was a young girl clad in azure armor, her waist-length silver hair flowing, her arms covered in arm guards almost as long as her arms. Senpai, watch out. Mash instantly shifted into a defensive stance, holding her shield, her expression serious. From this girl, she sensed an unmistakable malicious intent. It was evident that this girl was coming for them. How could there be such a massive magical energy reaction? This is almost on the scale of a dragon. Romani exclaimed as he looked at the indicators on the system. Upon hearing that, Mash's heart sank. Dealing with an enemy of dragon caliber would be extremely difficult, even for her. Moreover, if this powerful enemy were to unleash havoc here with so many ordinary humans around. The thought alone made Mash's expression even more grave. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder and heard a gentle voice by her ear. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen, Gobta said with a calm voice. Mash instinctively turned her head to see his serene face, and her previously anxious heart immediately calmed down. Stay here to protect these villagers, as for that girl, let me handle her, Gobta said calmly, pointing his chin toward the girl hovering in the sky before stepping forward. Understood, you can count on me. Mash nodded solemnly. Protecting the villagers wasn't too difficult a task for her. Go get her, Gobta. Beat that girl up real good. In all honesty, Ritsuka and Mash thought their worry was unnecessary. This otherworldly King Arthur was, at least, a grand servant. So aside from the Lion King, they couldn't believe anyone from Camelot could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Ritsuka even thought that she and her junior might as well give up on this singularity and head back to Chaldea for a long nap, leaving everything to him. Upon hearing Ritsuka's cheer, Gobta nodded, channeling the magical energy within him, and quickly soared into the sky. Watching his familiar figure, the villagers, who had been anxious, breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, Gobta was like a savior. No matter how terrifying the enemies were, they were no match for him. Even those unbelievably powerful knights of the Round Table were no exception. As the villagers ran away, Mari gazed at Gobta's figure, her eyes reflecting an indescribable mix of emotions. As Gobta soared into the sky, the flowing magical energy formed invisible currents swirling around his body, ready to fend off any attacks. Having witnessed Tristan's actions firsthand, he no longer harbored any hope for any moral integrity or code of chivalry from the Knights of the Round Table. Even if they resorted to sneak attack, he wouldn't find it surprising. What slightly surprised him, however, was that the mysterious girl had remained quiet and motionless throughout. Soon, Gobta reached the same altitude as the girl, scrutinizing her from a distance of several dozen meters. Due to wearing a face mask, he couldn't see her specific features, but judging from her height of less than 5 feet and slightly chubby cheeks, she seemed to be an underage girl. As to why he said, seemed, that was because past experiences had taught him that judging someone's true age solely based on their appearance was more often than not, bullshit. Are you also a Knight of the Round Table from Camelot? Gobta asked calmly. He didn't know the origin of this girl, but after encountering Tristan, even if this girl admitted to being a Knight of the Round Table, he wouldn't be surprised, since this world had already brought him enough surprises. You don't need to know. The girl, who was none other than Melusine, indifferently responded. Her voice matched her appearance, perfectly sweet and childish. Ignoring the magical armor she wore and the terrifying aura emanating from her, she appeared to be what, in Gobta's previous life, would be called a cute loli. You're the outsider who defeated Tristan. Hearing her question, Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly before asking back. Are you here to avenge her or something? Humph, Melusine snorted coldly. My relationship with her isn't that good. In fact, I prefer that crazy woman to die sooner, so I don't have to smell her deep-seated decay and madness every time I see her. Huh. It sounds like your relationship with her isn't very harmonious, huh? Upon hearing his words, a momentary expression of disgust crossed Melusine's face but quickly returned to its usual calmness. That's none of your business. In any case, all you need to know is that I'm here to eliminate you. Okay, so if I got this right, you coming here is for me and not for the people down there, right? Gobta nodded slightly, starting to get it. To be honest, this relieved him of some worries. Otherwise, with the speed the girl had just demonstrated, it would take him some effort to protect the villagers. Of course, all of this was assuming she wasn't lying. Melusine glanced at the people below with a sideways glance before speaking with an indifferent tone. Except for that half-breed, the rest are just beings with low survival abilities. Why should I care about them? Dealing with the half-breed is the task of other Knights of the Round Table and has nothing to do with me. Her tone was indifferent, devoid of discrimination or hatred, as if she were simply stating the obvious. From her statement, Gobta keenly extracted 2 important pieces of information. First, this girl should also be a Knight of the Round Table, but which knight she posed as was unknown. Second, this girl might not be a human. Although she looked like a human on the surface, from her indifferent attitude and way of speech, it was clear that she had a particular aversion to humans. Just as humans wouldn't be friends with apes, in her eyes, humans and apes were probably no different. If I'm guessing right, then the Knights of the Round Table in this world actually have non-human members, Gobta pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Seems like Tristan's true identity is also worth suspecting. At this moment, as if realizing something, Melusine suddenly frowned. She felt like she was a bit different today. In the past, she was always swift and decisive, completing any mission quickly without wasting any time. Yet now, with the target of her mission right in front of her, not only did she not act immediately, but she also started chatting with him. Moreover, what was even more strange was that she kind of hoped to continue chatting like this. What's wrong with me? Melusine shook her head, feeling like she was going crazy. Even if this black-haired man was a servant, they were fundamentally no different from those fragile humans, and there was no value in conversing with him. Plus, she was here to execute a mission, not to chat. The fact that this man could affect her state of mind was terrifying. This man must be eliminated as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Melusine's gaze instantly turned ice-cold, and her body quickly erupted with a strong surge of magical energy, accompanied by a chilling murderous intent. Chapter 396. Gobta immediately sensed the change in the girl and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and bewildered. They were having a good conversation, so why suddenly resort to violence? Moreover, it seemed like she was angry with him. Did I say something wrong? Gobta furrowed his eyebrows before raising his hand and asked. Wait a sec, before we start fighting, I have another question. Were you sent by Merlin or the Lion King? I'll tell you after you're dead. Whoosh! Melusine replied coldly before her figure shot forward like lightning, closing in on Gobta in an instant. Gobta felt his battle instinct scream madly and instinctively dodged to the side, but he was still a bit slow. Bang! A heavy and muffled sound resonated as a delicate little fist smashed into his chest as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding giant truck. Gobta's body instantly flew backward at a fast speed for about 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Looking down at the dense cracks on his chest plate, his brows slightly furrowed. What a terrifying strength! She actually shattered the silver armor created by the key of domination with just one punch, while Tristan had to use her utmost effort to barely crack his armor. It seemed that although they were both Knights of the Round Table, this silver-haired girl's strength was clearly not on the same scale as Tristan's. He must take this fight seriously. Gobta took a deep breath, reaching into the void and pulling out a black spear exuding a strong aura of death. Black Abyss. In a one-on-one situation, there was no weapon more suitable than this black spear. Those wounded by it could only find healing through death, except for the healing from the Abyss Flower. Noble phantasm. Melusine remarked coldly, her eyes gradually turning colder. A kid who doesn't listen to others and throws tantrums needs to be taught a lesson. Gobta wielded Black Abyss, his gaze growing colder. Let's make it clear, even if you cry later, I won't hold back, Missy. Upon hearing his words, Melusine stayed silent, but her aura became even colder and fiercer, like the biting wind of a midwinter's day, stinging the cheeks. She flickered slightly, disappearing from her original position in an instant, akin to teleportation. Cold murderous intent erupted from her like an unparalleled icy blade, aiming straight for Gobta's forehead. A strong sense of danger erupted instantly, yet Gobta's expression remained unchanged. He simply ignored the cold murderous intent coming at him head-on and flipped his black spear, thrusting it toward his back. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the distant sky. Melusine crossed her arms in front of her, using her arm guards to block Gobta's sudden spear thrust beneath her face mask. Her eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. You seem surprised, Gobta remarked casually. Melusine remained silent. She was indeed surprised because this move was her trump card, something she had thought over for a long time. Exploiting her speed advantage, she feigned a frontal attack, then struck from a different direction when the enemy's attention was highly concentrated on her frontal attack. With this tactic, she had been nearly invincible in all of her previous battles, catching her enemies off guard before they could react, often leaving them severely injured. Unfortunately, this trump card was effortlessly stopped by this outsider. He not only ignored her frontal attack but also countered it, forcing her into a defensive position. From that clash just now, if she had continued her attack, she would have been impaled by his spear. It felt as if he knew from the beginning where she would attack from, prepared and waiting for her to strike. If it wasn't for luck, it could only mean that this man had plenty of combat experience, seeing through her tactics at a glance. But if she thought carefully, someone who almost brought Tristan to her demise couldn't be solely reliant on luck. With that thought in mind, Melusine replaced her disdain with seriousness. This man is probably not easy to deal with, no wonder even Merlin found him troublesome. Distracting yourself in battle isn't a good habit, Missy, Gobta remarked calmly, swinging his hand. Clang! Black Abyss's tip grazed against Melusine arm guard, sparking brightly, before aiming straight for her forehead. Melusine was startled, instinctively leaning backward, her petite body resembling an arched bridge. Swish! Black Abyss's sharp spear tip barely missed her nose. Although she narrowly dodged this fatal attack, her face mask was knocked off by the spear. Without hesitation, she unleashed her speed, her figure disappearing from the spot in an instant, creating a safe distance between her and Gobta. With her mask gone, Melusine's true face was revealed. Even to Gobta's discerning eyes, he couldn't help but admit that it was indeed an extremely beautiful face, albeit with a hint of youthfulness. From any angle, her exquisite features were almost flawless. It could be foreseen that, when she grew up, she would surely become a disaster to the country and the people, another beauty that would bring calamity. Noticing Gobta's gaze, Melusine couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in her eyes. Humans will always be humans, and that inborn sinful nature buried deep within them will never change, Melusine thought with disgust. Gobta also noticed her disgusted expression, but he remained unfazed. It was human nature to pursue and admire beauty, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions just now. If another beautiful girl were to appear here, he wouldn't pass up the chance to take a few glances just like he did just now. Huff, Melusine took a deep breath, and a tremendous magical energy quickly surged from her body. Upon seeing this, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Is she planning to go all out? Just as he thought like that, Gobta's vision suddenly blurred for a moment, and soon, he saw Melusine's figure split into two. Is it a clone, or an illusion? Gobta was momentarily surprised by this sudden change, but his surprise intensified as he saw the two Melusine in front of him split into 4, 8, 10, 30, and in almost an instant, dozens of her figures appeared, surrounding him tightly. No, they aren't her clones or illusions, they're her afterimages caused by her high-speed movement. Gobta tightly gripped Black Abyss, his expression becoming more serious. The speed Melusine had displayed earlier had already surprised him, but he never thought that wasn't her limit. Dozens of Melusine looked coldly at Gobta, and in the next second, they quickly moved in unison, rushing toward him. Because their speed was too fast, Gobta couldn't determine which one was the real her, so he could only swing Black Abyss to defend against attacks from every side. On the ground, Ritsuka and Mash watched as Gobta was besieged from all directions, their faces filled with visible concern. Chapter 397. On the ground, Ritsuka and Mash watched as Gobta was besieged from all directions, their faces filled with visible concern. Just a moment ago there was only one, how did so many suddenly appear? Is that her noble phantasm? Unfortunately, no. Romani responded as he watched the screen filled with almost flickering red dots, his expression turning somewhat bitter. If I'm not mistaken, those should be afterimages left behind by her high-speed movement, meant to confuse her opponents. Ritsuka's breath caught, her eyes widening like copper bells. Doctor, you're not kidding, are you? How could someone be that fast with body movement alone? I wish I were, Romani replied, lowering his head. Ritsuka and Mash exchanged a glance, both clearly showing their astonishment. They couldn't imagine what kind of speed could achieve such an effect. If that were true, then the girl's body was too terrifying. But what was even more frustrating for Ritsuka and Mash was that they couldn't offer any help to Gobta in this situation. Not to mention whether they could even reach the sky. Based on the speed displayed by the girl, they probably couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. It was just too frightening. They never expected that Camelot would have such a powerful figure aside from the Lion King. Ritsuka, who was initially confident in Gobta, now couldn't help but feel uneasy. She couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if even he were defeated. How would they challenge the Lion King? Please don't give up hope, senpai. Mash looked at her senior earnestly. Mr. Gobta is a grand servant, I believe he can definitely defeat her. You're right, Mash. Ritsuka shook her head, throwing away all the scattered thoughts, and her face quickly regained its determination. Gobta is a grand servant and won't lose. I believe in him. Clang. Cling. Clang. Cling. The sound of relentless metal clashing echoed like never-ending waves, one after another crashing toward Gobta as if it would never cease. Every second, he faced dozens of attacks from all directions. At first, Gobta tried to identify the real Melusine, but soon he realized it was futile. After all, these dozen figures of her weren't illusions, they were residual afterimages left behind by her fast movements. In a way, each afterimage was herself. Every attack he endured landed directly on him. Almost every few seconds, Gobta had to change his armor as Melusine's attacks were too dense, even with his skills. He couldn't fully defend himself. Due to her speed advantage, she always managed to evade his attacks, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Apart from Scathach, it was the first time Gobta had been rendered helpless in such close combat. It wasn't that he lacked ability, but simply that his speed couldn't match Melusine's. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. This kind of battle was the most frustrating for him. She could freely attack him, while he couldn't even touch her shadow. But he knew this relentless attack was a huge drain on both physical and magical energy. She couldn't keep it up forever, and there would come a time when she couldn't keep going. However, he wasn't the type to passively take a beating. Gobta flipped his palm, a small red sphere appeared in his hand. Star of Eden, maximum output. A visible radiance spread out from the Star of Eden at its center, instantly covering a radius of 10 meters, enveloping all afterimages of Melusine. All of them froze for a moment, and soon, their forms gradually turned ethereal, like ink paintings submerged in water, quickly disappearing without a trace. In just a few breaths of time, her afterimages vanished, leaving only one Melusine. Undoubtedly, this was the real Melusine. What did you do? Feeling the terrifying power pressing down on her body, making her unable to move, Melusine spoke with clenched teeth, staring at Gobta with wide eyes. Nothing much, I just applied 1,000 times gravity on you, so you can't run around anymore, Gobta replied, smiling faintly. Since her advantage lay in speed, all he needed to do was neutralize that advantage, since the gravity control of Star of Eden was precisely the bane of speed-based opponents. No matter how fast they were, with the gravity suddenly increasing thousands of times, they would be firmly pinned in place, unable to move. Since you've slashed me so many times earlier, you won't mind if I stab you with just one spear thrust, will you? Watching Melusine's face full of unwillingness, Gobta's eyes remained indifferent as he mercilessly aimed Black Abyss's spear tip at her head. Goodbye. Camelot. Ugh. Tristan slowly woke up from her slumber, propping herself up on her elbows, rubbing her slightly swollen brow with confusion in her eyes. She felt like she had been through an incredibly long dream. In that dream, she was on a mission but encountered a terrifying black-haired man. That man was so powerful that she felt hopeless as if facing the Lion King. No matter what she did, she couldn't harm him in the slightest. In the end, she was forced to meet her end with him, but at the last moment, the preceptor saved her. Feeling better now? A calm voice suddenly echoed beside Tristan's ears, startling her. Subconsciously, Tristan created a few black bone spurs behind her back, but she quickly realized and stopped herself from any further action. Looks like your emotions aren't quite stable yet. Merlin remarked with a calm and indifferent expression as she sat on the edge of the bed, completely ignoring Tristan's black bone spurs. Preceptor Merlin, Tristan's face briefly showed confusion and subconsciously looked around and found herself in her own room. Getting all worked up right after waking up, seems like that outsider left quite a deep trauma on you, huh, Merlin said lightly. At the mention of the outsider, Tristan's body shuddered all over, memories flooding her mind, fear vivid in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, finding no trace of injury on her body. All those dreadful wounds from before had disappeared without a trace. No need to look, I've already healed all your wounds, Merlin said calmly. You were severely injured this time, it took the blood of 5 people to finally heal you. Thank you, Preceptor. Tristan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful. Don't rush to thank me, this all comes at a price, Merlin continued. The blood of 5 people requires 10 chosen ones as compensation, do you have any objections? 10 chosen ones, Tristan's face showed a hint of difficulty. Chosen ones were hard enough to find, especially now when everyone was avoiding them. The difficulty of successfully collecting 10 was no small matter. Tristan was about to negotiate, but when she lifted her head and met those calm, serene violet eyes, her body quickly trembled slightly, and without delay, she lowered her head with respect. I understand. Hearing Tristan's answer, Merlin just nodded silently, preparing to leave. As Tristan watched Merlin's retreating figure, her gaze flickered slightly, repeatedly opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something but only to close it again. In the next moment, Tristan gritted her teeth and called out. Wait, Preceptor. Merlin stopped in her tracks, turning around. Is there something else? Tristan swallowed hard before mustering up the courage to ask. I wanted to ask, about that, outsider, how is he now? Chapter 398. Tristan swallowed hard before mustering up the courage to ask. I wanted to ask, about that, outsider, how is he now? What? You want to go after him for revenge or something? Upon hearing that, Tristan instinctively shrank her neck. She had been thoroughly traumatized by that outsider, how could she dare to go looking for trouble with him again? She was just a little afraid. What if she was caught by him again while on a mission? It seemed like Merlin had figured out Tristan's thoughts as she spoke with a calm tone in the next moment. Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to take care of him, if my guess is correct, they should have already clashed by now. But, the strength of that outsider is. I know how strong he is, that's why I've sent out our strongest knight, Merlin interrupted. Our strongest knight, Tristan pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked. Does that mean you've sent, Lancelot? Who else could be considered the strongest? Merlin replied nonchalantly. Thinking about that silver-haired girl who always wore a mask and spoke coldly, Tristan felt a bit relieved. She always had confidence in Lancelot's strength. After all, Lancelot alone had easily defeated the servants who opposed Camelot. However, when she thought of that terrifying black-haired man, it instantly drained half of her confidence. He was in a completely different league from the previously defeated servants. Preceptor, have you considered? Tristan asked cautiously. What if even Lancelot isn't his match? Fufufu. Hearing Tristan's words, Merlin couldn't help but laugh as if she had heard something amusing. Oh my dear Tristan, do you really think that what Lancelot has shown you on ordinary days is her full strength? Seeing the doubt and confusion on Tristan's face, Merlin shook her head and continued explaining. So far, what Lancelot has shown you is not even half of her true strength. That's impossible. Tristan exclaimed instinctively. She couldn't fathom that Lancelot, who had effortlessly defeated her and Gawain, still harbored so much power. You simply don't understand why I want her to be Lancelot, why I want her to be the chief of the Round Table. Merlin looked at the paintings on the wall, her voice as gentle as wind chimes. Because so far, none of you have seen the true identity of Lancelot nor have you witnessed the earth-shattering might she possesses. As the darkness of the abyss loomed, a sudden surge of intense danger crawled up Gobta's spine, sending an inexplicable chill down his neck. It felt like an icy hand gripping his heart, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Without time to ponder where this sense of danger originated, Gobta quickly cancelled his action of thrusting his spear toward Melusine's head and decisively withdrew. Bang! However, a powerful blow suddenly hit him, shattering his silver armor in an instant. Despite his timely reaction, he still couldn't evade the attack completely. Boom! He plummeted from the sky, crashing fiercely onto the ground, and raising a cloud of dust. Gobta! Mr. Gobta! Ritsuka and Mash couldn't help but scream, causing a stir among everyone. Gobta climbed out of the crater, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at the sky. Though he didn't escape unscathed, due to being prepared, he still managed to clearly see what had attacked him. No wonder that girl is so fast, no wonder her body is so powerful, never did I think that her true identity is, Gobta thought solemnly. High above the distant sky, Melusine, who had been tightly suppressed by the Star of Eden's gravity, had regained her freedom at some point. She looked down at Gobta with cold and indifferent eyes. Behind her, a pair of black wings unfurled, while a large tail covered in black scales swayed gently, exuding a terrifying power that anyone could sense. Dragon, Gobta muttered as he stared at Melusine, narrowing his eyes slightly. You're a dragon, huh? Dragons were the apex of phantasmal species and were said to have coexisted with gods in the distant age of gods, with ancient texts clearly stating that almost every pure-blooded dragon possessed power rivaling that of a grand servant. Gobta was no stranger to dragons, as his bloodline flowed with that of the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. However, he never imagined that this seemingly delicate girl's true identity was that of a pure-blood dragon. I haven't used this form for I don't know how long, Melusine remarked, looking at him with cold eyes. Witness this power well, mortal, I will show you what true greatness is. A strong, incomprehensible black light suddenly emanated from Melusine's body, expanding in an instant to a range of several meters, looking from afar like a black sun hanging in the sky. Oh my god, what is that? What? Emo monster. The villagers and soldiers couldn't help but exclaim one after another, while Ritsuka and Masha's gaze became grave. Wait, what's happening? How could there be such a strong magical energy fluctuation? Rit, Suka, Y, O-U, B, Car, Ethel. The virtual screen beside Ritsuka soon dimmed as the excessively strong magical energy caused a strong magnetic field, severing Ritsuka's connection with Chaldea. Senpai, look! Mash exclaimed, pointing above. Upon hearing her junior's voice, Ritsuka turned her head away from the dimmed virtual screen and followed the direction where Mash pointed. How is this possible, isn't that? Ritsuka muttered with widened eyes. After the black light receded, revealing in front of everyone was not a little girl anymore, but a black dragon several tens of meters long. Unlike typical dragons, the size of this black dragon wasn't bulky, its streamlined body exuded elegance and nobility. Various symbols adorned its body, emitting a faint glow and exuding an ancient charm as if each string of symbols carried a distant history with it. No one had expected that on this battlefield, a dragon would suddenly appear. Looking at that divine body, whether villagers or soldiers, everyone couldn't help but tremble, almost kneeling down. Among them, there was fear, but there was also a part that came from the suppression on a spiritual level. Warriors who had faced dragons before described this suppression as the inborn majesty of dragons, also known as draconic aura. Humans, when compared to dragons, were almost like heaven and earth. Even in an era when mystery had not yet faded, the proud gods could only choose to treat a pure-blood dragon with respect. Mash and Ritsuka were the only two who could barely resist the draconic aura, but that didn't mean their pressure was less than others. On the contrary, precisely because they knew more than others, they understood how terrifying this legendary creature was. Facing such an enemy, could Gobta really have a chance of winning? Everyone looked at Gobta with concern, only to find that his expression was still calm, like a still lake. You didn't really think you were the only dragon here, did you? Chapter 399. High above the vast sky, Melusine, revealing her true form as a gigantic dragon, looked down coldly at Gobta below. The noon sunlight bathed her elegant and noble body, adding an indescribable aura of divinity to her presence. Since Merlin had solidified her form, this was the first time she had revealed her true self in battle. To witness her noble figure, one would have no regrets even if one were to die. Transforming into her dragon form subtly changed Melusine's mindset. After all, she was now the Dragon of Albion. Though she was not the original Albion, merely a remnant of its body left behind before its demise, Albion's thoughts and mentality, accumulated over endless ages of observing the world, had a considerable impact on her. Albion was the first pure-blooded dragon born in the world and the last dragon of the Age of Gods. It witnessed the birth of the world, the rise of the gods, and their decline. Unlike its flamboyant brethren, Albion always remained secluded in the corners of the world, quietly observing the world changes, seemingly indifferent to everything. This aloof attitude was also the reason Melusine disliked interacting with others. The gap between her and others in terms of experience and life was too vast as they had no common ground. It was because of this attitude that, although Melusine was cold toward humans, it couldn't be said that she hated them since she treated all races equally. They were all practically the same in her eyes. As the first and last dragon, Albion had the right to overlook all existence in the world. Even in the distant Age of Gods, the gods trembled in its presence. But now, it seemed like there was a slight deviation from the norm. Melusine's large dragon pupils looked down at Gobta below and vaguely saw that this man seemed to be saying something, but because of the far distance, she couldn't hear his words clearly. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that she didn't see any proper fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of indifference. Thanks to Albion's influence, Gobta's calm and indifferent behavior made Melusine somewhat displeased, even angry. Even in ancient times, there were not many who dared to adopt such an attitude toward Albion. This black-haired man was just a mere human, utterly ignorant of his place. In an instant, Melusine made a decision. She was determined to punish this man who dared to offend her. Roar! Melusine lifted her slender dragon neck, her loud roar echoing through the sky. However, her roar came with a majestic pressure, causing many soldiers and villagers to kneel on the spot, sweating profusely, and trembling with fear. Ritsuka clutched her chest, her expression showing discomfort. She refused to submit to this overwhelming pressure, choosing to resist. Unfortunately, her resistance only led to more severe suppression, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Large drops of sweat kept rolling down her forehead. Her knees gradually bent, but she forced herself not to kneel. A belief kept echoing in her mind: if she couldn't even resist an enemy like this, how could she face the Lion King? It was just a mere dragon. Her true enemies were godly existences. However, strong her belief was, it couldn't change the fact that her body was nearing its limits. Her intense heartbeat sounded like a rapid rock song in her ears. If only I had exercised more, Ritsuka joked to herself inwardly, forcing a smile. But suddenly, an inexplicable power surged from within her body, infusing her nearing limit body with renewed vigor. At the same time, a cool sensation rushed to her mind, sweeping away the pressure accumulated just moments before, making her thoughts clearer than ever. What happened? Ritsuka was surprised for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. It was the 5 primordial runes Gobta had given her before. She remembered clearly that these 5 primordial runes were meant to enhance her body. Day by day, her body would slowly absorb the power of these runes, and training could help speed up this process. Could it be that because she had directly resisted the dragon's pressure, it had increased the efficiency of absorbing these runes? This unexpected joy came too suddenly, sweeping away all her previous frustrations. Ritsuka couldn't help but smile broadly with happiness. Especially when she noticed that her magical energy capacity was slowly expanding, she was ecstatic to the point of almost not being able to contain her excitement. The magical energy capacity, in simple terms, was the total amount of magical energy a mage could contain. The importance of magical energy to a mage was self-evident. Being able to contain more magical energy was a sign of great strength. Unfortunately, this capacity couldn't be changed after birth. The size of the magical energy capacity depended on the scale of the mage's magic circuits, which were like blood vessels distributed throughout the mage's body and were innate organs that couldn't be increased after birth. Only those from mage families with deep roots could use various secret methods to try to increase the number of magic circuits before childbirth. Therefore, children from ancient mage families tended to have more magic circuits and greater potential than normal mages from a common background. And this was also an important factor contributing to the stubborn traditions in the world of magecraft. However, mages weren't completely helpless. Some relied on mystic code to store magical energy, while others worked on themselves. It was even said that some mages deliberately grew their hair long to store more magical energy. Ritsuka did not come from any ancient mage family, nor was she a prodigy. The quality of her magic circuits could be considered quite average. Most of the magical energy supplied to her servants was dependent on Chaldea's support and command spells. Without this support, relying solely on her meager magical energy capacity, servants would probably find it very difficult to even maintain their forms. But now, she had unexpectedly discovered that her magical energy capacity was expanding. Although the process was slow, just this change was enough to make her ecstatic. Moreover, it wasn't just her magical energy capacity. Her various physical attributes, including endurance, strength, and agility, were all slowly improving. At the same time, her mental strength was also changing, as the oppressive feeling brought by the dragon's pressure was gradually diminishing bit by bit. Just as Ritsuka was reveling in her joy, her vision suddenly darkened as a figure stood in front of her. Eventually, the terrifying pressure that had been constantly weighing on her body disappeared bit by bit until it vanished completely. "Senpai, rest assured. As long as I'm here, you won't have to worry about anything." With the pressure gone and the primordial runes no longer releasing their power to enhance her body, Ritsuka, who had just tasted the sweetness of her newfound power, panicked. "Mash, quickly get out of the way!" Ritsuka shouted in a frantic voice. "Eh?" Mash raised her eyebrows, confused. Seeing the bewildered and puzzled expression of Mash, Ritsuka couldn't help but stomp her foot, then ran directly in front of Mash, eagerly accepting the dragon's pressure once again. Watching her senior, who was being pressed down by the dragon's pressure yet had a blissful and happy expression, Mash's eyes were filled with deep confusion and peculiarity. "After this is over, maybe I should ask Doctor to check Senpai's head." Chapter 400. The little commotion between Ritsuka and Mash didn't catch Melusine's attention at all, or perhaps, she simply didn't care about these puny humans. Her target, from beginning to end, was always Gobta. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from all sides as if it intended to crush him to the ground, Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. His opponent could have chosen a more direct attack, but instead, she opted for something like the dragon's pressure, which, while not very damaging, was incredibly insulting. Watching the magnificent black dragon filled with noble elegance, Gobta couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had previously been so decisive and ruthless, so why the sudden change? Shaking his head, Gobta couldn't be bothered with these meaningless thoughts. Whatever trick she had up her sleeve, he just needed to take it head-on. Taking a deep breath, a tremendously powerful aura erupted from Gobta's body, rushing out in all directions like a surging tide. His body emitted crackling sounds like popping beans, suddenly enlarging, with black tattoos filled with the aura of death gradually covering his skin. His black hair extended down his back, reaching his waist in an instant. His originally black eyes became even more profound, like an abyss without end, seemingly capable of devouring every soul that gazed into them. Two large bulges suddenly appeared on his back, followed by a sound resembling the tearing of the fabric. Amid the blood mist, a pair of 3-meter-long black bone wings unfurled behind him, sinister like a demon yet beautiful like an angel. Ba-dump! Ba-dump! His heart trembled like a war drum, as vast magical energy surged incessantly through his limbs and bones, providing this formidable body with an endless source of energy. Black Dragon Body. Rank, AA. Type, Anti-Unit. Maximum number of targets, 1. Description. Activates the power of Nidhogg, significantly enhancing all parameters. Each attack carries a death attribute, shifts alignment to evil, reduces luck by 2 ranks, and disables Savior. Clasping his fists and feeling the terrifying power flowing through his body, Gobta looked up at the black dragon above with a grin. "I told you, you're not the only dragon here." Melusine stared fiercely at Gobta, boiling with rage in her pitch-black dragon pupils. If before she merely regarded him as an ignorant pest, now she saw him as an enemy to be utterly destroyed. As the first and last dragon, although Albion rarely communicated with other dragons, its feeling of kinship was more profound than anyone else's, and this was its pride. Needless to say, what Melusine couldn't tolerate the most was those who stole the power of dragons. Moreover, the black-haired man in front of her not only stole the dragon's power but also shamelessly integrated the noble blood of the dragon into his own body. Unforgivable. Roar. Melusine roared toward the sky, her dragon roar not as clear as before, but rather carrying a deep tone, with flashes of anger shimmering in her dragon eyes. Dark, heavy clouds soon converged from all directions, pressing down on the sky, and enveloping the land in darkness in an instant. Boom! 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 Thunderous roars, like beating drums, echoed continuously, occasionally accompanied by fleeting flashes of lightning seeping through the clouds. She hovered high above, like a god overlooking the mortal realm. Melusine, consumed by rage, unleashed her power without restraint, completely displaying the majesty of a pure-blood dragon. The pressure on everyone's shoulders multiplied several times over, with some elderly, already weakened, collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, their faces contorted in agony. If this continued, they might be crushed alive or scared to death. Mash, who stood beside them, glanced with a slightly hardened expression. She knew she couldn't just stand by anymore. Taking a deep breath, Mash positioned her shield in front of her, preparing to unleash her noble phantasm. But suddenly, her body trembled slightly as an inexplicable surge of spiritual power rushed into her mind. "Repeat after me." A calm and unfamiliar male voice suddenly resonated in her ears. "This is..." Hearing that voice, a hint of surprise flickered in Mash's eyes, then as if understanding something, she didn't hesitate to follow the voice and began to chant. "That which heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Manifest yourself. Lord Camelot." As her words fell, her massive jet-black shield suddenly radiated a brilliant light, like a rising sun, completely illuminating this dark world. Rumble. In the mesmerized gazes of everyone present, the earth suddenly trembled, as if a giant earth dragon was stirring, followed by towering white walls rising from the ground, swiftly constructing a magnificent white city. The villagers and soldiers found themselves at the very center of this city, feeling a wave of relief as the terrifying pressure that had weighed on them before was now gone. Each side of this white city's walls reached nearly 10 meters high, resembling a silent giant. Ancient and dignified. The walls emitted a faint pure white glow, exuding an indescribable sanctity, as if it would stand unwavering even at the world's end. As the brilliance of her shield gradually receded, Mash, guarding the gate of the white city, breathed out a long sigh, looking at the surrounding walls with an overwhelming sense of excitement. At this moment, the male voice from earlier echoed in her mind once more. "This noble phantasm can help you withstand all forms of attack, as long as your heart remains steadfast, this city will never collapse. Use this power wisely, my successor, I don't wish to see the radiance of Camelot diminish in your hands one day." After leaving those words behind, the inexplicable surge of spiritual power dissipated from Masha's mind. Sir Galahad, Masha's mood turned a little gloomy. She knew that this was Galahad's last presence on her and they probably wouldn't have the chance to meet again in the future. She didn't even have the chance to say thank you. However, Mash quickly rallied herself and tapped her cheeks. "Please rest assured, Sir Galahad, I won't let your gift of power go to waste, I will definitely use this power to save humanity," Mash declared with a determined expression. However, what she didn't know was that, at this moment, her revered senior was looking at the towering white walls around her with a face filled with despair. "Mash, please let me out." Meanwhile, almost at the same time as Mash unleashed her noble phantasm, the Lion King, seated at the edge of the world, suddenly moved his fingers slightly. His sacred emerald eyes slowly opened, showing a hint of confusion. This feeling is... Chapter 401. In just a few seconds, a white city suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing such a huge commotion that even Melusine, in the form of the Dragon of Albion, who usually paid no attention to humans, was drawn to it. As she looked at the towering walls made of white marble, a hint of doubt crept into her mind. Isn't that the holy city of Camelot? As Melusine thought like that, she quickly dismissed the thought from her mind. Whether it was Camelot or not, it wouldn't affect her in any way. After all, this city couldn't possibly fly up to the sky and smash her, right? Camelot, congratulations, Mash, you've finally done it. Gobta looked at the magnificent white city of Camelot on the ground, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, his smile was extremely irritating to Melusine. In her eyes, his indifferent and calm attitude was nothing but a challenge and mockery. Cold murderous intent and boiling rage stimulated Melusine's nerves. Boom! She suddenly flapped her dragon wings and accompanied by a deafening roar, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm shot out from the clouds, illuminating the darkness of the realm as it descended toward Gobta. Bring it on! Seeing the thunderbolt approaching, Gobta let out a long howl. Not retreating but advancing, the black bone wings on his back suddenly flapped, propelling him into the sky like a black lightning bolt. In almost the blink of an eye, the two collided. Gobta clenched his fist, the muscles on his arm covered in black scales bulging like rocks, crashing toward the thunderbolt descending from the sky. Boom! The power of the thunderbolt burst open in an instant. Like a blooming firework. The crackling electric currents continuously traversed Gobta's body. The scorching heat and terrifying electric current were enough to melt steel in an instant, but they couldn't shake his body at all. PSTT. A faint blue smoke rose from the back of Gobta's fist. Looking at the tattered scales and the charred flesh of his hand, Gobta's expression remained unchanged. With the power of Abyss Flower, a burst of pure white light flashed, and all his injuries were instantly healed. With Abyss Flower, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could recover. After moving his arm a bit, Gobta looked up at the black dragon above, a slightly mocking arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Is this the full extent of your strength?" Gobta asked in a teasing tone. Upon hearing his teasing, Melusine, who was on the verge of madness, was completely controlled by overwhelming anger. Roar! Boom! 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 Her furious dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, and dozens of thunderbolts identical to the previous one struck down, the deafening rumble echoing without stopping as if the whole world was trembling. At this moment, all that was in the heart of Melusine was one thought: she must kill this black-haired man no matter what. Even if she had to chase him to the ends of the earth, she could not let him go. Watching this scene that seemed like doomsday, Mash couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't even be sure if these thunderbolts were coming for her noble phantasm, whether she could withstand them. Gobta watched as these thunderbolts converged on him like a huge net, a hint of madness flashing in his pitch-black eyes. With a flap of his black bone wings, he continued to fly upwards. Whoosh! Mr. Gobta! Mash couldn't help but scream out loud. Just the power of a single thunderbolt was terrifying enough, but now dozens were coming down on him. He dares to confront those violent thunderbolts, isn't he asking for death? Mash thought in distress. However, the scene she imagined didn't happen. Gobta didn't confront the thunderbolts head-on but instead swiftly maneuvered through them, quickly closing in on the black dragon in the sky. Foolish, just a mongrel with a bit of dragon blood, thinking he can stand against a true dragon? A hint of mockery and coldness flashed in Melusine's eyes. Whoosh! The wings behind her suddenly flapped, and her massive body descended toward Gobta like a black meteor. Pure-blood dragons never feared any physical confrontation because their bodies were the most powerful weapons in the world. Anyone who dared to challenge them would be ruthlessly crushed to pieces. A large and a small figure, two black silhouettes, approached each other at lightning speed. In almost an instant, like a meteor hitting the earth, the two collided. Ha! Gobta's waist-length black hair danced wildly in the wind, his eyes gleaming with utmost madness as he raised his fist and clashed with the oncoming black dragon claw. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar like morning bells and evening drums, a visible shockwave spread in all directions. Melusine, unstoppable like a god, seemed to hit a mountain as her massive body forcibly halted. Seeing this scene, Mash was completely dumbfounded. A human actually withstood the charge of a dragon head-on. This scene was visually stunning. Melusine's eyes were also filled with strong disbelief. She never expected that a human, completely insignificant compared to herself, could withstand her attack with his body alone. How high was this man's dragon blood? Cough! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from Gobta's mouth. He quickly wiped the blood from his lips and activated Abyss Flower's power of creation to repair his broken arm before grinning. It seems like, in terms of strength alone, you're not much stronger than me, huh? Now that your attack is over, it's my turn. Before Melusine could react, Gobta instantly activated the power of Cosmic Juggernaut, blinking to the top of her head, and mercilessly smashed down with a punch. Boom! Another muffled sound rang out. Melusine's dragon body swayed, clearly feeling a bit dizzy from the blow. Not yet. With his superior agility and physical advantage, Gobta kept moving around Melusine's gigantic dragon body, relentlessly attacking her various body parts. He believed that even if she had tough skin, she wouldn't be able to withstand this amount of brutality. Sure enough, after the initial futile rage, the intense pain made it difficult for Melusine to endure. Roar! Listening to the black dragon's wail, Masha's face was completely numb. This was the first time she had seen a servant who could beat up a dragon with bare fists. Chapter 402. The Holy Roman Empire was established at the foothills of an unnamed mountain, its terrain rugged and defensible, making it an ideal position for defense. Although it was called an empire, it was more like a small city occupying less than 10 square miles of land. However, due to the insistence of a certain tyrant, people gradually got used to this so-called empire name. Within this city lived tens of thousands of people, most of whom were refugees forced to abandon their homes due to Camelot's persecution and wander here. Life in the city was far from comfortable. Whether they were children of 7 or 8 years old or elderly of 50 or 60, everyone had to work daily to earn necessary supplies for survival. In such a place, having a guarantee of safety and worry-free living was already a dream come true for many. At the very top of the Holy Roman Empire sat a 2-story duplex building, the Imperial Palace. The upper floor housed the emperor's bedroom, while the lower floor held the emperor's office, where the emperor issued decrees and handled affairs daily. Sometimes, when the emperor was in a good mood, the office would transform into an opera house. She would grab some innocent servants and conveniently available officials, making them listen to her own angelic voice. Of course, the emperor was also kind. After such events, she would give these servants and officials a 3-day break, and of course, payment. In many matters, the emperor appeared domineering. For example, she once declared in front of the entire nation, "Since you have entered my territory, you must obey my orders, whether they are reasonable or not. Here, my orders are absolute. Even if you resist, it's futile. That's how it is, omo. No rebellion allowed, no disobedient behavior tolerated, only submission and obedience were required." Such was the will of the emperor. However, despite this, the emperor was not a cruel or whimsical tyrant. She was just, competent, and generous. Thus, even though she could be domineering, she enjoyed high popularity among the populace. Of course, all of this was on the condition that the emperor didn't catch them to listen to her sing. You can't be serious, why is there still so much left? Inside the imperial palace, the golden-haired emperor, wearing a red dress, looked at the thick stack of documents before her, a look of despair appearing in her emerald eyes. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, the 5th emperor of the Roman Empire, known by the nickname Emperor of Roses, never imagined that even after her death, she would still have to deal with so many complicated affairs. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have bothered to establish this so-called Holy Roman Empire in the first place. After all, she initially just wanted to capture a few people to listen to her sing. Seeing Nero's face full of tears, a smiling attendant nearby calmed her down. "You can't rest yet, Your Majesty, these are all the affairs that must be dealt with today, some of them have been delayed for 2 or 3 days, and the officials are getting impatient." "Then let them wait," Nero exclaimed, banging the table. "They're all a bunch of fools. If they had a bit of ability, I wouldn't be so tired all the time, omo." The attendant's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. "But, Your Majesty, these are all matters concerning your subjects, if you delay here, they will have to wait longer." Upon hearing that, Nero paused, sighed helplessly, and sat back with resignation. All right, I get it, I'll look at them now, omo." Watching Nero hastily writing, the attendant sighed quietly in her heart. Many people said the emperor was domineering, but only she knew that the emperor's domineering nature stemmed from her care for her subjects. Although she often complained, the emperor never treated matters concerning her subjects lightly. Every decree issued by her hand had never caused any problems. Even if there were occasional mistakes, they were mostly due to the carelessness of the officials below. The emperor treated her subjects as if they were her own children. This was something that no one could deny. "Omo, Senator Fujimaru and Senator Mash still haven't come back, huh?" Nero mumbled, biting the end of her pen and staring at the scroll in her hand, her smooth forehead creased with worry. The attendant silently calculated the time in her mind before responding. "It's been 3 days since they left the empire with the army, based on their past habits, they should be back in 2 more days." 2 more days, Nero couldn't help but sigh. The attendant shook her head in resignation. Unable to bear seeing the emperor so exhausted, the attendant sat in front of the emperor, picking up the scrolls on the table and annotating the ones she could handle herself. As for those she couldn't, she left them for the emperor. Having been by the emperor's side for so long, she had developed a decent understanding of the emperor's approach to handling affairs. While not entirely identical, she could mimic it at least 70 to 80% accurately. Her action would be considered a flagrant overstep for any emperor, but Nero didn't mind at all. In truth, she wished for more people to help shoulder these responsibilities with her, which was why she was so eager for Ritsuka and Mash to return as soon as possible. If it weren't for Da Vinci personally overseeing the construction of important infrastructure like city walls, water wheels, and forges, she would have dragged her into handling things together long ago. "Ah, what a tough life, omo," Nero thought tiredly. After a morning's worth of time, Nero finally finished annotating nearly 8 scrolls. Just as she leaned back in her chair, stretching lazily, thinking about taking a nice relaxing bath later, she noticed a soldier hurrying toward her. In an instant, Nero sensed trouble in the air. But before she could escape, the soldier had already entered, kneeling on one knee. "Reporting to your majesty, we discovered an anomaly." "Speak," Nero responded calmly but sighed inwardly, realizing her bath time would once again be postponed. The patrols on the city wall reported that about several tens of kilometers away from the Empire, an unidentified giant creature appeared in the sky, accompanied by abnormal weather changes. Upon hearing that, Nero's expression immediately turned serious. An unidentified giant creature and abnormal weather changes? No matter how you looked at it, this wasn't something an ordinary creature could cause. Could it be that Camelot had finally decided to make a move against her empire? Any other discoveries? Nero asked, furrowing her eyebrows tightly. The soldier shook his head. "It's too far away. These are the only bits of information we could gather." After a moment of contemplation, Nero issued a solemn command. "Temporarily block the news, and notify Senator Da Vinci to prepare for battle. Until I return, do not act rashly." "Your Majesty, are you going to investigate personally?" the attendant asked with a surprised tone. "If the situation is as serious as I suspect, then I'm the only one who can investigate. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to get close, let alone investigate. Even if they did, it would only mean certain death." The surrounding temperature suddenly rose as crimson flames emerged from nothingness, coalescing into a scarlet longsword known as the embryonic flame Estus. "Stay put and wait for my return." With her sword in hand, Nero strode out of the imperial palace, the fiery red hem of her dress billowing behind her like a blooming rose. Chapter 403. As the Dragon of Albion, this might be the most frustrating battle Melusine had ever fought in her entire life. As a pure-blooded dragon standing at the pinnacle of phantasmal species, though not as imposing as the other dragons in terms of appearance, Albion's physical strength was on par with its brethren. In past battles, Albion relied on its absolute strength advantage to crush enemies, never needing to resort to other abilities. A gentle tap alone would flatten its opponents like paper. However, Melusine never imagined she would one day engage in a head-on confrontation with a human on equal terms. Though she didn't technically lose, it was a huge embarrassment for a dragon. Especially now, the human, taking advantage of his smaller size, relentlessly attacked her by exploiting her massive dragon body. Coupled with what seemed to be a profound mastery of spatial magecraft, he always struck and shifted position, leaving her unable to retaliate at all. It felt like a scene from before where she used her afterimages to attack him from all directions, but this time, the roles had reversed. What made Melusine even more frustrated was that she couldn't casually revert from her dragon form to her human form, otherwise, she would stand no chance against this human. Moreover, due to her close proximity to him, she dared not use any large-scale destructive abilities. Not only was hitting him uncertain, but in the worst-case scenario, she might be struck by her own attack. Intense pain radiated throughout Melusine's body as Gobta's terrifying punches matched the strength of a dragon. Even the resilient body of the Dragon of Albion couldn't withstand his relentless attacks. Roar! Melusine roared in pain, her draconic pupils revealing ferocity. On her chest, a mysterious symbol engraved on the black scales suddenly emitted a bright light, a mysterious aura spreading out and sweeping the surrounding area in an instant, covering a radius of kilometers. "This is," Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Somehow, he felt the surrounding space had become much denser, like an unbreakable diamond, with no loopholes whatsoever. He gestured with his fingers to the side, and a thin black crack opened up, lasting only for a few seconds before disappearing without a trace. "The space here has been reinforced," Gobta's expression hardened slightly. Losing control over spatial manipulation meant losing crucial maneuverability. His gaze fell on the bright glowing symbol on the black dragon's chest, a symbol he had never seen before. In terms of power, it was clearly not inferior to the primordial rune. "Now let's see you try to escape." Melusine felt a sense of satisfaction as she saw Gobta's furrowed brow. In fact, she was inspired by him just now. Since Gobta could suppress her super-fast movement with heavy gravity, she could naturally suppress the surrounding space, preventing him from teleporting. After all, reinforcing space was a trivial matter for her. As the first and last dragon, her power was something even the gods couldn't fathom. Now, it was finally time for her to counterattack. With a flash of ferocity in Melusine's draconic pupils, 3 symbols on her body lit up one after another, and her speed skyrocketed instantly. Whoosh! Her massive dragon body seemed to teleport in front of Gobta, her black claws enveloped in a chilly silver light, exuding an incredibly sharp aura, like an unsheathed divine weapon. At the same time, a layer of gray-brown glow wrapped around the surface of her claws, carrying an indescribable heaviness, as if even a mountain could easily be shattered. To completely eliminate this thorn in front of her, Melusine held nothing back, raising her claws high and slamming them fiercely toward Gobta. Die! However, the scene she envisioned did not unfold. Almost in the instant when her dragon's claw was about to strike down, a burst of crimson light erupted from the cracks between her claws. Followed by an indescribable and terrifying high temperature, causing even the reinforced space around to become unstable and fluctuate. A strong burning sensation swept along her dragon's claw, and for a moment, Melusine even felt as if she had grasped the sun itself. Shamash, unleashed. A deep male voice resonated through the vast sky, and in an instant, a crimson light erupted, fiery flames surged like raging waves, rushing upwards. A sense of imminent danger instantly enveloped Melusine. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated her extreme speed and fled from the range of the flames. However, because she was too close, she was still unavoidably affected by the flames to some extent. Her dragon scale, which could withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, was instantly charred black, and the flesh beneath suffered severe burns, emitting a scent of roasted meat. Her claws were the first to come into contact with the flames, hence they were the most damaged. Almost entirely burnt into charcoal, her entire claw had lost its ability to move. Melusine attempted to heal herself, but to her despair, she quickly discovered that no matter how powerful her healing magecraft was, it seemed futile in the face of her injuries. Mainly because her injuries still retained a trace of those fiery flames, like a festering sore, hindering the recovery process. These flames needed to be forced out of her body before it could truly heal, but these flames were exceptionally stubborn, and could only be forcibly expelled with her magical energy. Unfortunately, the entire process would take at least 2 to 3 days. However, she was currently still in the middle of battle, so how could that terrifying human possibly give her such time to recover? Melusine had never imagined that she would suffer such a horrific injury in just an instant. She had originally thought that by sealing his mobility, victory was almost assured, but she hadn't expected that he was hiding such a terrifying power. Melusine looked at the crimson greatsword in Gobta's hand, a strong sense of dread filling her eyes. Such a terrifying weapon, even in the age of gods, few could match it. Where did this human get it from? Could it be that he was actually some unknown god? Melusine instantly dismissed this idea. As Albion, she had witnessed the entire age of gods, so she couldn't possibly fail to recognize a god entity. While this human did indeed possess some divinity, it differed from the inborn divinity of gods, as his divinity was more akin to becoming god through belief. In other words, many people worship this black-haired human as if he were a god. Not a god, yet wielding such a terrifying weapon, and infused with the blood of a pure-blood dragon, this human was even scarier than a true god. Melusine had to admit that at this moment, she could no longer regard Gobta as one of those insignificant humans, but as an extremely powerful foe. Chapter 404. Mr. Gobta is incredible. Mash exclaimed and clenched her fists tightly, excitement lighting up her delicate face. When she had seen the massive black dragon about to pound Gobta with claws just moments ago, her heart had almost leaped out of her chest. The vast difference in size between them had made her worry that Gobta would be crushed by the dragon's claws. However, what she hadn't expected was the sudden change in the situation. Just when it seemed incredibly dangerous and hopeless, Gobta instantly countered the dragon, completely turning the tide of the battle. As she looked at the heavily injured and exhausted black dragon under the dark sky, Mash breathed a long sigh of relief. Now, there shouldn't be any more unexpected twists, right? Huh? What's that? Nero, who had been rushing forward, suddenly paused, staring at the distant sky where a bright flame had suddenly erupted under the pitch-black sky. Her eyes showed a hint of uncertainty and suspicion, as if even from that far away, just looking at the flames made her feel an intense danger, as if she would be burned alive with just a touch. Her grip on Estes trembled a little as the deep scarlet blade dimmed significantly, as if it were newly mined raw iron. I'm not afraid. Looking at her sword, Nero muttered, somewhat annoyed. In reality, she knew she was feeling a bit afraid. Estes was a weapon she had created with her own hands, a weapon of destruction that actually reflected her mood to some extent. After hesitating for a while, Nero eventually gritted her teeth and made a decision. Whatever, even if it means dying once, I still have 3 chances to revive, so I'm not afraid. After reassuring herself somewhat forcefully, she resumed her steps, heading forward once again. You look quite miserable now. Holding the cleaver of Shamash, Gobta remarked with a smile as he looked at the black dragon in front of him. No one knew better than him how terrifying the power of Shamash was. As a divine key with the given name of destruction, any enemy struck by it head-on would pay a terrible price. At this moment, Melusine in her dragon form was covered in burns, her dragon scales curled up. Her flesh and blood charred, and wisps of black smoke made her look extremely miserable. Her breath was weak, like an elder at the end of her days, no longer exuding the elegance and nobility of a pure-blooded dragon. However, faced with Gobta's provocation, Melusine no longer displayed her previous rage. Instead, her draconic pupils silently stared at Gobta, hiding an indescribable madness within. Gobta frowned slightly. For some reason, when this dragon remained so quiet, it made him feel very uneasy. As if to confirm his suspicions, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! An extremely powerful magical energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from Melusine. All the symbols inscribed on her dragon body lit up one after another, and a dazzling and complex magic circle soon unfolded behind her, like a sacred sun. The magical energy in the surrounding air boiled like water about to boil over, causing the faces of Gobta and Mash to change simultaneously. This dragon was about to do something. Beneath the heavy blanket of dark clouds, the air felt almost solid, as if frozen in time. The howling wind echoed like the cries of ghosts and wolves, bringing with it an almost suffocating pressure. Melusine spread her wings wide. Despite numerous scars on her body, they couldn't diminish the majesty she exuded at this moment. If anything, they added to her majestic aura. All the symbols engraved on her black scales exuded an ancient and distant aura, one after another lighting up like neon lights. As if a hidden power had been fully awakened. The intense radiance almost overshadowed Melusine herself, resembling a rising sun, radiating an aura too dazzling to gaze directly at. Thunder roared, winds howled, and darkness enveloped the sky. The scene before everyone felt like an apocalypse descending. Even the villagers and soldiers in the center of Mash's noble phantasm couldn't help but feel a strong sense of impending doom. Seriously, is this girl really trying to go all out? Gobta's expression was grim. He guessed right. Melusine was indeed ready to go all out. The noble phantasm she was preparing at this moment, known as Hollow Heart Albion, was an EX anti-world noble phantasm. The moment this noble phantasm was unleashed, Melusine would fully reveal Albion's original appearance, unleashing the strongest attack of the first and last dragon at the cost of her heart. In ancient times, witnesses described this attack as a rainbow that covers the boundary or a gate to the spirit world. It was a wide-area destruction weapon truly capable of destroying the world. However, after that moment, Melusine would also completely disappear into obscurity, unknown to anyone. This was because, regardless of the era of human history, Melusine, as part of Albion, who was the first and last dragon, couldn't escape Albion's fate of death. In other words, it was her final attack. With her life as the price, she cursed her enemies with the ultimate curse. At this moment, Melusine's heart was as calm as a lake. Albion's will still lingered, but it no longer affected her as she was now extremely close to Albion physically, mentally, and spiritually. She knew the price she had to pay to unleash this noble phantasm, and she wouldn't regret it. As the last pure-blooded dragon in the world, even if it meant sacrificing her life, she had to defend the dignity of dragons. It was her pride hidden in her blood and a bond she could never break in her lifetime. She wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting the dignity of dragons, let alone allow a thief who stole dragon blood to continue to exist in this world. The heart of the dragon trembled in her chest. Almost solidifying into a tangible source of magical energy, continuously pouring magical energy into it. Such a terrifying surge of magical energy would make even the ancient gods tremble in fear if they saw it. Ba-dump. 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 The beating of her dragon heart grew louder, like a bomb ticking down, tugging at everyone's hearts. Chapter 405. At this moment, Nero had already reached a position less than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. With her keen sense, she could see a black dragon soaring in the sky and its surging magical energy fluctuations resembling raging waves. However, she didn't stop, keeping her head down and charging forward even faster than before. She didn't know the identity of the black dragon, but she could guess, this dragon must be from Camelot. Moreover, judging from the situation, it wasn't hard to think that this dragon was in a battle with someone. Nero's main concern was that Ritsuka and Mash might get caught up in this battle. After all, the only ones qualified to match Camelot's strength were the Holy Roman Empire. But their main forces were currently concentrated within the city. Needless to say, the only exceptions were Ritsuka and Mash, who were out searching for survivors. It was precisely because of this concern that she charged forward into the dangerous area ahead, regardless of the danger. Hold on a bit longer. I'm almost there. At this moment, it wasn't just Nero who was serious, Gobta's mood was equally serious. Although he could indeed escape before this black dragon prepared her deadly attack with his speed, the crucial point was that behind him were Mash, Ritsuka, and hundreds of ordinary people below. He couldn't bring himself to abandon them and flee alone. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Gobta flipped his palm, and a deep red sphere appeared in his hand, which he swiftly threw downward without hesitation. Star of Eden descended all the way, abruptly hovering directly above Masha's noble phantasm, emitting a hazy glow like a blooming flower, enveloping the entire white city. With the double protection from Star of Eden and Masha's noble phantasm, when he went to fight the dragon seriously later, it shouldn't affect the ordinary people inside Masha's noble phantasm below. Now, he should be able to act without restraint. Taking a deep breath, Gobta clenched his left hand into a fist, and after a moment, a golden greatsword appeared in his hand. The appearance of this greatsword was exactly the same as the cleaver of Shamash on his other hand, only lacking the overwhelming destructive aura. This was another cleaver of Shamash replicated by Void Archives, although it had a considerable gap in power compared to the original, it was still a powerful weapon. With another wave of his hand, a golden cross appeared behind him, and 13 golden chains flew out, surrounding him like a protective barrier. The Key of Binding, Oath of Judah. Although it didn't possess the destructive power of Shamash, its weakening effect on enemy energy could still be useful. As for why he didn't directly unleash the Zeroth power of Oath of Judah to interrupt the dragon's attack, on one hand. This power was completely uncontrollable, and he feared that he would be reduced to a mere ordinary human by then, easily killed by her. On the other hand, this was not the original divine key, so its effectiveness was not as powerful as the original. He wasn't even sure if this noble phantasm version of Oath of Judah could truly suppress this powerful dragon. As for the other divine keys, there wasn't much room for them to be effective at this time, and to conserve his magical energy, Gobta also didn't bother to use them. Fortunately, as a servant, he wasn't limited to just divine keys. The ruler of destruction, the twilight of gods, the harbinger of the ultimate end of the world, descend, O dragon of despair. With Gobta's incantation, a black light darker than the night instantly filled the entire sky and earth, the indescribable silence and tranquility making it feel like entering the afterlife. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and what followed was the deep and majestic roar of a dragon. Roar. At the moment when they heard the dragon's roar, Melusine, who was already almost ready to unleash her noble phantasm, suddenly stiffened. The black light that seemed to engulf the entire world lasted only a few short seconds before vanishing without a trace. When people's vision returned to normal, they found a massive shadow looming over them. Instinctively, they lifted their heads, their gazes momentarily frozen. A colossal creature hung above the white city, its massive wings stretching to the edge of visibility, casting a shadow that completely covered the entire city like a dark, shimmering coat of armor, gleaming with a cold, sinister light. Its ancient and solemn figure, as vast as a mountain, exuded a terrifying pressure even without any movement, making it hard for people to breathe. Nidhogg, the dragon of despair who devoured the world, had descended. No way, Nero's footsteps abruptly halted as she stared blankly at the sudden appearance of another black dragon. How can another one pop up again? At the front of her noble phantasm, Lord Camelot, Mash wore an equally dumbfounded expression as she held her pitch-black shield. Mr. Gobta, summoned a dragon. Since the mysterious disappearance of true ether from Earth, it had become increasingly rare to witness phantasmal species roaming the surface, let alone dragons, the apex of phantasmal species. For modern mages, discovering even a fragment of a dragon's remnant would be a tremendous find, not to mention witnessing a living dragon with their own eyes. And not just one, but 2 dragon spear blood ones, at that. For an ordinary mage, such an experience would suffice to boast about for a lifetime. Before this, Mash had already held Gobta in high regard. His formidable strength and endless collection of skills made him the most powerful servant and the most formidable version of King Arthur she had ever encountered. But what she didn't expect was for him to harbor such a deadly ace up his sleeve, a dragon. Moreover, the pressure emanating from this massive black dragon was no less than the legendary evil dragon, Fafnir, she had encountered in the first singularity, if not greater. At this moment, Mash finally understood why grand servants were considered the pinnacle of servants. Meanwhile, as Gobta gazed at the gigantic black dragon he knew well in the sky, his brow furrowed slightly. NID. The moment he summoned Nidhogg, he sensed that something was amiss. The large black dragon's eyes were devoid of the familiar spark, replaced only by a cold, lifeless stare. Unlike the previous summoning, this time, what descended seemed to be merely a dragon named Nidhogg, devoid of its true consciousness. Is it because of the barrier covering this world? Gobta had already noticed that this world was shrouded in an invisible barrier, isolating it from the outside. This barrier weakened his connection with his true body and made communication nearly impossible. And now, it seemed that because of this barrier, the Nidhogg he summoned only had her body, but not her consciousness. Looking at the majestic and legendary dragon of despair, Gobta sighed softly in his heart, shaking his head to cast away the slight disappointment. Never mind, if it's not Nidhogg, it's fine. At least this way, there's less to worry about when using this noble phantasm, Gobta remarked inwardly. Though lacking his wife's consciousness, the power within this massive dragon's body hadn't diminished. As a summoned entity, it would wholeheartedly obey his commands, making it easier to control. No longer focusing on Nidhogg, Gobta turned his gaze toward another black dragon in the distance. Now, even if I have to face this dragon head-on, I should have. Gobta paused for a moment, noticing that the black dragon had stopped the process of accumulating magical energy and just floated dumbly in mid-air as if in disbelief of something. Chapter 406. What's going on here? Gobta furrowed his brow, momentarily doubtful as he saw the dumbfounded Melusine. However, he quickly shook his head, pushing aside his doubts, his gaze turning cold and determined. Whatever trickery this dragon was up to, he wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A torrent of magical energy surged from his dragon heart like an endless river, fiery flames spreading along the cleaver of Shamash's blade. Meanwhile, the other great sword. A replica created by the Void Archives, also ignited with golden flames, the two distinct fires complementing each other and emanating a terrifying aura. Nidhogg raised its rugged neck, black flames leaking from its menacing jaws, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Just as Gobta was about to make a decisive move to deal with Melusine, something entirely unexpected happened. The glowing symbols on her dragon body dimmed rapidly like extinguishing candles, the massive flow of magical energy slowly receding, and her violently beating heart quickly calmed down. She actually voluntarily halted the release of her all-out attack. What the fuck is happening? Now Gobta was completely dumbfounded. He refused to believe that this dragon did this out of fear of his strength. Judging by the aura of determination emanating from her just now, it was obvious that she intended to perish together with him. What made this dragon suddenly change her mind? As Gobta pondered, a strand of mental energy suddenly emanated from Melusine. Gobta hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to connect with this strand of mental energy. With Fenghuang down in hand, he wasn't afraid of any tricks she might pull. Why were you able to summon Nidhogg? What's your relationship with her? Melusine's youthful and crisp voice echoed in his mind, tinged with an inexplicable impatience and urgency. You know Nidhogg? Gobta's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I know every pure-blooded dragon in the world. Melusine replied resolutely. What the hell? Gobta was in disbelief. The history of dragons could be traced back to before the age of gods, so how could she possibly know every dragon? However, Gobta didn't dwell too much on this issue and responded calmly. She is my wife. Wife? Melusine's voice suddenly rose, filled with intense disbelief. How is that possible? How could a dragon be with a human? As she said that, she suddenly paused, fell silent for a moment, then muttered softly to herself. No, this is indeed the only possibility, if it weren't for the bond of marriage. She couldn't have been summoned by you, I should have thought of it earlier. With your high purity of dragon blood. You must have obtained Nidhogg's permission, otherwise, you would have died long ago. Upon hearing that, Gobta looked slightly surprised, not expecting her to guess the truth so easily. Indeed, when Uther and Merlin created him, it was because of Nidhogg's power going out of control that led to his death just after being born. If it weren't for Abyss Flower, he would have been truly dead long ago. Later, through negotiation, he successfully made a deal with Nidhogg, awakening the black dragon blood within him. But at that time, his relationship with Nidhogg was not so close. His awakening largely succeeded because of this so-called deal, where she urgently wanted him to help her retrieve her body. Understanding the truth of the matter, Melusine felt relieved, but then a nameless anger rose within her. Since your relationship with Nidhogg is so close, why didn't you tell me earlier? Melusine grumbled impatiently. Hearing her nonsense, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly and asked back. No, in the first place, why should I tell you? Melusine froze and hesitated for a moment. He was right, why should he tell her? She was the one who started this fight in the first place. Realizing this, Melusine couldn't help feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't know the situation beforehand. If I had known earlier about your relationship with Nidhogg, I would never have attacked you, can you forgive me? Melusine said with an embarrassed tone. Hearing her apology, Gobta finally caught on to something. Is her sudden change in attitude because of NID? Does this black dragon know NID? Thinking like that, Gobta didn't hesitate and directly asked the question in his mind. What's your relationship with Nidhogg? What relationship? Melusine hesitated for a moment before answering. If we're being strict, Nidhogg and I should belong to the same bloodline, descending from a common ancestor, according to human social norms, we should be sisters. Sisters? What the hell? Gobta felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. However, he quickly shook his head and his tone turned somewhat stern. Do you think I'm a fool? Nidhogg is the dragon created by the world rules to end the age of gods of Norse. How could she possibly have sisters? That's right, Nidhogg is indeed the dragon created by the world rules to end the age of gods of Norse. Melusine praised his statement, but then she quickly asked. But have you ever thought about who Nidhogg's prototype is? Upon hearing that sudden question, Gobta was speechless. Even Nidhogg herself didn't know about this matter. How could he know? He hesitated for a moment and hesitantly asked. You're not saying. Nidhogg's prototype is the first dragon born in the world Albion, Melusine explained lightly. You see, I am a remnant limb left by Albion before its death, so from the perspective of lineage, both Nidhogg and I are descendants of Albion, so, in human social norms, we're no different than sisters, right? Albion, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly, having some understanding of this legendary oldest dragon. Some of it came from his past life, while some came from Scathach's knowledge. Albion was the first pure-blooded dragon born at the beginning of the world and also the last pure-blooded dragon to exist after the Age of Gods ended. Of course, even the oldest dragon couldn't defy the will of nature and inevitably met its end. Just as the death of a whale brings forth a new ecosystem, the fall of Albion left behind countless precious treasures. Since ancient times, countless mages have sought the burial place of Albion, but ultimately to no avail. It wasn't until later that someone discovered a massive underground labyrinth in Britain, on the outskirts of London, and found numerous rare materials. Such as dragon scales, teeth, and the corpses of young hydras, which were almost impossible to find on the surface. After careful examination, the mages finally determined that this was the burial place of the oldest dragon and named it the spiritual tomb of Albion. Following that, the mages swore to share this precious treasure. As time passed, the landscape changed, and centuries later, the mages relied on this treasure trove to establish an organization called the Clock Tower as the first branch and headquarters of the Mages Association and, with its rich resources, became the largest and most powerful organization in the world of magecraft. Even at this time, the spiritual tomb of Albion had not been fully excavated. This was mainly because the tomb served as a physical passage connecting the reverse side of the world, filled with various mysteries and dangers, making excavation extremely difficult. The furthest position the clock tower had been able to explore was almost 60 to 80 kilometers underground in the tomb. According to scholars' estimates, the depth of the entire tomb was almost 400 kilometers. Just the remains of one creature alone could support a massive mage organization, showcasing the incredible power of the first and last dragon, Albion. Chapter 407. In the era when Albion was born, the world was still in chaos, not to mention humans, even gods had not yet been born. At that time, dragons were the only rulers of the world, such as Tiamat, the goddess of beginning from Mesopotamian mythology, who was born around the same time as Albion. However, unlike other dragons, information about Albion had always been extremely scarce, to the point that even the gods didn't know where it was. Only a very few lucky ones could occasionally catch a glimpse of this oldest dragon leaping through the clouds. It was precisely because Albion never meddled in worldly affairs that it could live until the end of the Age of Gods, becoming the last dragon to exist in the world. Having recalled the information about Albion, Gobta turned his gaze at the black dragon opposite him. According to her, she was actually a remnant of Albion before its death, and she had been growing like this until now. Gobta had never seen the appearance of Albion, or rather, hardly anyone in the world had seen the true appearance of this oldest dragon. However, when he saw the obscure and ancient mystical symbols on her body, he already believed most of it. Apart from Albion, no one could leave behind this knowledge that had long disappeared in the river of history. Alright, I believe your identity, Gobta paused, then added. But what proof do you have of Nidhogg's relationship with Albion? In fact, whether this black dragon was a remnant of Albion was not important. What was really important was whether, as she claimed, Nidhogg's prototype was indeed Albion. This was crucial to whether they would continue fighting or reconcile. Dragons placed great importance on their kin, especially among dragons belonging to the same origin. Their relationship was even closer than typical family members in human society. Why did that huge dragon stop, and Mr. Gobta too? Watching as both sides suddenly fell silent in the sky, Masha's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. The exchange between Gobta and Melusine occurred telepathically, so naturally, Mash couldn't hear it. From her perspective, everything seemed extremely strange. Just a moment ago, they were both fighting each other to death like there was no tomorrow, but now, both sides stopped at the same time, gazing silently at each other. Mash. A familiar voice suddenly came from nearby, making Mash instinctively turn her head and see a bright red figure approaching. Her eyes quickly widened with surprise. Your Majesty. What brings you here? For you, of course. Nero responded as she hurried over to Mash. Having rushed over more than 30 kilometers, Nero's face showed no signs of fatigue at all, only urgency. But, where's Fujimaru Ritsuka? Nero asked confusedly, looking left and right. She is inside, Mash gestured toward the imposing white wall behind her. Along with other soldiers and refugees, I placed them all inside my noble phantasm to protect them. You're saying this is your noble phantasm? She had been puzzled about where this magnificent white city came from, but she hadn't expected it to be Mash's noble phantasm. I only just realized it myself, Mash said somewhat sheepishly. Never mind, that's not important. Nero shook her head and pointed at the two black dragons and a man in the sky. What's the situation now? Eventually, Mash recounted everything that had happened to the hurriedly arrived Nero. At the same time, Melusine also responded to Gobta's question. Give me a drop of Nidhogg's blood, it must be absolutely pure. Hearing her demand, Gobta hesitated for a moment but decided to do as she said. He dispersed the dragon scales from his arm, put his finger in his mouth, and gently bit it, causing a small wound, from which a drop of ink-black fresh blood flowed out. Gobta's breath weakened slightly, his face subtly becoming paler. Although the Nidhogg he summoned had blood and flesh, fundamentally, it was a magical energy creation. In terms of blood purity, it wasn't as pure as his own body. He flicked this drop of pure Nidhogg's blood toward Melusine. At the same time, Melusine slashed her own dragon claw, controlling the equally black blood to fly forward. The two drops of blood swiftly met in the air, seamlessly merging together without obstruction, transforming into the shape of a small dragon about the size of a finger, and then emitting a clear, resonant, yet ancient and distant dragon cry. Only blood of the same origin can complete the dragon blood resonance. Melusine's voice echoed in Gobta's mind. Now, you should believe what I said. Gobta looked at the slowly dissipating small dragon, his expression gradually becoming complex. No one had expected that what started as a tense and intense life-and-death battle would end in such a bizarre manner. He couldn't help but feel helpless as he found himself inexplicably gaining a sister-in-law out of the blue. Moreover, to add to this absurdity, it happened without Nidhogg herself even being aware of the situation. He couldn't help but wonder what expression she would have upon learning about this. In any case, despite the dramatic turn of events, once their identities were revealed, neither Gobta nor Melusine could possibly continue fighting. With a casual wave of his hand, the two cleavers of Shamash in Gobta's hands and the oath of Judah on his back simultaneously dissipated into streaks of light, while the massive dragon of despair, Nidhogg, gradually dissipated into nothingness. Melusine, in her dragon of Albion's form, emitted a faint black light, her elegant and noble figure gradually contracting within the brilliance, finally returning to the appearance of the petite girl it had been before. She timidly glanced at Gobta not far away, her delicate little face showing a hint of longing and hesitation as if wanting to approach but not daring to. Though Melusine wasn't fond of socializing, it didn't mean she was clueless about human thoughts and feelings. Only moments ago, she had been planning to die alongside Gobta. But now, as she reflected on her recent actions, she couldn't simply pretend nothing had happened. Seeing the girl hesitating, Gobta sighed lightly and beckoned with his hand. Come here. Melusine was momentarily stunned, and immediately. A hint of surprise lit up her golden eyes. Her small face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile like a sunflower, and with a slight flicker, her petite figure instantly appeared in front of Gobta. Compared to Gobta's height, Melusine did indeed seem too small, as even on tiptoes, she barely reached his chest. Gobta couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Who would believe that such a sweet and adorable little girl was actually a powerful dragon that had existed since ancient times? Experience had taught him not to judge someone's true age solely by their appearance. It wasn't reliable at all. Chapter 408. As Melusine and Gobta stood close together, their distance was almost negligible. She closed her eyes and gently rubbed her small nose against his body, sniffing his scent like a puppy. After a while, a smile of contentment spread across her face. This was what she had been seeking all along, the scent of her kin. Gobta paid no mind to Melusine's little gestures of affection and calmly extended his palm, hovering it over her head. After a moment, a few wisps of crimson flames rose from her head, only to dissipate into the air like smoke. As the residual heat from Shamash was forced out, Melusine immediately felt a significant reduction in the burning sensation within her body. She felt much lighter all over, and her eyes squinted with satisfaction, resembling a contented cat. Even Gobta had to admit, this little girl was just too adorable. There's something I need to tell you. Gobta paused for a moment, then continued. While it's true that Nidhogg and I are indeed married, the Nidhogg you know might not be the same as the one I know. In fact, neither she nor I belong to this world. He hesitated for a moment whether to reveal the truth because doing so could jeopardize not only a potential ally but also escalate tensions between them, possibly leading to a situation similar to the recent conflict. He knew that staying silent posed no risks. Judging from the emotional signals Gopta gathered from Feng Huang down, this little girl seemed visibly happy at the moment, displaying considerable trust and affection toward him. It wasn't hard to understand her feelings. Imagine experiencing thousands of years of solitude, believing you were the last human in the world. Only to one day discover that there were others like you, even sharing the same ancestor. The feeling of surprise and excitement couldn't be adequately expressed in words. Thus, according to normal logic, Gopta didn't actually need to reveal the truth at all. It was like a prisoner's dilemma, where the risks and rewards of speaking or not speaking were entirely disproportionate. But he did it anyway because he disliked building trust on deception. Regardless of intent, a lie was still a lie, and eventually, the truth would come out. Rather than uncertain futures, he preferred to speak frankly now, fostering honesty between them, and also to prevent unforeseen complications in the future. I know, Melusine nodded, her youthful face still calm, with a hint of childish innocence. You know. Gopta looked slightly surprised. I saw Nidhogg entering the reverse side, Melusine smiled, clearly referring to this I as Albion. Hearing her answer, Gopta raised an eyebrow. Did that mean that this world's Nidhogg hadn't met her end but successfully escaped to the reverse side of the world? In all honesty, given the close relationship between Albion and Nidhogg, it wasn't impossible for Albion to lend a hand. If that were the case, whether Nidhogg was alive or not wouldn't greatly affect future developments, and as a result, the world rules didn't eliminate her since she was on the reverse side. Unlike his wife, who hadn't gone to the reverse side and was stuck in the Norse realm. If not for Yggdrasil's help, she would have been erased long ago. While Gopta pondered, he suddenly heard Melusine's timid voice beside him. Can I ask what happened to Albion in your world? Gopta snapped back to attention, glanced at the little girl, and pondered for a moment before answering. I only know Albion didn't make it to the reverse side in time, as for its final fate, I'm not entirely sure. Regarding how he knew Albion, the information came from Scathach through her wisdom of Dun Scath, but because this oldest dragon bore too many mysteries, her information was incomplete. The only thing that could be confirmed was that, at least before Gopta left his world, Albion didn't go into the reverse side of the world. He also attempted to find Albion's tomb in Britain but ultimately came up empty-handed. Is that so? Melusine's face showed a hint of sadness before sighing. Perhaps this is the fate of Albion, I can't escape the fate of death no matter which world. Hearing her words, Gopta didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. However, Melusine's gloom didn't last long, as she quickly recovered and looked up at him. What about Nidhogg? Is she still present in your world? Yeah, she is, Gopta nodded. And what about the Age of God's disappearance? Did it not affect her? About that, Gopta paused for a moment before continuing. When I left my world, the Age of God hadn't completely ended yet, in fact, that's why I came to this world. I see, Melusine nodded, though it wasn't clear if she truly understood his meaning. So, does that mean I might have a chance to see Nidhogg again? Melusine's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a little girl who had just spotted a beautiful doll, filled with anticipation. Well, there might be a chance, Gopta answered with a hesitant tone. But this world is shrouded in some kind of barrier, so I haven't been able to contact her yet. A barrier, Melusine seemed to ponder something, falling silent all of a sudden. Seeing her reaction, Gopta narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident she knew something. Gopta considered pressing further, but seeing the anxious people below, he decided against it for now. Plenty of time ahead, no rush, Gopta sighed inwardly before suddenly remembering something and spoke again. Oh, by the way, my name is Gopta, what about you? I'm Melusine, although it's not my original name, it holds significant meaning to me, Melusine replied obediently. Alright, I'll call you that from now on, Gopta nodded. Let's head down for now, my companions must be waiting anxiously. Melusine obediently nodded and reached out her small hand. Seeing her small hand, Gopta hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly. We can't. Melusine looked at him with puppy eyes, a hint of sadness in her big eyes. Gopta rubbed his forehead tiredly, sighed again, and then took Melusine's small hand, leading her to the ground. Watching Gopta slowly descending with Melusine, Nero quickly placed Estes in front of her, her emerald eyes filled with vigilance. Although Masha's reaction wasn't as intense as Nero's, she instinctively tightened her grip on her shield. Mr. Gopta, Mash glanced nervously at Melusine, who was standing obediently beside Gopta. It's a bit complicated to explain in detail, Gopta sighed as he answered. But just think of it as me having convinced her to join our side. In short, she's with us now. Convinced her? Mash and Nero exchanged a puzzled glance, their eyes filled with a strange mixture of confusion. Before, Camelot forcibly turned other servants into their Knights of the Round Table, but now, in a twist of fate, they were the ones convincing the Knights of the Round Table to join their side. What was going on? Was this some kind of cosmic karma? Although it all felt surreal, Mash still trusted Gobta. "Mr. Gobta, you're amazing." Mash praised excitedly. "Nah, it's just luck," Gobta shook his head helplessly. Except for this so-called luck, he didn't feel like he had done much. No choice. If not because he happened to have a wife with a powerful background, all of this bizarre coincidence would never have happened. Chapter 409. As Gobta and Mash chatted, Nero, standing nearby, sneaked glances at this so-called King Arthur from another world. Curiosity filled her mind about this grand servant Mash mentioned. Aside from the divine founder of the Roman Empire, Romulus. This was the first time she had seen another grand servant. Although she hadn't witnessed King Arthur's true strength, just summoning a giant dragon was enough to convince her of his identity. She also noticed that the flaming greatsword he had held earlier seemed to suppress her estus. On top of that, he had even managed to sway a Knight of the Round Table of Camelot to his side. If all that didn't qualify as a grand servant, then perhaps no heroic spirit could bear that position. Meanwhile, as Gobta noticed Nero's gaze on him, he turned to her and gave a smile. "Hello, Your Majesty Nero. Do you know me?" Gobta certainly couldn't mention he had seen her in an anime and game before. As a result, he kept his smile and answered calmly. "It's not that hard to guess, Mash and Ritsuka always mentioned you on the way here, and, I suppose only someone with your charisma could truly be called the Emperor of Rome." Upon hearing his praise, Nero's eyes sparkled, and she proudly straightened her posture. "Umu. I'm Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, the 5th Roman Emperor, rivaling the almighty artist Apollo. Truly, as expected from King Arthur of Britain, you've got good taste." Seeing Nero's antics, Mash felt a bit awkward and turned her head away. Nero was great in every aspect, outgoing, cheerful, and warm. It was just that her firm belief in being an artist who rivals the god of arts, Apollo, was hard to respond to. Thinking about a certain characteristic of Nero, Gobta's expression also couldn't help but become a bit awkward, so he quickly cleared his throat and changed the topic. "Did you come straight from the Empire, Your Majesty?" "Umu." Nero nodded with a smile. "There was quite a commotion over here, and I was worried Camelot was preparing to attack my empire, so I came to investigate personally, Umu." "Well, in a way, Your Majesty, you're not entirely wrong." Mash couldn't help but smile wryly as she glanced at Melusine obediently standing beside Gobta. Naturally, no one expected things to turn out like this. Nero also stared at Melusine for a moment, then furrowed her brows slightly. "Strange, why do I feel like I've seen you before, that azure armor, that silver hair, and that short body?" At the last remark, Melusine lifted her head, giving Nero a displeased look. However, Nero wasn't convinced. She pondered for a moment, and soon, a vivid image flashed in her mind, causing her eyes to widen. "You are Lancelot." "Lancelot?" Gobta and Mash were instantly taken aback, looking at Melusine in disbelief. Upon hearing that name, Melusine waved her hands in a fluster, hastily denying. "And no, that's not true. Lancelot is the name given to me by that woman, Merlin, but I've never acknowledged myself as Lancelot and always been just Melusine." "Well, isn't this bumping into yet another acquaintance?" Gobta chuckled wryly to himself, then his brow furrowed as he keenly extracted an important piece of information from her words. "So, Merlin in this world, is a woman?" Lancelot. Mash glanced up and down at Melusine's body, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. "Come to think of it, Sir Galahad seems to be Lancelot's son. So it's really you?" Nero's eyes showed a hint of surprise, pondering for a moment before saying sincerely. "No wonder you could easily defeat those servants, so, your true identity is a dragon." Umu. "Your Majesty, are you saying that Lancelmus Melusine was the one who defeated those servants back then?" Mash choked back the name that was about to come out of her mouth. Didn't I tell you? When I and 6 other servants were summoned to this world, 2 of them were dealt with by Gawain and Tristan, and the remaining 4 were all defeated by this Lancelot alone." "I told you, I'm not Lancelot." Melusine shook her head helplessly. "At that time, I had an agreement with Merlin. As the price for her helping me, I had to help her with something. I didn't intend for those servants to be turned into Knights of the Round Table. If you harbor any resentment because of this, I have nothing to say." "Umu, it's okay." Nero shook her head with a smile. As long as you can work for the Holy Roman Empire from now on, Omo. After all, she wasn't all that familiar with those brainwashed servants. Compared to sympathizing with people she didn't know, she was more fond of this powerful chief of the Round Table. No choice. The difference in combat power between the Holy Roman Empire and Camelot was just too vast. With the addition of Melusine, her empire's combat power would increase significantly. I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. Melusine shook her head, turning to look at Gobta beside her. Right now, I just want to follow Gobta. Wherever he goes, I'll go. Upon hearing that, Gobta was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Melusine to be dependent on him to this extent. Still, he had to admit, he was somewhat moved by her words and also a little pleased. It's all the same, it's all the same. Nero waved her hand casually and turned her head to Gobta. In the first place, Gobta and I were allies, right? Gobta nodded. In the first place, their goals were to save this world, to restore this singularity, so in a sense, they were indeed allies. After hearing Nero's words, Melusine remained silent and indifferent. No matter what, the one she trusted most right now was Gobta. Whatever decision he made, she would follow him through it all. With two formidable allies suddenly gained, Nero's enthusiasm was clearly high. With a smile on her face, she waved her hand enthusiastically. Umu, let's wrap it up for now and head back. To celebrate your triumphant return, I'll host a banquet in the palace tonight, don't forget to come. As Nero took a few steps away, she seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly turned to Gobta, her gaze sparkling. By the way, Gobta, since you are a king, you must be quite adept at handling government affairs, right? Chapter 410. Once the dust settled, Mash finally deactivated her noble phantasm, releasing Ritsuka and the others. The villagers and soldiers remained somewhat bewildered because Nidhogg had blocked their view earlier, so they weren't clear on what had happened afterward. All they remembered was that after the black dragon disappeared, another black dragon vanished along with it. A few sharp-eyed individuals quickly noticed a little girl they had never seen before suddenly standing beside Gobta, but they didn't pay much attention to it. In the eyes of people of this era, the sudden transformation of a dragon nearly 20 meters long into a delicate little girl was indeed a bit too much for their imagination to handle. For this reason, they preferred to believe Nero's explanation that the black dragon had fled after being defeated. This approach could avoid unnecessary trouble and, at the same time, increase the image of the Holy Roman Empire, boosting people's confidence. After all, for the people of this era, any glimmer of hope was precious, since the Holy Roman Empire had to prove its ability to resist Camelot to attract more support. Mash quietly pulled Ritsuka aside and whispered to her about what had just happened. After listening, Ritsuka, feeling a bit annoyed at the interrupted process of leveling up, was immediately filled with intense surprise. Who would have thought that even the chief of the Round Table had joined their side? This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Camelot because their strongest knight had actually defected to the enemy's side. If this news got out, even the Lion King would probably be left speechless. Just imagining that scene, Ritsuka felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to this, her own power increase seemed insignificant. Nonetheless, even if she trained for 100 years, she couldn't reach Melusine's level anyway, so the fact that Melusine had joined their side was something she should be happy about. Ritsuka couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. If it weren't for Gobta's help this time, they probably wouldn't have stood a chance against Camelot. Having such reliable and powerful companions was like finding a needle in a haystack. At this moment, a burst of noise followed by the sound of electricity entered Ritsuka's ears, followed by a very familiar voice. Hey, can you hear me? Mash? Ritsuka? A faint light flickered, and a virtual screen quickly appeared beside Ritsuka. Seeing the two girls safe and sound, Romani on the screen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you're all okay. Since the connection suddenly cut off, I thought something awful had happened on your end. Well, yeah, sort of. If it wasn't for Gobta here, we might have been in big trouble, Ritsuka said with a grin. Romani's expression immediately turned serious. What happened? Did the Lion King show up? Just before the connection was lost, Chaldea detected an extremely powerful magical energy signal, far exceeding that of an ordinary servant. To Romani, only the Lion King could unleash such a massive amount of magical energy. Not the Lion King, it's Lancelot, Doctor, Ritsuka answered. Romani was silent for a moment, then exclaimed frantically. Lancelot? The strongest knight of the Round Table? The signal just now was from Lancelot. Yeah, that's right, and hey, Doctor, I've got an even juicier piece of information over here, wanna hear it? Ritsuka grinned like a sly fox, full of mischief. What is it? Romani asked eagerly. So, Lancelot is, officially on our side now. Ritsuka emphasized each word. Hearing that shocking information, Romani gasped, nearly plastering his face to the screen, eyes wider than dinner plates. You're saying Lancelot is choosing to side with you? But wasn't Lancelot trying to kill you? How did this happen? What's the deal with this? Tell me quick, hey, Ritsu. Ritsuka decisively cut the connection, looked up at the sky, and let out a long breath with a relaxed expression on her face. As expected, teasing Doctor is fun. Mash stood nearby, a hint of conflict on her face. Senpai, isn't this a bit too much? Doctor, he's our most important support, keeping such crucial information from him, won't that cause problems? No, Mash, I didn't keep it from him, Ritsuka shook her head innocently, spreading her hands wide. I did tell him the most important information, just omitted a few details about the process, that's not really hiding anything, yeah. Senpai, you're clearly just teasing him, Mash sighed tiredly. Fufu, am I? Ritsuka chuckled and took a few steps toward Gobta. Watching her senior's back, Mash shook her head in resignation. Senpai, you're still as mischievous as ever. Despite the scare caused by Melusine, people in this era generally had good mental resilience. As a result, everyone quickly calmed down and continued their journey toward the Holy Roman Empire. Seeming to have full confidence in Melusine's strength. Camelot didn't send any more Knights of the Round Table to intercept them. For the rest of the 30-some-kilometer journey, Gobta and the others encountered no more trouble and safely entered the Holy Roman Empire before evening. Watching the bustling city, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We're finally back, Ritsuka sighed in relief. Feels like these few days have been like years. Mash nodded, these past few days have been one of the strangest and most bizarre experiences since they arrived in this singularity. First, it was the unexpected appearance of Grand Servant King Arthur, then the sudden appearance of the strongest knight of the Round Table of Camelot, who was actually a dragon, and to top it off, both of them ended up becoming their allies. Just thinking about it, Mash couldn't help but feel like it was unreal and almost like a dream. Oh ho, look who's back. No wonder Her Majesty was so pumped, going all the way out of the city and running for 30 kilometers just to catch up with you guys, even I never got such treatment, you know. A mature woman in colorful attire chimed in from afar, her smile beaming. It's Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Mash and Ritsuka's eyes lit up simultaneously. Well done, Ritsuka. Bringing back this many refugees is impressive. Da Vinci glanced over the villagers with her gaze before shifting her attention to Gobta and Melusine, her smile deepening. And more importantly, looks like you've brought us two exceptional guests. Her staff and prosthetic limbs were equipped with magical energy detectors, currently buzzing strongly around these two newcomers. Da Vinci, as much as I'd love to chat, it's not the time, I'll catch up with you later, alright? Nero waved her hand dismissively. First, let's get the soldiers to stand down, then sort out accommodations, food, and water for these refugees, we'll assign them tasks in a few days. Chapter 411. Resources in the Holy Roman Empire were tight and couldn't afford idleness. As a result, since its inception, Nero had set a rule: all residents must work, and resources are distributed based on their work performances. In the long run, this blunt policy surely had its downsides, but for now, it seemed effective and worked as intended. Already assigning me a new task, Your Majesty. If you were in modern times, you'd be no different than a black-hearted boss exploiting their employees like a slave, you know. How could you say that? I'm very considerate to my people, okay? You said it yourself, Da Vinci, you're known as the omnipotent genius, capable of everything, so, it's only fair you take on a bit more work, right? I take back what I said earlier, Your Majesty, not only are you a ruthless boss but also a master of words. Da Vinci shook her head in amusement, then turned to Ritsuka and Mash. Well, let's catch up later, both of you. Da Vinci, keep up the good work. Mash pumped her fist in encouragement. Meanwhile, as Gobta watched Da Vinci's figure, the village chief stepped forward and approached him. Mr. Gobta, thank you very much for everything, and for protecting us all the way, our village will always remember your kindness. No need to be so formal, Chief, just consider it my way of repaying you for taking me in, Gobta smiled, shaking his head. The rest is up to you, and make sure the villagers settle in quickly. Of course, that's my duty, you can rest assured, Mr. Gobta. The village chief nodded vigorously with a beaming smile before turning and returning to the group of villagers. Mr. Gobta, will we see each other again? Mari approached and looked at him with reluctance. Of course, we will, I promised to help you bring your dad back, didn't I? Gobta bent down, gently ruffling her hair. Behind him, Melusine couldn't help but show a hint of envy in her eyes. I'll be waiting for you. Mari lifted her small face, revealing a radiant smile. Once Da Vinci led the villagers to their settlement, Nero couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness we have Da Vinci, otherwise, I'd be worked to death. Is the Empire's affairs really that overwhelming? Gobta asked curiously. Upon hearing his question, Nero scratched her head before answering. It's not that overwhelming, but rather it's tedious. To be honest, there aren't many actual troubles, but it's just that there are too few competent people since literacy alone is a rare talent. Even with all my energy, I can't possibly manage 10,000 people alone, can I? After saying that, Nero started to complain. If it weren't for Chaldea's people, who knows, I might have dropped dead in the palace one day. So, that's why you asked if I could handle government affairs, huh? Gobta stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ahahaha, Nero chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. Anyway, let's head to the palace first. I've already instructed my subordinates to prepare a banquet, we're going to have a blast tonight. It's a fact that when a Roman emperor eagerly invites you to a banquet, it's best to think twice before accepting. Honestly, in the beginning, the atmosphere of the banquet was quite pleasant since anything related to celebration and enjoyment. Nero showed considerable enthusiasm. She was very creative and proactive, as if wherever she went, she would definitely build herself a palace with hot springs. Moreover, despite the limitations in ingredients, the Holy Roman Empire also offered a variety of cuisines. Nero somehow managed to instruct the chefs to create exquisite dishes using simple ingredients that made even Gobta unable to resist indulging in a few extra bites. Maybe it was because she had been holding in the pressure for too long, or perhaps she was genuinely happy, but halfway through the banquet, Nero suddenly announced that she wanted to showcase her singing talent to welcome the two newcomers. I'm known as the Flower of Olympia, with artistic talent rivaling that of the god of arts, Apollo himself. You all better listen carefully, maybe this is the only chance you'll ever get in your life. After declaring like that, Nero completely disregarded everyone's objections and stood up on the spot, passionately singing a classic ancient Roman song known as, To Apollo. O Apollo, shine upon us. O Phoebus, do not let diseases and disasters harm us. O bright Phoebus, O merciful Phoebus, stand watch over the sun. First of all, it must be admitted that Nero's voice wasn't that bad. Although not heavenly, it was still quite pleasant to listen to. But the problem was, whenever she sang, she was always off-key, hardly hitting a single note right. It gave people an incredibly uncomfortable and awkward feeling, as if a claw was constantly scratching inside their head. If Nero's singing skill were to be depicted as a noble phantasm, it would be at least A-ranked. Of course, it would be an offensive type noble phantasm. Some people in the corners tried to sneak away quietly, only to despairingly find that the doors were locked shut. Nero didn't like being disturbed when she sang, so she would use her imperial privilege to lock all the doors before each performance. No, I can't take it anymore, Ritsuka clutched her head, her face pale. Mash, why don't you just knock me out? However, sitting next to her, Mash had long lost any reaction, her eyes empty, as if she were lost in another world. Even Gobta, who was prepared in advance, had a dazed look on his face at this moment, as if asking himself something like, who am I, where am I, and why am I here? He shook his head and glanced to the side, noticing Melusine sitting there, seemingly enjoying Nero's performance to a great extent. You can actually listen to this? Gobta asked with a shocked tone. I actually think her singing is quite good. And her voice, it reminds me of the days when us dragons ruled the world. Gobta was speechless, but now he was sure of one thing: Nero's singing skill had indeed reached an otherworldly level. Shaking his head, Gobta glanced to the other side, finding Da Vinci also acting as if nothing happened, even leisurely sipping from a glass of wine. What the hell is going on? Sensing Gobta's gaze, Da Vinci turned her head, a charming smile on her face. Curious? Upon hearing her question, Gobta nodded straight. Well, it's simple. Da Vinci reached into her ear and pulled out a small object, like an earplug, smiling mischievously. Tada! Da Vinci's custom-made earplugs. Capable of blocking any noise below 200 decibels, even if a dragon roars in your ear, you won't feel a thing. You can buy one with just one primordial rune. And it comes with a lifetime warranty, no repairs, only replacements. Gobta was once again speechless. This woman was up to no good after all. He knew this cunning woman had just inquired about him to Ritsuka, and that was probably why she knew about his primordial runes and likely wanted to acquire them for study. Chapter 412. In the end, Gobta exchanged one primordial rune with Da Vinci for a pair of special earplugs. He didn't know what kind of magecraft was involved, but once he put them in his ears, the torrent of noise was immediately shut out, as if the whole world had quieted down. Gobta's expression instantly became calm. He immediately continued to sip his wine and eat his food, completely unaffected by any noise. Nero had been singing for almost half an hour until her attendant couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. Your Majesty, you still have many important tasks to attend to tomorrow, please rest early. Finally, the attendant managed to pull the Emperor, who was immersed in her own world. For a moment, all the survivors present cast grateful glances at this brave warrior. Nero took a sip of wine and cleared her slightly dry throat, with a hint of dissatisfaction still evident on her face. But thinking about the tasks she had to handle the next day, she suddenly lost interest in continuing to sing, sighed, and waved her hand dismissively. Let's call it a night for now, we'll continue next time. Upon hearing her words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of relief on their faces. I remember there should be spare rooms in the palace, Gobta, why don't you live here from now on? I wouldn't mind, Nero suggested with a smile. After all, Gobta was a king, and she believed that some respect was due. No need, I'll build my own, Gobta decisively refused her invitation with a smile. If he lived here, he needed to hear her singing every time, and that was a no-go, or he would go mad. Although Da Vinci's special earplugs worked well, he couldn't wear them all the time. Build it yourself. Nero raised an eyebrow. But it's pretty late now. No worries, I'm pretty quick at building things, a couple of hours will do, Gobta replied without hesitation. Given his status as a grand servant, Nero assumed that building a house wouldn't be too difficult for him, so she nodded in agreement. Need any materials? Nah, just need some dirt and rocks, Gobta shook his head. His house-building skills were derived from Morgan's puppet-making techniques, so apart from mud and stones, he really didn't need any extra materials. If that's the case, there's plenty of open space in this empire, pick a spot and build wherever you like, I don't mind. After the banquet, Gobta, upon Ritsuka's suggestion, decided to build his house next to her house, making it convenient for both of them to look out for each other. Originally, Gobta planned to create two houses, one for him and one for Melusina, so they could each have their own space. However, this girl clung tightly to his clothes, stubbornly refusing to live separately from him. Watching her pitiful yet defiant gaze, he sighed with some resignation. He really hoped this wouldn't cause any misunderstandings. Fortunately, Gobta felt somewhat relieved that, though deeply attached to him and always wanting to be by his side anytime, anywhere, Melusina still had some sense of decency and didn't forcefully demand to share a room with him. However, judging from her lingering expression of reluctance, it seemed like she did entertain the idea. Of course, even if she did bring it up, he would firmly reject it without hesitation. He was a married man, after all. Such a simple mistake was absolutely out of the question. After exchanging goodnight with Melusina, Gobta returned to his own room. Although he technically didn't need rest as a servant, these past few days had been taxing. He had gone through 2 major battles, depleting a significant amount of his energy. Even if his body didn't feel fatigued, the stress on his mind was still present. He slept soundly that night, even having a rare dream where he saw familiar faces like Artoria, Nidhogg, Morgan, and Scathach. The next morning, with the faint light of dawn streaming through the window, Gobta stretched lazily as he woke up. His body crackled like popping beans as he sat up, feeling a sense of relaxation from head to toe. Sleeping feels so good, no wonder so many people like to nap whenever they can. After muttering like that, Gobta walked to the wall, pushing open the window to let the fresh air flood into the room, instantly refreshing his senses. His house wasn't far from Nero's imperial palace, just below the residential area. Although it was only just dawn, there were already many people stepping out of their homes, picking up tools, and gathering in small groups, chatting and laughing as they headed toward their work sites. Soldiers in red armor stood guard on the city walls, maintaining their positions after a full night's patrol, showing no signs of slackening. Observing all this, Gobta rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder Nero calls it an empire. Despite her quirks, she truly excels in governing a country. The state of a country could be discerned from the attitudes of its people. From what Gobta observed, despite its modest scale and less than ideal living conditions, the people of the Holy Roman Empire harbored hope, giving the whole country a vibrant atmosphere. Gobta couldn't help but wonder if, given more time, Nero could truly recreate a Roman Empire. Unfortunately, Camelot wouldn't give her that chance. Tap tap. As light footsteps echoed nearby, Gobta raised his eyebrows before walking over to open his room door, unsurprised to find a petite figure standing there. Good morning, Gobta greeted with a smile. Good morning, Melusina looked up at him, a sweet smile gracing her youthful face. Her previous set of azure armor had vanished, replaced by an azure and white dress with thigh-high white stockings, complementing her delicate and adorable appearance, akin to a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Did you sleep well last night? Gobta shut the door behind him as he walked out of his room. The morning breeze still carried a hint of the coolness from the night, completely sweeping away the last trace of sleepiness in his mind, making him feel refreshed as if he had boundless energy from head to toe. I slept pretty well. Melusine paused momentarily, then continued. This house is filled with Gobta's scent, it makes me feel at ease. Hearing those sudden ambiguous words, Gobta's lips twitched slightly. Girl, you're treading on dangerous ground with those kinds of words. Even though he thought like that, he couldn't say anything about it. He could only reassure himself that this girl must have been lonely for too long, so she was a bit excited after seeing someone who was the same as her all of a sudden. Once she got used to it, she would be fine. Yes, she should be fine, right? Chapter 413. Shaking his head to clear messy thoughts, Gobta turned to Melusine with a smile. Any plans for today? None, as long as I'm with you, I'm good, wherever you go, I'll go, Melusine answered without hesitation. Alright, then, Gobta lowered his head and thought for a moment before deciding. Let's go find Ritsuka and the others first since we're not familiar with this place, they can give us an overview. Melusine nodded, naturally extending her small hand. Seeing this familiar gesture, Gobta's lips twitched slightly before he sighed helplessly, taking her soft, delicate hand. Fortunately, because of their height difference, they looked more like siblings, so even holding hands didn't seem out of place. If Melusine's appearance were a bit more mature, he would really be under too much pressure. Since his house was close to Ritsuka and Masha's, it would only take about several minutes to walk there. This meant that if there were any emergencies, he could rush over in time. As Gobta and Melusine approached Ritsuka's house, they suddenly saw a woman walking toward them. Gobta recalled for a moment and remembered her as the female attendant who interrupted Nero's singing at the banquet last night. Oh, it's you, Sir Gobta, the attendant approached with a smile. I was just about to look for you. Me? Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. Did something happen with Nero? Well, sort of, the attendant's expression became somewhat subtle. After the banquet ended last night, Her Majesty stayed up all night to finish the remaining paperwork and hasn't woken up yet, she said. She wanted me to give you and the 2 senators today's paperwork. Upon hearing that, Gobta was slightly stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile. He thought Nero was joking with him yesterday, but he didn't expect this emperor to be so straightforward, sending the documents over the next day. Truly an emperor, she really means what she says, huh? With that thought in mind, Gobta glanced at the stack of documents in the attendant's hands. Judging by its thickness, it must be at least several pages long. How can a country with just over 10,000 people have so much stuff to handle every day? No wonder Nero looked so miserable. Dealing with so many documents every day, even a workaholic can't hold on, can they? With a helpless shake of his head, Gobta took the stack of documents from the attendant's hand. Alright, just hand them all over to me, I need to visit Ritsuka and Mash anyway, Gobta said with a nod. Thank you so much. I'll come to pick them up around noon. After walking for a while, Gobta and Melusine finally arrived at the house of Ritsuka and Mash. Holding the thick stack of documents, Gobta knocked on the door. Knock knock. Is it Gobta? I'm coming. In the next second, Ritsuka's voice echoed from inside the house. With hurried footsteps, she quickly opened the door, her face full of surprise. It's really you, Gobta. And Miss Melusine too. What brings you here, though? I've come to bring you a gift, Gobta said, lifting the stack of documents in his hand to indicate the gift. At first, Ritsuka looked pleasantly surprised upon hearing gift, but as soon as she saw the documents, her expression fell. Seriously, she really doesn't give us some slack, couldn't she at least let me rest for a few days? Ritsuka sighed tiredly. Count yourself lucky, this time even I got roped in too, Gobta shrugged his shoulders. Ritsuka took the stack of documents from Gobta's hand and led the 2 inside. At this moment, Ritsuka, Mash, and Da Vinci were having breakfast, consisting of simple fare like fried eggs and bread. Because of their status as senators, the 3 of them also received an extra glass of milk each day. Even though it appeared to be an ordinary breakfast, it was a rare luxury in this era. At their invitation, Gobta and Melusine also sat down to join them. They all sat together, laughing and chatting harmoniously, even Melusine, who was usually silent and reserved, had a faint smile on her face. On the other hand, Gobta looked nostalgically at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. How long had it been since he had experienced days like this? After breakfast, Da Vinci had to go to the construction site to work on building a forge. Currently, the equipment of the Holy Roman Empire still lagged behind Camelots in quantity, so they needed to prepare in advance for the upcoming battles. As for Gobta, Mash, and Ritsuka, they started dealing with today's government affairs. Gobta had served as a king for a while, so he didn't find this work troublesome. And just as Nero had said, most of these things weren't difficult or overwhelming, just tedious. Meanwhile, Melusine sat quietly by his side like a doll. No choice. She had never dealt with something like this before, so she couldn't help with anything. Back in Camelot, they were all handled by the Lion King's aid. Agravain, and her only job was to beat people up. As a dragon, her way of thinking was quite different from humans, so she wasn't suited for this kind of work. Melusine, if you're bored, you can go for a walk, you know, Gobta suggested. Upon hearing that, Melusine shook her head. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy no matter what I do. While flipping through the documents, Mash and Ritsuka paused, casting a slightly strange glance at Gobta. Ignoring their gaze, Gobta cleared his throat and spoke up. Well, let's chat then. In fact, this was perfect timing. He had plenty of questions for Melusine to answer, like about Merlin, the Lion King, Camelot, and this world. Sure, Melusine nodded eagerly, her big eyes gleaming with excitement. Although she was normally quiet and reserved, she couldn't help but get excited when it came to chatting with him. After a moment of contemplation, Gobta asked his first question. Let's start by talking about Merlin. Merlin, Melusine fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Although she has never made a move against me in my memories, my instinct tells me that if she were to truly make a move, I might not have an absolute certainty of defeating her. That's normal. Merlin is a powerful mage, close to a grand servant, coupled with her mastery in illusion. Even if she can't defeat you in a direct fight, it wouldn't be easy to kill her, Gobta expressed his opinion. No, that's not it, Melusine's expression turned serious. When I say I'm not confident in defeating her, I don't mean I can't kill her, it's more like I might end up perishing alongside her. Upon hearing that, Mash and Ritsuka exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of shock. Merlin actually had the power to stand against a dragon? Chapter 4:14. Upon understanding what Melusine meant, Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. Perishing together, huh? As far as he knew, although the Merlin he knew was a candidate for a grand servant, he rarely engaged in direct combat. His expertise lay more in support by using illusion, with his only combat skill likely being his extraordinary swordsmanship. However, no matter how amazing his swordsmanship was, when facing a dragon of Melusine's caliber, his options were quite limited. Could it be that this female version of Merlin was different from the Merlin he knew, like changing her focus and starting to study magecraft more aggressively? Honestly, this wasn't entirely impossible. With Merlin's talent, she could quickly master any form of magecraft, and the reason the Merlin from his world was unwilling to learn was mostly due to his laziness. Moreover, Merlin gives me a very dangerous feeling. Melusine continued, her eyes revealed a hint of uneasiness. Although she appears dignified and elegant every day, always smiling at everyone she meets, I feel like her smile isn't genuine. Every time I was near her, I felt uncomfortable all over. As if there was something even more sinister and terrifying hidden beneath her facade. Hearing that somewhat creepy narration, Ritsuka couldn't help but swallow hard. Based on the description alone, she couldn't even imagine that Melusine was describing that legendary mage. She almost thought it was some horror story passed down from somewhere. In truth, even though Merlin was currently an enemy, she still held great admiration for this mage, a figure steeped in the colorful history of Britain, and this feeling was shared by almost all young mages nowadays. Meanwhile, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly after hearing Melusine's narration. The version of Merlin described by her was completely different from the one in his memories. Just thinking about it, he couldn't connect the two at all. Alright, let's stop discussing Merlin for now, Gobta shook his head, putting the matter aside for the time being. What about the Lion King? What's your impression of him? Very strong. Melusine's expression instantly became serious, which somehow made her even more adorable. He doesn't appear often, most of the time, he's alone in the deepest part of the royal palace, besides Agravain and Merlin, hardly anyone sees him in person, even I've only seen him once. But that one time made me certain that if we were to fight for real, even if I unleashed my dragon form and went all out, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Though I wouldn't be completely crushed, in the end. I would be the one to die for sure. With Melusine's narration about the Lion King, Ritsuka and Masha's mood unavoidably grew somber. Although they knew the Lion King was powerful, they never imagined he was so powerful. They had witnessed Melusine's strength firsthand, still remembering the majestic figure of that black dragon. But if even she claimed she stood no chance against the Lion King, they couldn't fathom just how terrifying he must be. In contrast to the unease and anxiety of the two girls, Gobta remained remarkably composed. After all, he had descended this time in his complete heroic spirit state as a grand servant. If he didn't even have the confidence to arm wrestle the Lion King, he might as well just commit suicide. Because of that lance. Lion King's divinity has completely suppressed his humanity. Even in my memory, there are not many divine beings with such a high degree of divinity, he is probably not far from the realm of a true god. Melusine added with a serious expression. True god, Gobta pondered for a moment before asking another question. Besides the Lion King and Merlin, are there any other notable figures on Camelot? None, Melusine shook her head. Apart from the Lion King and Merlin, the original members of Camelot were actually just me, Tristan, and Gawain. The rest of the Knights of the Round Table were servants whose minds were forcibly altered by Merlin. In terms of strength, even if they were all combined, they wouldn't be a match for me. Toward the end, her tone carried a hint of pride. Ritsuka and Mash sighed in relief, finally hearing some useful and good information. Speaking of Tristan, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. I'm actually a bit curious, is she truly a member of the Round Table? Tristan, a girl who loved wearing high-heel boots, had truly left a very deep impression on him. At first, he thought she was indifferent to human life because she was affected by the Lion King's gift. However, the following events proved that her cruelty and wickedness had nothing to do with any gifts. It seemed to be her true nature. Gobta found it hard to believe that someone as cruel and wicked as her could become a Knight of the Round Table. Tristan, Melusine fell silent for a moment before answering. Actually, Tristan and I are similar, we're not originally part of the Round Table, we were both bestowed this status by Merlin. Just as I suspected, Gobta nodded slightly. So Tristan isn't the original Tristan either? Melusine nodded. Tristan's true identity is a fairy known as Baobin Sith. Baobin Sith? Mash exclaimed. Are you talking about that evil fairy from Scottish legend? Yes, that's her, Melusine nodded. Mash, what fairy are you guys talking about? Ritsuka nudged Mash's elbow, fully exposing her ignorance. Mash patiently explained. In Scottish legends, fairies are a kind of entity that can be both beneficial and harmful, but Baobin Sith is an evil fairy with only harmful intentions. It's said that she appears at night, using her beauty to lure passers-by and then sucking their blood until they're drained. Upon hearing that, Ritsuka shivered all over. No wonder that girl's personality is so terrible. During her interactions with refugees, the names she heard most frequently were Tristan and Gawain. She was well aware of the numerous atrocities committed by these two. Initially, she thought there might be some hidden circumstances behind why they committed those atrocities, but she never expected one of them to be an evil fairy who posed as a Knight of the Round Table. Chapter 4:15. After pondering for a while, Gobta asked another question. Since Tristan isn't the Tristan we know, Gawain probably isn't the Gawain we know either, right? To his question, Melusine nodded. Gawain's real name is Barghest, and she's also a fairy. Barghest, Mash rubbed her chin in thought. Isn't that the terrifying black dog from English folklore? Melusine nodded again. Meanwhile, Ritsuka just sat expressionless on the side, keeping silent. Both this Baobin Sith and whatever Barghest were names she had never heard before. Unconsciously, she felt like she had built a thick barrier between herself and the others, feeling like an outsider. Ritsuka silently lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, wishing she had read more historical books. Luckily, Mash was understanding enough to explain. Barghest is a terrifying large black dog from northern England, with huge claws and teeth, burning horns and eyes, and heavy chains hanging from its body. It can usually cloak itself, so people can't see its true form, only hear the clinking of the chains as it moves. That sounds terrifying, Ritsuka shuddered at the thought. Imagining a terrifying black dog standing next to her while she couldn't see it, only hearing the clinking of chains, would probably keep her up for several sleepless nights. Of course, Barghest is associated with death. It only appears when someone is about to die. If a prominent figure dies, it will roam the streets with all the other dogs in the area to mourn. If someone gets in its way, it will leave wounds that never heal with its claws. Mash recounted matter-of-factly. Wow, that's even scarier, a black dog mourning, just thinking about it gives me the chills, definitely prefer foe, no doubt. Ritsuka muttered under her breath, though she wasn't sure if foe should be classified under the category of dogs. Actually, Barghest isn't as scary as you think, Melusine paused for a second before continuing. If you spend enough time with her, you'll find out she's actually quite easy to get along with. She is someone who has her own principles, and despite her powerful strength, she never bullies the weak. If there's anyone among us truly worthy of bearing the title of Knights of the Round Table, I think it's only her. Well. Mash and Ritsuka exchanged a peculiar glance, their faces involuntarily showing a hint of strangeness, while Gobta's eyes also betrayed some confusion. Miss Melusine, I'm not doubting you, but I just want to know, do you really understand what Gawain has done? Ritsuka couldn't help asking. Among the refugees they encountered, almost everyone treated the names Tristan and Gawain as taboo, indicating how deeply these fairies, bearing the names of the Knights of the Round Table, had affected them. Those who encountered Tristan barely escaped without having their feet cut off, and sometimes not even the chosen ones were spared. Gawain's crimes were even worse than Tristan's. Wherever she passed, hardly anyone survived, leaving only endless corpses in her wake. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem to match the description of Gawain that Melusine had just given. Upon hearing Ritsuka's doubt, Melusine fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. I've heard some rumors about what Barghest did, but I don't think it was her own will. So, you mean she was influenced or controlled by something? Mash asked cautiously. Melusine shook her head slightly. It's not exactly influence or control, but rather, the Lion King's gift has further stimulated her innate ferocity. Gift? Ritsuka and Mash both exclaimed in surprise. The Lion King has bestowed gifts upon each Knight of the Round Table. Tristan received domination, which allows her to create a double from body parts of her target, like hair or blood, and kill her target by killing the double, regardless of distance. Melusine explained calmly. Hearing the explanation, a chill ran down the spines of Ritsuka and Mash. They hadn't imagined that Tristan possessed such eerie and terrifying abilities. They instantly made up their minds that if they ever encountered her on the battlefield, they wouldn't give her the chance to get close. What about, Gawain, I mean Barghest? Mash continued. What gift did she receive? Fury, Melusine replied bluntly. Barghest has a naturally hot-tempered and impulsive personality, which is an inherent trait of her bloodline. However, through long-term practice, she had managed to control this impulsiveness to a great extent. At this point, she paused for a while before continuing her explanation. But when the Lion King bestowed the gift of fury upon her, she lost all control. Just the sight or scent of blood alone would make her lose her rationality, driving her into a frenzy, turning her into a creature solely driven by the urge to kill. I've tried to stop her several times, but to no avail, so, eventually, she chose to guard the Wailing Wall and stopped going out on missions. I see, Ritsuka nodded. It sounds like Barghest has it pretty rough, huh? It must be agonizing for her to remember the things she's done once she regains her senses, Mash murmured quietly. They weren't sympathizing with Barghest, considering the sins she had committed were undeniable and couldn't be washed away by any means. They just felt a sense of pity. If they were forced into doing things they didn't want to do, they would surely feel immense pain and regret too. Barghest told me she's prepared to die at any moment if the Lion King's plan succeeds. She'd die without regrets, Melusine stated flatly. Is she that loyal to the Lion King? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Melusine shook her head. Her loyalty lies not with the Lion King but with her own clan. Merlin promised her that her people would also be welcomed into Camelot and provided with enough land to survive. Clan. Barghest has people of her own. Yes, but not many left. The fading of the Age of Gods has dealt a heavy blow to all phantasmal species, so Barghest had to fight for this slim hope, Melusine explained. Everyone fell silent, their expressions complex, unable to describe their feelings. After a moment, Gobta shook his head, his expression returning to normal as he shifted the topic away from Barghest. Since all the Knights of the Round Table have gifts, Melusine, what about yours? I don't have any gift, Melusine shook her head. None. Gobta's eyes widened in surprise. My own strength is powerful enough, so I don't need any gift. Melusine said matter-of-factly, causing Ritsuka and Mash to twitch their mouths in unison. After a moment of silence, Melusine added. Moreover, I can smell the scent of curses on those so-called gifts. Chapter 4:16. Since the Holy Roman Empire currently didn't have the capability to challenge Camelot, and Gobta, out of worry of the unknown from Merlin and the Lion King, refrained from any hostile actions temporarily and found himself enjoying a rare period of leisure in the days to come. After assisting Nero with the Holy Roman Empire's government affairs each morning, he would take Melusine for a stroll within the Empire's territory, offering some technical support to Da Vinci's construction endeavors while helping to speed up the infrastructure development. Sometimes, when they felt bored, he would take Melusine to hunt beasts in the outskirts. It served the dual purpose of eliminating potential threats and stocking up on food supplies. Despite Da Vinci's efforts, the Holy Roman Empire was still somewhat reliant on external food sources. In times of war, their food supply would become strained. With Melusine around, Gobta hardly needed to lift a finger. Just a hint of her dragon breath was enough to send the beasts trembling to the ground, some even dropping dead from fright. Somehow, whether due to luck or some other reason, their hunts always yielded bountiful results. Weirdly, the beasts seemed to be multiplying endlessly, almost as if there were hidden treasures nearby. However, what was unexpected was that while digging casually for construction materials, they stumbled upon an open-air iron mine. For the Holy Roman Empire, which suffered from a severe shortage of manufacturing materials, this iron discovery was a godsend. Even Nero was dizzy with excitement over this unexpected boon, as after personally inspecting the mine, she couldn't resist embracing Gobta. Gobta, you're truly my lucky star. Ulmo. If only you had come earlier, we might have subdued Camelot by now. Gobta restrained Nero's enthusiasm, though his eyes betrayed a hint of contemplation. Encountering so many lucky events in succession, even he began to feel something was amiss. His luck couldn't possibly be this good, could it? Moreover, due to Nidhogg's bloodline, his luck had always been mediocre at best, just enough to ensure he didn't get struck by random lightning while walking down the street. However, Gobta soon discovered the reason behind it all. Glory of salvation. Those who save the world shall receive the world's grace. This was the text that appeared near the Savior after it reached B rank. At that time, he hadn't fully understood its significance, but considering the series of lucky events he had experienced lately, he had a vague feeling that he had grasped something. The world's grace, does it mean the world will provide assistance to a certain extent, helping me overcome the challenges I face? Although not entirely certain, Gobta felt he was on the right track. So, my encounter with Mari wasn't just a coincidence either. When he thought carefully, in such a vast world, it was too coincidental for him to land in such a remote place and coincidentally meet Mari while she was out gathering herbs. Understanding the reason behind it all eased Gobta's previous unease. He had initially suspected these events were traps set by Camelot and even worried that the beasts he hunted before might have been problematic. With such a formidable skill at his disposal, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Therefore, with the mindset of not letting any opportunity slip by, Gobta explored the area within 10 miles of the Holy Roman Empire. Besides acquiring a significant amount of beast meat, he also discovered 2 sizable copper and coal mines. Nero couldn't stop laughing at this point. She waved her hand generously to announce that from now on, all the Empire's government affairs belonging to him were handed over to her to handle. Gobta shook his head incredulously upon hearing that. After all, those government affairs had never been his concern to begin with. Finally, 20 days later, his streak of bizarre luck came to an end. Gobta wouldn't encounter any more beasts from that point on. It seemed even the favor from the world had its limits. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied since the gains from this period had been pretty significant. Meanwhile, as Gobta journeyed back to the Holy Roman Empire with Melusine, a soft and alluring voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Era, even though powerful enemies are still looming, you're still in the mood to play house here, you really are carefree, aren't you? In the instant that voice resounded, Gobta felt as if a bomb had exploded in his heart. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, unhesitatingly materialized judgment of Shamash and unleashed the Might of An-Utu. His blazing greatsword illuminated his somewhat grim face as he looked at a seductive figure emerging from a black hole ahead. Fufufu, no need to react so dramatically, dear, didn't I say it before? We'll meet again sooner or later. Kiera spoke teasingly to Gobta, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Just like their last encounter, Kiera was still clad in her tight-fitting nun's outfit, showcasing her alluring curves. Her beautiful face bore a faint bewitching smile, her beguiling eyes tinged with mischief, like a seductive fox. Perhaps because she had already revealed her true identity, this time she didn't exude the same compassionate aura as before, instead showing her most genuine and natural self. This instantly multiplied her charms several times over, like a rose with thorns, tempting despite knowing that it would cause harm. Melusine was instantly covered in her azure armor, slightly trembling, her eyes filled with intense wariness. Her intuition was screaming at her, warning her that this woman, like Merlin, was dangerous. Seeing Melusine's reaction, Kiera glanced at her for a second before chuckling lightly. It's just been a while, and now you've got a little dragon with you, do you have a soft spot for dragons? Gobta didn't respond with words. Instead, he materialized 13 golden chains that danced like dragons in the air and launched them toward Kiera. At the same time, the previous black hole unfolded behind Kiera again, and dozens of tentacles soon flew out from it, intertwining with the chains of the Oath of Judah. Era, you're still as hot-tempered as ever, Kiera sighed, spreading her hands helplessly. I came specifically to bring you some information, and this is how you treat me. I don't think you're that kind-hearted, Gobta retorted coldly. Yeah, you're right, after all, I'm the demoniac bodhisattva, so I don't do losing deals, Kiera covered her mouth and chuckled. So, one day, I'll collect from you, but not now. Gobta's gaze grew colder as the flames of Might of An-Utu burned fiercer in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, geez, I don't know what kind of woman could put up with such a boring man like you, Kiera shook her head helplessly. However, in the next instant, her face bore the previous bewitching smile again as she extended her two slender, snowy white fingers. I'm only here to tell you two things. First, preparations on Camelot's side are nearly complete, since the Holy Lance is fully charged, the Lion King is about to start the Holy Selection, so you don't have much time left. Second, beware of Merlin.